Chapter 5352 Copperpill. The Stingripper was more than just its weapon. Nonetheless, Vase primarily looked forward to this testing session because he wanted to see the first full production version of a 4th-generation transphasic luminaire crystal weapon in action. The short-lived 3rd generation enabled a design spirit to empower the damage output of a luminaire crystal weapon. While that already sounded powerful, the 4th generation made use of hyper-materials to modify the attack phase crystals and actively borrow the power of heaven to magnify its attacks. This added a whole new dimension to luminaire crystal weapons and ensured that they would not become obsolete as the Age of Dawn continued to unfold. "How are you feeling, Venerable Rodrigo?" "I feel great," the expert pilot replied. "This is the first time that I am piloting the mech of my dreams. I haven't encountered any hindrances. The living mech is actively helping me adapt to its controls and settings. No other living mech that I have piloted in the past is as enjoyable as my new Bloodripper. I really want to let go and see how fast it can fly." "That is good to hear. You will have your chance, but not right away. Let us start with basic movements first." It took a while for the Bloodripper to go through its basic routine. Compared to the larger and stockier Greenaxe, the expert light mech possessed a much wider range of motion. "Impressive. Move over to the racing course. Let us test the speed of your machine next." There were no surprises on these aspects. Whether the Bloodripper moved on land or in the air, the machine was blazingly fast. Not only that, but its agility was also impressive, allowing it to change directions much faster than larger and heavier machines. Not even the Dark Zephyr could match the speed and agility of the Bloodripper. While speed was definitely important for both machines, the latter was not only more modern, but also put an even greater emphasis on mobility. Speed was life. Without enough speed, the Bloodripper would not be able to compete against other expert mechs. Another difference between the Dark Zephyr and the Bloodripper was that the latter had been designed to fight against alien warships from the ground up. Vase had made a lot of deliberate design choices that enabled it to become a lot more effective against alien opponents in spite of its inherent weaknesses. "Let us proceed with testing the evasion of your new expert mech," Vase commanded after he had seen enough of the speed tests. "You will need to resonate more actively with your Bloodripper for this. I want you to activate its Aspora vibration system first. The energy drain is considerable, so make sure to keep an eye on your energy reserves. The sensation may also be uncomfortable, but don't worry. Your mech can handle this level of shaking so long as it hasn't suffered severe damage." It took a minute for Venerable Rodrigo to get ready to activate this new mode. In the meantime, the Macharia Excelsia stepped in position with its Hexfire Luminaire Crystal Assault Rifle ready to fire. The powerful weapon used to be cutting edge, but it was unfortunate that the 3rd-generation Luminaire crystal weapon unexpectedly became outdated by the time the Great Severing occurred. The Hexfire rifle was therefore due for a major update. Vase had already started to work on it, but he wasn't certain about his design choices because many of his new ideas had yet to be tested. This was why Vase looked forward to seeing the Bloodripper's new submachine gun in action. That could come later. Vase first needed to test the important feature of the expert light harasser mech. "Are you ready?" "Yes. Bring it on. I am not afraid. This is not supposed to be a dangerous test, Venerable Rodrigo." The Macharia Excelsia will fire its positron beams at you at its lowest possible setting. It will probably sting your resonance shield if you get hit. In fact, Vase wasn't quite sure how well the Bloodripper could take this hit. A casual blow from an ace mech was no joke, and expert light mechs weren't known for their defensive properties. The test soon commenced as the entire mech frame of the Bloodripper began to shake and vibrate. Part of it was an illusion produced by resonance shenanigans, but part of it was real. At this time, the Aspora vibration system caused the mech to shake in a way that caused it to look fuzzier and difficult to pin down. This not only made it uncomfortable for people to keep track of the machine as it moved, but also produced a lot of odd interference that made it a lot harder for electronic sensors to track its coordinates and movements. With the help of Kalo, the fuzziness of the Bloodripper became even more exaggerated. While the expert light harasser mech did not display true stealth that allowed it to sneak up to enemies unnoticed, it became extraordinarily more difficult to pin it down while it was on the move. A series of turrets rose from the ground. These weak practice turrets served no other purpose than to simulate the tracking of automatic defensive systems onto a mech. The turrets opened fire. They unleashed a variety of ranged attacks, from kinetic rounds to laser beams. None of them managed to strike the Bloodripper even once. Despite the relatively close distance, the fuzzy expert mech generated so much electronic noise that automated systems especially had a hard time tracking the annoying light mech. Vase grinned when he saw this result. Even if the turrets did not come equipped with the best and most powerful tracking systems, their performance should not be that much worse from the tracking systems of actual alien warships. Most warships relied entirely on automated systems to do the hard work of tracking targets and aiming their gun batteries at them. It was too slow, inefficient and cumbersome to leave all of this work to individual crew members. Only under the most desperate circumstances would the crews assigned to the relevant stations be forced to switch over to manual aim. In any case, so long as the Bloodripper did not approach any warships that received a lot of investment or belonged to the Puelmer race, only the most intense saturation fire could cause this difficult mech to get hit by attacks. "I've seen enough," Vase spoke. "Saintess Ulrika, please proceed. Try and start off by demonstrating the marksmanship of a typical second-class mech pilot and slowly ramp up. For safety's sake, don't hit the Bloodripper more than 3 times in a row." "Understood," the Hexer ace pilot responded. The turrets had given Venerable Rodrigo and the Bloodripper a decent amount of exercise, but the pair truly had to test their capabilities when they became the target of an ace mech. The Bloodripper did decently well for a time. Saintess Ulrika was so skilled that she was accurately able to simulate the performance of weaker mech pilots. It was not until Saintess Ulrika began to perform like a low-tier expert pilot that she exerted real pressure onto Venerable Rodrigo. The intuition of a fairly powerful attacker was enough to counteract the intuition of a fairly powerful defender. Occasionally, the Macharia Excelsia managed to land a few glancing blows, but the Bloodripper did well enough to have enough opportunities to counterattack. It was not until Saintess Ulrika simulated the performance of a much more experienced mid-tier expert pilot that the Bloodripper started to show more faults. Its disadvantages had become so great that it could no longer prevent itself from getting struck multiple times in a row. "That is enough," Vase announced. "We have collected a lot of interesting data from this test. The Aspora vibration system has largely performed as expected. It is most effective against automated systems, but quickly loses its advantage against superior combatants. You will need to become a lot stronger if you want to increase your evasion performance, Rodrigo." Rodrigo was still at the start of his journey as an expert pilot. He still had much more room for improvement. He may even be able to surpass Venerable Tusa on this aspect. Once they completed this test, they moved on to the next and most exciting one for Vase. The Bloodripper moved to a shooting range where a variety of different targets had been set up in advance. Some of them were plain alloy blocks while others enjoyed the protection of transphasic energy shields. "This is an important test, Venerable Rodrigo. The primary weapon of the Bloodripper is a special new luminaire crystal weapon that I have called the Copperpill. It is an energy submachine gun that only comes with 2 attack phase crystals. While I could have added more, it would have added a lot more bulk to your weapon. Let us test the performance of the new phase disruptor beam setting first." The Bloodripper raised a single arm towards a nearby energy shield and began to fire a volley of relatively weak but rapid energy beams. The first energy beam already managed to disrupt the energy shield to the point where it disappeared in an instant. That was just the warm-up. Let us try that against a transphasic energy shield. This time, the Bloodripper's submachine gun attacks began to whittle down the transphasic energy shields at a slower but still impressive rate. Vase grinned when he witnessed the performance of the new phase disruptor beams. The new crystal was a straightforward 4th-generation upgrade of the old disruptor beam attack phase crystal. The major difference was that Vase added the same hyper that enhanced the Greenix's weapon to a regular transphasic disruptor beam attack phase crystal. By combining the materials in a specific way, the resulting crystal was able to output enhanced transphasic attacks that were even more effective against energy-based defenses. It was not until the Bloodripper fired its weapon on material objects that its performance dropped. The phase disruptor beam did almost no damage to solid metal, but it turned out to be remarkably effective at penetrating and disrupting electronic systems. This made the Bloodripper remarkably good at pursuing and disabling fleeing craft. It had a wonderful future as a pirate mech for that reason alone. The Copperpill's current performance did not explain the reason why Vase named it in such an odd way. It was only when Venerable Rodrigo received permission to switch to the second attack phase crystal that it became clear. The coppery red energy beams appeared underwhelming at first. Their damage against energy shields was disappointing. It was only when they started to strike solid matter that they started to become remarkable. The modified positron beams initially looked as if it inflicted mostly heat damage. However, repeated hits onto the same areas slowly caused the affected areas to form odd pools of molten and corroded metals. On top of that, the strange energy beams also weakened the metal beyond the immediate points of contact. The more the copper pill struck a solid target, the greater the extent the latter began to degrade. This happened particularly quickly when the Bloodripper fired upon weaker alloys, but it still remained effective when attacking first-class alloys. If that wasn't impressive enough, the corroding and weakening effects became amplified with Venerable Rodrigo, and Kalo resonated with the copper pill. Not only did the attacks become more potent, but they also started to grow fuzzier, producing an odd interaction where it was able to degrade tough transphasic alloys a lot more effectively than before. How? Alexa asked. These variant positron beams are much more effective against transphasic alloys than ordinary transphasic positron beams. That is the power of my new copper beam conversion. Vase grinned. I have combined a positron beam attack phase crystal with a hyper material that can produce corrosion. This new crystal can produce energy attacks that not only corrodes solid matter with greater ease, but has proven to be especially effective at weakening transphasic alloys. According to my lab results, a copper beam attack essentially attacks the phase water that is infused in the material. Once that happens, the metal in question no longer possesses any transphasic properties, which means it has become much easier to destroy. The copper beam attack phase crystal was an excellent complement to the Bloodripper. The mech might not be able to launch any powerful blows, but it excelled at weakening and disrupting all manner of tricky opponents. The best part about all of these weapon advancements was that they should be effective at every class. Vase believed that the phase disruptor beam and the copper beam would remain just as impressive when applied to genuine first-class weapons. Chapter 5353 Unexpected Interruption. The testing and debugging process of the Green Axe and the Bloodripper lasted for a few days. The complexity of the two quasi-first-class expert mechs was greater than many of the mechs that the Larkinsons had designed in the past. The use of many advanced technologies, some of which had been developed in cooperation with local Terran partners, firmly elevated their sophistication and raised their floors and ceilings by substantial margins. This had many implications, but the most important one was that the Green Axe and the Bloodripper had so much room for growth that they could fight in their current configuration for a long time without falling behind. This was one of the goals that Vase wanted to reach for these expert mech design projects. He knew about the existence of general cultivation elixirs. Once Venerable Glendale and Venerable Rodrigo got started on them, their growth would definitely be astonishing. It would be awkward for them to advance to a mid-tier expert pilot in a few years, only for their expert mechs to be unable to keep up with their growth. Neither Vase nor Gloriana wanted to revisit their works so soon. This was why they designed the expert Axeman mech and expert light harasser mech to remain competitive for a long time. Even if it would be difficult for Venerable Glendale and Venerable Rodrigo to make full use of their new expert mechs, they would be able to exert a lot more power once their resonance strengths had reached a more comfortable level. The Green Axe and the Bloodripper happened to be so strong in their current configurations that it wasn't strictly necessary for them to get overhauled in order to remain relevant in the hands of high-tier expert pilots. In any case, since the two expert mechs wouldn't receive any major updates for quite a few years, it became crucially important to get everything right the first time. Vase and Gloriana had set aside every priority in order to complete this necessary chore. They also relied a lot on Alexa's help. Her immense data processing capabilities and her extensive familiarity with many high technologies turned her into the perfect assistant mech designer. The three mech designers finally had a moment to relax once they finalized their adjustments and bid farewell to the Larkinson expert pilots and expert mechs. It is almost a shame to see them go. Alexa Strian commented. The Green Axe and the Bloodripper are so impressive that it is an injustice to keep them as second-class mechs. As long as you implement a number of targeted upgrades such as replacing the power reactor, you should easily be able to convert them into serviceable first-class expert mechs. I also find it curious that you are sending your two latest works to a foreign mech division. Why have you not attempted to send them to your expeditionary fleet? Gloriana crossed her arms. It is because Vase is too tolerant as a patriarch. He refuses to take charge and punish his uncle. Vase coughed. Don't talk about stuff you don't understand. My uncle Ark is following an alternate development path. While I don't really care about gaining control over territory and working so closely with states, there are Larkinsons that do not share in the same ideals. Davut can also supply us with a lot of starships, including capital ships. You can never have too much of them in this dangerous galaxy. Davut can only supply you with second-class starships. The Terran mech designer said. That is true, he sighed. We formed this deal in a time where I was nowhere close to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. It is true that second-class starships are not much use to the Premier Branch. Even so, it is not as if we can obtain first-class starships with ease. Alexa did not look surprised. First-class starships are strategic assets in every upper zone. They are a necessity to all Terran clans. Each of them have become obsessed with producing high-level warlords that can protect their territories. The more starships in their possession, the greater the probability that they will be able to benefit from the new elites program. Losing is not an option. This meant that the various Terran powers had become extremely reluctant to trade away their starships. Each one that controlled their own shipyards only built hulls for themselves or their closest partners. There was no more room for orders placed by third-party customers. Vase shrugged at that. Since that is the case, then we should be lucky enough to get our hands on second-class starships. Our original contract with the Colonial Federation of Davut is still valid. It is prudent to never put all of your eggs in a single basket. If the Premier Branch ever suffers a catastrophic loss or if anything happens to me, our remnants can always fall back to the safe haven provided by the Davut Branch. The same also applies in reverse. If my Uncle Ark ever screws up and has to evacuate Davut in haste, our other branches can always lend a hand. It was unrealistic to uplift every Larkinson to a first-rater. Vase had given up on this notion by this time. He did not think it was bad to maintain a heavy presence in the middle zones. There were still plenty of talents among second-raters that would otherwise go unnoticed by the established first-class powers. It was also a lot easier to instill a strong sense of loyalty and belonging to these people who wanted to start a new future in the Larkinson clan. With the accumulation of more permanent ED net quotas, it would become easy to promote the most promising Larkinsons to first-raters. Whether they could compete against native first-raters was another matter, but at least their loyalty should never be in doubt. In any case, Vase and the other Larkinsons of the Premier Branch went back to their normal routines. The mech designers eagerly studied the huge amount of empirical data gathered during the testing sessions. It became a lot easier for Vase and Gloriana to correct and optimize the implementation of their next-gen technologies now that they were no longer working blind. Many of their mech designs in development benefited from the added clarity and certainty. The Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project particularly made huge strides. Vase and Gloriana had already completed the development of their less important systems, and it would only take a few more months before they were done with the more important features of the two high-tier expert mechs. On a certain evening, Vase and his family had just finished their dinner and settled down in the living room of their private villa. Although their current villa was much smaller and less opulent than their former abode in the Cat Nest, it was a lot more secure since it was located in the middle of D&D base. Meow. Gloriana and Aurelia sat next to each other as they petted the gem cat that had laid himself on both of their laps. They both watched a newscast of a local Terran channel while talking about what Aurelia had learned at school. Meow meow. Clixie's hunting instincts became stimulated as she chased and pounced after a squishy mechanical mouse. The annoying toy not only happened to move blazingly fast, but also possessed a lot of agility. There were plenty of times where the toy mouse managed to trick Clixie into leaping into the wrong direction. Hee. You need to do better, Clixie. Andraste giggled as she held a colorful game controller device. I won't give you a treat if you can't catch Mr. Mouse. Meow www. Vase meanwhile sat down on the ground and observes his son playing around with his latest mechanos. I'm bored, Papa, the brown-haired boy complained. I have already put together so many level 3 mechanos that I can hardly think about designing anything new. Am I good enough now to move up to level 4? We shall see. We agreed that your mother gets to decide whether you are ready to handle greater customization. I suppose you have spent enough time with these rather basic mechano parts. Let me take a look at your works. Although Vase did not like the polymath, he did not possess an unreasonably dislike towards her works. She was a prolific inventor. The young star designer contributed far too many different technologies that people relied upon in their daily lives. No matter how impure her political motivations may be, her technological contributions were undeniable. Even so, Vase couldn't help but harbor faint suspicions towards the mechano toys that she invented. It would be so easy for the polymath to subtly indoctrinate young and naive children by tampering with their toys. Yet no matter how many times Vase inspected the mechano sets, none of them contained a trace of the polymath's design philosophy. They were all mundane products that had been mass-produced without any extraordinary influence. This was why he allowed Marvane to keep playing with them. They were simply just too good at instilling valuable technical skills to children who aspired to become mech designers. As Vase inspected the craftsmanship and design choices of a fairly simple but well-constructed hybrid mech, the newscast suddenly became interrupted by an unexpected development. A loud tone blared from the speakers as well as everyone's comms. This caused everyone to stop what they were doing. That is an emergency alert from the Red 2. Gloriana gasped. Are they finally ready to announce the new mech generation? It is about time they unveil their next batch of technological advancements. Vase looked a little more skeptical as he picked up Marvane and moved over to another couch. I'm not sure about that. The Red 2 should have scheduled their announcement in advance if they wanted to unveil their latest tech. Issuing a universal alert is a different matter. Only the most serious developments merit this emergency measure. I hope nothing catastrophic has happened. The parents, children and cats all settled down so that they could watch the Red 2's latest priority broadcast. Almost every other Red human did the same. As long as they had access to the galactic net, the universal alert had most definitely reached them one way or another. As people continued to access the live feed, everyone waited patiently for the mechers and fleeters to unveil their next move. Soon enough, two familiar figures appeared in front of a familiar stage. The Lord of Thermodynamics and Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle stood behind the projected logos of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Both of them were powerful figures in their own rights, but today they spoke on behalf of their respective organizations. The Fleet Admiral spoke up first. Humans of the Red Ocean. After months of secret preparations and maneuvering, we are finally ready to deliver retribution to the indigenous aliens. Today is a day where the most precious alien blood shall be shed. As we speak, 4 of our hidden armadas are on the cusp of launching an all-out assault on 4 of the 27 so-called tide stations that were responsible for separating us from the Milky Way. Our most powerful forces shall rain blood and fire to the lackeys of the Red Cabal and their phase whale masterminds. What? Gloriana gasped. The tide stations are located deep within alien space. It is nearly impossible to sneak so many forces close to these highly fortified locations. So this is why all of the God pilots disappeared shortly after the Great Severing occurred. Vase realized. The Red 2 had been preparing for this move from the beginning. Perhaps not even the aliens expected for the Red Association and the Red Fleet to launch an all-out attack on some of their most formidable strongholds. The Lord of Thermodynamics addressed Red humanity next. Operation Night Jazz is the culmination of our efforts over the last half-year. Now that the time for secrecy has passed, we invite you to observe the attacks that are about to commence. We will broadcast all 4 battles as they unfold on different feeds. You will be able to witness the advance of 4 different armadas that comprise thousands of warships and an innumerable amount of mechs. Each armada shall be led by 2 god mechs and 2 dreadnoughts. Cherish this moment. We shall unveil our latest and strongest tech over the course of the battles. Nearly every Red human reacted with shock at this announcement. Not only were the strongest forces of Red humanity about to attack the heart of the alien opposition, but the Red 2 also decided to broadcast the battles to the public. Chapter 5354 The First Armada 4 Armadas. 4 assaults, 4 broadcasts. The entirety of Red humanity reacted with shock after they learned about the Red 2's latest move. Anyone with a decent amount of awareness understood how difficult it was to gather so many high-level forces while maintaining total secrecy. It was even harder to sneak them deep within alien space. This was especially the case when 2 of the armadas made it all the way to the far side of the dwarf galaxy. Even if the indigenous aliens did not master as much advanced technologies as Red humanity, their mastery over space was still formidable. The phase whales and other technologically sophisticated races had developed a handful of measures that enabled them to detect human starships in FTL transit. The core territories of alien space had become particularly difficult to sneak into due to these countermeasures. Perhaps a lone purpose-built stealth vessel might be able to evade detection and sneak into well-defended star systems, but it was practically impossible to do this for thousands of huge and powerful warships. Nonetheless, the mechers and fleeters had managed to do the impossible. The aliens, apparently did not manage to detect the incoming armadas in advance nor made any special preparations to fortify or evacuate the tide stations under threat. Ever since the Red Cabal successfully teleported the entirety of the Red Ocean to the vicinity of Messier 87, it became intolerable for the aliens to maintain their hold over these powerful facilities. If the aliens could teleport the red ocean dwarf galaxy, they could do so again. Neither the Mechers nor the Fleeters wanted the Red Cabal to retain its control over such a powerful series of devices. Even if the existence of the tide stations gave Red humanity hope of teleporting the Red Ocean back to the vicinity of the Milky Way, the Red Two still pressed on with this ambitious deep strike operation. In a star system that was lit by a relatively dim red dwarf, a huge series of fortifications surrounded a moon-sized alien space station. The 10th Tide Station was one of the more critical nodes of the galaxy-wide alien network. Its importance was great as its elimination caused the surrounding tide stations to become disconnected from each other. The Red Cabal recognized this vulnerability and stationed a large amount of troops in the star system. Not only that, but two of its powerful ancient phase whales constantly presided over the tide station in order to take charge of its defense in person. Despite littering the star system with listening devices and warp interdiction field generators, hundreds of portals appeared in the inner system at once. The alarms just started to ring in the alien monitoring rooms as thousands and thousands of human vessels came uncomfortably close to the core alien defensive perimeter. Only a minority of them consisted of large and formidable capital ships, but even the smaller vessels packed quite a punch due to their modern and advanced gun batteries. The first armada had arrived. Perhaps the aliens stationed in and around the 10th Tide Station never expected a human incursion to happen in one of their deepest and most well-defended strongholds. Their defensive personnel were slow to man their stations and bring their warships and installations to full combat readiness. This granted the human intruders a decisive advantage. Every warship that emerged from the portal was in peak condition and did not suffer any accidents when they crossed into the star system. This allowed them to immediately open fire with their hot and ready long-ranged armaments. An abundance of missiles, laser beams and other projectiles unloaded from the Ra and RF warships. The enormous weight of fire struck many of the defensive installations that surrounded the critical 10th Tide Station. Even though the hardy multi-layered segmented transphasic energy shields could withstand a lot of punishment, not all of them had been brought to full power in time. The human warships launched so many attacks that they succeeded in destroying hundreds of installations during this moment of vulnerability. That said, the defenders of the 10th Tide Station were not amateurs. Once they got over their surprise, they responded quickly and effectively enough, especially after their leaders got their act together. It became a lot harder for the human warships to break down the outer defensive sphere from this direction. The majority of the armed forces stationed in this star system consisted of Orvans. With the supreme technical assistance of the Pwelmers, the defenders quickly pulled themselves together and tried their best to reinforce the outer defensive sphere. The Red Cabal had built 3 defensive spheres around the Tide Station. Each of them formed an interconnected network of defensive installations and were garrisoned by lots of mobile alien troops. The defensive stations themselves were semi-mobile and could move to plug gaps or concentrate their power in a single direction. The outer defensive sphere covered the largest stretches of space and was actually the weakest layer of defense. If the 10th Tide Station ever came under serious threat, it was the job of the outer defensive sphere to delay the enemy advance. The longer the outer defenses lasted, the more the attackers exposed their details and expended their resources. Many minutes passed as the warships continued to blaze their way through the outer defensive ring. A part of the human forces participating in this grand assault focused on breaching a way forward. Another part of the human forces spread out the flanks and prevented the incoming defensive installations from surrounding the first armada. Not just warships, but also mechs began to appear on the battlefield. Many of the warships employed by the Red Association were actually hybrid vessels. Tens of thousands of first-class multi-purpose mechs launched from the hangar bays of many different carriers and started to threaten the alien defenders in many different ways. It was a lot harder for the alien defensive installations to target the smaller and much more nimble human mechs. Even if their gun batteries managed to land a couple of blows, shield-link technology prevented the formidable mechs from collapsing in an instant. While the human mechs did not possess as much firepower as the human warships, they were much more devious in their offensive maneuvers. They got in close enough to prevent alien defensive installations from firing their most powerful cannons. They intercepted reinforcements and supply ships. They generated their own warp interdiction fields that prevented nearby alien warships from engaging their warp drives. Some of the mechs happened to be a lot more powerful than the others. The expert mechs and ace mechs of the Red Association showcased all kinds of unique and reality-defying effects that gradually overwhelmed the alien defenders. Deep inside the 10th Tide Station, Two ancient phase whales witnessed the entire unfold from a distance. The Singularity Lord was the eldest and wisest among the two. He possessed the power to collapse space and create small black holes that could crush even the hardiest of substances. Right now, the Singularity Lord was not in a hurry to leap into space and reinforce the outer defensive sphere. The human attackers had yet to deploy their strongest assets, so the Singularity Lord saw no need to expend his energy in vain. He understood the need to conserve as much combat power as possible in order to fight his true opponents in his best condition. The Space Terror understood this logic as well, but it was harder for her to suppress the desire to strike a blow against the humans. The two ancient aliens communicated with each other in their alien language. Space itself shook as they talked with each other in the form of spatial disturbances. The Space Terror had made a suggestion. The Singularity Lord reluctantly accepted it and transmitted a command. Seconds later, many of the defensive installations that had exhibited less activity began to deploy millions of strange vehicles that demonstrated incredible speed. These vehicles possessed warp drives of their own and quickly accelerated forward until they began to approach the many human mechs that were chipping away at the alien defenses. The aliens have deployed their starfighters. Be advised that the elite forces of the Red Cabal have already begun to replace their outdated starfighters with newer small craft that incorporate stolen human tech provided by the Cosmopolitans. The new generation phase fighters are much faster and much more difficult to defeat. The aliens had already grown incredibly familiar with the strength of human mechs. Their best researchers had tried their best to adapt human mechs to different alien races, but failed to make satisfactory progress. This caused the aliens to change their focus on improving their starfighters instead. With the help of the Cosmopolitans, they managed to complete the development of brand new phase fighters that possessed several formidable advantages. Their greatest asset was speed. Each phase fighter was equipped with warp drives that allowed them to elude enemy fire, prevent melee mechs from getting close and retreat in haste if necessary. Their offensive and defensive properties were not weak either. Depending on their production cost, a phase fighter could seriously threaten a first-class multi-purpose mech. The real challenge was control. It became incredibly difficult to proficiently control the phase fighters in combat. Extensive automation was essential, but a measure of manual control was required to prevent them from getting exploited with ease. The aliens and Cosmopolitans had invested years into the development of neural interfaces that could reluctantly work on alien brains. The Orvans were the first to benefit from this breakthrough as their physiology shared the closest resemblance to human bodies. Even though the crude alien neural interfaces were far from enough to pilot a serious mech, they were more than enough to take control over the key systems of a phase fighter. In addition to that, the bandwidth of alien neural interfaces was so low that the Orvans did not have to pay attention to genetic aptitude. All of this served to play into the advantages of the indigenous alien civilizations. Compared to red humanity, the native aliens not only boasted a huge population, but also controlled the majority of the resources of the dwarf galaxy. Humanity would consider the expense put into the production of phase fighters to be incredibly expensive and wasteful. The Red Cabal only considered it to be a relatively modest investment. There were countless Orvan starfighter pilots that only needed a modest amount of training to get started with phase fighters. Even if the phase fighters still couldn't compete against first-class multi-purpose mechs on an individual basis, they were still more than powerful enough to pose a threat when they had the advantage of numbers. As the defending side, the aliens had garrisoned an enormous amount of phase fighters in the star system. Many of them had come into contact with alien forces and began to harass the human mechs to the point where the latter could no longer complete their current missions. The small craft of both sides became entangled with each other. Though the phase fighters already started to suffer steady losses due to their various inadequacies, it was not hard to imagine the aliens refining their new tech further. For now, the phase fighters did exactly what the Singularity Lord asked of them. They slowed down the human offensive and bought more time for the middle and inner defensive spheres to prepare for the coming onslaught. As the losses began to mount on both sides, a new development took place. Two massive portals opened up, allowing for two enormous hulls to pass through. Every human participating in the assault on the 10th Tide Station became encouraged by the sight of the latest arrivals. Our dreadnoughts have come. The dreadnoughts consisted of the strongest and most formidable warships built by the fleeters. They were originally conceived as the counters of god mechs, and though the CFA shipwrights failed in their mission, the power of these immense human warships could not be denied. The flagships of the First Armada were but two of many human warships in the field, but they somehow managed to outshine them all by their presence alone. The Throne of Lies and the Guns of Armageddon had come to break the alien defenders. Chapter 5355 The Throne of Lies. The existence of dreadnoughts was not a secret to the upper echelon of human civilization. However, the Common Fleet Alliance had kept them secret for so long that most people never knew about their existence. At most, they heard rumors that the fleeters had once invested in the development of warships that were over 12 kilometers long. To be honest, battleships around this size already became far too sluggish and cumbersome to make them worthwhile enough to deploy. Their mass had increased to such an enormous extent that even the strongest thrusters couldn't propel them fast enough to meet the minimum maneuverability standards of the CFA. Their other disadvantages also became more pronounced. The fleeters eventually figured out that it was much more efficient to construct two 6-kilometer-long battleships in the place of a single 12-kilometer-long abomination. The fleeters never gave up on building bigger warships, though. The rise of god mechs put a lot of pressure onto the CFA. Every simulation and every exercise showed that god mechs could wipe out entire fleets composed of the best battleships imaginable. While the CFA battleships usually possessed more than enough combined firepower to overwhelm a god kingdom by relying on brute force, a god mech never stupidly allowed itself to get hit so many times. God mechs were blazingly fast as well and could easily maneuver themselves inside a ship formation. It was pretty much game over once they got close enough to swallow the CFA battleships in their formidable god kingdoms. Their willpower was so oppressive that they could make human crew members faint and render lots of electronic systems inoperable. The fleeters discovered that there were limits to focusing on quantity. While it may be true that the CFA could deploy many more warfleets at many different locations, each encounter between a warfleet and a single god mech would cause the former to suffer a total loss without exception. The development of dreadnoughts was an attempt to prevent this nightmare scenario from happening. There were many secrets related to their development and their secret tech. Scant few individuals understood their full details. Those who were vaguely aware of their existence only knew that the CFA ultimately failed to develop an effective counter against god mechs. The fleeters were supposedly so embarrassed by their incompetence that they kept their experimental warships out of sight. Operation Night Jazz was the first time that the general public of red humanity became introduced to these mythical dreadnoughts. I thought that they couldn't possibly exist. Gloriana gasped as she witnessed the majestic arrival of the dreadnoughts of the First Armada on the live feed. Won't they attract an enormous amount of firepower? Their defenses can't possibly withstand so much focused fire. We should reserve our judgment for the time being. Vase cautioned her. The Red 2 have clearly planned this for a long time. The Red Fleet definitely haven't sent out their dreadnoughts to die in their first public appearance. So cool, Andraste cheered. I like the bigger one. She has so many big guns. What does the Throne of Lies do? Marvane frowned in puzzlement. The ship doesn't have a lot of cannons. From the moment the two dreadnoughts made an appearance, many different alien warships and defensive installations redirected their heaviest gun batteries towards the new arrivals. Even the aliens figured out that the human flagships were vital components to the human force composition. Taking them out early was doubtlessly beneficial to the defenders. However, before the first laser beams and projectiles struck the long and enormous hulls of the dreadnoughts, strong and glowing blue energy shields came online. It already became clear that these new energy shields were different from the more conventional transphasic energy shields utilized by both sides. Attack after attack continued to rain down on the two dreadnoughts. Surprisingly enough, the enormous vessels did little to evade the incoming attacks. A significant proportion of the outer defensive sphere tried and failed to overcome the defenses of the two dreadnoughts. Hundreds of formidable alien warships and defensive installations fired all of their anti-ship weapons at the two human vessels, only for the glowing energy shields to ripple like water. Both human and alien observers became gobsmacked by how much damage the dreadnoughts were able to withstand. Entire cities and continents would have been razed by now if they endured the same amount of attacks, but the Throne of Lies and the Guns of Armageddon remained calm and stable behind the protection of their new energy shields. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson smirked as she witnessed how little the incoming attacks accomplished. She continued to convey absolute confidence and superiority as she stood in the middle of the command center of the Guns of Armageddon. Her arms remained folded behind her back as she continued to track many different data points with the help of her unique cranial implant. The projected map in front of her was just for show. She derived a lot of satisfaction from seeing so much alien firepower being wasted on trying to whittle down the defenses of one of the greatest human warships to exist. Our new Azure energy shields have not yet reached their limits. They can fully sustain their current states for approximately 8 hours at the current rate of enemy output. The engineers report that the Azure energy shield generators remain in good condition. Our spark reactors are still operating well below full capacity. They are more than able to supply additional power to our Azure energy shield reactors if necessary. Dozens of alien warships have begun to give up on attacking our dreadnoughts and are starting to redirect their firepower towards our more vulnerable assets. Unacceptable. The fleet admiral frowned. We have not yet even begun to test the limits of our new tech. This is the first time that we have managed to pair our spark reactors with energy shields enhanced by hyper-technology. Let us give the alien defenders a reason to keep their attacks on our dreadnoughts. Send a command to the Throne of Lies to activate her new hyper-ECM systems. 20 seconds later, the Throne of Lies drastically began to increase her power consumption. Cutting-edge ECM systems that had recently been upgraded with hyper-materials started to absorb a huge amount of ambient E-energy. The Black Dreadnought's hull began to deploy many different arrays that were all pointed towards the alien defenders. Soon enough, the Throne of Lies began to emit a powerful directional field that instantly produced a lot of interference. Many different aliens let out screams in frustration as their sensor readings became a lot fuzzier. The closer to the Throne of Lies, the more severe the interference effect. While the alien assets that were further away from the dreadnought endured minimal interface, that did not provide any consolation to the ones that fell within the stupendous effective range of the new hyper-ECM systems. Facefighters chasing after human mechs started to miss their shots and lose their targeting locks. The massive transphasic gun batteries of many different defensive installations began to miss their shots even though they previously boasted a high rate. Alien sensor systems failed to detect the approach of smaller and lighter first-class mechs, enabling these lurking machines to bypass many defenses and strike against critical targets. Chaos began to unfold as the aliens tried and failed to coordinate a coherent response against the Throne of Lies. Even though the Orvan and Puelmer defenders had access to the best and up-to-date technologies that had been mastered by the native aliens, their countermeasures failed to mitigate the debilitating effects. The only viable solution that the aliens could think of was to aim their guns in the direction of the Throne of Lies and hope that this nightmare could finally end. It was a pity that her Azure energy shield remained completely intact. The Throne of Lies actually endured even less attacks than before because her hyper-ECM systems caused many more alien guns to miss their shots. Even if that wasn't the case, the Azure energy shield fully demonstrated their superiority against massed alien firepower. Different from ordinary shields, the fleeters had incorporated water hyper-materials in their generators. This caused the resulting energy shields to take on strange and mystical water properties. Attacking them was like attacking a supernatural water bubble. They resisted, absorbed or redirected the power of every incoming strike with unnatural ease. Of course, the Red Fleet's brand new Azure energy shield generators could not resist all of these attacks for free. The greatest downside to this new tech was that they consumed an even greater amount of energy than before. No ordinary RF battleship was able to sustain their current level of energy consumption. What was even worse was that the Azure energy shield generators also required a huge amount of E-energy in order to perform at their best. Their demand for E-energy was so great that it was impossible for a medium-energy environment to sat their needs. How could the RF dreadnoughts possibly power their Azure energy shields when they were unable to draw enough ambient E-energy from the environment? Only a minority of people knew the truth. The true secret behind the power of dreadnoughts was their power generators. Every dreadnought was equipped with many power generators, but most of them were categorized as secondary systems. They merely served as backups in case the primary energy source had become compromised. The true source of power was the spark reactor. Different from all of the fancy new hyper-technology, the fleeters had developed the first spark reactors centuries ago. Even then, their power output was so enormous at the time that they completely fell outside of the scope of first-class technology. The fleeters claimed to have developed the first super-class technology. Spark reactors were powerful in many different ways. Their energy output was ridiculously high. Their efficiency was so great that they only produced a modest amount of waste heat. They were inexhaustible and could theoretically last until the universe itself came to an end. The development of the spark reactor gave the CFA hope of being able to counter God mechs, if not today, then in the future. At this time, the RF did not entertain much thoughts about employing the few dreadnoughts in its possession against their fellow red humans. The native aliens posed a much more acute threat. Different from God mechs whose existence distorted reality in a wide area, the alien defenders were much more vulnerable to the unreasonable nature of dreadnoughts. This was not just because their spark reactors not only generated a huge amount of E-energy for some reason. What truly allowed the Red Fleet to bring out their dreadnoughts with pride was because hyper-technology allowed them to make proper use of this new energy. Type for the first time. The Throne of Lies possessed the least amount of firepower of all of the dreadnoughts stationed in the Red Ocean, but her auxiliary functions had become so powerful that they sped up the collapse of the outer defensive sphere by 30%. The aliens still failed to come up with a countermeasure. Every affected alien unit fought as if they were drunk or unable to see as well as before. As the Throne of Lies continued to attract an increasing amount of alien attention, the guns of Armageddon quietly approached the alien defenses from a different direction. Though the larger dreadnought did not possess so many ridiculous hyper-ECM systems, her hull boasted a lot more gun batteries. Many of them happened to be energy weapon systems, as this enabled the warship to best make use of the stupendously high energy output of her spark reactor. As the powerful energy cannons started to accumulate energy, the very space around the dreadnought started to grow hotter as a huge energy vortex surrounded the 18-kilometer-long vessel. Fire. Pure devastation rained down on the unfortunate alien targets. Chapter 5356 The Guns of Armageddon. When it came to warships, the Red Fleet usually fielded the strongest ones. Unlike the mechers who liked to turn many warships into part-time mech carriers, the fleeters sincerely believed in the power of pure warships. From the perspective of the people who controlled all of these impressive vessels, practically every problem could be solved with an excess application of firepower. The bigger the guns, the better. The greater the quantity of guns, the better. It was not without reason why the Common Fleet Alliance back in the Milky Way built over 100,000 battleships over the course of many generations. Each additional battleship that measured over 1 kilometer long represented another security guarantee. Warships tended to last for a long time as long as they were properly maintained. Periodic upgrades to their systems could easily keep them relevant for at least 2 centuries. The Common Fleet Alliance therefore pursued a strategy of quantity accumulation back in the Milky Way. Even though god mechs were so individually superior that it was difficult for the CFA to defeat them, they would probably get exhausted to death if they had to hunt down every single warship that the fleeters had ever built. Combined with policy of keeping as much of their assets and infrastructure as mobile and temporal as possible, it was impossible for the MTA to rely on its god mechs to wipe out all of the warfleets of the CFA in any reasonable capacity. Every decision had consequences, however. The CFA's pursuit of quantity caused them to direct much of their research and development towards reducing the cost of all of these large and unwieldy vessels. While the fleeters still allocated a lot of R&D towards innovating more powerful weapons and other ship systems, the lack of priority in this direction had caused the overall state of warships to stagnate over the centuries. It was no surprise that the CFA never invested too much resources in the development of dreadnoughts. The admirals who originally pushed for this initiative had lost their bet and got pushed out of power. The remaining leaders within the CFA were all adherents to the quantity doctrine, so dreadnoughts had long been dismissed as extravagant wastes of resources. If not for the fact that the fleeters had already expended an extravagant amount of top-quality resources to construct the ones that were still in existence, they would have been dismantled already so that the recycled materials could be used in more rational ways. At this point, few people knew how many dreadnoughts the CFA had built, and even fewer people knew how many of them had been transferred to the Red Ocean. This was critical information as the power shown by these amazing dreadnoughts were not that much worse from god mechs. The integration of hyper-technology seemed to give every RF warship wings, but this was especially the case for dreadnoughts in particular. This caused a lot of people to become reassured. They gained greater confidence in the Red Fleet's ability to hold the native aliens back and protect Red humanity from extinction. The critical question now was how many dreadnoughts the Red Fleet had at its disposal. Clever minds who watched the astonishing live feeds already started to infer a lot of clues. This shouldn't be all of them. All of our god pilots have left human space, which means that they have fewer scruples about leaving their people behind. This can only be the case if the Red Fleet has stationed at least a handful of dreadnoughts in human-occupied space. There should be one for each major alliance, which means that there are at least 3 dreadnoughts that have yet to be unveiled. No matter how many dreadnoughts the RF had inherited from its mother organization, each one presented Red humanity the hope that ordinary humans could approximate the immense combat power of a god mech through mass production. How easy was it for the fleeters to produce more dreadnoughts? Could the RF produce another one of these amazing warships without the resources and infrastructure of its mother organization? The answers to these questions had massive implications to Red humanity. Those who witnessed the unfolding of Operation Night Jazz watched the dreadnoughts more closely as they demonstrated their superiority. Of all of the 8 dreadnoughts deployed so far, the guns of Armageddon that was assigned to the First Armada made the most astonishing impression. The other 7 dreadnoughts displayed all kinds of unique and unprecedented effects, but the guns of Armageddon eschewed all of this in favor of maximum firepower. All along her 18-kilometer-long hull, huge gun batteries opened fire on the largest and toughest defensive installations. Each of these powerful enemy assets had managed to withstand a lot of damage so far with the help of their powerful transphasic energy shields. Their larger sizes and more powerful generators enabled them to last long enough to serve as defensive anchors of the outer defensive sphere. Each of them had to be destroyed in order for the First Armada to reach the 10th tide station. Unless a large formation of invading human warships concentrated all of their firepower onto these defensive strongholds, the powerful generators ensured their defenses remained in top shape. Yet once the guns of Armageddon began to unleash the power accumulated in her primary energy cannons, the tough segmented transphasic energy shields in the way exploded in an instant. For whatever reason, whenever the crimson beams came into contact with the transphasic energy shields, the latter did not just get overwhelmed. They exploded with great violence, causing all of the other nearby segmented energy shields to sustain severe damage as well. This caused a lot of devastation to the alien strongholds as the damage inflicted by a single energy beam was already powerful enough to overwhelm multiple layers of energy shields at once. Fire. What amazed both humans and aliens was that the guns of Armageddon only took a brief amount of time to fire her primary gun batteries yet again. This firing rate exceeded that of every other RF battleship in the First Armada. The targeted alien strongholds could do nothing aside from allowing the stupendously powerful crimson energy beams to strike at their weakened energy shields. More segments blew up, causing much of the surviving layers to sustain a large amount of follow-up damage. Each salvo from the 18-kilometer-long dreadnought hammered the defensive strongholds without giving them sufficient time to recover their defenses. The strongest advantage of energy shields was that they could regain their integrity during a battle, but there was always a limit. The guns of Armageddon did not care for this and continued to pound the stressed shields with contemptuous ease. Each dazzling crimson energy beam rained down explosive fire onto the alien defenses. The power of fire enhanced each of these hot and radiant attacks. It reacted explosively whenever it came into contact with a transphasic energy shield. Each majestic strike caused observers to have the illusion that the crimson energy beam had the power to boil an ocean. How could the aliens possibly resist this kind of firepower? The entire outer defensive sphere seemed to bend and wilt in the face of the endless crimson energy beams. Soon enough, a defensive stronghold that had previously managed to resist a lot of firepower crumbled as the large quantity of weakened energy shields exploded all at once. The guns of Armageddon unexpectedly focused several of her massive primary cannons onto the same stronghold, thereby causing it to lose its most important defensive barrier far too quickly. Escape pods and vehicles already started to launch from the fortified floating structure. Many different Orvans and Quelmers had completely lost their courage. None of them had any faith that their defenses could last against the might of the heretical human super warship. As soon as the crimson energy beams struck the solid transphasic alloy structure of the exposed strongholds, the explosions grew even more violent than before. The resilient and expensive alloys became subjected to so much fire energy that they failed to resist the incoming attacks. Instead, they combusted and exploded as if they were warheads. The damage to the fortification was catastrophic. A single energy beam was enough to wipe out a substantial chunk of the massive structure. Soon enough, half a dozen of these strategically important defensive strongholds exploded into so many different pieces that hardly anything recognizable was left intact. The aliens assigned to the outer defensive sphere instantly lost a lot of confidence. Their morale plummeted so quickly that the rest of the First Armada was able to cut into them with substantially greater ease than before. Amazingly enough, the guns of Armageddon was just getting started. Other battleships who tried to discharge so many powerful attacks in quick succession would have reached their limits a long time ago. Their energy transmission systems would have gotten overloaded while all of their heatsinks would have gotten hot enough to melt at this time. Even now, the guns of Armageddon fired her powerful energy cannons so many times that their muzzles radiated a huge amount of heat. What was strange was that this did not slow down the dreadnought in the slightest. In fact, the opposite was happening. The more the guns of Armageddon stripped the energy shields of hapless alien warships and caused their transphasic hulls to combust, the more fire-y energy got released in her immediate environment. This seemed to cause the space around the 18-kilometer hull to turn into a form of purgatory. Anyone caught outside would have combusted and melted when exposed to so much fire energy. The guns of Armageddon, on the other hand, behaved as if she was in her element. The fire energy she unleashed began to change the environment in a way that allowed her cannons to fire even faster than before. Her firing rate increased by 20% since she had begun to fire her volleys. This caused the alien commanders to gain a greater sense of urgency. The other human warships were stronger than usual, but their performance still fell within a reasonable range. These dreadnoughts, on the other hand, completely broke the previously upper technological limits of the human race. Even though the throne of lies that attacked the outer defensive sphere from another direction caused a lot of disruption to affected alien troops, the Red Cabal did not consider her to be an overwhelming threat. The guns of Armageddon was different. Her damage output had the potential to pose a serious threat against the gods of the native aliens. For this reason, more and more alien warships and defensive installations directed their firepower towards the larger of the two dreadnoughts. At this time, one of her few weaknesses became exposed. The abundance of fire-y energy in the environment boosted her offensive power but also weakened her defensive power by a similar margin. Though the Azure energy shields still managed to resist all incoming attacks without letting anything get through, their integrity recovered a lot slower than normal, causing them to slowly become frailer and frailer. Unfortunately for the aliens, the unrelenting damage inflicted by the guns of Armageddon along with the much less hindered advance of the other human warships caused the alien defenders to suffer too many losses in a short amount of time. The quantity of intact alien warships and defensive installations dwindled so quickly that their remaining firepower could no longer overcome the Azure energy shields of the formidable dreadnought any longer. The surviving alien commanders made the correct decision and directed all of their remaining firepower towards destroying the lesser warships of the First Armada. While the active shield links enabled numerous alien warships to share their defensive capacity with each other, this tech did not make them invincible. The aliens already knew that as long as they applied enough total damage to the shield-linked warships, they could overwhelm the connected energy shields all at once. Dozens of RA and RF warships crumbled in quick succession as the desperate aliens sought to take down as many human lives and assets as possible. Despite the mounting losses, the First Armada quickly wiped out the remaining alien opposition within range. Under the threat of the dreadnoughts and other assets of the First Armada, the remaining elements of the outer defensive sphere no longer dared to approach anymore. Instead, they regrouped and retreated to the middle defensive sphere, which happened to be significantly more prepared. Chapter 5357. The phase leaders appear. After the collapse of the outer defensive sphere, the First Armada did not press on right away. A lull in the fighting ensued as both sides began to recover and take stock of the situation. The alien defenders were more than content to use the available time to reorganize their defenses, analyze their enemies' weaknesses and recover their morale. The human attackers recovered their injured and escaped personnel while also replenishing their mechs and other combat assets. The leaders of both sides knew that the second round would become a lot more intense. The First Armada had undoubtedly won the first round in a crushing fashion, but it had lost the advantage of surprise. Sure, the aliens suffered a lot of material losses, but the units stationed in the outer defensive sphere happened to be the weakest ones in the star system. The middle and inner defensive spheres possessed a much higher priority on newly released tech. The powerful sensors and scanners of the First Armada already detected a lot more modern phase fighters, warships and defensive installations. Many of them had been built in the last 5 years, which meant that each of them incorporated a hefty proportion of stolen human technology. This made the middle defensive sphere undoubtedly more challenging to breach. There were many clever minds among the alien defenders. The Red Cabal had allocated a large amount of elite forces from different alien civilizations to every tied station. Even now, a lot of Quelmers were working on developing countermeasures against the insanely effective hyper-ECM systems of the Throne of Lies. Even though she did not boast as many guns as her larger sister ship, her incredibly effective ECM systems posed a greater threat to the middle defensive sphere because of its more compact dimensions. Already, the alien defenders were producing signal boosters, sensor probes, tight beam transceivers and other stopgap solutions. None of these measures could fully counter the unreasonably powerful ECM measures of the Throne of Lies, but they were better than nothing. Soon enough, the First Armada had completed its reorganization. Its replenished mechs and recovering warships began to spread out in an attempt to envelop the middle defensive sphere. This was not entirely a good idea, as the human forces had to spread their mechs and warships thin. Nonetheless, the Red 2's leaders deliberately chose to go through the effort of surrounding the alien positions because they aimed to do far more than destroy a single tide station today. The second round commenced as both sides opened fire against each other. The more modern alien warships and defensive installations performed a lot better than their earlier counterparts. Their crews were more skilled and composed. Their hasty stopgap measures ensured that they could observe their enemies and maintain contact with each other. The Throne of Lies did her best to compensate. Her armaments might not be as powerful or numerous, but they were particularly effective at debilitating enemy targets. Hundreds of transphasic missiles launched from her hull. They accelerated rapidly through space and reached their designated coordinates before exploding in the middle of many alien formations. Each detonation unleashed an electrical explosion that knocked out a lot of probes and nearby electronic modules. Sensor arrays became blinded, communication links became garbled, whole phase fighters momentarily glitched out, causing them to get taken down by human mechs with ease. The Throne of Lies had plenty more warheads in reserve. The Dreadnought launched a second salvo of EMP missiles as soon as they loaded into the missile tubes. The powerful ice had already calculated the optimal spread patterns, enabling them to disable as many vulnerable enemy electronics as possible. Still, as disruptive as the EMP missiles may be, the modern Orvan and Quelmer warships were not that easy to disable. The aliens might not put as much emphasis on electronic warfare, but even they knew how to harden their systems against EMP attacks. The alien warships and defensive installations resisted the EMP missiles quite well. This was why the Throne of Lies began to target them with her more direct weapon arsenal. Her spark reactor began to output more energy. The primary and secondary gun batteries of the 15-kilometer Dreadnought soon began to channel all of that power in the form of highly disruptive ion beams. Each of the main gun batteries of the Throne of Lies had been upgraded with electrical hyper-materials. The incorporation of this special material supercharged the disruptive effect of her armaments and caused every strike to have particularly strong effect against transphasic energy shields and electronic systems. Many alien warships targeted by the smaller Dreadnought quickly lost their energy barriers. Once exposed, entire gun batteries, surface modules and even thrusters started to get knocked out after getting struck by unerringly precise white ion beams. Combined with the fiery attack salvos unleashed by the guns of Armageddon, the aliens rapidly suffered serious losses. However, the defenders of the 10th Tide Station could clearly take it. The middle defensive sphere actually served as the main line of defense. The inner defensive sphere might be composed of the best and most elite alien units stationed in this strategically important star system, but their quantity was by far the smallest. As such, if the defenders failed to break the backs of the human attackers at this junction, the 10th Tide Station would come under serious threat. This could not be tolerated. The Orvan and Quelmer defenders fought even harder, knowing that they had the advantage of numbers on their side. Even if their weapons did not hit as hard as that of their human foes, they were able to launch more attacks, allowing them to overwhelm shield-linked human warships by relying on massed attacks alone. The battle became a lot bloodier as a consequence. Thousands of humans and aliens lost their lives as their vessels exploded far too quickly to give them time to evacuate. Escape pods constantly flew into space. Only the most desperate people would attempt to teleport from their doomed stations, as the huge amount of activity in space made it exceedingly dangerous to rely on this measure. Even though the First Armada clearly sustained a lot more losses than before, the two dreadnoughts remained as unwavering as ever. This caused the alien leaders to become steadily more discouraged. The two ancient phase whales had seen enough. They understood that they needed to take stronger measures in order to take down the two dreadnoughts. If that wasn't possible, then the Red Cabal at least had to drive them away. The Singularity Lord and the Space Terror began to move their old and age-marked bodies to the exit of the inner chamber. At the same time, the eldest of the two phase whales transmitted a signal. This triggered a new development that boosted the morale of the alien defenders while causing the human attackers to raise their guard. We are detecting multiple strong spatial fluctuations. Each of them are coming closer. We have confirmation that the aliens have brought out their phase lords. Identify them immediately. We have detected the approach of a Orvan Greater phase lord that is known as the Darkstar King. He is the direct subordinate and confidant of the Singularity Lord. We are unable to identify the 7 adult phase whales and 4 lesser phase lords, but none of them are as strong. Each of them are converging on the throne of lies. This was to be expected. The aliens clearly wanted to take out the two dreadnoughts, but they had no guarantees they could accomplish their goal by splitting up their powerful phase leaders. The defending side had made the difficult choice to leave the guns of Armageddon's alone for the time being. This put the throne of lies under much greater threat. Dreadnought or not, it was incredibly scary to confront 7 phase whales and 5 phase lords at the same time. Follow the plan, Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson calmly instructed. Please ask our Mecher colleagues to direct their ace mechs against the enemy adult phase whales and lesser phase lords. The ace mechs are beginning to confront the enemy phase leaders. The ace mechs deployed by the Red Association had been warming themselves up by wrecking a lot of alien warships with their formidable power. However, as soon as the enemy phase leaders started to converge on the throne of lies, those ace mechs suspended their current activities and moved to intercept the native gods with single-minded determination. All kinds of resonance-empowered attacks and spatial disruptions engulfed a large section of space as the two sides confronted each other. The adult phase whales were not as laid back and passive as their other counterparts. These militant aliens served as important leaders of the Red Cabal. They were much more oriented towards combat and possessed many spatial organs and abilities that enabled them to exert serious pressure onto the powerful first-class ace mechs. The lesser phase lords were in a similar position. Each of them had pledged their service to the Darkstar King, and many of them already had experience in fighting against the Red Two's warfleets. Their strong spatial barriers and even stronger bodies enabled them to effectively resist the Saint Kingdoms and the resonance-empowered attacks of the human ace mechs. However, their ability to inflict damage onto the fast but durable machines was usually not that great. Wide-area spatial quakes did nothing but tickle the ace mechs. More focused attacks such as tearing the space in front of ace mechs always missed the mark. This was because the powerful intuition of ace pilots always guided them to safety. This caused the champions of the two sides to enter into a stalemate, though the phase leaders were steadily moving closer to the throne of lies. Watch out, the Darkstar King is making a move. A single ace swordsman mech that had dealt the most damage against an Orvan phase lord abruptly stopped its current attack run and hastily tried to change its course. However, the senior ace mech barely managed to turn around before its position became engulfed by a weak but unavoidable singularity. While the sad excuse of a black hole was not even close to terrifying as an actual black hole, the miniature singularity still generated enough gravitational forces to inflict massive amounts of damage on anything caught in its event horizon. The singularity only lasted a short time before a broken sword forcefully cut it apart, enabling a warmed and deformed ace mech to retreat to safety. Though the ace mech's resilient alloys and powerful Saint Kingdom prevented the machine from getting crushed in its entirety, it became clear that it was no longer able to persist in the fight. The ace pilot was lucky to make it out alive. As the giant form of the Darkstar King continued to move forward, the alien defenders became encouraged by the arrival of their gods. They fought harder than ever. The mounting losses no longer daunted them as much as they believed that their valiant performance would allow them to gain the approval of their patron gods. The Darkstar King especially received a lot of worship as he was by far the strongest Orvan phase lord in the star system. The difference between a lesser and greater phase lord was massive. The Darkstar King had already eliminated a senior ace mech with a single move. This meant that it would take multiple of them to contain this formidable alien threat. 4 more ace mechs started to reposition themselves. They moved away from their current foes and tried to prevent the greater phase lord from getting any closer to the throne of lies. Alert! We are detecting strong spatial fluctuations from the Darkstar King. The readings are roughly consistent with an instant, short-ranged spatial jump. Before the humans could adjust, the Darkstar King already disappeared from his old coordinates and appeared only a few dozen kilometers away from the throne of lies. No ace mech stood in the greater phase lord's way anymore. Chapter 5358 The Darkstar King. The throne of lies was not alone. The dreadnought was accompanied by many escorts. Their sole mission was to prevent any alien unit from threatening the nearly irreplaceable monument of human power. All kinds of smaller but still fairly powerful cruisers and destroyers saturated the coordinates of the Darkstar King with weapons fire. The relatively short range should have caused the attacks to hit their targets with at least 90% accuracy, but the reality was that only 14% managed to strike the spatial barrier of the Darkstar King. Shortly after the formidable Orvan phase lord bypassed the human ace mechs, he summoned an array of weaker but more sustained gravity wells. These gravity wells bent the space-time in the surrounding area. This caused every incoming attack to follow crooked trajectories. Combined with the remarkably fast and agile movements of the gigantic humanoid alien leader, it became incredibly difficult for the escort vessels to slow down the enemy's advance. The officers and crew of the Throne of Lies did not panic, though. They never really put too much faith in the ace mechs of the Red Association from the beginning. The fleeters had tangled against alien phase lords multiple times since humanity entered the Red Ocean. They had already taken into account that they would have to defend their strongest warships against alien decapitation attacks. The hull of the Throne of Lies turned away from the Darkstar King a lot faster than a 15-kilometer-long vessel should be able to move. The powerful ship had retracted her ECM arrays and took on a more streamlined form. This made it look as if the dreadnought was ready to scram rather than continue her attempts to disturb her alien opponents. Still, no matter how quickly the Throne of Lies could accelerate away, there was no way a ship of her size could outrun a greater phase lord, especially at short range. The Darkstar King had already been readying his phase water organs for a stronger attack. Instead of trying to test the defenses of the human dreadnought, he was ready to take her out all at once by evoking a much more devastating ability. We are detecting much stronger spatial fluctuations from the greater phase lord. The readings are 3 times greater than his previous significant exertion. Many people started to grow nervous for the Throne of Lies. Many of them had already learned enough about phase lords that many of them could crush warships by employing their powerful spatial abilities. However, just before the greater phase lord could engulf the coordinates of the dreadnought with a miniature singularity, the Throne of Lies disappeared from view. Just a short instant later, the space that was previously occupied by the enormous hull became engulfed by a much larger and stronger singularity. The alien god visibly strained himself to create this more powerful black hole. The center looked a lot darker while its effective range was obviously many times greater than before. No matter which direction the Throne of Lies had quickly boosted towards, it should have been extremely unlikely for the large and relatively sluggish dreadnought to completely escape the effective range of this ultimate attack. Yet to the astonishment of the Darkstar King and the many observers, the Throne of Lies was nowhere to be seen. Not a single piece of debris had gotten loose. Not a single trace of the dreadnought could be seen within the active singularity. The Orvan phase lord displayed a very human expression of shock and incredulity as he realized that the Throne of Lies had somehow evaded an attack so powerful that it was sure to damage the RF flagship. Pure anger overcame the powerful god a moment later. The leader figure let out a silent scream of rage that shook the surrounding space in every direction. It turned out that the Orvan god's action was not only an emotional outburst, but also a wide-area attack that also functioned as an active sensor pulse. Nothing could remain hidden when they became subjected to the powerful spatial ripples. Thousands of hidden probes and other small devices spread into the surroundings malfunctioned or blew up straight away. Yet no matter how far the spatial ripples traveled, not a trace of the Throne of Lies could be seen. Where did she go? How did she manage to evade the Darkstar King's blow? It was not until the Throne of Lies reappeared several hundred kilometers away from her last known position that the answer became clear. Her hull gradually shimmered into view as she disengaged her active stealth system. It turned out that the dreadnought possessed an outrageous ability to hide. So many people reacted with shock at this because the difficulty of keeping a 15-kilometer monstrosity perfectly hidden had often been regarded as an impossibility. Normally, stealth vessels tended to be small and light. It was already a stretch to develop stealth cruisers. Their greater mass, volume and energy activity made it far too challenging and expensive to prevent them from getting detected by many different sensors and scanners. For whatever reason, the Throne of Lies completely defied this well-established convention and fully showcased her ability to hide from the senses of an alien god. There is more to this than an active stealth system, Vase exclaimed as he became thoroughly impressed by the tech demonstrated by the dreadnought. The Throne of Lies couldn't have moved out of the area of effect of the greater phase lord's strike by relying on her sub-light propulsion system. The only other explanation is that she is equipped with a silent, instant short-range displacement function. In other words, the immense dreadnought was able to hop across space. Perhaps the range might not be that impressive, but jumping hundreds of kilometers away without generating a lot of disturbances was incredibly useful for a stealth vessel. The Throne of Lies did not appear from stealth just so that she could taunt the Darkstar King. She began to launch over 100 transphasic missiles that directly converged upon the angry and frustrated Greater Phase Lord. Shortly afterwards, the dreadnought fired her white ion beams at the same target. The beams struck the Greater Phase Lord first despite the fact that the alien had surrounded himself with numerous gravity wells. It turned out that the targeting systems of the Throne of Lies had already corrected for the distorted trajectories. The Greater Phase Lord experienced a bit of discomfort, but the white ion beams failed to destabilize the strong and solid spatial barrier. The transphasic missiles arrived a moment later. Over 200 of them got caught in the gravity wells when they unexpectedly moved to block the incoming warheads, but the rest managed to get close enough to detonate close to the large target's position. The explosions were much different than before. Instead of producing wide-area EMP effects, the missiles detonated with so much energy that they engulfed an enormous chunk of space. The Throne of Lies and the surrounding escort ships even became partially affected. They would have sustained a lot more damage if they hadn't moved away. Antimatter missiles. Though not all of the missiles contained antimatter warheads, enough of them had managed to make it through that they subjected the Greater Phase Lord with an abundance of powerful attacks. Even the missiles that got caught in the gravity wells exploded with titanic power. Once the intense heat and radiation had faded to a more reasonable level, the sight became clear again. Where is the Darkstar King? Damn, he managed to get away at the final moment as well. Phase Lords possessed a much greater grasp of space. Their ability to displace themselves was much stronger compared to a massive warship. This is one of the frustrating things about fighting Phase Lords. As long as they feel that they are in danger, they can teleport themselves away. The Darkstar King likely exerted himself by teleporting away from the danger zone, but the damage could have been a lot worse. The Greater Alien Phase Lord did not express any further frustration. He instead began to focus on the mission and treated the Throne of Lies with full respect. The alien was able to rely on his superior mobility and powerful attacks to deter the Throne of Lies from committing to a standing battle. Perhaps the defenses of the formidable dreadnought were strong enough to resist all of the miniature singularities, but the fleeters did not want to take the chance. This caused the Throne of Lies to adopt a hit-and-run strategy. The vessel regularly entered into active stealth in order to elude her hunter. The Darkstar King was forced to release constant spatial pulses to track down the elusive vessel. If her adversary ever came close enough to launch a powerful singularity attack, the dreadnought did not hesitate to teleport several hundred kilometers away, often while remaining in total stealth. Anytime the Throne of Lies became visible for a short amount of time, she fired as many white ion beams at the Greater Phase Lord as possible. She did not launch any further missiles, though. Perhaps her inventory was running out, or perhaps she no longer attempted to take out the powerful Greater Phase Lord by herself. The duel between the dreadnought and the Greater Phase Lord started to turn into a battle of attrition. Both sides tried to force each other to expend as much resources as possible while conserving their own. Every white ion beam attack, every singularity attack, every stealth activation and every spatial displacement steadily wore them out in various ways. The spark reactor of a dreadnought may be theoretically inexhaustible, but the parts and systems that made use of all of that endless energy supply were not as durable. At the same time, the mass and volume of a greater volume was much larger than how the Darkstar King presented himself. His phase water concentration was as high as 92%, which meant that his body was able to fold so much space that it was practically a pocket space in itself. After the Darkstar King managed to catch up to the Throne of Lies only for his singularity attack to miss its mark for the umpteenth time, the alien leader finally had enough. The Greater Phase Lord felt ashamed for his inability to destroy a single human warship. He had never been denied to such an extent ever since he reached his current level of power. The alien no longer held himself back and began to undo the spatial folds that kept his body the size of a small starship. We are detecting an enormous unraveling of folded space. The Greater Phase Lord is bringing out his full body. The starships that happened to be a little too close all got crushed or pushed away with great violence as a titanic Orvan body appeared in space. In just the span of a few seconds, the Darkstar King grew in size until his length surpassed 350 kilometers. Even though the size and mass of his body still fell short of that of an ancient phase whale, he had become so large that a single swing of his absurdly long arm was enough to smack aside an entire fleet. The absurd size of the real body of the Darkstar King caused every Orvan on the battlefield to become incredibly inspired and worshipful. It was no wonder why phase whales and phase lords were regarded as gods in the Red Ocean. Any lesser organism that managed to catch sight of such a stupendously enormous body would all fall prey to their instinctual reactions. Even the humans who watched the live feeds of the ongoing battles exhibited a similar reaction to this absurd sight. Now that the Darkstar King had released all of his shackles that kept him in a more presentable form, the alien leader was in no mood to tolerate the existence of the human dreadnought any further. The greater phase lord stretched out his arm and started to summon a much more powerful singularity than before. Though the Throne of Lies had already engaged her active stealth system while preparing to teleport several hundred kilometers away, the Darkstar King's attack range had become a lot greater now that he had reached his full form. The alien monstrosity even managed to track the remarkably small disturbances produced by the Throne of Lies' silent displacement tech. The gigantic alien arm moved. An enormous singularity that was at least several times larger and more powerful engulfed the approximate area where the Throne of Lies had appeared under stealth. As the deep dark hole eventually dissipated, everyone tried to see whether the remarkable RF dreadnought had finally been caught. Much to the surprise of the Darkstar King, the Throne of Lies remained completely intact and undamaged. The full-powered singularity did manage to cover the dreadnought's coordinates, but before it could warp or crush the 15-kilometer hull, another party intervened. A glowing and incredibly powerful bubble surrounded the Throne of Lies. It clearly looked a lot different from the dreadnought's now iconic Azure energy shield. The bubble originated from a machine that was only a fraction of the size of both the Throne of Lies and the Darkstar King. Though the new entrant to the battle looked practically microscopic compared to the continent-sized Greater Phase Lord, the sheer amount of willpower exuding from its tiny frame made it impossible to ignore its presence. The vast majority of people watching the live feeds instantly identified the iconic sight of this famous machine. It's the Genoforger. The Genoforger was the only organic god mech in the Red Ocean. As the greatest pride and joy of the transhumanist faction of the Red Association, the Genoforger was the proud god mech of divine Lucy Miyazaki, otherwise known as the Evolution Witch. The arrival of this legendary god pilot completely changed the dynamic of this battle. Chapter 5359 The Evolution Witch. The aliens had their gods, and so did the humans. The natives of the Red Ocean worshipped phase lords and phase leaders for a long time because their size and strength exceeded every limit. In front of an organism that could grow as large as a moon and bend the very fabric of space, how could they not associate such an immense being to a god? Just the titanic body unveiled by the Orvan Greater Phase Lord known as the Darkstar King caused the Orvan soldiers on the battlefield to fight with fanatical fervor. The appearance of a god mech caused every human to have unflinching confidence in their victory. Even the members of the Red Fleet cheered the arrival of one of the strongest war machines of a rival organization. It was not without merit that the emergence of a single god mech inspired so much faith and confidence. Ever since god mechs came about, they had become practically undefeatable in combat. Few if any measures of the 7 apex races of the Milky Way galaxy could stand a chance against the unreasonable might of a god mech. These were unstoppable machines, fueled by the strongest wills of the human race. Each one of them broke the limits of the laws of physics to such an absurdly strong extent that people couldn't help but recognize god pilots as literal deities. The name recognition of god pilots and god mechs was nearly universal in human society. Ever since the age of mechs came about, the Mech Trade Association made sure to integrate mechs deep into the lives of every person. Even ordinary civilians who never came close to actual mechs in their lives still became affected by their existence through the media and the culture of their states. The Evolution Witch was a relatively new name in the mech community. She was only 170 years old and already made a reputation for herself in her infrequent but high-profile deployment against the aliens of both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. As her title suggested, the Evolution Witch always changed and improved the way she fought. One of her more notable properties that caused her to stand out from the rest of her colleagues was that she pursued a double career as a mech pilot and a biotech researcher since the beginning. Many mech pilots had to spend all of their available time on training and improving their piloting skills. Doing less than their best effort often caused them to fail to draw out their full potential, thereby limiting their advancement opportunities. The Evolution Witch was different. As one of the rare potentates whose genetic aptitude reached as high as A+, piloting mechs came natural to Lucy Miyazaki. Piloting had become so easy to her that she sought an additional challenge. She decided to not only specialize in piloting the more complicated and less popular biomechs, but also decided to study biotechnology. As a mecher that was born and raised in the MTA, she did not lack for excellent augmentations and learning opportunities. Her astonishingly high genetic aptitude alone ensured that the association did not skimp on fulfilling her needs. To her credit, Lucy Miyazaki managed to live up to the most optimistic expectations of her family, her teachers, her patrons, her faction and humanity as a whole. While she did not become a brilliant biotech researcher before she ascended to the rank of God pilot, her scientific knowledge synergized well with the constantly changing biomechs she piloted in the past. However, it was not until the transhumanist faction especially designed and growed the Geneforger for her that her strength shot up like a rocket. This was especially once her intelligence and learning ability reached a whole new level after merging with her God biomech. The Geneforger excellently complemented her domain, her abilities, her approach towards combat, and most importantly her expertise in biotechnology. While her organic god machine possessed a large amount of diverse and constantly evolving abilities, there were a few iconic traits that were well known to any well-informed mech insider. First, the Geneforger possessed the ability to rapidly devour any form of biomass. Second, the Geneforger possessed a large pocket space that was especially set up to store biomass in a way that preserved all of their advantageous properties. Third, the Geneforger was able to regenerate damage to its biological frame at a rapid speed, especially when it drew from its large biomass reserves. Fourth, and perhaps the most important one, the Geneforger was named this way because it could assimilate, synthesize, or draw out any form of alien or artificial biotissue in a short amount of time. Fifth, the Geneforger was able to produce entire organisms out of any form of biomass it controlled. It was not hard for biomech designers with access to ample resources to design an organic mech that possessed one or several of these properties. It was a lot harder to stuff them all into a single organic frame that was only moderately larger than a typical mech. The star designers responsible for the Geneforger's development had somehow managed to do it while also ensuring that the biomachine was strong enough to fight at the highest level. The organic grand work turned out to be such a miracle of human creation that Lucy Miyazaki instantly fell in love with her dream machine. Its strength and unmatched capabilities complemented the highly talented biomech pilot so well that she completed the ultimate leap and broke through at a fairly young age. If not for the absurd record set by the chosen human, the evolution which would have definitely become known as one of the fastest prodigies to transcend into a god pilot. Everything changed now that the evolution which merged with her ultimate biomech. They had perfectly combined their greatest advantages in a singular god-like existence, allowing them to become a god in will and a god in body at the same time. How glorious! Vase couldn't help but utter. He was able to appreciate the insane craftsmanship and ingenuity of the Geneforger a bit more because of his shallow accumulation in biotechnology. Vase couldn't help but think of his frivolous idea of trying to design a god biomachine based on the pattern of a phase lord. He suddenly felt that his daydream was far too inadequate compared to a true work of excellence like the Geneforger. In any case, the evolution which hadn't actually showed up in public all that much in the last few years. People were generally aware that she had accepted a posting in the Red Ocean, but few people knew what kind of missions she had been running during this period. Her high-profile appearance during Operation Night Jazz therefore produced a noticeably greater impact among the humans who fervently watched the unfolding battles on the simultaneous live feeds. Previously, whatever recording systems were responsible for broadcasting the battle over the 10th Tide station had to back off and zoom out by a huge extent in order to properly capture the titanic body of the Darkstar King. Compared to the 350-kilometer-long body of the Orvan Phase Lord, the 15-kilometer-long hull of the Throne of Lies looked like a needle in proportion. As for the Geneforger, its organic frame was so small that it was practically impossible to see with the naked eye from the previous camera perspective. Yet despite the fact that its frame was so proportionately tiny, its aura and presence exceeded that of every other existence on the battlefield. No Ace Mech, no Dreadnought, no Phase Whale and no Phase Lord could cause an entire section of the battlefield to stop and fall silent. This was not just because of the immensely high reputation and intimidation factor of a god mech. Part of the reason why the Geneforger had such an exaggerated effect on so many people was due to her god kingdom. Many mech insiders considered saint kingdoms to be the prototypical forms of god kingdoms. The former might be a big deal to many people, but the true insiders understood that only god kingdoms had the power to cement mechs as the ultimate war weapons of the human race. The range of a typical saint kingdom was enough to give ace mechs an advantage in melee combat, but it was normally not that helpful in ranged combat. It was different for a god kingdom. Without a comparable domain that was strong enough to resist its expansion, it could stretch out across an entire battlefield, an entire planet and in some extreme cases an entire star system. Of course, even god pilots had their limits. They could not extend their god kingdoms across an entire star system and expect to exert perfect control over what happened inside. In practice, the strength, radius and other properties of a god kingdom varied wildly from god pilot to god pilot. Compared to the first-generation god pilots that had accumulated their strength over multiple centuries, the fairly young evolution which still had a lot of room for growth. Despite her lack of growth, her much more modern god Biomech combined with her amazing expertise in biotechnology caused her to establish her credentials as an absolute powerhouse in her own right. The evolution which had once wiped out all life on an alien planet by extending her god kingdom across the entire globe. The Geneforger itself did not take any direction during this horrifying demonstration. The god pilot merely relied on her extreme domain field to mutate every organism, no matter whether it was a sentient life form or a simple plant. Plants starved to death as they lost their photosynthesis ability. Wild exo-beasts began to grow tumors. Once these harmful growths exploded, they released spores that were lethal to many species upon inhalation. The intelligent aliens who settled on the planet turned against each other as their alien hormones and brain activity became wildly skewed. Mothers turned against their children. Siblings cannibalized each other. Soldiers fought amongst themselves. In the end, the evolution which exacted the ultimate punishment onto the sentient aliens caught within her god kingdom. The surviving aliens evolved in reverse. The alien population successively lost their ability to understand science, to read, to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. A coherent language, to farm, to create fire and to understand the very concept of self. The fact that this total devolution took place in a matter of hours rather than years was the most horrifying part about this demonstration. Many aliens of the Milky Way would rather choose to perish in an instant by having the destroyer of worlds blow up their planets in an instant than to lose all of their dignity in this horrifying manner. It was only after the evolution which had pulled off this iconic deed that she also became known as the human biodisaster. If humanity literally revered god pilots as actual deities, then the evolution which firmly cemented her place in the pantheon for evil gods. Everywhere she fought, no alien could escape her punishment. The 7 apex races had even begun to invest a lot more into automated and non-organic war weapons just to prevent the human biodisaster from exploiting any organic vulnerabilities. Now, the evolution which had finally showed up against what may be the largest organic alien life form that she had ever faced up to this point. The Geneforger's god domain spread so much that it not only enveloped a significant part of the enormous battlefield, but also pressed upon the titanic body of the Darkstar King. The Orvan Greater Phase Lord never expected to be confronted by the overwhelmingly domain field of a human god. It not only suppressed the Darkstar King's control over the surrounding space, but also attempted to intrude into his very own body. The powerful alien leader showed visible signs of discomfort as he tried to retain his sovereignty over his massive body. As strong as it may be, he was already starting to lose this battle as his own strengths failed to compete against the supreme will of a god pilot. Already, the enormously thick fur of the Darkstar King started to fall off his body, exposing ugly patches of skin that began to darken and necrotize at a worrying rate. As the evolution which continued to suppress the Greater Phase Lord with her willpower alone, she uttered her first words since she appeared on the battlefield. Your flesh is mine. Chapter 5360. Hungry Mech. Compared to the god kingdom of an actual god pilot, the control of space of a Greater Phase Lord seemed like a joke. In any other situation, the Darkstar King possessed the power to dominate an entire battle. If for whatever reason a group of inferior mortal life forms did not surrender to his obvious divinity, then the Darkstar King could punish them by generating many different gravity wells at their locations. So long as the offenders fell within the range of his control, the renowned and respected Orvan leader could impose his absolute authority over them, no matter whether they were Orvans, Nunsers or even the bad-tempered Puelmers. His active management of the 10th Tide Station was one of several reasons why the Puelmers reluctantly worked together with the Orvans without coming to blows. It had been a long time since the Darkstar King suffered a setback. Ever since he submitted himself to the Red Cabal and earned the trust of the Singularity Lord, he became one of the top leaders of the native alien community. Though his decision caused him to become an outcast among the more traditional and nationalist Orvan upper caste members, the Darkstar King firmly believed that following the true descendants of the Elder Gods was the best possible decision that he could make. He learned so much from the most ancient and wisest phase whales. The more he proved himself, the more he became rewarded for his service. The invasion of the abominable humans from another galaxy actually served him pretty well. Not only did the Red Cabal step out of the darkness and enter the light, but it had also gained a firm leadership position over a diverse alien community that had never shown such unity in the past. The Dark Star King thought that his ascension was all but assured due to all of these favorable developments. The humans may have brought superior and other nasty surprises with them, but now that the Red Cabal had completed the Great Refuge Plan, these extragalactic invaders should have lost their capital to fight against the true rulers of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. He had entered the battlefield with so much confidence that the sudden loss of control over his own body completely came as a shock. There had never been a time when a foreign god deprived him of his sovereignty over his own body in this matter. The Dark Star King had heard many claims related to the incidents where the native aliens clashed against the god mechs of humanity. The stories always sounded so dramatic and completely different from what the native aliens were accustomed to that it was difficult to assume that they were all true. As far as the Dark Star King was concerned, many of these exaggerated claims were merely used to excuse the failures of incompetent leaders. It was only now that the Orvan Greater Phase Lord realized that these human god mechs were truly capable of performing so many powerful feats. It should have been impossible for other creatures or gods to tamper with his divine flesh. The more his body evolved into that of an actual god, the less it became affected by ordinary ailments. His flesh grew so strong that disease, aging and ordinary attacks no longer became threats anymore. It was well known among the phase leaders of the Red Ocean that as long as they grew strong enough, their bodies gradually evolved into their most sacred temples, able to resist any outside influence no matter what kind of weirdness they encountered. God mechs seemed to break this rule, at least to an extent. Even though the Dark Star King tried to exert his strength to reinforce his body and infuse it with the power of space, none of his measures prevented the overwhelmingly hostile god kingdom from desecrating the outskirts of his sacred temple. Perhaps the only consolidation was that the human god known was the evolution which failed to push her corrupting influence any further. This was because the phase water concentration in his 350-kilometer-long body wasn't actually uniform. His most vital and essential phase water organs possessed a much higher concentration than average. His outer body tissue was the opposite in that regard. There was not much point in infusing so much phase water in his fur and the outer layers of his hide. It was precisely due to the lower concentration of phase water in the exterior parts of his body that he was unable to defend them against foreign contamination. The Dark Star King had to make a move. Even if the hostile god kingdom was unable to violate his inner body, it was blasphemy to ruin his appearance in front of his own subjects. The Greater Phase Lord uttered a silent scream that shook the surrounding space. Though the overpowering god kingdom suppressed much of its effects, it at least prevented the evolution which from tampering with his own body cells for the time being. The Dark Star King uttered a silent roar of rage that destabilized the space in front of him just enough for him to envelop the position occupied by the Genneforger with multiple strong gravity wells. Each of these gravity wells surrounded the god mech in every direction and attempted to tear the biomachine apart. Even if the Genneforger tried to evade this area attack by moving away, it would just get caught in the closest gravity well, causing it to become trapped. That did not happen this time. No matter how many gravitational forces acted upon the Genneforger, the powerful machine remained completely unaffected. This caused the Dark Star King to become so enraged that he began to summon a much greater fraction of his power and engulf the entire area occupied by the god Biomech with the strongest possible singularities that he could summon in his true form. The dark stars hardly appeared for a single moment before they broke against the unshakable form of the Genneforger. If the evolution which did not want her god Biomech to come to harm, then that was what happened. Her supreme willpower alone was already strong enough to guarantee this outcome. As the Dark Star King thoroughly demonstrated how outclassed he was against an actual god mech to the masses, the human god no longer felt the need to act as a stationary target. The powerful sensors of the Genneforger had already swept across the entire battlefield. The god pilot felt relieved that all of the surviving mechs and warships of the First Armada had already moved away from her Genneforger. Even the powerful and elusive Throne of Lies had evacuated from this site as quickly as possible with no regard to doing anything else. Humanity had learned many lessons about fighting alongside their own modern deities. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. This age-old adage rang true to this day. Regardless of the debates and arguments about whether god pilots functionally or conceptually met the definition of a god, these entities had grown so immensely powerful that anyone else could easily get killed by the wake of a powerful move. Seeing that the elements of the Red Association and the Red Fleet had been sensible enough to give the Genneforger enough space, the evolution which no longer constrained herself any longer. "It is my turn now." Every human observer could hear her voice as if she was shouting on a nearby stage. It did not matter that her Genneforger hadn't even opened any communication channels with anyone. Her transcendent powers alone were more than capable of conveying her words through the active recording systems. In fact, not just the humans, but also the aliens on the battlefield heard her words as well. They might not be able to understand human language, but the words of an ascended being carried so much power that they somehow understood their meaning anyway. The Genneforger moved. Now that it had taken action, it did not deal with the greater phase lord with a light touch anymore. It instantly spawned a pair of odd, alien-looking wings of flesh that glowed with resonance. Those who were familiar with the 7 apex races instantly recognized them as the most powerful form of wings that the members of the Alsha race could spawn. Each flap of these alien wings caused the Genneforger to hop through space in mysterious fashion. This not only enabled the Genneforger to close in on the Darkstar King faster, but also made it difficult for the alien leader figure to aim his subsequent attacks. In fact, it didn't matter whether he managed to hit the Genneforger with a spatial attack. None of the aliens' measures managed to overcome the powerful suppression of the Evolution Witch's God Kingdom. As soon as the Genneforger came close enough to alarm the senior Orvan leader, the Darkstar King no longer resorted to any flashy spatial abilities and simply swung at the comparably tiny god Mech with his humongous right arm. Even though the physical attack looked incredibly primitive and stupid, its power was not to be underestimated. The strongest aspects of a phase lord had always been their bodies. Space rippled and tore with the passing of this immense limb. The kinetic force behind this attack was cataclysmic enough to change the landscape and the climate of a life-bearing planet. Any ordinary machine that was the size of Mech had no way of surviving such a powerful blow. This was especially the case when the Darkstar King reinforced his arm with additional spatial and gravitational forces. As the Darkstar King completed his immensely momentous swing, the glowing form of the Genneforger disappeared from view. This confused and alarmed the greater phase lord because he did not feel any sort of feedback that his titanic limb had crushed any metal objects. It was the God Kingdom that gave the Genneforger's position away. The gigantic phase lord widened his 4 alien eyes in shock and terror as his elbow unexpectedly exploded, causing enormous quantities of phase water-infused blood to eject into space. The Darkstar King uttered a soundless roar of pure pain as he instinctively recoiled away from his right forearm. The Genneforger emerged from the bloody end of the gigantic limb. Compared to before, the Genneforger looked entirely different this time. The Evolution Witch had changed its organic configuration from a humanoid mech into a strange alien insect form. This odd insect form lacked the flexibility of a humanoid mech, but gained incredibly powerful devouring and digestion capabilities. While the Darkstar King suffered awful physical torment for the first time in a long time, the Genneforger did not let this opportunity go to waste and rapidly devoured the surrounding biomass. If the arm still remained attached to the greater phase lord, then it would have been harder for the transformed god machine to eat so much flesh. However, now that all of its phase water-infused flesh became orphaned, it was unable to resist the rapacious hunger of a biomech that hungered for biomass. This sight seemed absurd at first. How could a tiny ant possibly devour a much larger arm before its owner came back to reclaim his missing limb? The rules didn't apply to God Mech. Each time the insectal form of the Genneforger took a bite, 100 times more flesh disappeared from the severed arm. That was already impressive enough, but what caused people to become even more amazed was that the Genneforger biting frequency was simply too fast. It was as if everyone was watching a nature documentary where they observed an insect devouring a much larger organism in fast forward. Yet this was still not enough to allow the Genneforger to devour the entire arm. What truly caused every human and alien to lose their minds was the fact that the Genneforger rapidly assimilated and expanded its own biological form as it devoured the alien flesh. It only took a second for its length to double. It took a few more seconds for the Genneforger to become 10 times larger than before. By the time the enormous but relatively slow Darkstar King fully recovered from the trauma of losing his limb, he became utterly horrified to see that the Genneforger had taken a completely different form. His arm was gone. In its place was a transformed bio-abomination that looked like a scaled-down version of the Darkstar King himself. It was like looking at a distorted mirror of his own body. A very human-like grin appeared on the false Phase Lord. Though the imitated form of the greater Phase Lord lacked the phase water organs that enabled it to throw around gravity wells like they were marbles, the vastly inflated form of the Genneforger still retained all of the strengths of a god mech. Not enough. I want more. Surrender your flesh to me. Your biomass shall contribute to my evolution. This time, the Dark Star King's silent scream was marked by terror instead of rage. Chapter 5361 The Fear of God. Even gods could feel fear. Many native aliens had never imagined that their gods could suffer this kind of torment. The elite Orvan and Quelmer soldiers who had been assigned to the defense of the 10th Tide Station all became terrified by how easily the Genneforger made a mockery out of their great god. The Dark Star King did everything possible to resist the Genneforger. He no longer tried to conserve his energy but expended it as much as possible to prevent himself from getting eaten. He surrounded himself with 48 gravity wells at once. The quantity was so enormous that the overlapping spatial warping effects completely disturbed the surrounding space and made it much harder for anything to get past. Even if a powerful machine was able to push through all of the spatial warping, its trajectory should have deviated extensively enough for the Dark Star King to evade the threat. Unfortunately for the powerful Phase Lord, the evolution which showcased the complete futility of this draining measure by cutting straight through multiple gravity wells before severing the Phase Lord's left arm. The Dark Star King roared in pain but recovered faster than before. No matter how vulnerable he remained to physical trauma, he was still a greater Phase Lord who had gone through an unimaginable struggle to raise his Phase water concentration all the way to 92%. His earlier loss had already caused him to get accustomed to this pain. The loss of another limb was most certainly traumatic, but a Phase Lord needed to endure greater suffering in order to grow to this point. Just as the Dark Star King sought to attack the Genneforger before it could devour his other limb, the alien leader grew surprised when he noticed that the god Biomech had already digested the biomass. The Genneforger had grown even larger and taller than before. The transformed god machine started to look as if it was a child of the Dark Star King. My evolution is not complete. The hunger and desire radiated by the evolution witch's god kingdom became palpable. As the target of these overwhelming desires, the Dark Star King utterly felt as if he had been reduced to prey all of a sudden. How could a dignified native god possibly devolve into such a pathetic victim? Even if he had lost 2 of his limbs all of a sudden, the loss was as crippling as it looked. The might of a greater Phase Lord was not completely related to the integrity of his limbs. As the Dark Star King rapidly tried to devise a more effective means of attacking his current foe, the transformed Genneforger did not appear to be in a hurry to commence another attack run. Instead, the Orvan-like bio-monstrosity began to frown as it tried to experiment with its new body. Your flesh is weak, but my will is strong. 2. The utter amazement of the Dark Star King and every other observer, the transformed Genneforger began to make a completely unexpected move. The miniature clone of the Dark Star King successfully summoned a small gravity well in front of his floating form. The gravity well was not that impressive. It was much smaller and weaker than the enormous ones that were powerful enough to tear apart entire cities. That didn't matter to the aliens. The Dark Star King already endured a lot of shocks during this battle, but the latest one was much more terrifying than the previous ones. This was because the human god had actually managed to steal the Orvan Phase Lord's own technique. This was impossible. It took many years for Phase Lords to gradually master the art of manipulating the Phase water inside their own bodies. Even though the Genneforger had only managed to replicate the size and power of a lesser Phase Lord, the fact that it managed to assimilate the Dark Star King's own strengths in a matter of minutes completely offended the aliens. This was blasphemy of the highest order. It was not enough for the invading humans to steal their territory and Phase water technology. Even though the evolution witch had to rely on her overriding willpower to forcefully replicate all of the abilities of the Dark Star King, the fact that she was able to manifest the powerful of a genuine Phase Lord caused every alien god to feel violated. No matter what, the humans could not be allowed to master the secrets of their own strength. The Dark Star King gained renewed purpose. He completely abandoned his attempts to manipulate the battlefield and focused all of his strength on his body. Spatial barriers along with other effects began to strengthen his true form in many different ways. Even if his arms had turned into incomplete stumps, his legs were still fully intact. After challenging so much power into his remaining limbs, the greater Phase Lord became confident enough that they could resist the physical impact of the Genneforger this time. The Dark Star King uttered another space-rippling roar before he dove in with his legs first. Just as his warping form was about to collide against the transformed Genneforger, the god Biomech briefly disappeared from view before appearing slightly to the side. This time the god Biomech had managed to grab onto another severed limb. Even as the Dark Star King started to recognize the utter futility of his latest measures, the Genneforger had already devoured the gigantic alien leg within a few seconds. The god Biomech's size had grown even further. The bloodied grin of the Orvan-shaped god machine had become a lot more ominous as the Darkstar King finally started to give in to despair. No matter whether he utilized his spatial manipulation abilities or his enormous body, none of it had posed any hindrance towards the human god. Less than nulb, greater than more. The Darkstar King looked a lot more pathetic than before as he tried to execute an emergency technique that would allow him to teleport several light minutes away from his current location. Yet as the Darkstar Kings expended a lot of energy in an attempt to prevent his body from getting eaten any further, he discovered to his horror that the displacement effect did not take place. Did you think you could escape? My will cannot be denied. In this kingdom, only I reign supreme. The Evolution Witch's God Kingdom completely enveloped the Darkstar King. Even if it was unable to penetrate too deeply inside the Greater Phase Lord's body, it was more than powerful enough to take control over the surrounding space and prevent any strange effects from occurring. The Darkstar King was not strong enough to overcome the suppression of this ubiquitous God Kingdom. Before the alien could make another move, the grown Genneforger disappeared yet again, only to appear in a different location with the Darkstar King's remaining limb in its alien hands. The Greater Phase Lord no longer took notice of the pain as he had already become subjected to an even greater suffering at this time. At this point, the Genneforger had assimilated so much flesh that it looked as if the alien child had gone through numerous years of growth. Its 4 eyes gazed hungrily at the armless and legless body of the disgraced native god. The way in which the Genneforger deliberately amputated the Darkstar King was humiliating to the native aliens. Their faith crumbled step by step as they witnessed how utterly incapable their god turned out to be. Not a single time did the Genneforger suffer any significant damage. Now, more and more humans and aliens started to wonder how much further the amazing god Biomech could go. How far could it push its own evolution? More and more aliens started to fear that by the time the Genneforger was done, the real Darkstar King would be replaced by a human mockery of the once renowned Greater Phase Lord. If the imitated god was able to summon gravity wells and singularities as strong as the ones displayed by the authentic Orvan leader, then the faith of many fragile Orvans might collapse in its entirety. I enjoyed the appetizers. It is time for the main course. As far as the Evolution Witch was concerned, the biomass of the severed limbs was not all that valuable. What she truly wanted to assimilate from the hapless Greater Phase Lord was his all-important phase water organs. Chief among them was the phase water production system bestowed by his phase whale masters. So long as the Genneforger was able to steal this set of key alien organs, it became possible for the god Mech to fully replicate the tyrannical bodies and the other amazing abilities of Greater Phase Lords. The Evolution Witch made no secret of her desire. The Darkstar King felt utterly trapped and incapable of stopping his opponent's next move. Just as the upsized Genneforger commenced another blindingly fast attack run, the Darkstar King uttered an alien cry of helplessness. A silent explosion occurred as lots of extraordinary alien blood spilled across space. Unlike past physical contacts, the Darkstar King did not lose another part of his body at this time. In fact, the Darkstar King had already disappeared from this location. It soon became clear that the Darkstar King had been displaced all the way to the inner defensive sphere. The Orvan god's life and remaining body was saved. Even though it wouldn't take all that much effort for the Genneforger to penetrate the half-crumbled middle defensive sphere and catch up to the injured Darkstar King, the god Biomech did not do so at this time. A new opponent stood in the powerful organic Mech's way. You are the ancient phase whale that the native called the Singularity Lord. The completely new presence had appeared in the original place of the Darkstar King while surrounded by an incredibly solid spatial barrier. Age and majesty suffused the entire form of the phase whale as the Singularity Lord appeared in view of red humanity for the first time. Compared to every other phase whale that people had seen before, the Singularity Lord clearly existed in an entirely different league. It was not just his body that looked different. Even when it was still in its compact space-folded form, the Singularity Lord looked much more like an actual deity than the Darkstar King. As the oversized Genneforger began to confront the ancient phase whale by extending its powerful god kingdom, the Singularity Lord was able to resist the intrusion a lot better. The ancient phase whale's apparent strength and mastery over space was powerful. Enough to prevent his adversity from taking total control of the immediate environment. What was even more important than that was that the Singularity Lord's control over his whale-like body turned out to be incredibly solid. There were no weak points or vulnerabilities. Not a single piece of hide of the ancient phase whale surrendered control to the human god pilot. Although the Evolution Witch's unreasonably strong god kingdom still managed to wrest a bit more control over the surrounding space, the lack of total dominance meant that she was not able to exert as much strength and suppression as before. That was fine. The Genforder possessed many more capabilities that did not require a total takeover of the environment. A god kingdom ultimately served an assisting function to a god mech. Their own physical frames, modules and equipment were ultimately their main means of waging combat against formidable opponents. Once the two apex entities had taken each other's measure, the Singularity Lord finally made another move. His body started to grow in size as he consciously unfolded the compressed space that kept his form at a reasonable proportion. The Singularity Lord's physical body gradually stretched on for kilometers, tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers until finally stabilizing at a length of over 3,700 kilometers. This was an inconceivable size for any organism, no matter whether they evolved on land or in space. Blood and other surrounding debris began to move towards the true body of the Singularity Lord without the alien leader making any other deliberate moves. This was a sign that his immensely large organic form had already grown massive enough to form its own substantial gravity well. In other words, the Singularity Lord was not only as large as a moon, but also possessed the mass of a comparable stellar object. After a brief delay, the Singularity Lord released a subtle spatial wave that conveyed a completely alien message. The people of the Red 2 that was responsible for broadcasting the ongoing battle somehow managed to capture and interpret the ancient Phase whale's attempt at communication. Vase and many other people watching the live feed soon heard a translation of the message conveyed by one of the leaders of the Red Cabal. While the broadcasted sentence wasn't a literal translation of the Singularity Lord's exact words, they accurately conveyed his overall intent. The two of us shall fight. Only one of us shall live to devour the other. The Orvan-like face of the transformed Genforder responded with a ravenous grin. Terms accepted. On my honor, I vow to duel you to the death. Let us show these mortal beings how true gods fight. Both sides knew that the outcome of this duel would likely determine the victor of this entire battle. As long as one side lost the protection of their most powerful champion and protector, it became utterly vulnerable to the wrath of the surviving god. Chapter 5362 The flesh is weak. A lot more people focused their attention on the live feed that tracked the First Armada. At this time, none of the mechs, warships and dreadnoughts appeared to matter anymore. The confrontation between a god mech and an ancient phase whale was by far the most important event that took place on the battlefield. It was rare for opponents of their level to fight against each other. It was even rarer for them to do so in a live broadcast. Both sides understood that their performance in this clash could exert an extensive amount of influence on the war. A decisive and crushing victory could raise the morale of all friendlies, allowing them to fight without losing confidence. A devastating loss would do the opposite. Morale would plunge as the fall of one of their most powerful representatives signified weakness in a way that could never be denied. Given that the Red 2 deliberately planned and executed Operation Night Jazz after months of careful preparation, it was obvious that the humans possessed a lot of confidence in the strength of their own champions. The Red Cabal shouldn't have initiated this duel so easily, yet the Singularity Lord clearly did not want to abandon the 10th Tide Station and enable the humans to wreck this critical space station. The 27 Tide Stations had many uses. They were the only way for the phase whales to amplify their abilities to the point where they could affect the entire dwarf galaxy. The Red Cabal could still accomplish a lot more feats so long as this critical piece of galactic infrastructure remained intact. The loss of just one Tide Station did not necessarily render the remaining ones useless, but knocking out several of them would make it impossible for the Red Cabal to use the other ones for a long time. For better or worse, the Singularity Lord had little choice but to step up and resist the human intruders in an attempt to preserve the Tide Station under his protection. Besides, the massive ancient phase possessed his own confidence. He had already taken the measure of his opponent, the evolution which was incredibly young and was not as formidable as the older and more experienced god pilots. The Singularity Lord was one of the oldest surviving members of his race. He had lived for a long time, and while his growth rate was slow, the accumulation of lots of years not only allowed him to gradually grow the size of his immense body, but also gain greater mastery over his extensive abilities. The Darkstar King was only a child compared to an ancient alien like the Singularity Lord. In the Red Ocean, age translated to power. Many alien races were subjected to limited lifespans due to their weak and frail physiologies. Where there were numerous ways to extend these lifespans, none of them granted them so much power and longevity as blessing their bodies with god blood. The Singularity Lord did not fully understand the powers of the evolution which, but it was not necessary for him to know this information in order to dominate this battle. A strong body and masterful control over his own god blood was enough to break any enemy. As the two sides continued to take each other's measure, they began to wrestle for control over the surrounding space. The space around the two began to grow shakier and fuzzier as two conflicting domains attempted to push each other out. The fabric of space constantly rippled due to the Singularity Lord's fluctuating control over space. This was a contest that directly pitted the Evolution Witch's willpower against the strong spatial dominance of the Singularity Lord. The more ground they gained, the greater they could exert their respective abilities. The Singularity Lord found out that he was only able to maintain high control over the space immediately surrounding his body. As soon as he attempted to control the space beyond this point, he quickly lost his strength. The God Kingdom centered around the Geneforder turned out to be much more unshakable and resistant to external influences. This caused an odd phenomenon to occur. A sickly purple glow enveloped a massive sphere that was large enough to envelop a gas giant if not more. The God Kingdom was almost completely uniform in strength aside from the smaller oval centered around the lengthy ancient phase's body. The Singularity Lord looked like an intruder that had just entered someone else's swimming pool. This made it a bit more difficult for the ancient phase whale to harm his opponent at range. The old and wise alien leaders already figured out that he needed to get closer in order to prevent the Evolution Witch from maintaining the home ground advantage. As the tension on the battlefield continued to rise, the Evolution Witch finally decided to take action. Size does not matter. Just as the God Pilot uttered these words, her entire God Kingdom started to light up as her willpower strengthened her control over the massive area. The space within her domain became a lot more solid and stable. It had become a lot harder for the Singularity Lord to manipulate it with his own power. More significantly, her God Kingdom started to push into the territory under the Singularity Lord's control until it crashed right against the latter's spatial barrier. The spatial barrier of an ancient phase whale could not be underestimated. The Evolution Witch failed to overcome this obstacle right away, but she continued to assail it with her special abilities. Many observers did not fully understand how the Evolution Witch managed to overpower the Singularity Lord to this extent. It was not until the live feeds zoomed in on a few areas of space that it became clear what was happening. "What is that, Papa?" Marvane asked in a confused tone. Those are bacteria." Vase gasped in astonishment. The Geneforder secretly produced a lot of microscopic organisms and spread them out into space. "Why produce bacteria? They are so small and weak." Gloriana shook her head. "That is normally true, but not always. Not only are these bacteria produced by a highly competent biotech expert, but the bacteria are also empowered by her willpower and domain. That completely changes the game. The rules didn't necessarily apply anymore when it came to God Pilots. They could perform all kinds of crazy and illogical moves, only to use these measures to defeat their opposition by relying on sheer willpower. This was how God Pilots fought. The countless bacteria spread across wide stretches of space immediately produced numerous different effects. The majority of bacteria were solely responsible for stabilizing the surrounding space. The ones that had drifted closest to the Singularity Lord began to attach themselves to the latter's spatial barrier and began to drain it of energy. The outer defenses of the phase whale visibly started to weaken at a slow but concerning rate. The Evolution Witch had also spread other varieties of genetically engineered bacteria that her Geneforder managed to produce from the biomass taken from the Darkstar King. The use of scavenged flesh from a greater phase lord caused every bacteria to contain a tiny amount of phase water. This caused them to become a lot stronger and more resilient even without receiving any willpower reinforcement. Despite the fact that the Singularity Lord was slowly getting whittled down, the powerful alien leader did not panic. Contempt radiated from his body as he beheld these strange bacteria. A useless trick. The ancient phase whale's body began to grow more active before generating a real singularity that was placed right in front of his immense body. Different from the dark stars produced by his Orvan subordinate, the Singularity Lord fully lived up to his name by generating a much more powerful black hole. Even though the black hole was not sustainable, the ancient phase whale had bent the fabric of space to such an extreme degree that light found it difficult to escape from the immediate area. The consequences of curving space to such a powerful degree were massive. A powerful new gravity well had emerged in the star system. It was so powerful that any nearby pieces of debris or organic tissue got sucked into the black hole in an instant. Any scout mechs or spy vessels that had chosen to linger in the vicinity rapidly tried to fly away. Their speeds had slowed as the gravitational forces generated by the temporary black hole tried to drag them deeper into the pit. As for the bacteria generated by the evolution witch, most of them had fallen victim to the strange singularity. They might be numerous, but their lack of individual strength left them in no condition to resist the pulling force. The black hole did not remain stationary. It started to move forward as the Singularity Lord somehow managed to drive it forward. Unlike all of the short-lived bacteria, the ancient phase whale easily resisted the gravity produced by his own singularity. The Singularity Lord started out slow, but quickly gained momentum. The alien whale sought to engulf the blasphemous Genoforger with the dark maw that continued to pull in light. The Genoforger did not attempt to evade the attack. It instead dove forward with remarkable speed and crashed right into the black hole with its oversized body. A blinding explosion took place. Space shook and tore as the stability of the surrounding area became compromised for a short time. Alien blood and biomass spread out in every direction as it became clear that at least one side did not come out of this collision unscathed. As the energies started to settle, the two sides came into view again. The Genoforger sustained visible damage while the Singularity Lord had yet to suffer a single scratch. Though the transformed god Mech did not lose any of its limbs, its fur and skin had broken up in numerous places. This flesh is still too weak. The evolution witch contemptuously spoke as she expressed disdain at the assimilated flesh of the Darkstar King. It was largely futile for the Genoforger to fight against an ancient phase whale with a body imitated from a lesser being. Even the evolution witch's formidable willpower could not shore up all of the weaknesses of the Darkstar King's flesh, especially when it reached such an exaggerated size. The god pilot made a quick decision and consciously shrunk the body of her god Mech. Much of its stolen biomass left its organic frame and disappeared into its associated pocket space. Nobody knew how much biomass the Genoforger could store, but its pocket space turned out to be so great that all of the flesh stolen from the Darkstar King's limbs had disappeared in their entirety. The original form of the Genoforger had reappeared. Although the size of the god Mech only caused it to look as small as a single-celled organism in relation to the Singularity Lord's moon-sized body, the Genoforger clearly looked more comfortable in its own skin. The Genoforger did not remain in its base form for long. It began to make specific biological adaptations, some of which were derived from the stolen flesh of the Darkstar King. The concentration of phase water in the god Mech rose at a rapid rate. A dark but shiny exoskeleton began to envelop its fleshy form. Its arms began to morph into bioweapons. Wings spawned from its back. It only took a dozen or so seconds for the evolution witch to mold her god Mech into a form that was more suitable to fight against an ancient phase whale. Surprisingly enough, the Genoforger was not the only combatant to make adaptations in the field. The Singularity Lord's titanic body squirmed until millions of long and flexible tentacles erupted from his body. Each of these limbs stretched out from every surface of his enormous body like countless lengthy Puelmer arms. The ancient phase whale clearly made this adaptation in response to the reduced size of the Genoforger. Once the two sides had made their respective adaptations, they began to clash once more. Chapter 5363 Ant vs. Giant. The evolution witch and the Singularity Lord had already spent enough time probing each other. Their earlier collision had given them a much greater understanding of each other's strengths. Neither side lost confidence in themselves. The fact that the Singularity Lord managed to make the Genoforger bleed had given the alien leader a decent amount of confidence in winning this confrontation. This was especially the case when his adversary had given up on copying the Darkstar King and returned to a much more minuscule form. Size mattered a lot in the Red Ocean. The strongest gods had always been the larger ones. Even though the Singularity Lord was wise enough to understand that the Genoforger did not grow any weaker after losing all of its excess mass, it was still hard for the ancient phase whale to shake off his old mentality. As for the evolution witch, she recognized the strength of her opponent's titanic body, but that did not mean she became intimidated by all of that mass. Instead, the greater strength demonstrated by the Singularity Lord made her hungry for more. She and her Genoforger had devoured and assimilated the biomass of so many powerful aliens in the Milky Way that it had been hard to find any new organisms that could add to her personal genetic library. The Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy introduced a lot of fresh and novel biodiversity, but the vast majority of them failed to attract her interest. Only the strongest specimens of the most powerful race in the Red Ocean deserved her full attention. As long as she was able to devour the Singularity Lord, she believed that she could fully replicate the native god's corporeal advantages and add them to her own god Mech. With that ambitious goal in mind, the Genneforger in its exoskeleton-covered form began to move again. The god mech fearlessly flew forward while organic cannons morphed from its shoulders. Instead of firing energy beams like the two dreadnoughts, the cannons launched solid organic matter that quickly crossed the distance and collided against the spatial barrier that surrounded the ancient phase whale. Though it seemed as if the proportionately tiny mech was launching grains of sand against the much larger body of the Singularity Lord, the damage inflicted by these attacks turned out to be much greater. Each strike significantly shook the parts of the spatial barrier as if they got struck by projectiles that were 10 times more massive. This was an astonishing result, as the spatial barriers of an ancient phase whale was long considered to be the toughest defense in the Red Ocean. While none of the projectile attacks managed to break the enormous spatial barrier right away, each consecutive hit caused it to weaken and destabilize to a greater extent. Not only that, but the Evolution Witch's God Kingdom also gained a greater hold over this area. It soon became clear why the Singularity Lord was losing ground. The projectiles did not disappear after they struck the spatial barrier. While they shattered upon impact, the biomass that flung away from the impact site quickly reversed course and started to converge in a strange organic amalgamation that carried the Evolution Witch's resonance. The growing organic construct acted like a node that extended the Evolution Witch's God Kingdom. It took an awfully long time for the Singularity Lord to notice what was happening. It was hard for the alien to pay attention to small objects when his true body had grown to such an enormous size. If not for the fact that the Genneforger radiated so much will, the Singularity Lord would have found it difficult to track the god mech as well. As it was, the ancient phase whale's belated discovery of the growing tumor came too late. Once the reformed biomass had reached a certain size, it began to take on the shape of a black flower before slamming itself against the much less stable spatial barrier. The strange growth that turned out to be infused with a lot of phase water started to pulse and drain a lot of energy from the barrier, causing it to lose even more strength. Although the Singularity Lord tried to detach this flower, his weakened control over this section of space failed to make it move. The alien decided to employ a more physical solution and extended a couple of tentacles to shove the flower away by force. Unfortunately, the large tentacles were so large and heavy that it took a lot of time for them to overcome their inertia. By the time one of the tentacles was just about to shove the flower away, the charging Genneforger had already closed the distance. The god mech did not slow down at all. Instead, the machine held its sharpened sword arms forward until it formed a long needle. Though the Singularity Lord quickly managed to form an extra spatial barrier in front of the god mech, the lack of control over the area prevented the alien from making it strong enough. My momentum cannot be stopped. In the final moment, the armored Genneforger flapped its wings, causing it to boost forward with much greater speed than before. The Singularity Lord's titanic body reared back as the comparably tiny Genneforger managed to punch through all of the barriers in the way. From the moment the god mech's needle pierced through the flower that had formed on top of the main spatial barrier, it had exploded like a transphasic warhead. Combined with the charge of the Genneforger, a momentary gap had formed that lasted long enough for the god mech to slip through. The Genneforger had managed to bypass the first defensive layer with surprising ease. This was incredible, as the transphasic energy shields or spatial barriers of the native aliens were usually their strongest forms of defense. It usually required a lot of time or effort to exhaust the energy defenses of a tough alien adversary. The Singularity Lord had never experienced such an absurd event. There was not enough time for him to think on why the Genneforger managed to bypass his spatial barrier with ease. The Genneforger had already come close enough to tangle with the gigantic tentacles that stuck out of the ancient phase whale's body. The enormous organic tentacles may be relatively slow to move, but their momentum was more than powerful enough to flatten highly fortified cities with a single swing. As the closest tentacles threatened to collide against the Genneforger, the god mech did not take the sensible action and attempted to dance its way around the dense attacks. The Genneforger drilled through the flesh of the tentacles with unstoppable force. Even though the hastily grown tentacles were a little less dense and resilient than the Singularity Lord's main body, they shouldn't have become so vulnerable in front of the god mech. Yet that was exactly what was happening at the moment. The hardened frame of the Genneforger largely shrugged aside the frequent collisions and kinetic impacts of all of the nearby tentacles and speedily made its way to the surface of the gigantic phase whale's body. The lack of progress in hindering or harming alarmed the Singularity Lord to the point where he decided to sacrifice the useless limbs and excite their phase water-rich cells in a violent fashion. A cluster of violent explosions completely engulfed the position of the Genneforger as the tentacles all blew themselves up at the same time. The phase water-enhanced explosions not only inflicted a lot of material damage, but also tore the fabric of space for a brief amount of time. The panic move caused the old alien leader to lose a small chunk of his own flesh, but given how much of it was left on his organic body, the sacrifice did not even hurt his foundation. Unfortunately for the aliens, the simultaneous explosions did nothing to halt the advance of the Genforger. The dark exoskeleton-covered god Mech only exhibited mild scuffs and deformations that the god Mech was too lazy to fix. The powerful machine soon completed its journey and crashed its needle into the thick and scarred hide of the ancient phase whale. Instead of piercing through the thick surface, the Genforger finally got stalled as the Singularity Lord's flesh not only proved to be extremely dense, but had also been reinforced with numerous different phase water effects. Unlike the Darkstar King, whose true body was far from perfect, the Singularity Lord had already polished and optimized his body for many years. No matter whether it was his outer layers or his inner core, the ancient phase whale's body was actually much more solid and resilient than any moon. This was the pinnacle of godhood in the Red Ocean. The Singularity Lord's various measures may have been less than effective, but his greatest strength had always been his tyrannical body. As the Genforger momentarily struggled to penetrate through the hide of the ancient phase, the more distant intact tentacles swung down in an attempt to slam the god Mech or at least swat it away. The powerful god machine amazingly resisted the strong physical impacts. Seeing that its tentacles were not making much of a difference, the Singularity Lord altered them further, causing their ends to form into hardened transphasic spears that soon began to thrust straight onto the Genforger. The giant organic spears struck the back of the god Mech with so much force that anything else would have shattered apart by now, but the relatively tiny Mech continued to remain fully intact. The spear tentacle attacks hadn't even left a single scratch onto the god Mech's exoskeleton. This forced the ancient phase whale to try out other attack measures. Everyone looked amazed as the god Mech fully lived up to its reputation and steadily managed to drill deeper inside the true body of the ancient phase whale. The Genforger easily resisted attacks ranging from acid attacks, forceful explosions, dimensional attacks and even space tears. No matter what the Singularity Lord tried, every attack became substantially weaker as they got close to the Genforger. This was the strength of a god Mech. Even though the Evolution Witch's god kingdom still failed to penetrate through the ancient phase whale's body, it had no problem maintaining a high degree of control over the space surrounding the Genforger. This was a huge advantage as every incoming attack in effect automatically weakened by a huge margin before they actually impacted the exoskeleton surface of the god Mech. Unless the Singularity Lord was able to weaken or counteract the Evolution Witch's incredibly solid willpower, there was no way for the alien to overcome this outrageous effect. The ancient phase whale understood that only the simplest and purest brute force had a chance of overcoming his adversary's god kingdom. The massive whale narrowed his eyes and exerted all of his strength to execute a single spatial ability. Before the Genforger had managed to fully penetrate the incredibly resilient outer layer of the Singularity Lord's hide, the moon-sized phase whale actually disappeared from view. The alien was not gone for long, because he quickly reappeared in almost the exact same place as before. The difference was that the Singularity Lord had somehow changed his orientation to the point where his massive whale mouth was positioned right around the Genforger. The open mouth exposed huge rows of sharp and triangular teeth of a carnivore. Each tooth was almost as strong and resilient as the Singularity Lord's bones, which meant that they were much tougher than his flesh. If that was not enough, the prepared alien also generated a strong spatial field that was meant to stop the Genforger from teleporting away. With speed belying its titanic size, the ancient phase whale snapped his enormous mouth shut, giving the god Mech no time to slip away. The enormous lips of the ancient phase whale completely pressed against each other, causing the god Mech to disappear from view. Chapter 5364 Thick Skin. As the moon-sized phase whale slammed his massive dreadnought-sized teeth onto the comparably minuscule god Mech, both sides watched with bated breath whether the attack had been effective. The Orvan and Quelmer defenders that had retreated all the way to the inner defensive sphere all possessed a huge amount of faith in their god. In the mythology of the native aliens, the once supreme elder gods were the most powerful deities to have ever existed. Though the elder gods had supposedly ascended from this plane of existence a long time ago, the phase whales were regarded as their chosen descendants. The phase whales themselves fully embraced this belief. They challenged every other race that questioned whether the elder gods had designated them as the caretakers of the Red Ocean. One of the driving reasons why phase whales as old as the Singularity Lord still retained his drive to live and pursue greater strength was because they all sought to reunite with their predecessors. It was their lifelong dream to grow and evolve their titanic bodies until they had exceeded the size of the star. The phase whales speculated that as long as they grew large and powerful enough, they would eventually exceed a threshold that enabled them to breach through a dimensional barrier and barge their way into a higher reality. The aliens hoped to catch up with their predecessors and prove themselves worthy in this fashion. With this eons-old goal in mind, the phase whales could not allow others to hinder their sacred mission. The Singularity Lord therefore held nothing back when he bit down on the god Mech. As for the humans, the people who inadvertently got stranded in the Red Ocean had simpler drives. They just wanted to survive. How could they possibly think about greater aspirations when there was a high likelihood that they could go extinct in a few decades? While there were still high-minded dreamers among them, the vast majority of humans watching the broadcast all prayed for the Genneforger to remain intact enough to win the duel. Is the Genneforger still in one piece? Andraste squeezed Lucky into her arms. I don't know, Pumpkin. A god Mech is really strong, but it is not the best idea to fight against a phase whale where he is at his strongest. There's no way the evolution which has died from getting bitten by a whale. As every human waited for the truth to become clear, the enormous whale finally opened up his mouth again. The recording system quickly zoomed in on the Genneforger. What? The god Mech has been cut in half. Many humans expressed their anguish and dismay at seeing the Genneforger broken. It turned out that when the Singularity Lord bit down with full force, his incredibly strong mouth muscles managed to exceed the limitations of the Genneforger's god kingdom and bit down on the Mech frame with an immense amount of force. As tough and resilient the Genneforger's transphasic exoskeleton may be, the biting force of a moon-sized phase whale vastly exceeded its tolerance. The black organic plating cracked in half and allowed the teeth to cut right through the god Mech's abdomen. At this time, blood and viscera spilled from the two ends of the severed god machine. The upper and lower halves of the Genneforger had become completely inert and unmoving. Even its god kingdom had disappeared, which did not bode well for the evolution witches. Survival. A clear sense of triumph radiated from the Singularity Lord. Sure enough, his inviolable body turned out to be strong enough to overcome the god kingdom of his tiny and annoying opponent. The teeth that he had strengthened in the event that he ever needed to fight against his fellow ancient phase whales turned out to be surprisingly useful in this case. As his victory finally became clear, the triumphant phase whale acted on instinct and moved to swallow the broken god Mech in an attempt to digest and learn from its strength. The evolution witch was not the only one who craved for flesh. Though an ancient phase whale was far too dignified to let his baser instincts dictate his behavior, the alien had grown jealous of some of the capabilities displayed by the powerful biomachine. If he could learn how the Genneforger managed to become so strong despite retaining such a small size, then the Singularity Lord might be able to unlock the next step of his evolution. Just as the Singularity Lord was about to ingest the severed pieces in a single massive swallow, the alien suddenly grew suspicious. The ancient phase whale hastily aborted its current action and flicked out his thick and massive tongue in an attempt to launch the severed god Mech away. Just before the tip of the tongue managed to eject the two biomechanical pieces away, they suddenly came to life again. The evolution witch's god kingdom unfolded inside the ancient phase whale's mouth, causing the alien to feel as if he had suddenly lost control over his own mouth cavity. As powerful as the tongue may seem, the reality was that it was a flexible limb that was not meant to be as strong as the phase whale's jaw muscles. When it pushed against the reformed god kingdom, the tongue slowed down just enough to allow the Genneforger's two pieces to hook each other with flesh tendrils and pull itself back into a single cohesive whole. Just kidding. A huge amount of cheers erupted in many households and workplaces. All of the humans that watched the broadcast felt incredibly relieved when they saw that the god Biomech was still alive and well. She's alive. Andraste jubilantly cheered and threw Lucky in the air. Meow. Vase let out a breath in relief. Getting cut in half from the waist is a dead sentence for most mechs, but that is not necessarily the case for biomechs as long as they are strong enough. As the Genneforger had put itself back together, it did not keep its current form. Instead, it began to curl in on itself while its hard exoskeleton plating began to merge and shape until it started to resemble a hedgehog. Deadly spikes surrounded the solid ball-shaped Mech from all sides. Once they had grown long and deadly enough, the god Mech abruptly propelled itself into the mouth cavity of the gigantic phase whale. Even the Singularity Lord understood how bad it would be if he let an intact god Mech inside his stomach. Fortunately, a solid wall of flesh blocked the passage to his inner body, preventing the Genoforder from slipping inside. The spiked god mech simply collided against the fleshy wall with so much force that its spikes punctured through their surface. The god mech then bounced away at an angle towards another section of the ancient phase whale's mouth. An absurd spectacle took place. The spiked god mech continually collided and bounced against the inner walls of the ancient phase whale's massive mouth. The powerful machine did not lose any speed, but instead continued to bounce faster with every deflection. Like a pinball gone mad, the Genoforder traversed hundreds of kilometers of distance at speeds that would have torn the body of the pilot apart from all of the excess forces that exceeded the limitations of any inertial dampener. Fortunately, the Genoforder was a god mech that broke the rules merely by existing. With each and every collision, the spikes drove deeper and deeper into the thick ancient phase whale's flesh. Almost pure phase water flowed from the tiny wounds of the serial collisions. Hundreds if not thousands of kilograms of this precious substance spilled out of the Singularity Lord's body, but compared to the total amount of phase water circulating inside his body, the losses were trivial. Size made a huge difference. No matter how many times the Genoforder collided against the relatively softer flesh of his opponent's enormous mouth cavity, the wounds did not even cause any discomfort. That said, the Singularity Lord was not about to let this farce persist. Leave. The alien's tongue finally shot out with just enough force to bounce the Genoforder straight out of the ancient phase whale's mouth. This time, the god biomech did not resist the physical push. Before the god mech got too far away, it reformed its shape until it began to resemble a wasp. You cannot get rid of me so easily. The Genoforder's transphasic wings flapped at such a high frequency that it somehow gave the god mech a huge boost in mobility. The wasp-shaped biomachine nimbly flitted around the phase whale's mouth and dove in with impressive speed. The ancient phase whale had not yet gotten rid of its remaining tentacles, so the Singularity Lord attempted to block or push away the rapidly approaching god mech. The tentacles missed. The Genoforder had become so fast and nimble in its latest form that it deftly evaded all of the tentacles and avoided many of the areas that had become impassable. In the few cases where the Genoforder had no other way of going forward, its lengthy stinger glowed just before it pierced through the tentacles in the way with great effort. It was not until its stinger reached the main hide of the Singularity Lord that the Genoforder finally came to a stop. It took an innumerable amount of years for the Singularity Lord to grow and reinforce his hide to its current state. The latest adaptations of the Genoforder failed to overcome this incredibly thick organic barrier. That did not seem to bother the evolution witch too much. Her god mech flew away and began to approach the ancient phase lord from a different angle before diving in for another stinging attack run. Again and again the Genoforder persisted in its attempts to drill through the alien's hide. Though each and every blow should have been powerful enough to pierce through the defenses of a dreadnought, the Singularity Lord suffered negligible damage due to how little his body actually got damaged. The alien's only shortcoming was that his huge and clumsy attacks were either too slow or too weak to materially affect the Genoforder. It looked as if the two combatants had entered a stalemate. Their defenses were just so absurdly strong that they couldn't really harm each other. The Singularity Lord's massive body was a gigantic damage sponge in itself. The god biomech was either fast enough to evade a lot of attacks, or resilient enough to shrug off the ones that somehow managed to hit. Enough, the Singularity Lord conveyed in his alien language. The alien emphasized his frustration by exerting his spatial power to teleport a short distance away from the Genoforder. This quick retreat interrupted the evolution witch's rhythm. Though her god mech could easily fly forward and resume its stinging attacks, it gave its alien opponent a small respite. Do you dare break the terms of this duel? This combat is futile. Let us postpone this fight. I refuse. The god pilot responded. I have made a vow. I will see it to the end. Besides, if you think my attacks are futile, then you are sorely mistaken. Let me show you my true power. Arise, my spores. Before the Singularity Lord could fully process those human words, his titanic body jerked in place as many different parts of his body started to spike in pain. Various different points across his hide started to discolor and weaken. Strange organic growths that looked like sickly green veins started to grow and expand at a slow but steady rate. While the majority of these hostile and tumorous growths remained on the surface of the ancient phase whale's body, a few of them had managed to spread deeper into the Singularity Lord's enormous body. Some of them had even started to grow out of his crucial phase water organs. As the Singularity Lord opened his maw in rising pain and distress, it turned out that his mouth cavity was filled with the same ominous green veins. The truth had become clear. The Genneforder did not change into a hedgehog or a wasp for no reason. It had merely adopted this form because it gave the amazing biomachine a good way to pierce through the surface layer of the ancient phase whale and secretly deposit tiny and unnoticeable spores into the bloodstream of the Singularity Lord. Even though a highly evolved ancient phase whale should have long become immune to infections and diseases, the spores produced by the Genneforder were different. Not only were these biological parasites made out of the small pieces of tissue samples that the Genneforder had secretly scraped off the Singularity Lord, but they also retained much of the phase water characteristics that made them so strong and resistant. What have you done, human? The Genneforder's god kingdom pressed deeper into the Singularity Lord and had begun to invade his body for the first time. The god biomech retained full control over the spores that it had injected into its opponent. Since the evolution which managed to empower each of these parasitic organisms with a portion of her supreme willpower, they had become far more difficult to remove than normal. As the Singularity Lord tried to remove the hostile growths that were spreading across his enormous body even now, his momentum weakened as it became clear that he was fighting a losing battle. The Genneforder remained as tiny as ever, but its presence exceeded that of its opponent by an enormous margin. The evolution which exulted in her latest masterpiece. Your flesh has become your own undoing. Chapter 5365 Impossible Existence. The fighting methods of the Singularity Lord and the evolution which were too far apart. The Singularity Lord predominantly fought against two kinds of opponents. The first kind of opponent were swarms of weaker opponents. The whale developed his wide-area spatial abilities for the express purpose of wiping them out in the fastest and most efficient manner possible. A lone singularity was already enough to catch them in an inescapable net. The second type of opponent were huge phase lords and phase whales like himself. Though the Singularity Lord rarely had to fight a serious battle against his fellow gods these days, strength remained the basis of his power. He had never ceased to develop his power and improve his fighting methods against similar gigantic opponents. If his current adversary fell into one of these two categories, the Singularity Lord was convinced he could gain the upper hand. However, the god Mech he fought against was completely different from anything else he fought. The fearsome biomachine originated in a completely different galaxy where the rules of warfare were not only different, but also much more comprehensive. What the Singularity Lord found even more perplexing was how the god Mech could become so powerful yet maintain such a compact size. The Genneforder was an incredibly perplexing opponent to fight against. The alien leader would have preferred it if the god Mech retained its earlier expanded form. It would have been much easier to attack an opponent that was large and clumsy enough to strike with ease. The evolution which instead made use of her advantages and stuck to the original size of her god Mech. None of the Singularity Lord's wide-area abilities could inflict any meaningful damage to the small but incredibly resilient machine. As for the ancient phase whale's stronger and more physical attacks, his own size worked against his efforts. The downside of having a body that was almost the size of a moon was that it took a huge amount of effort to make any movements. His reaction speed relative to his volume had plunged considerably, making it nearly impossible for him to hit the swift and agile god Mech. In truth, the Genneforder actually encompassed a lot more mass and volume than was apparent on the surface. The machine actually hid an entire pocket space filled with biomass, and who knew whatever else. The Singularity Lord could even sense it. Under any other circumstance, he would have been able to leverage his spatial abilities to block the pocket space or even try to unravel its boundaries, causing it to collapse or spill out all of its contents in real space. However, god Mechs did not play by the rules. The evolution witch's god kingdom was the most powerful force that the ancient phase whale had ever encountered in his long years of life. It was difficult for the Singularity Lord to counteract his opponent's god kingdom. So far, the leader of the Red Cabal had only managed to wrestle partial control in areas that were further away from the god Mech. The lower the distance from the Genneforder, the harder it became to push back the female god pilot's influence. This had great implications for the pocket space. Since it was anchored right in the center of the Genneforder, it received the strongest form of willpower reinforcement from the evolution witch. This meant that the pocket space controlled by the god pilot did not play by the rules anymore either. Ancient phase whales regarded themselves as the masters of space. They could create pocket spaces with ease so long as they were willing to expend a bit of phase water. They could collapse them with much less effort, as it was always easier to destroy than to create. It was galling for the Genneforder to carry around such an ostentatious pocket space. You are an illogical existence. Those WHO are truly strong do not follow the rules. They make the rules. It was as if the god pilot was constantly reminding the Singularity Lord of his inability to break this seemingly fragile biomass reservoir. However, the ancient phase whale did not have the time to figure out how to shut down the Genneforder's pocket space anymore. Ever since the evolution which had sprung her trap, the old ancient leader discovered to his consternation that he had become infected. For the first time since many ages, the sacred and inviolable temple of his majestic body had become tainted by an outsider. This was a form of blasphemy that the Singularity Lord could never imagine. As a master of biotechnology himself, the alien quickly analyzed and identified how the human god pilot could have caused his own body to be slowly eaten and corrupted from within. The human witch had somehow managed to subvert his own flesh. She stole his own highly evolved and phase water-saturated body cells and somehow altered them to work on behalf of her will instead of their original master. In order to ensure that the stolen body tissue obeyed her will above all else, her Genneforder even inserted a tiny amount of organic matter originating from the mech itself. Unlike the biomass taken from the ancient phase whale, the flesh belonging to the biomech still remained a core part of itself even after it had been separated from the mech frame. The result was that the evolution which had somehow converted the stolen body cells into tiny organic drones that she could control to the same degree as her own god mech. The best part about all of this was that the manner in which she had done so was so ingenious that they looked completely the same on the surface. After her Genneforder had completed the alterations, the god mech secretly injected the compromised organic cells back into the massive body of the Singularity Lord. If the massive ancient phase whale knew what was coming, then he would have been able to isolate and eject the compromised body cells as soon as they entered his sacred temple. However, the amount of cells contained within his moon-sized body was astronomically large. How could the native god possibly scrutinize every single cell on a constant basis? His control over his own body did not reach such an exaggerated state. Due to the excellent camouflage of the compromised cells, they quietly blinded in with the regular cells slipped into the bloodstream, where they gradually began to infiltrate the ancient phase lord's body. The blood circulation of the Singularity Lord's titanic body reached practically every part of his body. From the top of his brain down to his deepest phase water organs, the god blood that was responsible for making him so powerful had also become a contributor to his downfall. Even though the quantity of compromised body cells shouldn't have been great enough to threaten a body of his size, the evolution witch's devious works possessed several key traits that made them exceptionally threatening to the Singularity Lord. First, the traitor cells may have turned their backs on their original master, but they still retained all of the strength that the old alien leader had invested in them. They were no weaker than his own cells and were not easy to eliminate. If that was the extent of the problem, then the Singularity Lord could have relied on his huge immune system to strangle all of these rebellious body cells. Unfortunately, it was the second trait that made them invincible among their peers. The supreme willpower infused within the traitor cells enabled the evolution witch to channel her own god-like strength into them. This happened to amplify all of their properties, turning organic cells that used to be incredibly tough into living matter that was practically invincible among its own kind. All of this superiority enabled the tainted body cells to run wild within the Singularity Lord's body. Their most threatening move was to gang up on honest cells and forcefully bring them under the heel of the evolution witch. The greater the quantity of compromised body cells, the faster this subversion effort proceeded. Before, the tainted cells worked in secret, but now that they became exposed, they started to work openly, sacrificing subtly for speed. This was why the mutations and deformations on the ancient phase whale's body became so much more obvious this time. Each greenish tumor-like piece of flesh represented another major loss of control. Since these empowered traitor cells already infiltrated every major section of his vast internal body, it was no longer feasible for the Singularity Lord to guarantee a part of his body mass and forcefully cut it away. The only way out was for him to devise a biological solution that could eliminate the tainted body cells and purify the ones that could still be saved. At the very least, the Singularity Lord needed to develop a stopgap measure that could contain the disease and prevent it from spreading any further. Parts of the ancient phase whale body that were responsible for maintaining the health of his body became a lot more active than before. No matter what, the Singularity Lord managed to evolve all the way to his present state by relying on modifying and upgrading his own body. He had done so for so many years that he understood how all of his organs and cells worked. His depth of knowledge in the field of biotechnology already surpassed any single human biotech expert in the Red Ocean. As long as he had enough time, he was sure to defeat this nefarious plot. Unfortunately, the Geneforger would not let the Singularity Lord do as he wished. My power is beyond your comprehension. Even though the evolution which had exposed her terrifying ploy, she still fought in a similar fashion as before. Her Geneforger maintained its wasp-like structure that was fast enough to circle around the titanic alien's body. Every so often, the Geneforger dove in and buried its stinger as deep into the thick and scarred hide of the ancient phase whale. Different from last time, the god Mech no longer injected any compromised body cells. Instead, its stinger released a surprisingly large quantity of phase water-saturated venom that happened to be surprisingly damaging to the ancient phase whale's body cells. Though the quantity of venom was minuscule, they burned and stimulated the Singularity Lord's nerves so much that the alien became distracted by the pain. It wasn't so bad when the Geneforger only injected the venom a few times, but as they continued to accumulate with every sting attack, the ancient phase whale felt as if a part of his body was roasting next to a star. As the native god's body slowly deteriorated over time, the evolution which constantly imposed more and more of her willpower inside the phase whale's body. Her influence over the alien's body had grown to such an extent that her god kingdom started to claim its territory inside the Singularity Lord's most sacred temple. If this pattern persisted long enough, the evolution which could potentially hijack the ancient phase whale's own body. It was at this time that the Singularity Lord understood his opponent's purpose. The human god pilot did not seek to defeat the ancient phase whale. Her goal was much more ambitious than that. She sought to usurp his body and take it over in its entirety. This could not be allowed to happen. It was at this time that the powerful leader realized that he could not afford to let this duel persist. Unlike his strong-willed adversary, the Singularity Lord had no particular taboos about breaking his own promises or violating his own integrity. His purpose in the cause of the phase whale race trumped every other priority. The Singularity Lord had already discarded the 10th tide station in his mind. The space station was doomed at this point. What mattered the most right now was to deprive the hateful human invaders an opportunity to take the one of the strongest and most evolved phase whales prisoner. My temple is not yours to take. A strong spatial pulse rippled from his body. The Singularity Lord concentrated hard and resisted all of the pain that was dragging his body down. He forcefully activated an important phase water organ that was buried so deep inside his body that it had only been slightly infected at this time. The ancient phase whale did not hold back anything and recklessly burned an immense amount of phase water in order to boost the power of his next ability as much as possible. Once the overloaded organ threatened to burst from all of the excess activity, the Singularity Lord performed an emergency displacement ability that was meant to teleport him all the way to one of his secret enclaves that was located in an entirely different star system. Even though his power passed through his body unaffected, the space around him, the displacement effect failed to bring him away. Impossible. Chapter 5366. The radiant O-phase whales that managed to live for at least tens of thousands of years valued their lives a lot. They rarely engaged in battles and avoided unnecessary confrontations as much as possible. Even though they had grown their bodies to such a stupendous size that it had become exponentially more difficult to kill them, they still did not want to leave anything to chance. This was why all long-lived phase whales invested a lot of time, resources and effort into developing strong escape abilities. In any case, their mastery in spatial manipulation constantly expanded over time. It would be a waste not to put all of that power to good use. The Singularity Lord excelled at creating black holes, but he was also fairly proficient at generating wormholes. This was the basis of his strongest and most foolproof escape ability. As long as he exerted enough phase water and energy, he could form a wormhole that connected to any location that he had prepared in advance. The Singularity Lord had lived for so many years that he had created a lot of different dimensional bolt holes. He installed special wormhole anchors in each of those secret locations that he could flee towards if his life ever came under threat. Yet even as he dialed in his location and triggered his ability, the wormhole that was supposed to form around his body failed to take shape. The stability of space at his location had abruptly strengthened by many times, thereby preventing the old alien from deforming the surroundings into a wormhole. The whale realized to his dismay that the humans had made the fabric of space a lot more solid shortly before he activated his emergency ability. It wasn't just the Geneforger that utilized its oppressive god kingdom to increase the stability of the surrounding space. When the first armada backed away from the duel between the gods, its starships had deployed all kinds of strange pylons in a circle around the battlefield. These pylons happened to be newly developed space suppressors that utilized hyper-technology to suppress spatial activity at a much greater effectiveness than before. The pylons were deployed much further away from the more central regions of the battlefield. When combined with the starships that were equipped with their own space suppression modules, the overall effect was that the battlefield had turned into a spatial cage that made it harder for anyone to escape through different measures. The space-suppressing effect was at its strongest in the periphery. Theoretically, the human pylons and starships were too distant to exert a strong suppression effect on the Singularity Lord. There were several additional factors that caused his escape attempt to fail. The first ones were the dreadnoughts. The Throne of Lies and the guns of Armageddon were stronger, tougher and more difficult to deal with than any other human starship. Their space suppressors were also much stronger as their spark reactors were able to feed them with much more E-energy. When these dreadnoughts had maneuvered themselves on opposite ends around the Singularity Lord's current position, their combined suppression effect could not be underestimated. Even then, the efforts of the dreadnought paled in comparison to that of the Evolution Witch. Not only did she command all of the compromised body cells to work against the spatial ability, her Geneforger also came equipped with a space suppressor module that became ridiculously strong when it was amplified by her willpower. In order to ruin the Singularity Lord's chances of escaping as much as possible, the god Biomech had deliberately attempted to close the distance so that its space suppression effect affected the cowardly whale as much as possible. At this time, the infected Singularity Lord understood that the humans had beaten him at his strongest game. Ancient phase whales prided themselves on their unsurpassed mastery and control over space. Not even the other alien races who desperately tried to imitate the authentic descendants of the elder gods could rival the darlings of space. Yet in this pivotal moment, the humans not only dared to challenge his domain, but also succeeded in their attempt. Deceiver. The hateful humans kept the space suppressors hidden up to this point, preventing the Singularity Lord from adapting to their existence. Now, all of the space suppressors acting on the surrounding space hampered his ability to manipulate space. When the Singularity Lord tested out his power by generating a singularity close to the Geneforger, the god Mech did not even slow down in the slightest. The singularity had weakened by a considerable extent. Though it was still stronger than the ones generated by the Darkstar King, they had fallen well below the level where they had any chance of harming or controlling the Geneforger. The long-lived alien understood extremely well that it was not a good idea to fight in a hostile environment. The whale needed to get away or at least fall back to the inner defensive sphere. There, he could rely on backup to prevent too many space suppressors from dominating the entire battlefield. Yet as the Singularity Lord turned around and tried to retreat from this dangerous position, his acceleration and traversal speed had become a lot slower than before. His enormous moon-sized bulk no longer swam as fluidly through space like before. It was as if everything around him had turned into a pool of mud. The space suppressors weakened the warping effect that the Singularity Lord relied upon to quickly move across stellar and interstellar distances. This not only prevented the ancient phase whale from escaping the battlefield in another way, but also prevented him from repositioning himself across shorter distances. The infected alien leader was trapped. You dare go against your word. This duel will not end until one of dies. You are not allowed to escape. Though his situation had grown a lot direr than before, the Singularity Lord did not lose hope. He reared his enormous body and lifted up his body in a specific manner. This was a signal for help. Another spatial pulse originated from the inner defensive sphere. Soon enough, the true body of another ancient phase whale appeared. Though his body measured at only 3,200 kilometers, it already generated so much gravity that the surrounding alien warships and defensive installations already started to go off course. The space terror did not linger around and immediately moved in to rescue his fellow ancient. Perhaps one ancient phase whale might not be able to overcome the suppression field, but two of them could easily combine their forces together to regain control over space. The space terror initially moved quickly as the space suppression effect was weaker at his side. He put extra power into the warp field surrounding his body to ensure that he reached the side of his afflicted comrade faster. Yet before the second ancient phase whale could make any further progress, a powerful flash of light pierced through his spatial barrier and struck his gigantic head. Not so fast. In response to the space terror's appearance, the humans sent out the other god Mech assigned to the first armada. As soon as the new machine became visible, all of the citizens of the Terran Alliance became ecstatic. It's the light of Sol. Our hero has arrived. Compared to the Geneforger, the new god Mech resembled a classical mech a lot more closely. Clad in incredibly tough but lightweight armor, the slimmer and smaller grand work known as the Radiant was undoubtedly a light mech in concept and in design. The Radiant was a legendary creation in its own right. An earlier iteration of the machine was responsible for helping Thibaut Clement complete his legendary deed of traveling as fast as the speed of light in real space. The two managed to accomplish this feat without relying on warp drives or any other tech that would invalidate this result. Only pure Terran high technology combined with a powerful pilot's relentless pursuit of an impossible dream had enabled them to succeed in leaving their names in the history books. Nowadays, the Radiant arguably became the fastest mech in existence. There were other god mechs that fiercely contended for this record, but no one accused the Radiant for being slow. The presence of the Radiant was entirely different from that of the Genneforger. The metallic god mech may be smaller, but its presence was considerably stronger. Its surface glowed with light that happened to match the rays of Sol, the star that first brought light to the human race. What made this small machine even more formidable was its god kingdom. It was stronger and manifested over a greater range than the god kingdom of the evolution witch. Even though they were both god pilots, the Light of Sol was considerably older than the female leader of the transhumanist faction. The Terran god pilot accumulated his strength as a god pilot over a considerably longer time. Whether he was capable of defeating the evolution witch in a duel was uncertain, but the comparably tiny god mech did not display any inferiority towards the gigantic body of the Space Terror. The healthy ancient phase whale did not want to get entangled by this annoying human mech. The powerful alien exerted his power to a strong extent and generated a grid of spatial tiers around the Radiant. Even if his control over space had been suppressed, the Space Terror simply expended a lot more power in response, allowing him to pull off his abilities at close range. Unfortunately, by the time the Space Terror had generated these spatial tiers at high cost, the Radiant had already left the danger zone. Too slow. You shall never catch me with this speed. Another flash of light drilled straight through the Space Tier's apparently useless spatial barrier and struck his flank. This time, the Radiant built up so much momentum that his light mech turned into a relativistic projectile. The impact force was so strong this time that the Space Terror uttered a silent roar in pain as a crater formed on the surface of his massive body. Lots of phase water-saturated blood spilled out into space as the strong flesh rapidly tried to stem the blood. The whale wanted to crush or smack aside the Radiant, but rescuing the Singularity Lord was more important. The Space Terror endured the pain as best he could and continued to move forward under a reduced warp effect. Unfortunately, the smaller ancient phase whale was not as old or strong as the Singularity Lord. Combined with the fact that the Light of Sol's god kingdom was stronger than that of the evolution witch, the space suppression effect had actually become the strongest around his body. The Space Terror suddenly realized that he had become the slowest of the four gods that were present on the battlefield. The dichotomy became obvious to everyone. As the Space Terror moved with the grace of a gigantic malfunctioning torpedo, the Radiant zipped around and charged straight into the Space Terror's body as if it was a suicidal Lancer mech. The incredible resilience of the god mech gave the Light of Sol more than enough confidence that his machine could endure the powerful collisions. My speed is unmatched. The huge fleshy body of the Space Terror even acted like a buffer that cushioned the impact force to an extent. The Space Terror became more panicked and tried to get rid of the Radiant in various ways. None of his characteristic spatial tiers ever came close to hitting the blazingly fast god mech, and none of his wide-area spatial abilities were strong enough to hinder the machine in any significant way. The Space Terror couldn't even bend the space around him to divert the charge of the Radiant. The space suppression field generated by the Terran god mech was too strong. Not only that, but the Radiant moved so fast that it was impossible for the Space Terror to anticipate the direction of its next attack. This forced the Space Terror to expend vast amounts of effort into defending himself against an attack that could come from any angle. The result of all of this effort was that the ancient phase whale not only burned through his massive reserves at a highly accelerated rate, but his defenses were also being stretched too thin. Another powerful ray of light struck the Space Terror's rear. The god mech had punched deep into the flesh near his tail, making it seem as if it could be severed as long as the Light of Sol continued to attack this section. The more the Radiant struck the Space Terror, the faster it commenced its next attack. My light shall illuminate the Red Ocean. Chapter 5367. Ill-prepared. Neither the Genneforger nor the Radiant utilized any heavy armaments that could inflict massive damage onto the even more massive bodies of their alien adversaries. Their pilots did not mind this at all. In this battle between the gods, the comparatively tiny mechs maintained the upper hand from beginning to end. None of the attacks or maneuvers of the ancient phase whales worked out the way they wanted. No matter how many strange and diverse spatial manipulation abilities the two alien leaders had mastered, when the powerful god kingdoms combined with strong space suppression fields worked against their efforts, their vaunted mastery of space turned into a joke. Could a phase whale still be called this way if they had lost their ability to manipulate space? The only variable that the ancient phase whales could rely upon to resist the god mechs was their strong and resilient physical bodies, but even that wasn't enough for them to gain any advantages. The space tier's body was absolutely massive and was only outmatched by that of his older whale, but all of that worked against him as his response speed was terrible. Let alone biting the Radiant, the space terror couldn't even land a single hit by generating a fast spatial tear onto the flighty god mech. This left the ancient phase whale in an awkward position. Regardless of the strength of his attacks, none of them were fast enough to outpace one of the fastest mechs ever built by humanity. The fastest move he could make was to create a rapid space tear in the vicinity of his massive body. Yet no matter how quickly the space terror tried to rip space apart, he always produced fluctuations that the light of Sol could easily detect at the start. In fact, even if the light of Sol was not able to detect these fluctuations, his intuition that was honed through centuries of combat was already capable enough to warn him of any impending danger well in advance. The space terror even suspected that if he managed to catch the Radiant in a spatial tear, the god mech would find a way to resist the attack with its god kingdom and come away without suffering a visible scratch. While it was true that light mechs couldn't take hits as well as their larger brethren, the rules didn't entirely apply at the god mech level anymore. Another bright and powerful flash of light impacted the space tier's head. This time, the Radiant deliberately struck one of the ancient phase whale's eyes, causing it to pop and splatter enough phase water to drench an entire city. The ancient phase whale jerked in pain even as his conventional vision became compromised. Even though a highly evolved and modified being like him possessed many other sensory organs besides his massive eyes, this loss was a significant psychological and symbolic blow. The space tier's flesh squirmed and slowly began to grow an entirely new eyeball in a different position, but another powerful flash of light arrived and demolished it before it could come into effect again. My light shall never grace your unworthy sight. In order to emphasize his arrogant declaration, the Radiant continually circled around and crashed into the other eyeballs of the space terror. No matter how many of them the ancient phase whale regrew, his regeneration speed could not outpace the frequency of the Radiant's charging attacks. Soon enough, the alien leader had lost all of his eyeballs. The space terror eventually gave up on forming them and decided to stick to other sensory organs that weren't as obvious. This was yet another admission of defeat, but the alien leader couldn't care about this anymore. He already understood that the light of Sol was too powerful for him to solve with his current means. If the space terror had known how this tiny mech was this strong and difficult to deal with, he could have altered his massive body and developed specific countermeasures against this infuriating opponent. Unfortunately, none of the leaders of the Red Cabal thought that these tiny machines could actually put up such a good fight. The phase whales had become so complacent and comfortable in their own positions of superiority that they had lost their vigilance a long time ago. This was a fatal misstep to the Singularity Lord and the Space Terror. If they had a year to prepare for this bout, they would have definitely been able to reduce the vulnerabilities that caused them to become so helpless. The ancient phase whales were also confident in their ability to come up with more effective attack methods that were fast and concentrated enough to pose a serious threat against these god mechs. Alas, it was not to be. The clever space terror knew that since he had entered this battle without all of this necessary preparation, defeat was already certain. His thoughts no longer obsessed over winning, but instead shifted towards mitigating the losses on their side. If he could, the space terror would have turned around and fled this cursed star system with great haste. Do not think about getting away, alien. No matter how fast you move, my speed shall always overtake yours. The space terror suffered another bout of pain as the Radiant crashed into a crater that had yet to heal from an earlier impact. As much as the alien leader hated it, the god pilot was right. There was no way that the space terror could get rid of the pursuit of the Radiant. The only way for the space terror to live was to follow his initial plan and to reunite with the Singularity Lord. So long as they converged on each other, they should be able to break through every space suppression effect. This resulted in the continuation of a painful journey where the space terror slowly moved closer to the older and larger phase whale. Each time the alien made a little more progress, the radiant charged into his body at a significant fraction of the speed of light and damaged another large chunk of flesh. The impacts created by the Terran god Mech should have been able to wipe out an entire metropolis off the map at the very least. The fact that they only produced relatively modest craters was a testament to the highly resilient phase water reinforced flesh of an ancient phase whale. Yet with no way to hinder or slow down the radiant in any fashion, the god Mech gleefully repeated its attack runs, focusing on maintaining a random pattern while also compounding the damage onto specific spots. As the injuries penetrated deeper and deeper inside the massive ancient phase whale's body, the debilitation slowly accumulated. Even though most of his body mass still remained intact, the successive injuries slowly degraded his strength, causing the ancient phase whale's chances of escaping from this battlefield to dwindle even more. What the Space Terror was most afraid of was that the Radiant managed to pierce all the way into one of the cavities that contained his important phase water organs. Damaging or destroying any of them would significantly affect his combat potential. Normally, the Space Terror had many different ways of preventing them from getting harmed or even touched, but none of them could hinder the Terran god Mech in any way. Not even the ancient phase whale's vaunted spatial barrier could slow down the machine all that much. Somehow, the god Mech pierced through it as if it was just an ordinary pane of glass. It did not escape the Space Terror's notice that neither of the god Mechs had displayed a lot of abilities during this battle. So far, the Geneforger had not transformed into a lot of different forms. It continued to launch relatively basic stinging attacks that were not that impressive. The only major capability it had shown so far was its ability to subvert stolen body cells and put them back so that they could spread an unstoppable infection. As for the Radiant, the smaller god Mech revealed even less powers. It had only showcased its incredibly high mobility and its relativistic charging attack capability. There was no way a god pilot as powerful as the Light of Sol only possessed such a singular attack method. The native aliens had entered into a war against a foreign race that possessed a much larger and deeper heritage. If the Space Terror was fated to suffer defeat at the hands of the Light of Sol, then he at least wanted to expose as many abilities of his powerful human adversaries as possible. Of course, the Light of Sol was aware of this as well. He gave the native aliens no chance to deduce his other capabilities and continued to stick to a single basic attack pattern. It didn't matter if these charging attacks took a long time to whittle down a moon-sized organism. There was no reason for him to give away valuable information by resorting to a more effective attack measure. As the battle continued to unfold, the Terrans watching the live broadcast did not get bored or tired at all at seeing their greatest hero make one repetitive attack after another. Each relativistic charge attack against one of the gods of the native aliens was yet another hammer blow that exemplified Terran strength and superiority. The footage of the Light of Sol completely reducing the Space Terror into a gigantic fleshy punching bag was a sequence that was bound to be replayed on repeat all over the Terran Alliance in the following months. All journeys had to come to an end. After a progressively more injured Space Terror finally came close enough to his fellow ancient phase whales for their gravitational pulls to significantly affect each other, the state of the Singularity Lord turned out to be even worse. Enough time had passed for the infection to expand at such an exponential rate that over 50% of the stronger phase whale's body came under the control of the evolution witch. Pain, unwillingness and helplessness radiated from the Singularity Lord as the exterior of his massive body turned into a diseased moon. The surface became riddled with green and veiny flesh. The infection was not as great deeper inside the Singularity Lord's body, but even then the traitor cells were making steady progress into capturing all of the organic mass that still remained relatively untouched. By this time, the evolution witch's efforts already resulted in the complete capture of a quarter of the Singularity Lord's phase water organs. This was a devastating result to both native gods. The Singularity Lord could no longer activate a part of his abilities. His remaining ones also became a lot weaker as he could no longer leverage the strength of all of his diseased flesh and organs. The Space Terror looked devastated. The two could no longer join forces and exert enough power over space to escape the battlefield. At this point, the Singularity Lord wanted to die, but his body was just too tough and resilient to make that happen. Was he fated to become the first god to be taken prisoner by these alien invaders? This was a shame that would dishonor his name and legacy forever. The alien tried to resist harder. He had so little pure flesh left intact that he could manage to do little more than squirm. As the infected ancient phase whale effectively lost most of his agency over his own body, the Geneforger triumphantly flew in front of his head. Either you die, or I die. Your life is forfeit now that you have lost. Since that is the case, I shall claim your flesh to advance my evolution. What was the evolution witch talking about? Before the defeated Singularity Lord could offer any response, the Geneforger steadily flew forward and began to dive into his head. Unlike his normal flesh, the compromised body tissue easily parted before their new master. All of the infected flesh had effectively become extensions of the god Biomech's frame. Now, it became apparent that the evolution witch intended to take advantage of this property by completely merging the Geneforger with the titanic body of the defeated native god. What? Vase gasped as he almost jumped off his couch. What is she doing? Is the evolution witch actually attempting to snatch the Singularity Lord's body? Nobody knew whether she could pull it off, but if she was able to take over the ancient phase whale's body in its entirety, then this would probably be regarded as the most outrageous feat that took place during this massive joint operation. Chapter 5368 The Second Armada. Many people became shocked by the evolution witch's ambition. It was not enough for her to kill or capture one of the strongest and oldest ancient phase whales known to humanity. She craved for more. As one of the leaders of the transhumanist faction, she constantly sought to overcome her weaknesses and ascend to an even higher state. To many pilots, advancing to godhood was an unattainable dream. They would sacrifice nearly anything just to gain the power demonstrated by the likes of the evolution witch. However, to the greatest human soldiers who managed to overcome so many adversities, becoming a god pilot was only the start of their true journey towards omnipotence. If they wanted to become a better protector of their people and spread their will to the cosmos, then they needed to pioneer their own way forward. The evolution witch chose a fairly simple and straightforward strategy. She chose to play into her Geneforger's growth potential by devouring and assimilating other strong organisms. So long as her god Biomech absorbed enough genes and strong biomatter, it could combine all of their best traits and produce novel synergies that would hopefully lead to a qualitative transformation. At this time, the only organisms worth assimilating in the evolution witches were the gods of the Red Ocean. They had to be the best ones. The god pilot looked down on phase lords such as the Darkstar King. No matter how far they got along in their evolution, their only pursuit of power was to imitate the phase whales. The evolution witch had greater ambitions than that. Only the descendants of the elder gods were worth her time and effort, and of them, assimilating the body of an ancient phase whale was the most rewarding out of all of the options. Under normal circumstances, it would have been too difficult for her to hunt down, defeat and devour an ancient phase whale whole. Operation Night Jazz just happened to support her ambitious goal. The Red 2 had many reasons to facilitate the evolution witch's absorption of an ancient phase whale. They could learn a huge amount of information on their formidable adversaries in the Red Ocean. They might be able to extract a lot of critical and high-level intelligence from the intact brain of a leader of the Red Cabal. They could also use this dramatic accomplishment to deal a devastating blow to the morale of the native aliens. As the evolution witch had begun the unprecedented process of merging her Geneforger with the strongest and most massive organism she had ever fought against, the battles fought by the other three armadas heated up as well. When the Red Association and the Red Fleet initially decided to join forces in order to deal a serious blow against the native aliens, they first targeted the sword of Damocles hanging over Red humanity. Nobody knew what the Tide Station network was capable of, but none of them underestimated its galaxy-wide capabilities. It had already displaced an entire dwarf galaxy to a different cosmic neighborhood. The Mechers and Fleeters speculated that the Red Cabal could utilize these powerful space stations to produce other macro-scale results. What if the Tide Station network had the power to selectively displace strategic star systems such as Bridgehead 1? What if it could be used to engulf half of human-occupied space in a destructive space storm that tore everything apart? This was why the Red 2 decided to form 4 armadas instead of just 1 or 2. They needed to destroy enough Tide stations to break the links in the networks and render it inoperative. Different from the first Armada's attack on the 10th Tide station, the second Armada encountered significantly stiffer resistance when they started to advance towards the 24th Tide station. The mechs and warships of the Red 2 entered into a much more heated battle against the aliens stationed in this star system. The aliens may be greater in number here, but that means we can eliminate more alien elites. The 2 stars among them were the dreadnoughts that led the charge. The Indignation of Righteousness was the largest and most heavily armored dreadnought of the 8 that participated in this massive operation. Our defenses are unbreakable. Measuring at 19 kilometers long and featuring a wider and more barrel-shaped hull, the Indignation of Righteousness was designed to charge forward and bull through enemy lines no matter how much enemy fire she attracted. Though she was hardly the fastest warship of her class, the Indignation of Righteousness not only featured the thickest hull plating, but also came equipped with the strongest and most abundant Azure energy shield generators. The Indignation Spark reactor had to divert so much of its energy output to sustaining the spiking demands of all of those Azure energy shield generators that there was hardly anything left for her weapon systems. The designers of the Dreadnought had taken this scenario into account and had chosen to equip the tough Dreadnought with a large complement of kinetic cannons. As the large and heavy kinetic cannon batteries opened fire, they saturated their targets with hyper rounds that broke through the transphasic energy shields with exceptional penetrating properties. If any of these rounds managed to make it past the energy defenses, they usually inflicted such heavy blows that warships and space stations usually shattered apart after a single salvo. The Indignation of Righteousness shall break your nefarious schemes. As the heavily armed and armored Dreadnought attracted a lot of enemy fire, the Dominion of Man preferred to keep her distance. Though she was still capable of holding her ground in a slugging match, the 18-kilometer-long Dreadnought was designed to fight in a different way. As the other mechs and warships of the Red 2 led the way, the resistance from the aliens gradually became shakier and less coherent. While the human assets continued to exhibit excellent coordination, many hundreds of alien warships and defensive installations started to lose their transphasic energy fields, slow down their fire rate or even suffer from internal explosions. The Dominion of Man was responsible for this activity. Her greatest weapons did not consist of her respectable complement of gun batteries. Her true means of attack was delivering heavily armed and armored dread marines deep inside enemy warships and fortifications. Many layers of her deck had been converted into troop facilities. The capacity of the Dominion of Man was so great that she was capable of accommodating millions of infantry troopers as well as a lot of supplies and supporting facilities. Yet that did not make her special. Her unique feature was her spatial transfer system. These were interconnected machines and instruments that granted the Dominion of Man the ability to precisely teleport large amounts of troops. While there were other starships that could perform similar feats, the Dominion of Man was able to teleport her troops into enemy locations a lot better. Her spatial transfer system could overcome stronger and more ubiquitous spatial suppression and spatial interference fields. The troop-carrying Dreadnought was also capable of transferring a much greater quantity of troops at much further distances. Best of all, her STS was more precise and produced errors at much lower rates. The Dominion of Man was able to accomplish all of this by herself, but her range and precision could become even greater if she received the support of scouting units and infiltration units. Combining all of these means together meant that hundreds of thousands of highly trained and excellently equipped Dread Marines rapidly took the crews of alien warships by surprise and caused all kinds of havoc inside their hulls. Though their attrition rate was not low, the fleeters could easily train replacements so long as they were willing to spend enough resources. While all of this took place, the gods on this battlefield commenced their battle further away. Both sides had made a tacit agreement to slug it out against each other without affecting the other forces. This allowed the Fist of Defiance and the First Flame to fight against their ancient phase whale opponents with fewer restraints. The human and alien gods fought a relatively intense but enjoyable battle at first. Just as his name suggested, the First Flame was a pilot that embodied the element of fire. His god Mech was called the Phoenix and happened to be shaped like a flaming avian beast mech. Less than nulb greater than my wings shall burn your space. Every time the Phoenix maneuvered across the battlefield, the avian god Mech left a trail of fire behind that persisted long after its passage, especially if it was affected by the First Flame's god kingdom. The god pilot took advantage of this trait to steadily transform the environment into a growing inferno. The greater the quantity of flames, the hotter they burned. The Phoenix visibly grew stronger as the inferno grew. Its god kingdom became stronger as well, making it easier to suppress the diverse spatial attacks of the opposing alien leaders. Less than nulb greater than let this dwarf galaxy burn. Not only were the two ancient phase whales less capable of exerting their tricky spatial manipulation abilities, their mobility also dropped as the surrounding flames weakened their warp bubbles. All went well for a while until an unexpected accident occurred. A third ancient phase whale appeared on the battlefield. It turned out that the ancient phase whale had decided to seclude himself a long time ago. He created a pocket space in this important location and disappeared from the local galactic community for so many ages that even the Red Cabal had forgotten about his existence. The heavy fighting woke him up from his lengthy hibernation. Even though the isolated ancient phase whale had no idea what was going on these days, he needed no explanation to join forces with his fellow gods. As such, The Fist of Defiance and the First Flame abruptly became outnumbered. When the three ancient phase whales cooperated with each other, they managed to overpower the moderately strong space suppression field generated by the two god mechs. The powerful native gods regained much of their spatial manipulation abilities. This not only allowed them to traverse faster across the battlefield, but also launch a wide variety of spatial attacks at the two god mechs. The clever ancient phase whales displaced or snuffed out many of the flame traits that had been trying to roast the alien leaders. This had weakened the First Flame to an extent and forced him to rely on its other capabilities to inflict serious damage onto his adversaries. The Fist of Defiance on the other hand just fought harder in response to this latest of events. Less than nulb greater than the more friends you bring, the harder I will punch. The god pilot who successfully dictated the future of red humanity showed an unprecedented amount of fighting spirit when fighting against the three ancient phase whales. The Invictus glowed brighter as its empowered attacks shattered the spatial barriers in its way. No amount of resistance could stop the god mech from punching the native gods until they were black and blue. Less than nulb, I thrive in adversity. Ever since the two god pilots became outnumbered, the Fist of Defiance no longer pulled his punches and started to expose his greater abilities. His most fearsome attack was his god mech leveraged his entire god kingdom into his punch. The ancient phase whales all showed signs of fear when the enormous god kingdom imitated the form of the Invictus on a much larger scale. Its volume had become comparable in size to that of the moon-sized aquatic aliens. The exaggerated size provided great benefits to the Fist of Defiance. He was no longer afraid of entering into a physical contest against the formidable ancient whales. When the Invictus threw its punch, the shaped god kingdom did the same. Its immense energy fist slammed against the reclusive ancient phase whale with so much force that the latter's body uncontrollably launched backwards. The single punch had not only produced a deep dent into the side of the massive alien, but also managed to break one of his incredibly thick and resilient ribs. Chapter 5369 The Third Armada. The Second Armada encountered greater numbers and stiffer opposition. The alien defenders held their ground with greater fervor. With three of their most impressive native gods watching over them, the morale of the elite soldiers of the Red Cabal remained high. Not even the indignation of righteousness and the dominion of man could shake their confidence all that much. Fortunately, the Red Two made sure to add enough fault tolerance in their planning. The Mechers and Fleeters had already estimated that the strength of a typical ancient phase whale could not match that of a god pilot. The only advantage that the native aliens could count on in a fight was superior numbers. The more ancient phase whales cooperated with each other, the greater the extent they were able to wrestle back control over space from the god kingdoms of their difficult human opponents. This was why the Fist of Defiance and the First Flame still had a hard fight ahead of them, even if they still managed to hold their own against three enormous alien gods. Once these clever alien leaders realized that they were actually at a disadvantage when they entered into a contest of strength with the unreasonably strong Fist of Defiance, they began to rely a lot more on maneuvers and remote spatial attacks to frustrate the two god mechs. Even if these rule-breaking machines managed to resist every attack, they could be slowed and stalled under the combined efforts of all three powerful phase whales. As the Second Armada and their alien adversaries attempted to outlast each other and grind their enemies down, the Third Armada's situation proceeded in a much more different fashion. The ancient phase whales presiding over the 17th Tide Station had made the heartless decision to stay in the rear and let their defenders consume the resources of the mechs and warships of the Third Armada. Much of this had to do with the top-level units that the Red Two assigned to this assault. The two dreadnoughts that led the Third Armada possessed their own distinctive traits that largely dictated how their forces approached the battle. The Rain of Frost cast an oppressive presence on the battlefield. What was special about this 18-kilometer-long dreadnought was that she traded direct damage capabilities in favor of becoming much more effective at debilitating her targets. Mounted with a generous quantity of newly developed and installed ice hyper cannons, the Rain of Frost fired powerful shells that exploded in a much different way when they struck a target. The hyper shells were filled with the power of ice. Upon detonation, they not only caused anything they came into contact with to abruptly lose a lot of heat, causing them to drop to absolute zero or near zero temperatures. Many tough and resilient materials suddenly became as fragile as eggshells when they became frozen to this extent. The only reason why the Rain of Frost hadn't been able to eliminate her targets so quickly was because her attacks were less effective against transphasic energy shields. However, they were still threatening to an extent. The ice hyper cannons did not just freeze anything they hit in a physical manner. They also affected their targets in a metaphysical way. Transphasic energy shields that were struck by the ice hyper shells were getting drained of energy. Warp bubbles found it harder to maintain their strength as the areas of space that got struck by the ice shells became more stable and inflexible. The rain of frost was able to suppress the transphasic technologies that the aliens relied upon. Wherever the rain of frost made her presence felt, the alien warships and defensive installations inevitably slowed down as they became affected by her chilling attacks. The phase fighters deployed by the aliens were having an especially miserable time. One ice shell detonating in the vicinity could freeze entire wings of phase fighters. Hundreds of expensive small craft that were originally designed to compete against first-class mechs all turned into metal popsicles. Their defenses were too weak to resist the freezing waves. Still, the rain of frost's damage output was not that shocking to the aliens. The ship that truly concerned the defenders was her sister dreadnought. The Doom of Xenos had been christened with an ominous name for a clear reason. Her weapon configuration was much more extreme compared to other dreadnoughts. The Doom of Xenos did not mount any primary gun batteries on her hull. Her regular damage output relied entirely on her complement of smaller secondary and tertiary cannon turrets. The main armament of the offensive dreadnought was much more massive than that. The fleeters had made the extreme decision to base the huge warship around one of the largest spinal cannons that the fleeters had ever designed and built. A clear cylindrical muzzle ran along her entire 18-kilometer hull and ended in a huge opening that was large and spacious enough to fit an entire battleship under certain circumstances. This extreme spinal cannon was entirely energy-based. It took a huge amount of time just to charge this recently upgraded hyper-weapon system with the spark reactor. Yet once the Doom of Xenos had charged her ominous spinal cannon, the damage output was absolutely incredible. A thick and powerful transphasic grazer beam shot out of the gigantic muzzle and quickly overwhelmed all of the targets in her line of fire with a spike of heat and radiation. Not a single starship or defensive installation could resist a full-powered blow from this ridiculously excessive energy cannon. Even the ancient phase whales that were hanging back felt reluctant to endure this powerful energy attack with their own bodies. The damage potential of the Doom of Xenos was so high that she actually wasted a lot of energy in vain if she continually waited until her spinal cannon became fully charged. This was why her crew only charged her up to 15 to 40% of the weapon system's total capacity before pressing the button. Even at reduced power, no single alien defensive asset was able to last more than a single hit from this spinal cannon. The crew and analysts of the Red Fleet were fully capable of studying the enemy and calculating how much energy was required to overwhelm their transphasic shields and destroy their structures with a single hit. A ship that expended so much energy and possessed an awfully slow firing rate had to be extremely deliberate in her actions. Still, as soon as the Doom of Xenos entered into a comfortable rhythm, the aliens all became oppressed by her slow but heavy attacks. The fact that every alien stationed on a warship or defensive installation died in an instant without even having a chance to escape was especially damaging to their morale. The situation for the defenders of the 17th Tide Station eventually became so unbearable that the ancient phase whales were forced to step forward. The two alien leaders happened to be siblings and family with each other. It was extremely difficult for a phase whale to reach their level of strength. There were many weaker and less capable whales who remained stuck at the adult stage for many ages. The two sisters in blood were exceptional in that they both managed to become ancients among their own kind. Part of their success was that they had resisted their racial instinct to separate from their family and live a mostly solitary life in the Red Ocean. The sister whales instead stuck together and grew side by side on a near-constant basis. They not only had no compulsions about sharing their own biotechnology research with each other, but also developed many cooperative techniques that enabled them to synergize with each other to a greater extent. The two sister whales began to showcase their power by teleporting their massive bodies just a short distance away from the Doom of Xenos. If not for the fact that the dreadnought still kept her own space suppression generators at full power, the ancient phase whales would have been able to crush the vessel with their bodies upon arrival. As the ancient phase whales had managed to appear in the rear to the Doom of Xenos, they both moved forward with all of their speed. Yet before they could come close enough to the dreadnought that had already begun to retreat in haste, two god mechs appeared to block their way. Many people who watched the live feed tracking the progress of the Third Armada instantly recognized their identities. The Army of One, the Huntsmen, both god pilots helmed the expansionist faction of the Red Association. They had been among the original proponents that advocated for the invasion of the Red Ocean. While times had clearly changed since then, their strength had grown even stronger due to recent developments. The army of one took the initiative first, less than nulb greater than there is strength in numbers. As a rare mech commander among his kind, the army of one fought best when he was able to channel his power through many different units. The auto-coordinator was carefully designed to give him the capacity to fight like an entire mech army by himself. The God Mech integrated a large pocket space that contained an entire automated manufacturing complex as well as other useful facilities. As the machine confronted the two enemy phase whales, large quantities of battle bots constantly streamed out of the exit of the pocket space. The battle bots shared a great resemblance to raw first-class multipurpose mechs, though they were completely autonomous and built according to slightly worse standards. As powerful as they may be, the battle bots were essentially disposable. That did not mean that they were easy to defeat. The opposing ancient phase whales initially exhibited contempt at these weak machines. The god mechs themselves might be difficult opponents, but their kind excelled at wiping out large swarms of weaker units. Just as the two sister phase whales synchronized their spatial efforts and attempted to generate a wide-area spatial storm to shred these tiny bots to pieces, they became stumped when they only managed to produce a feeble destabilization at most. It turned out that all of the newly deployed battle bots had all been equipped with their own space suppressors. While the modules weren't as strong as the ones installed aboard starships, their sheer quantity combined with the army of one's willpower empowerment made them ridiculously effective. As the battle bots fearlessly spread out and surrounded the moon-sized ancient phase whales, they constantly constricted the fabric of space around them, preventing the alien leaders from utilizing their combination abilities. Even if the sister whales managed to strike the battle bots with their weakened attacks, the automated units were far more resilient than any standard first-class multipurpose mech so long as they stayed within the protective envelope of Army of One's massive god kingdom. The only major fault of all of these empowered battle bots was that their offensive power was too inadequate against their current opponents. The two ancient phase whales were so tough and massive that the low-caliber weapons of the battle bots simply couldn't get past the spatial barriers. This was what the other god pilot was for. Unlike the Army of One, the huntsman excelled at inflicting high damage on single targets. As the auto-coordinator attracted the attention of the sister whales, the Heartpiercer maneuvered around until it suddenly whipped out a hyper spear and charged it with a hefty amount of willpower. The hunt is on. The energy silhouette of a much larger spear began to form around the physical projectile. A huge amount of ambient E-energy got pulled in to reinforce the power of this weapon even further. Once the huntsman locked onto his target, he flung the spear with so much power that the loosened projectile produced a massive trail of energy. Space seemed to break as the highly amplified spear penetrated through a spatial barrier and sunk deep into the flesh of an ancient phase whale. The alien leader instantly reared back in pain as the strike completely broke her concentration. The successful spear throw not only dealt a considerable amount of damage to the whale in question, but also interrupted her efforts to coordinate her spatial attacks with her sister. Humanity is the ultimate hunter race. Overgrown beasts like you can only serve as our prey. Accept your destiny and let me claim your heads as my trophies. Chapter 5370 The Fourth Armada. The Army of One and the Huntsman synergized even better with each other than their current adversaries. One of them spread his strength across many different autonomous units while the other concentrated all of his power into his devastating spear attacks. Both of them were highly admirable in their own right. The Army of One was the idol of every serious mech commander. The way in which Divine Jean Talos was able to grant the power of a god to a huge quantity of friendly units enabled him to sweep through almost every opposing army. The huntsman was even more impressive. Divine Alessandro Conti had an unending obsession with hunting. The 280-year-old god pilot even became the leader and the figurehead of the Galactic Hunting Club due to his strong involvement in the quirky hunting community. With every throw of his spear, his prey grew weaker. None of his spears were average. Each of them were treasures and artifacts in their own right. As long as they struck the bodies of a target that did not instantly die, the wounds began to bleed without end. Not only that, but as long as the spears remained lodged inside the bodies of their target, they continued to exert a weakening effect onto any nearby organs, especially ones that got damaged by the weapon. The targeted ancient phase whales discovered the tricky aspects of the spears fairly quickly, but removing them was anything but easy. They were planted so strongly into their flesh that none of their spatial abilities could meaningfully affect the willpower-infused spears. They had to resort to physical means to remove these nasty spears, but that took so much time and effort that the huntsman could easily strike them with another empowered spear throw. It soon became clear to most people that as long as there were no ancient phase whales in hiding, the Third Armada was bound to defeat the sister whales and win the battle. The Fourth Armada wished their own battle progressed in such a smooth fashion. The assault on the Sixth Tide Station started off relatively comfortably, just like with the other attacks that happened at the same time. Just like several of the other dreadnoughts that had debuted in the other battles, the ones leading the Fourth Armada possessed special traits that caused them to stand out from other warships. The Grail of Eternity was the more conventional of the two. She was designed to serve as a support vessel from the ground up, which meant that her weapon arsenal was not too comprehensive. What she lacked in offensive power, she more than made up for it with her strong and versatile support functions. The Grail of Eternity functioned as an excellent command vessel. Her powerful sensor systems could see through a lot of interference and accurately direct the attacks of a lot of different friendly units so that they could remain highly productive on the battlefield. The mechs and warships of the Fourth Armada ran like well-oiled machines under the guidance of this support dreadnought. That was not the true power of this 16-kilometer-long vessel, though. What truly made the Grail of Eternity special was the wide array of strong linking technology at her disposal. While the Red II already made widespread use of support link technology, the experimental hyper modules installed on the Grail of Eternity were not only a lot more powerful, but could support a much greater quantity of units at a time. One of the limitations of support link technology was that it became progressively more difficult to keep everything in sync. The constant transfers of data and energy became more complex with every addition to the support link network. The Grail of Eternity stood out in this aspect by her capacity to simultaneously link 125 warships at the same time. This was an astounding record, especially when battleships were also among the eligible vessels. What this meant was that the Grail of Eternity had formed an unstoppable fleet by linking together 125 RF battleships that had already been prepared for this purpose. The battleships advanced as one and resisted every attack thrown in their direction. When the aliens struck one of the ships in this vast shield-linked network, they did not drain the energy shields of a single human capital ship, but only caused a minuscule reduction in the collective energy shield pool of all of the linked battleships. If that was the only gimmick employed by the Fourth Armada, then the aliens still had a chance of draining this enormous pool. The problem was that the second dreadnought did everything she could to disrupt the coordination of the alien defenders. The Heart of Darkness was just as vile and devious as her name suggested. The dreadnought was a lot more experimental than most, and should have never left obscurity due to the controversial tech installed on her hull. On the surface, the Heart of Darkness functioned similarly to the Throne of Lies in that she sought to debilitate the enemy. Instead of relying on electronic warfare, the Heart of Darkness instead attempted to wage psychological warfare. The dreadnought did so by relying on so-called psychic weapons that had recently been enhanced by hyper-technology. Few if any people knew about the existence of these dreadful weapons, but once this battle was over, practically every human would learn what the Heart of Darkness had been hiding all this time. Unlike the flashy invisible web of links produced by the Grail of Eternity and her many accompanying battleships, the other dreadnought was content to avoid attention. While it looked as if the Heart of Darkness remained on standby, her psychic weapon arsenal were already running at full power. Her spark reactor directed the majority of its extraordinary energy generation to meet the demands of the ship's exotic weapons. The effects of these psychic weapons were subtle and invisible. They fired nearly undetectable psychic waves that penetrated through hulls as if they did not exist. While the transphasic energy shields of enemy warships were able to block these hidden waves to an extent, the Heart of Darkness relied on her massive power to overcome the transphasic energy shields and reach the minds of the vulnerable alien minds. The fleeters had thoroughly researched the brain and mental activity of every major race of the Red Ocean. They had developed special energy wave patterns for each of those races. It just so happened that the majority of the alien defenders hailed from the Nunzer race. As the transphasic energy shields of phase fighters and smaller warships were relatively weaker, they started to behave erratically first. The ships reacted slower to commands. The weapons occasionally fired at the wrong targets. They started to drift from their assigned positions. It slowly became clear that the Nuncers that crewed the affected vessels were slowly losing their minds. They initially started to lose their concentration. Then they started to reject orders. Soon, any source of irritation could trigger an extremely violent response from these quadruped aliens. The Nuncers took pride in their strong bodies, so the damage they could do when they went wild was quite considerable. As more and more alien warships and defensive installations got affected, the efficiency of the defenders continued to drop at a steady rate. The enhancement of friendly units combined with the sabotage of enemy units proved to be a deadly combination. The gap in performance widened to such an extent that the weakened and less coordinated aliens gradually crumbled in the face of a concentrated push by the Fourth Armada. Just like on the other battlefields, the phase leaders presiding over the local Tide station had to step out and prevent their defensive lines from collapsing. The lesser phase lords emerged first. The Trampler of Stars was one of many ascended aliens that sought to destroy the dreadnoughts, only to get blocked by the enemy ace mechs. This time, the Nunzer phase lord was among the weakest of his group. He only managed to hold his own against a single ace mech, and it was not even a strong one among its own kind. The alien leader felt sickened and angry at his inability to redeem himself by defeating any of the human champions. When it became clear that the aliens needed to do more in order to defend the crucial 6th Tide station, the ancient phase whales directly appeared onto the battlefield. The Tide Caller and the Deep Swimmer both appeared in the midst of the huge linked battleship formation centered around the Grail of Eternity. This happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that the Fourth Armada issued its advance warning far too late to save all of the battleships at risk. As the two ancient phase whales both unfolded their true bodies, their rapid expansion overloaded or broke all of the shield links in an instant. Over 60% of the battleships that failed to get away in time got crushed by the titanic forces produced by the bodies of the two massive whales. Before either ancient phase whale could proceed to crush the Grail of Eternity, a single god mech appeared to block the massive aliens. Halt! You shall go no further. The two ancient phase whales initially did not pay much attention to the Spacelock's words. His god mech was so physically tiny that they could not imagine that it could inflict any meaningful damage. The Rubarthan god pilot did not try to convince the aliens with his words, but took direct action. The god mech known as the Ultimate Controller steadily glowed brighter before it unfolded a god kingdom as well as a space suppression field that was much stronger than anything else the Red 2 had produced to this date. The spatial abilities that the Tide Caller and the Deep Swimmer were about to unleash suddenly failed as the fabric of space suddenly decided to stop cooperating with the powerful aliens. Both aliens reacted with considerable surprise. They quickly ceased to underestimate the Spacelock as anything that could stop them from employing their spatial abilities posed a huge threat. The two ancient phase whales were right to be worried. Space suppression technology actually originated from the Ultimate Controller. All of the other space suppressors utilized by the other units of the Red 2 were merely derivatives of the original space suppressor. As such, the space suppression field generated by the Rubarthan god mech was not only a lot stronger, but also synergized fantastically with the Spacelock's inherent god kingdom. The results were incredible and unmatched. Just a single god mech managed to suppress the spatial manipulation abilities of two ancient phase whales at the same time. Blasphemy! The Deep Swimmer uttered in her alien language. She prided in her ability to dive into other dimensions and navigate in them. This allowed her to get exposed to exotic energies and reach destinations that were unreachable through other means. Now that the Spacelock had solidified the surrounding space, it became far too difficult for her to dive into another dimension and launch an ambush attack on the god mech. The Tide Caller had become awfully suppressed as well, but he was so strong that he still managed to form ripples in this highly adverse environment. These ripples started out small, but so long as they occurred, the Tide Caller still had a way of making them stronger with each subsequent wave. As the spatial tide slowly grew stronger under the strenuous efforts of the powerful phase whale, the Spacelock found to his surprise that his targets would be able to break his locks if this continued. Fortunately, the Spacelock was not alone. As the two powerful aliens focused on escaping, a god mech that was situated further in the rear started to glow in bright orange as it began to accumulate a lot of energy. The Tide Caller and the Deep Swimmer perceived so much threat from the second god mech that they intensified their efforts to break from the Spacelock's restrictions. The Tide Caller's escalating spatial tide slowly destabilized the surrounding space more and more. It would not take much time before the Deep Swimmer could break free from this hostile environment and dive into another dimension. Yet before she could escape from the grip of the Ultimate Controller, the god mech known as the Ragnarok had finally charged its primary weapon in full. The large rust-red mech only extended a single, massive artillery cannon from the top of her mech frame. This oversized cannon glowed in such bright orange that it looked as if it was trying to contain a star. As the Destroyer of Worlds had powered her main cannon to the limit, she grinned as she finally pulled the trigger. The twilight of the native gods starts today. An incredibly bright and powerful flash erupted from the Ragnarok as it launched an enormous glowing projectile. Those who were ascended enough to track the incredibly fast shell could see that it was surrounded by a much larger god cat. The possessed artillery shell crossed the distance in an instant and punched through the spatial barrier that the spacelock had helpfully weakened. The shell along with Emma plunged into the thick flesh of the deep swimmer like a hot knife through butter. Nothing happened in the next second. The one after that turned into complete pandemonium as the entire right side of the deep swimmer ruptured and blew apart into several bloody continent-sized chunks of flesh. Meewww. As the god cat unleashed her fury inside the body of the ancient phase whale, the deep swimmer became overwhelmed by pain. The singular artillery strike had damaged, separated or destroyed a third of her moon-sized body in an instant. Chapter 5371 The Power of Red Humanity. Every red human united as one today. As Operation Night Jazz showcased the strength of red humanity's strongest combatants, a wave of confidence and optimism swept across human-occupied space. As people began to feel as if they regained control over their own destiny, they began to dispel the fear and uncertainty that gripped society after the native aliens had brought them away from the Milky Way. No matter what, the best and strongest soldiers of red humanity would always be able to lead them to victory. The indomitable human spirit and the rich accumulation of knowledge of their original society still gave them a qualitative edge against their native alien adversaries. Seeing how so many different god pilots demolished the ancient phase whales stationed at the tide stations confirmed that their human gods still remained unmatched against the leading powerhouses among the aliens. The fist of defiance is so strong. Vincent Ricklin gushed as he sat next to the other expert pilots of the Warborn. Punching the phase king back then was nothing. A true man should have the guts to challenge a real phase whale. General, when will we be able to hunt one of them down? The commanding officer of the Warborn Mech division looked perplexed as he stood behind his subordinates. Phase whales are solitary and reclusive by nature. Most of them are content to hide inside their private enclaves for the majority of their lifespans. It is nearly impossible to seek them out. The intelligence sources that I have access to have yet to track down a single phase whale. Oh, come on, General Ark. Back when we ran with Vase in the expeditionary fleet, we stumbled into plenty of phase whales. We just had to enter a random star system and we would fall into a hidden pocket space more often than not. There are definitely more of them hiding somewhere in the Krakatoa and Torald middle zones. Even if that is true, Vincent, if they are so easy to find, then all of the pioneers would have stumbled upon them a long time ago. We are not equipped to track any of these phase whales down. We will stick to our original mission and continue our preparations to fight the secondary alien fleets that are continuing to slip through the cracks. The discussion soon turned in another direction. As the expert pilots eagerly gushed about their favorite god pilots, Venerable Rosa Orphan asked a question to Ark. What do you think about the Army of One, Ark? Do you dream of piloting a god mech like the Auto Coordinator one day? General Ark shook his head. My approach is different from the Army of One. He is a part of the strongest organization of our society. He has a virtually unlimited amount of access and resources at his disposal. Do you think that Vase can design a mech for me that not only comes with its own pocket space, but also an entire manufacturing complex that can produce all of the battle bots that I will need? Besides, I cannot effectively control or leverage them anyway. He knew his own strengths well. He thrived when he received the trust of his subordinates. A troop of battle bots were nothing but soulless machines that did not care whether he pledged to do right by them or not. It was also not his style for him to remain in the rear while letting his subordinates do all of the work. What about you, Rosa? Has the huntsman inspired you to take up spear throwing? Venerable Orphan snorted. The huntsman surely knows what he is doing, but who is profligate enough to throw out so many good spears? If I had a weapon that is only a fraction as good as his, my riot would cling to it as if it is the greatest treasure that we have ever laid our eyes upon. I have no desire to roleplay as an ancient hunter-gatherer. Spears are for stabbing as far as 1 am concerned. Her words sounded contemptuous, but her tone could not help but betray a hint of yearning and envy. If she possessed the spear-throwing power of the huntsman, she could easily cripple and debilitate any formidable opponent she came across in the beginning. As the Third Armada continued its assault on the forces tasked with defending the 17th Tide Station, the duo comprised of the Army of One and the Huntsman easily dominated the sister whales from beginning to end. Even though the formidable ancient phase whales still managed to destroy dozens of battle bots with their strongest spatial attacks, they wasted a lot of energy to overcome the large amount of space suppressors active on the battlefield. Combined with the fact that the battle bots had become many times more difficult to destroy due to the army of one's god kingdom and willpower reinforcement, the actions of the two ancient phase whales failed to affect the human gods in any significant fashion. With the auto-coordinator continuing to send out more battle bots as soon as the whales tore apart his existing ones, the god Mech clearly demonstrated its dominance in the field. No one can overcome my army. The army of one managed to contain the powerful alien leaders so well that the huntsman experienced very little hindrances in his attempts to bleed his prey. His heartpiercer leisurely circled around the whales who found themselves unable to break the encirclement of the army of one's battle bots. As trapped and helpless as the two alien leaders may seem, neither god pilot forgot that their current adversaries sat at the top of the native food chain. They needed to be dealt with as soon as possible in order to control for all of the variables. This was why the huntsman acted in a deliberate fashion. Against enormous thick-fleshed prey like these whales, he had to weaken them step by step. This was why all of his spear throws so far pricked his targets all across their body. If he concentrated his attacks, he would definitely be able to pierce through the layers of flesh and puncture a few phase water organs, but doing so would make his prey go crazy. The huntsman constantly monitored his prey's mood and conditions. As a highly experienced and knowledgeable hunter, he could easily grasp the psychology of his alien adversaries. The empowered spears did not hit any vitals, but were always positioned to bleed out a large amount of phase water-saturated blood in different parts of their bodies. Due to the immense size and humongous amount of blood contained within their bodies, the ancient phase whales did not show too much concern at these bleeding wounds. It was only after the huntsman had punctured their bodies with over a dozen spears each that they finally realized that their strength was sapping away at a worrying rate. The loss of god blood directly weakened their ability to leverage their spatial abilities. After all, even if their phase water organs were responsible for most of the work, the support of all of the other phase water in their bodies acted as an amplifier to all of the abilities they performed. The less phase water in their bodies, the less able they were able to overcome the space suppression field. What was even worse was that the spears also began to compromise their physical strength. The heartpiercer initially threw its spears at the thickest and least important sections of their bodies. It was only later on that the god Mech strategically threw his spears at body sections that contained a lot of important muscles. The two ancient phase whales found it difficult to rotate their bodies and use their physical motions to fight against their adversaries. The torn muscles combined with the continued hindrances of the buried spears had weakened their options to such an extent that they lost the strength to make an escape. Soon, I shall eat your heart. The third armada ultimately won the smoothest victory of all. No matter how much the two sisters tried to combine their forces, the constant bleeding had weakened them to the point where their joint abilities could no longer destroy a single battle bot. As for using their titanic bodies to fight in a more primitive fashion, neither of them were able to catch up to the god Mechs when they were in a better state. Now that their bodies became riddled with spears, their ability to do so had plummeted. The army of one and the huntsman would have been idiots if they allowed themselves to get close enough for the two ancient phase whales to launch a counterattack. In desperation, the two ancient phase whales attempted to split up in an attempt to give either of them a chance to escape. It was painful for these lifelong alien sisters to abandon each other in what may be their final moments, but the need to preserve at least one of them trumped every other priority. Their desperate act was futile. Once the two ancient phase whales split up from each other, the huntsman alone was able to suppress one of them by himself well enough. Even though he did not have the ridiculous amount of battle bots to assist with his efforts, the doom of Xenos and the Rain of Frost helpfully flew closer to assist in his endeavors. "Allow us to intercede, Your Holiness." The huntsman did not object to others joining on his hunt. This was a battle that directly affected the destiny of red humanity. He could not afford to make a mistake and let this vengeful ancient phase whale get away. Although it was risky for the dreadnoughts to approach an ancient phase whale that still retained a bit of combat strength, this was the most favorable opportunity for the Red Fleet to test the might of its dreadnoughts against an opponent of this caliber. The two powerful capital ships already strengthened the space suppression effect acting on the bleeding whale, causing her to slow down and weaken even further. The Rain of Frost compounded on her weakness by peppering the wounded whale with barrage after barrage of ice shells. Unfortunately, their effect appeared to be minimal at best. The extremely resilient hide and thick flesh of the ancient phase whales happened to be especially resistant against cold attacks. Much of it had to do with the sheer quantity of biomatter of the phase whale. There was so much energy and heat locked within the moon-sized body that the Rain of Frost could exhaust all of her shells and only freeze the tail section at most. It was clear that the Rain of Frost was not suited to fight against supermassive opponents. The Doom of Xenos was the opposite in this regard. She patiently charged her spinal cannon until it had reached its maximum charge before firing it at one of the bleeding wounds of the injured ancient phase whale. A bright flash of light lit up the entire battlefield as a torrential energy beam struck the wound and burned its way into the body of the massive victim. By the time the Doom of Xenos finally expended her prodigious charge, the Dreadnought's crew rejoiced when they saw that they had bored a considerable hole in the titanic fleshy mass. Although the cost was great, the result was satisfying enough to make it worth the effort. While it was clear that the ancient phase whale still had so much biomass that it would take dozens of full-powered spinal cannon attacks to defeat such a resilient opponent, the outcome at least gave the Red Fleet hope that they could do better next time. By the time the god mechs and the dreadnoughts finished their jobs, the two ancient phase whales had finally perished without being able to launch any significant counterattacks. Although it was a pity that the crew of the 17th Tide Station had self-destructed this strategic fortification in order to deny this prize to the hateful humans, the Third Armada had won a clear victory today. Chapter 5372 The Phoenix. The Third Armada may have won a clean victory without suffering any significant losses, but the outcome was not entirely ideal. Capturing the aliens yielded much greater rewards than killing them outright. Any ancient phase whale possessed a mountain of knowledge and secrets. Red humanity may have gathered a lot of intelligence on their alien adversaries, but the mechers and fleeters had only been able to penetrate the lower and middle layers of the galactic alien community. It was far harder for them to infiltrate the upper layers of this society and gain access to the true secrets being discussed at the top level. The mechers and the fleeters had already suffered the consequences of failing to gather critical high-level intelligence. If they managed to discover the Red Cabal's ploy to activate its Great Refuge plan so soon, humanity would have been able to take actions to prevent humanity from getting split into two branches. Even if the Red Cabal couldn't be stopped in time, humanity would have at least been able to make more adequate preparations by transferring over a large amount of resources, personnel and assets in the final days. Red humanity wouldn't have been stuck in such an awkward position where they suffered a huge shortage in god pilots and warship hulls. Given how many opportunities they missed due to failing to anticipate the Great Severing in advance, the Red 2 needed to capture as many high-value leaders and assets as possible. Unfortunately for the Third Armada, the sister whales did not give their human adversaries a chance. The alien commanders left behind in the 17th Tide Station acted decisively as well. They did not hesitate to self-destruct all of the power generators and blow the entire Tide Station into so many different pieces that hardly anything useful could be salvaged. Still, the results were not that bad. The Third Armada had managed to remove several powerful threats to Red humanity and managed to tilt the war ever so slightly in its favor. The Second Armada on the other hand wished they had it so easy. In the assault on the 24th Tide Station, the Fist of Defiance and the First Flame found themselves being pushed to their limits as they continued to be outnumbered by the three ancient phase whales. Even if these massive aliens were too unprepared and lacking in coordination, their combined power still exerted a lot of pressure onto the two god pilots. As the Phoenix dove in and attempted to ignite the flesh of the youngest and weakest of the three whales, the powerful flames spread by the god mech slowly got torn apart by the spatial storms that scrambled the surrounding space. There was no effective way for the First Flame to turn the environment in his favor. The only way for the Phoenix to inflict more effective damage was to get more personal and resort to stronger attacks. Seeing that there was no more way for the god pilot to gain the upper hand by holding back, he had made the consequential decision to unveil a part of his true strength. Ignition. The temperature of his avian god mech increased at a terrifying rate. The flames that spread across its mech frame had already grown hot and powerful enough to burn any ace mech into a crisp, but the god mech easily endured the heat as if it was swimming in an ordinary hot pool. The changes were not limited to a rise in temperature. The fire evoked by the god pilot contained a strong conceptual meaning as well. The First Flame took his name from the myth of the First Flame encountered by primitive humans. When lightning struck a tree branch and set it on fire, the ignorant and savage humans grew awed and steadily began to learn its usefulness. From this coincidental event, humanity began to make much greater strides as a tool-using race and learned how to harness the other forces of nature to grow ever stronger. The First Flame had always wanted to embody this mythical flame. As weak and ordinary as it may seem compared to many other types of flames in the cosmos, it had one special quality that caused the god pilot to appreciate it. Above anything else, it was the flame that birthed the greatest civilization of the Milky Way. Even as the phoenix continued to immolate itself, its god kingdom began to shrink and condense as if it had turned into a giant humanoid figure that was about to bestow the gift of fire to humanity. Prometheus stole the fire and bestowed it to humanity. For his magnificent gift, the mythical figure suffered eternal torment as a consequence. Everyone who watched the live feed centered around the second armada couldn't help but feel drawn to the first flame and his flaming phoenix. Even though the first flame was fighting thousands of light years away from most of red humanity, the observers somehow felt as if the god pilot was actually reaching out and resonating with their hearts. So long as all of those people sincerely supported the first flame and did not object to him in any way, they all felt as if they could fuel the fire and make him burn even hotter. As an ever-growing proportion of human viewers wished the first flame well, his god Mech grew so hot that the space around him began to distort. No spatial ability could affect the god Mech at this point. Every storm, every space tear and every gravity well simply burned apart as soon as they got close enough. The three ancient phase whales started to get a headache about the god Mech on fire. The first flame was clearly preparing a big move that would definitely make the lives of the alien leaders a lot more miserable. However, when the god Mech was burning so hot that his powerful flames faintly threatened to burn space itself, there was no way the whales could interrupt this mysterious process. As for flying over and using their bodies to interrupt this process with physical force, none of the ancient phase whales wanted to get into close contact with the extraordinary flames. As the primordial fire of human civilization continued to affect the phoenix, the three alien leaders decided that it was better to turn towards the more vulnerable god Mech instead. The Fist of Defiance quietly cursed his peer even as he tried to evade the attacks launched by the three angry whales. The first flame could have given the Fist of Defiance a warning before he resorted to this course of action. It wasn't even the best option as far as the Fist was concerned. He was more than capable of defeating the three ancient phases one by one so long as the first flame continued to restrain their actions. This was not a part of the original plan. Fortunately, the Fist of Defiance was not entirely unaccustomed to this scenario. The more he became oppressed, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. This supreme fighting spirit manifested into a stronger god kingdom and a greater amplification of the properties of the Invictus. Even though the three ancient phase whales should have been able to gain a decisive advantage against a lone god pilot, the Fist of Defiance suddenly grew 30 to 50% stronger than before. What was amazing was that this was far from his limit. If he did not hold the ancient phase whales in such contempt, they would have been able to ignite his fighting spirit even further. All of this strength caused the originally confident ancient phase whales to question reality yet again during this battle. 3-on-1 odds, not fair enough. Come on, you whales. Call over your friends, I can fight 10 of you at the same time. The Invictus suddenly became the most handsome and magnificent god Mech as it fearlessly approached the ancient phase whales and shrugged off all of their attacks. The Fist of Defiance's god kingdom turned into a giant energy manifestation of his god Mech, allowing him to fight far above his weight class. With seemingly endless fighting spirit fueling his exertions, the energy manifestation seemingly prepared to throw a punch at one of the whales, only to change his stance so that he could body check his target. The surprised ancient phase whale uncontrollably launched away from the heavy physical impact. This not only enabled the Fist of Defiance to push one of his enemies away, but also allowed his Invictus to bounce off the massive whale's body and abruptly launch the god Mech to an entirely different whale. The younger and weaker whale clearly did not expect to become a target at this time. Though the alien leader hastily strengthened his spatial barrier and tried to warp out of the way, the energy manifestation of the Invictus had already closed the distance. Eat my fist. The giant energy manifestation landed a punch that easily broke through the spatial barrier and struck the head of its target. Even though the massive skull and head bones of an ancient phase whale was among the hardest substances in the Red Ocean, the strong fighting spirit of the Fist of Defiance proved to be even stronger at this time. Cracks occurred all across the affected bone structure as the powerful physical force delivered by the punch practically fractured half of the enormous skull. The moon-sized alien experienced pain beyond any measure. The normally dignified alien leader couldn't even form too many coherent thoughts as a portion of the incoming physical forces even affected his brain. The Fist of Defiance did not let up after this. Even though the other ancient phase whales were already trying to converge upon him in an attempt to break his energy manifestation, the god pilot didn't care. He smelled weakness and became determined to finish off his current opponent while the whale still remained vulnerable. The energy manifestation began to launch punches in quick succession. The Invictus never seemed to tire as the god pilot was always able to summon more fighting spirit from the depths of his being. Though the rapid flurry of punches did not deal any major damage, the repeated impacts compounded the fractured bones and prevented the injured whale from regenerating them in peace. It was not until another ancient phase whale finally came close enough to bite the energy manifestation that the Invictus had been forced to move away. While the Fist of Defiance was quite satisfied with the amount of damage he had inflicted, he knew that these giant whales could withstand far more damage. How could he finish them off without giving any of these whales an opportunity to retreat and save their lives? It was at this time that his fellow god pilot completed his transformation. The first flame had accumulated so much fire energy that all of the E-energy around him had become dominated by this singular element. As the phoenix became engulfed in the fire that embodied the destiny of the human race, the god Mech reached a tipping point that caused it to undergo a radical transformation. Everything made of metal and solid matter seemed to disintegrate and convert into flames held together by sheer willpower. In just the span of a few seconds, the god Mech had actually elementalized, converting the entirety of its material frame into pure fire energy. The legendary first-generation god pilot managed to turn into an actual mythical phoenix, gaining untold power and mastery over the power of fire. The phoenix uttered a triumphant cry that resonated with the entirety of red humanity. Kree. The mythical creature finally beheld the three ancient phase whales with burning eyes that expressed clear hatred and contempt at these alien leaders. Before the whales could take any countermeasures against this transformed adversary, the phoenix flew forward with fiery momentum, leaving an inextinguishable trail of fire. Though the ancient phase whales tried to put several barriers in the way of this calamitous presence, the phoenix burned through all of them without slowing down in the slightest. Instead of targeting the skull-bashed whale that had just received a walloping from the Fist of Defiance, the phoenix instead targeted the old recluse that happened to be the strongest among the three. The elementalized god Mech easily burned through the final barriers in its way and crashed into the flank of the whale. This time, the phoenix's flames proved to be too powerful to extinguish. Not only that, they burned so hot that the resilient flesh easily burned despite all of their reinforcement. Even the phase water that was locked inside the biomass began to evaporate at a rapid rate before they could produce any useful effects. The old phase whale experienced pain beyond any measure as the phoenix took maximum advantage of its incorporeal form and easily penetrated the deepest part of his body. All of his crucial phase water organs began to burn in rapid tempo, causing the moon-sized whale body to develop a lethally hot core for the first time. There was nothing the ancient phase whales could do to stop all of this from happening. By the time Phoenix finally emerged from the body of his victim, the old phase whale's body had become completely burned from the inside. Even now, his exterior flesh had begun to carbonize as the flames continued to spread across the rest of his body. The whale was dead. The phoenix only took a little over a minute to barbecue one of the most respected gods of the native aliens. Kree. Chapter 5373 Mu. None of the ancient phase whales were pushovers. That became clear by seeing how much damage they could take and how much effort it took for the god mechs to threaten their lives. Only two god pilots had displayed the capacity to inflict catastrophic damage to these resilient alien gods. Few people were surprised by the capacity that the Destroyer of Worlds displayed. As the god pilot famed for possessing the highest direct attack power, it would be a travesty if she could not cripple an ancient phase whale after launching a single full-powered artillery strike. However, many viewers reacted with considerable surprise at how the first flame absolutely dominated his opponents. After he elementalized his phoenix, he went on an absolute rampage. Burning a single alien god was not enough. The phoenix had become enraged, and only after burning all of the enemies down would he be able to vent his fury. The first flame fully gave into his heated desires and proceeded to dive into another ancient phase whale. The poor alien leader offered even less resistance than his elder. The ancient phase whale could do little but experience the pain of feeling his entire body becoming engulfed in flames. From his deepest phase water organs to his exterior flesh, the transcendent fires spread by the raging phoenix left nothing untouched. Even his bones started to blacken as the flames refused to admit defeat against this hardy material. Just as the phoenix finished off his second victim, the Fist of Defiance hastily crushed the brains and pulverized a number of phase water organs of the whale that he had already managed to injure before. The Fist of Defiance had been forced to finish off the only remaining whale in haste to prevent his older colleague from turning this massive alien into a completely dry and blackened husk. "Calm down, my friend. You have done enough," This carcass is much more valuable to us if all of its flesh and phase water have yet to be torched in flames. Each and every phase whale body was filled with treasures. Leaving aside all of the valuable information they could bring, the amount of phase water contained within their bodies and veins was absolutely astronomical. Once Operation Night Jazz came to an end, the Red 2 should not suffer from an acute shortage of phase water for a long time. The phase water organs were also valuable in several ways. They could be transplanted into biomechs or installed into cyborg mechs. The most valuable phase water production system of an ancient phase whale held even greater promise. The power of the ancient phase whale would no longer remain exclusive to this race. As such, it was actually an enormous waste for the first flame to burn the crucial phase water organs of those other two whales. The Fist of Defiance did not blame his comrade, though. The powerful alien leaders could not be allowed to escape and fight against red humanity on another day. Therefore, killing the two ancient phase whales was still a much better outcome than holding back and giving either of them a chance to escape. Fortunately, the Second Armada managed to make other accomplishments. While the Fist of Defiance and the First Flame occupied the attention of the most powerful alien combatants, the forces under the lead of the two dreadnoughts continued to press the remaining alien defenders. As soon as the Dominion of Man managed to get close enough, her spark reactor pumped as much energy into her spatial transfer system as possible. Numerous hidden human infiltrators had already managed to sneak aboard the 24th Tide Station. They never had the guts to do this before, but the departure of all of the phase whales and phase lords gave them a chance to sneak onto the station and deploy secretive teleportation beacons at various locations. Now, these hidden beacons suddenly became active, emitting a lot of energy and signals that the alien space station must have certainly noticed. It didn't matter, however, because tens of thousands of Dread Marines supported by hundreds of crawler bots and other heavy hardware suddenly teleported over. Although the quantity did not sound like much given how large and expansive the Tide stations were, the aliens obviously did not expect so much company to have bypassed all of their defensive lines at once. With the Dominion of Man steadily teleporting subsequent waves of boarding troops across so much interference and suppression, the Dread Marines boldly spread out from their initial positions and quickly advanced to the key positions of the space station. Their superior tech and far greater psychological preparation easily gave the Dread Marines a decisive advantage against the station defenders. Even if the Dread Marines weren't always able to prevent the alien crew from sabotaging or destroying valuable station systems, they still managed to keep enough of the Tide Station intact to extract a huge amount of valuable intelligence and precious resources. The Second Armada more than made up for the wasted opportunity to harvest two sets of top-quality phase whale organs with this successful capture. It was a pity that the 24th Tide Station was the only one to fall into the hands of red humanity. The aliens stationed in the other three Tide stations under attack had plenty of time to deny the invading humans a chance to capture them intact. The two Rubarthan god pilots assigned to the 4th Armada performed so well against their adversaries that they received the strong admiration and support of the citizens of the Rubarthan Pact. Trillions of Rubarthan citizens fanatically cheered their two powerful god pilots on as they continually widened the gap between themselves and their two native alien adversaries. The Deep Swimmer did not even have any chance to live up to her alien name. The Destroyer of Worlds mercilessly struck her titanic body with two full-powered strikes from her Ragnarok. The destructive power that could explode entire planets did not quite cause the Deep Swimmer to blow up all at once, but the actual results were not that much better for the poor ancient phase whale. The first devastating explosion ruptured a third of her body. Though the Deep Swimmer still retained enough intact flesh and organs to retain a measure of combat power, the second devastation explosion crippled her to the point where hardly intact flesh clung to her bones at this time. As the Destroyer of Worlds steadily prepared for a final strike to finish off this powerful adversary, the spacelock was experiencing more and more difficulties in containing the other whale. Forget about the Deep Swimmer. I need your help in suppressing the Tide Caller. His power is continuing to escalate. As if to emphasize the male god pilot's words, the progressively stronger space ripples generated by the Tide Caller had already begun to interact with other native alien elements. As the spatial ripples touched the many intact phase fighters, warships and defensive installations that remained intact, they harmonized with the phase water contained within the varied objects. Soon, all of these combat assets began to produce their own spatial ripples that happened to sync up precisely with the Tide Caller's current activity. If that was not amazing enough, the Tide Caller managed to produce an even stronger response from two different critical elements. The heavily injured body of the deep swimmer and the sixth tide station contained much more phase water than anything else aside from the tide collar's own body. The spatial ripples they produced happened to be extremely strong. The deep swimmer's eyes released tears of phase water as she tried her best to cooperate with the other ancient phase whale's gambit. As for the sixth tide station, it had originally been designed and built to complement the tide collar. No other ancient phase whale was able to leverage the tide stations better than their main creator. Whatever the tide collar was doing, he could not be allowed to complete his action. The destroyer of worlds partially regretted her decision to target the deep swimmer first. She chose to attack the weaker of the two ancient phase whales because it was the fastest way to remove a hostile variable from the equation. The deep swimmer's powerful mobility also gave her a better chance to escape or attack her Ragnarok at close range. While the destroyer of worlds was happy that she managed to cripple the deep swimmer in a short amount of time, her act gave the tide collar enough time to power up his spatial tides. "Can you stop this, Spacelock? If I could have, I would have already done so. The tide collar is overpowering my space suppression field somehow." The Red 2 already knew that the tide collar was among the strongest and most eldest among the ancient phase whales. This was why the Red 2 expressly assigned the Spacelock and the Destroyer of Worlds to the Fourth Armada. The two god pilots had been tasked with preventing the tide collar from escaping so that they could kill him outright. Neither the Mechers nor the Fleeters insisted on ensuring the capture of this powerful alien leader because the risks of failure were too great. That was also another reason why the Destroyer of Worlds focused her firepower on the deep swimmer first. The female whale had the ability to bring others into a different dimension as well. The Destroyer of Worlds gained a greater sense of urgency. Her large and heavy mech began to fly forward and move closer to the tide collar so that its space suppressor could exert a better effect up close. While the Ragnarok quickly closed the distance, its sizable mech frame began to deploy other cannons that were smaller but much faster firing than her main cannon. 8 different secondary cannons began to pepper the tide collar with explosions. The Spacelock may have been unable to suppress the powerful whale's spatial tides, but he was still able to suppress the spatial barrier, which meant that all of the shelling directly impacted alien flesh. A continuous barrage of soundless explosions tore into the tide collar's flank and began to deepen the craters. Even though the damage was mostly contained to the surface for the time being, it was easy to see that the Ragnarok would soon be able to dig a channel to the insides of the massive whale. At times, one of the shells glowed a lot brighter. Blessed by Emma's presence, these specially prepared shells exploded with far greater fury and caused the tide collar to suffer much more material damage. However, none of these attacks managed to stop the tide collar from generating progressively stronger spatial ripples. The space around the whale began to destabilize so much that the Spacelock had to focus all of his power into counteracting this effect. He was in no position to launch any further attacks as any diversion of power would cause the tide collar to grow even stronger. "Hurry up, I am here." As the Ragnarok continued to accelerate forward, the god mech showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, the god mech accelerated even harder to the point where it no longer bothered to launch any further attacks. The Ragnarok strangely retracted all of its formidable artillery cannons, including its sole main gun that possessed the power to destroy planets. Instead, the Destroyer of Worlds focused her willpower in a different capacity. Her god kingdom began to converge and concentrate. It soon began to morph into a much larger and much more powerful version of Emma. The proud and powerful cat that looked like the animalization of an eternal explosion exuded so much destructive power that even the tide collar grew intimidated by the sight. Now that Emma had manifested around the Ragnarok, the god mech seemed to receive a powerful impulse that brought it onto a collision course with the tide collar. It turned out that the Destroyer of Worlds had turned her own god mech into a projectile. The tide collar became so fearful of the Ragnarok's destructive momentum that he altered his actions at the last second and began to produce a powerful spatial tide that agglomerated the power from many different contributing sources. The unexpectedly strong spatial tide crashed against the Ragnarok, but the gigantic energy manifestation of Emma bit down and tore it in half, creating a channel for the god mech to go through. The giant god cat seemed to slip into the body of the tide collar before she unleashed all of her explosive might at once. The enormous body of the tide collar suffered a world-sundering explosion. Chapter 5374 Rich Yields Red Humanity had won a great victory today. 4 different battles ended in 4 decisive victories. The Red 2's formidable strike forces managed to execute their well-prepared battle plans without encountering too many accidents. Everyone who watched the 4 simultaneous live streams rejoiced at the domineering performance of the 4 armadas. Many cities and states had spontaneously announced holidays so that their people could take the day off and celebrate this great pushback against alien aggression. The first armada had accomplished the greatest feat of all. Despite failing to secure the 10th tide station before the aliens blew it up, the only organic god Mech in the Red Ocean arguably committed the most shocking action imaginable. The Genneforger successfully merged with the body of the Singularity Lord, a god Mech that was so small that it could barely be seen if it rested on the surface of the moon-sized phase whale had actually swallowed one of the largest organisms in the dwarf galaxy. Such a feat was impossible to accomplish through any other means available to the Red 2. The bodies of ancient phase whales were highly evolved. Each part of their body tissue had been perfected to a degree where they could virtually last forever. Perhaps it might be possible for a top team of scientists led by a star designer to accomplish a similar result, but it would definitely turn into a grand project that could possibly take years or decades of careful research in order to produce a satisfying result. The right god pilot could skip over all of that complicated stuff and directly subvert the flesh of another ascended being by overriding reality. Unfortunately, the Singularity Lord's body sustained heavy damage over the course of the takeover. When it became clear that the Genneforger sought to deliver the ultimate humiliation to the phase whale race by taking over the body of one of the eldest of native gods, the space terror had gone crazy. Although the Light of Sol did his best to hold the younger whale back, the space terror had given up on trying to escape. The phase whales could afford to be defeated, but what they could not accept was for the invading humans to get away with stealing such a precious body. This was why the space terror charged towards the sickened body of the Singularity Lord and began to bite into the compromised flesh with no abandon. The Light of Sol did his best to stop this maddened rampage by resorting to more powerful attacks, but by the time the space terror collapsed under all of the attacks, the Singularity Lord sustained serious damage. A quarter of the older phase whale's flesh had been torn away. Numerous phase water organs had been crushed to the point where they were unrecoverable. Fortunately, an ancient phase whale contained way more biomass than that. The Genneforger still had plenty of intact alien body tissue left to pose as an ancient phase whale. It was not impossible for the god Mech to regenerate or substitute the missing organic parts. So long as the Genneforger and its assimilated biomass safely returned to human-occupied space without getting intercepted by rapid phase whales, the evolution which had plenty of ways to make massive contributions to red humanity. From extracting lots of intelligence about the native aliens from the brain to mapping out the complete power system of the phase whale race, lots of intelligence analysts and biotech researchers would do anything to get involved in the project centered around studying the hijacked body. Even Vase wanted to take a look at the body as well. "It is not that easy, Phase King," he whispered in the air. The Red 2 put a lot of effort and lost a lot of expensive assets in their attempts to pull off this joint operation. The body of the Singularity Lord is one of their greatest rewards, and they will try to keep all of the good stuff for themselves. It is not easy for an uninvolved mech designer like me to gain permission to participate in one of the many confidential research projects. Space started to wobble above his head. Vase let out a tired breath. The difference is in the word, honorary. I am not entirely an insider to the Red Association. I am someone who they brought in from the outside. I have already been making various moves that signal my intent to keep my distance from the Mechers. Actions have consequences, and I am sure that they have plenty of trusted insiders of their own that can facilitate their research a lot better. He clearly recognized that it was not his turn to examine the body of the Singularity Lord. Perhaps he might be able to gain access if he traded another major contribution for this privilege, but Vase did not have much left to trade at this point. Compared to the first armada, the second armada did not yield as much as recovering ancient phase whale bodies were concerned. The first flame may have raised the confidence of red humanity by single-handedly burning 2 ancient phase whales with his overpowering phoenix flames, but only carbonized remains were left of the enormous carcasses. Even the remaining ancient phase whale that got beat up by the Fist of Defiance was hardly in a good shape. It took a lot of heavy punches to subdue the native god, and many of the aliens' phase water organs got ruptured or pulverized in the process. The only saving grace of the second armada was that the dread marines dispatched by the Dominion of Man had captured the 24th Tide station mostly intact. Although it was impossible to maintain possession of the massive alien space station for long, the army of experts dispatched by the Red 2 managed to extract a huge amount of intelligence and tech from the captured installation. The third armada arguably attained the most boring and predictable results. The joint forces had little chance to capture the 17th Tide Station before the aliens blew it up, but there was little hope of doing so in the first place. What was much more interesting was that the army of one and the huntsman managed to fell the sister whales without accident from beginning to end. With the army of one working to contain the sibling ancient phase whales, the huntsman had been able to weaken them to such an extent that he was able to deliver the killer blows with ease. The only downside of this steady approach was that the condition of the phase whale carcasses were not ideal. All of the spears thrown into their bodies had spilled entire oceans of phase water into space. Even if the special properties of phase water made it so that the Red 2 could still recover the precious fluids after it had drifted off into space, the losses were still massive. The huntsman had also been forced to drive his spears into key phase water organs in order to kill the two ancient phase whales as cleanly as possible. Each destroyed organ represented the loss of another top-quality organic treasure that was valuable enough to be installed on god mechs. As for the Fourth Armada, only destruction was left by the time the joint forces had swept the star system that hosted the 6th Tide Station. The Rubarthan god pilots hadn't been able to preserve much at all by the time they had defeated their powerful adversaries. The Red 2 knew what they had been doing when they dispatched the Destroyer of Worlds to this key location. The Mechers and the Fleeters never really held much hope that the powerful god pilot would leave much intact. The only goals that mattered was to kill the Tide Caller and destroy the 6th Tide Station. The Rubarthan god pilots did not disappoint in this endeavor. The only complication that generated a bit of concern was that an odd event occurred at the end. When the Ragnarok had turned itself into an artillery projectile and boldly inserted itself in the body of the Tide Caller before unleashing a massive explosion, the mastermind behind the Great Severing unquestionably died. The powerful alien leader's body had been subjected to an explosion that was stronger and fiercer than anything the deep swimmer had suffered. As countless torn and scorched pieces of flesh and bone blasted out in all directions, it became clear that the Destroyer of Worlds truly did not put any effort into preserving a significant piece of the Tide Caller's body. The Ragnarok emerged from the center of this titanic explosion with a mech frame that looked like it did not come out of this explosion unscathed. Fortunately, the damage was well within the god mech's tolerance. It had already begun to regenerate its torn and missing armor plating while the giant energy manifestation of Emma disappeared. Even though the two most powerful alien threats had been eliminated, the Rubarthan god pilots did not relax right away. The reason why these powerful human gods were still on edge was because the 6th Tide Station still continued to produce progressively stronger spatial tides. This had clearly alarmed the forces of the Red 2. The Tide Caller had already died, but his work continued to produce powerful spatial waves that induced every other alien asset to pulse in sync. The Fourth Armada did not understand what was happening at all, but it was not difficult to guess that it was undoubtedly detrimental to Red humanity. The Destroyer of Worlds eventually received an instruction from the fleet commander. "We are unable to take control of the 6th Tide Station in a short amount of time. Our only choice is to eliminate it. Destroy it as soon as possible." "With pleasure." Even though the surviving aliens still put up a lot of defenses, they were no match against a god mech. The Destroyer of Worlds launched an artillery strike that punched through every obstacle in the way before blowing up the 6th Tide Station in its totality. The spread of spatial tides finally ceased. Though most people felt relieved and thought that they had stopped the Tide Caller from having the last laugh, neither of the two god pilots felt that the situation was quite right. The 6th Tide Station remained active long enough to produce a certain outcome. The spacelock noted, "Whatever it is, the threat is not acute." The Destroyer of Worlds judged. They did not let their concerns spoil their moods. Regardless of what happened at the end, the Tide Caller was dead, which meant that the Red Cabal had suffered a heavy blow. Combined with eliminating 4 out of 27 Tide stations, it became extremely unlikely that the native aliens could produce an outcome similar to the Great Severing anymore. The consequences of these daring raids were certainly serious, but what mattered was that Red humanity finally managed to gain a semblance of real control over the dwarf galaxy. No longer would people have to worry that the Tide stations would sunder their planets or bring them to an even weirder place in the cosmos. If the Red Cabal wanted to eliminate the humans that were trapped in the Red Ocean, then the native aliens had to do it the old-fashioned way. The Age of Dawn had already been announced numerous months before, but it was only now that many people felt that they had truly entered the new age. Shortly after the conclusion of the 4 battles, many people started to direct more attention to all of the amazing tech and wonderful new solutions demonstrated by the joint forces. The incredible power displayed by the god mechs was too unattainable to most people, but the varied hyper-technology utilized by the dreadnoughts were much more accessible. Many people wanted to know more about the various new technology systems they had witnessed today. From the resilient Azure energy shields to the exotic hyper-ice cannons, each of this new generation tech had the potential to boost the combat power of a lot of forces. Chapter 5375 The Hyper Generation. After the live feeds of the 4 battlefields finally shut down, the main broadcast returned to the podium where the leading figures of the Red 2 became visible once again. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and the Lord of Thermodynamics both looked proud. It had been risky to broadcast the 4 battles as they unfolded in real time, but their gamble paid off handsomely. They managed to showcase their power and remind everyone why the Mechers and the Fleeters maintained their hegemony over human society. Vase and many other people leaned forward in order to hear what the 2 leaders had to say next. As each of you have witnessed moments before, we have developed and implemented many revolutionary technology advancements. The old star designer spoke first. These changes are primarily brought by the radical changes in our environment. Constant exposure to E-energy radiation has led to the formation of many new hypermaterials. Many of them are still too fragile to incorporate into any combat platform, but rarer varieties have already begun to emerge that can be utilized to produce a qualitative leap in the performance of all of our mechs as well as warships. Half a dozen projections appeared above his head that showcased select pieces of footage. Each of them played back footage of the first-class multipurpose mechs and the warships that participated in the operation. The dreadnoughts attracted the most attention because their use of hyper-technology was by far the strongest. While it was impossible for most people to ever become qualified to have so much power at their disposal, they could still dream. The Lord of Thermodynamics smiled as if he could sense the collective yearning and aspirations of red humanity. Our goal in developing these new technologies is not to withhold them from you, but share them with you. We hope that you can make use of our new technological innovations and standards to resist the aliens at a much greater degree of effectiveness than before. As of this moment, the Facewater generation has come to an end so that the Hyper generation can take its place. The Hyper generation. Vase and his wife both shared meaningful glances with each other. They already predicted this months in advance. The Lord of Thermodynamics began to explain the central technologies and other changes that would characterize the upcoming decades. Facewater technology has not become irrelevant with the passing of the Mech generation that has introduced it to the masses. Superdrives, mini-drives, transphasic energy shields and transphasic weapon systems will continue to hold value, especially when they can all be combined with hyper-technology. The synergies between the two could be great, as evidenced by the seemingly magical performance of the Azure energy shields. However, the common demand for Facewater to produce these technological applications has limited their availability too much. This is why we welcome the arrival of new tech. Unlike Facewater technology, hyper-technology is not dependent on the supply of a single rare and expensive material. The new technological branch encompasses a wide variety of applications, each of which can be better served by using different hyper-materials. It may be costly to obtain the more high-end variants of hyper-materials, but there will be such an abundant supply of lower-end alternatives that every citizen should be able to afford a product that is derived from hyper-technology. This was the charm of hyper-technology. People across human space identified so many different hyper-materials in many different places that their diversity started to match that of exotic materials. Even if the majority of those hyper-materials were not that impressive, they still provided third-rate states as well as the poorer second-rate states plenty of ways to strengthen their own forces. The Lord of Thermodynamics briefly explained the key tech that the Red Association intended to share with the public. During the previous battles, we have displayed many impactful technologies, of which there are 3 that form the foundation of the Hyper generation. Defense is important to all of us, so let me briefly introduce the basic principles of Azure Energy Shield technology. The star designer kept his explanation as basic and truncated as possible in order to prevent laymen from getting lost. This was not enough for mech designers and other engineers to get started with this new tech, but there was no reason for them to show any impatience. Mech designers such as Vase and Gloriana already knew that they could access much more technical explanations and specifications by visiting the Red Association's information portal. I knew it, Vase said. I knew that Azure energy shields were related to the water element. The star designer clearly explained that the Red 2 developed a variation of a transphasic energy shield that somehow enhanced their properties with water hypermaterials. While it was unclear how water hypermaterials affected a transphasic energy shield, the results were clear to see in reality. We understand that not everyone has access to enough phase water to produce an Azure Energy Shield generator. We have therefore decided to publish more generic versions of Hyper Energy Shield technologies. They are vastly more economical and are not dependent on the supply of phase water. Different attributes of hyper materials can produce substantially different effects. A fire hyper material can increase an energy shield's resistance against fire, heat and other associated phenomena. If hyper energy shields are not enough for you, then you may be able to meet your needs with hyper armor systems. The Lord of Thermodynamics briefly highlighted a couple of interesting and creative examples of hyper armor systems. For example, reinforcing metal armor with metal attributed hypers made it even tougher and more resilient than before. This was probably the most standard and effective combination for general purposes. Those who wanted to leverage their armor systems in a different fashion could try to make use of other attributes as well as combinations of attributes. The star designer briefly touched on playing with combinations of different hyper materials. The use of hyper materials that are characterized by only a single attribute can already produce adequate or even excellent results. Azure Energy Shields are much stronger than any other variation of shield technology because water hyper materials happen to produce fantastic synergies with phase water. However, you can produce a much greater variety of effects if you combine two or more attributes. The threshold of success is much higher, but those who persist in this research will be rewarded by developing more unusual effects to alter the performance of our existing technologies. This was an area that Vase had yet to explore in a serious fashion. He had already experimented with it a bit, so he knew that it was absolutely not simple to find a successful combination of different hyper materials. Attributes of hyper materials have inherent reinforcing, neutral or conflicting relationships with each other. The old man continued, "We have already formed an extensive database that lists all known interactions that we have discovered to this day. We welcome your input and will reward you if you register a new interaction that we have yet to record." A very meaningful diagram came into view. Vase grew a lot more serious. His mother had shown this diagram to Veronica before when she taught basic cultivation science. The theoretical model also featured prominently in several of the Enlightenment fruits that he had eaten as of late. Our universe works in ways that may sound archaic to you, but our research has confirmed the veracity of this model. The 5 elements of fire, water, wood, earth and metal are foundational attributes that can produce many powerful effects if combined correctly. Wood can promote the effects of fire, for example, which is a synergistic effect that can possibly increase the firepower of laser weapon systems, as strange as it may sound. However, take care not to counteract the effect of one hyper material with another one. Earth absorbs water, for example. Clever use of this anti-synergistic relationship can allow you to form effective countermeasures. This subject matter was huge, but Vase did not pay too much attention to that. He was already familiar with the basic theories on the 5 elements. What Vase found astonishing was that the star designer was willing to present this loaded subject in one of his most important announcements. It seemed as if the Red 2 gradually declassified the secrets that humanity tried to withhold from the public for a long time. Were the Mechers and the Fleeters preparing to reveal the existence of the 5 Scrolls Compact one day? This was a massive change in policy and one that was bound to produce a lot of ripple effects. After the Lord of Thermodynamics touched upon attribute combinations, he went back to introducing a slate of other tech. The introduction of most offensive and defensive hyper technologies did not introduce any revolutionary concepts to Vase and Gloriana. They had already been dabbling in this area and even produced a few successful technological advances. Of course, their private research results were nowhere near as comprehensive, systematic, complete and effective as the work of the Red Association. It was therefore good that the Mechers intended to share all of this valuable knowledge. This way, the Larkinson clan could avoid a lot of detours and make use of a lot of interesting hyper-tech developed by third parties in the coming years. The downside was that the adoption of all of this standardized tech reduced the differences between the Larkinson clan and other groups. The work that Vase had put into the development of 4th-generation Luminaire crystal technology did not become obsolete all of a sudden, but the introduction of the hyper generation enabled other parties to catch up by adopting standardized hyper weapon systems. "Do you feel upset at this?" Gloriana asked her husband. "I know that you have spent a considerable amount of time and effort developing your new phase disruptor beams and copper beams. Our rivals and competitors should quickly be able to develop weapon systems that can produce similar results without investing so much into research." Vase did not look displeased. "I already saw this coming. How can one be upset about it when one already had plenty of opportunities to feel this way in the past? One don't think my private research is a waste because the technological specifications released by the Mechers are mainly relevant to more standardized human tech. Luminaire crystal technology requires different solutions, and the process of researching new attack phase crystals has given me first-hand experience and a more solid foundation into exploring hyper-technology. The Red Association could take away his head start, but it could not erase his skills. Now that he had developed a competence in researching hyper-technology, Vase could continue to innovate in this field and develop a new head start in another aspect. After explaining all of the hyper-variations of the most common weapon systems, the Lord of Thermodynamics finally touched upon the most relevant hyper-technology in relation to the current war. Projections of the spacelock in the army of one suppressing the spatial abilities of the opposing ancient phase whales appeared next, reminding everyone that the best way to defeat the native aliens was to suppress their phase water technology to the greatest extent. Space suppression technology is an evolution of existing technologies such as warp interdiction technology. It combines the use of phase water with space hyper materials to efficiently generate a powerful field that can dampen all abnormal spatial phenomena. The effectiveness of this tech is powerful enough to not only prevent alien warships from activating their warp drives, but can also reduce the strength of transphasic energy shields. Vase already suspected as much, but it was nice to receive confirmation. The value of space suppression technology was extremely high. Everyone who fought a serious battle against the aliens knew how annoying it was to get blocked by strong transphasic energy shields all of the time. If space suppressors could truly cause those fancy defenses to lose a lot of strength, then the upcoming war would likely proceed a lot better than Vase originally anticipated. Chapter 5376 Space Suppression Technology. Of all of the hyper-tech introduced by the Lord of Thermodynamics, space suppression technology trumped everything else in importance. The Star Designer allocated a lot more time on explaining the uses and implications of this new tech. The new age has introduced us to new possibilities but also exposed us to greater dangers. Without access to reinforcements from the Milky Way, we must defeat the native alien races by ourselves. As long as you have paid attention to the battles that have already been fought, you will know that defeating any alien force starts with blocking their warp drives and overcoming their transphasic energy shields. Space suppressors are notably effective at facilitating both outcomes, but there are many nuances to their usage. The Star Designer entered into lecture mode and began to project several typical space suppression modules that were mainly different in size. We have already developed space suppressors of different scales that can be applied to infantry gear, mechs and starships. The range and suppression strength of these devices vary greatly according to scale. Other variables that determine their effectiveness are power draw and the presence of phase water. The projection gave everyone a more intuitive understanding of what that meant by simulating different outcomes. The space suppressors projected several different spherical fields. The strength and range of the smallest one was minuscule compared to the one that could be produced by a Starship-grade module. Each of these fields grew stronger and reached further when they increased their energy consumption. The opposite happened when their energy consumption dropped. The inclusion of phase water produced the most drastic difference. As long as any space suppressor incorporated transphasic components, the range and suppression strength improved dramatically. There was a real qualitative difference between a regular space suppressor and a transphasic space suppressor. Although the former was still useful enough to be valued, the latter could truly make a lot of alien lives miserable. This meant that space suppression technology did not make phase water technology obsolete. The fact that transphasic space suppressors worked a lot better meant that the demand for phase water would definitely remain as high as always. The Star Designer addressed another important topic related to this tech. As you can see, the current generation of space suppressors can only produce an omnidirectional field. We have yet to develop any products that can limit their effects to a more specific direction. The simpler space suppressor modules are also indiscriminate in function. They suppress all forms of transphasic products and spatial phenomena without regard for whether they are utilized by friendly or enemy units. That caused a lot of people to lose a bit of enthusiasm for this tech. While it still remained essential to many forces, the fact that they could also suppress the transphasic technologies of friendly units severely dropped their practicality. It would be quite annoying to keep units with space suppressors separate from units with transphasic parts. Fortunately, the Red 2 already had an answer to this problem. Fear not, we have developed more advanced space suppressors that can selectively ignore most transphasic products utilized by known friendly units. They are more expensive to produce, but you can program them with the P frequencies of all of the transphasic products that you wish to whitelist. Everyone who has studied phase water technology was familiar with this variable. Each transphasic object possessed a special frequency resulting from the interaction between phase water and other matter. The full explanation was a lot more complicated and elaborate than that, but the easiest way to understand it was to equate it to a phase water fingerprint that was unique among different designs. That is useful, Gloriana remarked. However, the need to constantly update the databases of the space suppressors with new P frequencies adds an extra burden. I wonder how you can prevent the enemy from adopting the same P frequencies to circumvent the space suppression effect. Vase briefly fell in thought. The P frequencies of every transphasic product can be slightly changed if you mess around with them a bit. You can even change it on the fly by changing a few variables. That should massively increase the safety of using this tech. No one was sure yet how much more expensive it was to build these selective space suppressors, but Vase was determined to equip them onto his own mechs. The Lord of Thermodynamics continued to explain a few more basic theories, but he eventually wrapped up his technical explanations so that he could address the greater implications of this tech. If you have kept up with me so far, you will know that space suppression fields are more effective at close range but drastically drop in effectiveness at greater distances. Much like the gravity of a planet, as long as you travel far enough, the gravitational force that attempts to pull you to the surface becomes negligible. Let me demonstrate what that means in a visual exercise. All of the projections disappeared in order to make way for a basic combat scenario. A human warship squared off against an alien warship. Both of them possessed all of the expected pieces of tech that were common before the Age of Dawn. When the latter produced a typical segmented transphasic energy shield, the former produced a space suppression field. A warship equipped with a sufficiently powerful space suppressor should have been able to reduce the effectiveness of many pieces of tech installed on the alien warship. This should negate the advantages of the latter so much that it should have suffered a defeat. However, the actual outcome was much different. What actually happened was that the human warship's space suppression field was ineffective when the enemy vessel was hundreds if not thousands of kilometers away. The human warship needed to close the distance in order to envelop the alien warship into the space suppression field, but the aliens weren't stupid enough to let that happen. The alien vessel took advantage of her warp drive to maintain the distance as much as possible to prolong the interception. In the meantime, her gun batteries constantly fired back at the pursuing human vessel, eventually causing the poor ship to succumb before using the space suppressor for its intended purpose. This was a sad display and hammered home the fact that space suppressors could not produce automatic victories right away. Depending on the strength of their space suppressors, warships generally cannot effectively utilize them in an offensive capacity unless they have successfully moved close to their adversaries. This is not an ideal solution. It is not appropriate to bring warships at close range from the enemy. It is much more practical to resort to other means to affect alien warships with space suppression fields. The next few scenarios showcased a few of these solutions. They ranged from launching missiles at the enemy that would eventually hover in the vicinity and constantly maintain space suppression fields at close ranges. These missiles easily got shot down by the point defenses of the alien warship. Drones and bots emerged next. They were all numerous, active and mobile, but that forced the alien warship to expend a bit more effort to eliminate all of the small but fairly expensive space suppressors. It was the next scenario that truly jolted all of the mech designers who had been listening to the announcement. A troop of melee mechs advanced on the alien warship. While the latter's formidable secondary and tertiary armaments managed to intercept numerous machines, the new Azure energy shields made it a lot harder to eliminate them as easily as in the past. In addition to that, space suppressors were also able to weaken incoming attacks by weakening their transphasic effects. This further reduced the damage suffered by mechs. Once the mechs succeeded in closing the distance, they kept up their mech-grade space suppressors and concentrated their efforts to undermine the transphasic energy shields. As the secondary and tertiary gun turrets continued to take a toll on the mechs, the large quantity of space suppression fields were having a remarkable effect. It was true that the space suppressors equipped by mechs were extremely weak. That did not mean that they were ineffective. In order to compensate for this massive downside, a mech force could focus on increasing the other variables that determined the effectiveness of this tech. Pairing space suppressors with mechs and more specifically melee mechs was a match in heaven. Melee mechs needed to get into point-blank range in order to perform their main jobs. This also happened to be the range where the space suppressors exerted their strongest effect onto transphasic defenses. A single mech-grade space suppressor was usually too weak to seriously weaken a transphasic energy shield, but what about several? One of the important traits of space suppressors was that their fields could stack. The more, the better. A standard mech squad consisting of 10 to 12 mechs could produce a space suppression field that was an order of magnitude stronger. A mech company of 40 mechs could produce an even more exaggerated result. Every problem could be solved as long as the quantity was great enough. Although the danger of approaching any warship was still great, the new hyper technologies introduced by the Red Association made this much less dangerous than before. A well-equipped mech force that incorporated Azure energy shields, hyper-armor systems, hyper-weapon systems, hyper-flight systems and most importantly space suppressors could finally fight an alien warship on more even ground this time. Even if the aliens still retained an advantage, the gap had shrunk so much that the dangers of becoming a warfighter or a linefighter had become a lot less severe. Many different mech designers looked at each other. They understood that the role and purpose of mechs had changed considerably due to the massive implications of this new tech. The Red Association has not forgotten the plight of mech pilots. The Lord of Thermodynamics forcefully stated, "We are aware that far too many mechs have fallen in their attempts to defend human space from the intrusions of hostile alien fleets. Our mechs seemed out of place in battles where warships possess the strongest offensive and defensive capabilities. Hyper-technology has unlocked a new future for us where mechs can regain their relevance on the battlefield. Once your forces have adopted the innovations introduced by the hyper-generation, the aliens will learn to fear our mechs just as much as our warships." This was not a fanciful prediction. Vase could easily imagine alien soldiers dreading the approach of mechs equipped with space suppressors. Even if the modules consisted of the cheaper variant that did not incorporate any phase water, so long as the numbers were great enough, an alien warship's hull would get exposed sooner or later. After all, the space suppressors didn't have to do all of the work. Once the melee mechs attacked the transphasic energy shields with their weapons, the enemy defenses should deplete even faster. Ever since the phasewater generation came about, ranged mechs possessed a distinctive advantage over melee mechs. The colonization of the Red Ocean had increased the proportion of space battles. Fights against alien forces became regular, and it was always difficult to get close to alien warships. Ranged mechs possessed greater advantages in these scenarios as they could already become useful without getting too close to the dangerous enemy vessels. Melee mechs lacked these advantages and had essentially been relegated to unwanted children in any mech force. Their presence made a lot of sense back when battles were fought exclusively by mechs, but the insertion of warships into the mix had changed the equation. Now that the hyper generation had arrived, the mechers finally managed to correct this earlier development. "Damn, Kedis is going to be so happy after learning about this." Vase spoke, "I can already imagine that the hyper generation will become the golden age of the Sword Maidens. All of those swordsman mechs will be able to shred through transphasic energy shields with ease." His wife nodded in agreement. This will especially be the case once Kedis has completed her Storm Sword project. The hyper generation had changed the game. Chapter 5377 Technological Transition. The explosive day had finally come to an end, but few people were in the mood to rest. Whether they wanted to celebrate Red Humanity's smashing victory against the aliens or fanatically rewatch the footage of the awesome dreadnoughts and god mechs in action, plenty of individuals chose to skip sleep for the night. They had too many topics to study and talk about. Operation Night Jazz touched everyone's lives no matter whether they were commoners or leading figures. The god pilots who disappeared from everyone's sights had finally shown what they were made of. Soon, they would be returning home and exert their power and influence over a society that had already undergone a lot of changes. The mech industry and many other sectors had even more reasons to become excited. The release of so much technological innovations and specifications spurred the enthusiasm of a lot of mech designers and other related professionals. Once the Lord of Thermodynamics had finished his presentation, the Red Association had promptly published a lot of technical documents that detailed all of the designs and related knowledge introduced by the hyper generation. The quantity of learning material released by the RA was much higher this time than in previous generations. This did not surprise anyone as hyper-technology introduced an entirely new field that could profoundly change the way that existing products worked. While the focus definitely rested on mechs and starships, anyone with a bit of sense could easily imagine that hyper-technology would never be contained in these narrow categories. The markets for implants, designer beasts, artwork, infantry gear and so much more were about to get completely upended in the following years. Existing product lines had all become obsolete due to the fact that they did not make any meaningful use of the possibilities presented by hyper-technology. Old market leaders that failed to keep up with the times risked surrendering their market share to smaller but more innovative startups. This was an opportunity for any business that sought to squeeze into the market. Sadly for Vase, this transition came at an awkward time for him. His entire clan had already decided to shift their focus to the upper zones. A number of important lead designers were about to undergo years of deep immersion EDNet training, which meant that they wouldn't be available to update the existing product lines of the LMC. Vase and Gloriana could do the work themselves, but that would detract from their important studies. They needed to consider these matters carefully. As husband and wife continued to skim over all of the technical documents, they remained quiet as they absorbed all of the interesting new designs and theoretical knowledge at their own pace. Meow, Clixie yawned as she rested on the untouched bed. Meow. Lucky had grown bored as well. The gem cat lifted off from the bed and phased through the apartment wall. Vase ignored the antics of the cats. Much of his thinking capacity had become preoccupied with internalizing all of the new ways he could make his mech design stronger. He grew relieved that all of the extra effort spent on incorporating rudimentary applications of hyper-technology had not gone to waste. Working together with local Terran development companies had been a fortunate decision. The researchers and developers over there had done an excellent job at developing and refining hyper products without receiving any guidance from the RA. That said, the Green Axe and the Bloodripper could clearly use an update in order to bring their other mech systems up to standard. One of the greatest benefits of the latest technology dump was that it encompassed a broad range of mech systems. As much as Vase had worked to improve his Luminaire crystal weapons by incorporating hyper-technology, he did not have the time or expertise to do this for every other mech system. Therefore, Vase had not put any special focus on improving the armor system, the flight system, the sensor system and so on. This meant that his recently developed expert mechs could only be considered partial hyper mechs at most. There's no need to recall our two babies and upgrade them right away. Gloriana remarked as she continued to study the working principles of space suppression technology. Certainly, much of the Green Axe and the Blood Axe has become obsolete overnight, but it is not as if they have lost parity in the field. Everyone else will still be using Laskin products for the foreseeable time. It will take years for other parties to gradually phase out their Laskin technologies. Besides, it is not our human competitors that we have to worry about, but the aliens that are everyone's common enemies. His wife raised a lot of good points. It was not easy to digest all of the newly released technologies. Mech designers like Vase needed to put a decent amount of time into studying and mastering the new tech. The more complicated their work, the more they needed to go in depth. Then they needed to apply what they had learned in their design projects. Whether they chose to design new mechs or update their existing ones, it would take months before they could complete a modern mech design. Then they needed to find a way to make their new mech model enter into production. This was not as easy as before because the manufacturer needed to find a way to source all of the required hyper materials. The market for hyper materials, and especially ones that were aspected towards specific attributes, was still in its infancy. Supply was still too scarce because many parties were still stuck in the starting phases. Fortunately for Vase, the T Institute had already set up a decent production center for many varieties of sympathetic materials. Vase could even instruct the premier branch to establish a much larger production center next to D&D base. He was not sure whether it was necessary or wise to do so. Regardless of what happened, as long as he wanted to produce hyper mechs en masse, he would have to establish a cooperation with other material suppliers spread throughout human-occupied space. There was no need for Vase to personally deal with all of these logistical issues, but he could not ignore these complications at the design stage. Vase took another look at the projected equations and theories. From what I have seen so far, there is little here that can stop the native aliens from stealing our hyper-tech. I can bet you that the Puelmers have already gained access to these very same documents straight away. No matter whether they have received any help from the Cosmopolitans or not, there is no way that all of the intelligent aliens will ignore the massive benefits of adopting hyper-tech. His wife did not look too concerned. Alien R&D is inferior to ours. Their scientists and researchers have stagnated for too long. The Puelmers are known to be excellent imitators, but their ability to innovate is much worse. Our ability to improve our tech and develop new solutions will always be faster than that of our alien competitors. We only need to put enough time and effort to stay ahead of the curve. He agreed with her assessment for the most part. Red humanity possessed a significant advantage in the fields of hyper-technology and to a lesser extent e-technology. Vase knew that a lot of parties had already revived their ancient cultivation heritages. The mystical knowledge could help them develop more advanced applications such as general cultivation elixirs. Even so, the constantly evolving arms race between red humanity and the native aliens would never become too lopsided. Sooner or later, the aliens would begin to roll out warships upgraded with hyper-tech. It takes a lot more time to design an up-to-date warship, and it takes even longer to construct the new hulls. Vase spoke his thoughts. The vast majority of warships that are currently in use by the aliens will remain Laskin for the foreseeable future. Only the most elite fleets will receive their upgrades faster than anyone else, but they are usually taken care of by the Red 2 and the first-rate superstates. In short, Vase did not have much reason to worry about falling behind. He could take his time to master all of the new hyper-tech and gradually upgrade all of his existing works to the new standards. It is also good that we have yet to complete the Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project. Gloriana noted with a smile. We will have to delay their completion by a month or two in order to incorporate advanced versions of all of the new hyper-technology, but your uncle and grandfather will thank us for the additional effort that we have put into their expert mechs. That was also true. Vase knew that he would have to revise his other ongoing mech design projects as well. There was no way he was willing to complete the Fae project or the Supremo project when their technological standards and specifications had already fallen behind. Vase was not too worried about the additional workload. So long as he did not try anything fancy, he could mostly get by with plugging in the updated hyper-technology into his existing designs. He could also solicit even further help from development companies. Designing and customizing mech parts and mech systems was their bread and butter. They experienced an even greater urgency in keeping up with the latest technological improvements. It wouldn't take long before they released new generation products that other mech designers could readily incorporate in their own works. There was one new branch of technology that was not as readily available to everyone. Vase couldn't help but notice its absence in the information package released to the public. There is hardly anything related to e-technology here. The Lord of Thermodynamics briefly mentioned it during his presentation, and a few of the documents here mention it in passing, but none of them have described any concrete application in this field. Gloriana rolled his eyes. Not everyone has your powers, Vase. Hyper-technology is simpler to get started with. You only need to play with hyper-materials. E-technology is much harder to work with. If I did not have my own companion spirit, I would not even be able to manipulate E-energy, let alone perceive its existence. In the absence of systematic theories and instruments that can facilitate research and development, E-tech will likely remain obscure. The implications of that were considerable. Vase immediately thought of all of the advantages of being one of the few individuals who possessed a competency in this technological branch. His eyes lit up. My spiritual engineering work is a lot more difficult to replicate by others. My works will continue to have a competitive advantage so long as rival mech designers are unable to beat the value proposition of living mechs and design spirits. More importantly than that, the aliens are at an even greater disadvantage. They have no background in cultivation science and e-technology as far as I am aware of, so it will be practically impossible for them to close this technological gap. He understood why the mechers did not take the initiative to share too many details about e-technology. They probably regarded it as the enduring advantage that would continue to secure red humanity's technological superiority in this dwarf galaxy. Vase recognized his importance in this picture. Pure e-technologies such as kinship networks and companion spirits had to remain in human hands as much as possible. It was not for nothing that the survivalist faction sponsored his promotion to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. The mechers strongly regarded his unique works as red humanity's core advantages. E-technology may even create the breakthrough that red humanity needed to attain a decisive victory against the native aliens. Vase gained a renewed sense of purpose. He became more eager than ever to put his own spin on the new possibilities introduced by the hyper-generation. Chapter 5378 Q&A session. After the hyper-generation came into existence, a lot of debating took place in many different circles. Many people started to develop their own ideas. They wanted to share their many thoughts with their friends and colleagues in order to obtain useful feedback. There were also a lot of other people who started to harbor doubts about their understanding of all of the fancy new tech. As a teaching professor, Vase keenly experienced the wave of curiosity and excitement that had swept across Terran society. The Eden Institute was already hard at work in setting up brand new courses centered around teaching the basics of hyper-technology. These new courses were bound to become popular in the upcoming semester. Curiously enough, the school also planned to open up numerous advanced public courses for Mech designers who already graduated a long time ago. The offered classes would not only enable professionals to learn different aspects of hyper-technology in a structural manner, but also gather a lot of like-minded colleagues together so that they could exchange ideas. Vase did not have any interest in signing up to these public courses, but many other local Mech designers who did not possess a background in hyper-technology had already registered for them the next day. As he walked across the campus of the Eden Institute, he heard plenty of interesting conversations. Do you think it is simple for you to design a Mech with an Azure energy shield? You need to secure a supply of phase water first. This is a restricted good, and I know your father isn't high enough in the totem pole to obtain a quota for it. You should forget about working with this high-end tech and learn how to work with regular hyper-energy shields instead. I regret my decision to specialize in the design of ranged mechs. Sure, they are still useful enough, but they have been relegated to a support function by the hyper generation. I was so sure that phase water technology would continue to remain dominant for at least 2 more centuries. The Mechers have ruined everything. As Vase entered the classroom and stood in front of his familiar batch of students, even he couldn't go around this topic either. The semester is almost over. He spoke in front of the 4th and 5th year students who had signed up to his advanced manual superfab operation course. I have already worked with hyper technology beforehand, and I can teach you plenty of the lessons that I have learned from my own experiences with processing hyper materials. However, the time that we have left does not allow for a change in the curriculum. In order to help you along the way and figure out how hyper technology plays into your craftsmanship, I will permit you to ask questions related to this topic in the following hour. Although a few of the students wondered how much a fairly young senior Mech designer like Vase actually knew about hyper technology, there were plenty of other students who did not hesitate to raise their hands. Professor, can you demonstrate how to fabricate a hyper product? Vase responded with a rueful smile. I would love to do so, but I need hyper materials in order to fulfill your request. Alexa, has the storerooms of this workshop facility received any hyper materials as of late? His teaching assistant shook her head. No, sir. Hyper materials are constantly being identified and excavated in the wild, but the supply of Mech-grade hypers is so limited at this early stage that they are already claimed by the ancient clans and the key institutions that work under them. The Mech militaries have priority because of the early batches of hypers. The Mech armies that are assigned to prospective warlords urgently need hyper technology to reduce their loss rate. Numerous students looked at Alexa with envy. Her true identity as well as her recent entry into the Larkinson clan had become known. There was no reason to hide this information, and it would be much easier for the both of them to operate in the Eden Institute with their current identities. Did you hear that, students? The supply of hyper materials will become a lot less constrained in a few years, but that time has yet to come. I think this is a good reminder that you must always think about the availability of materials in all of your projects. Just because you are Terrans doesn't mean that you have unrestricted access to all of the resources in your wish list. Facewater will remain as scarce as always. The higher classes and tiers of hyper materials cannot be naturally formed. It is difficult to create the conditions necessary to spawn them, so I can imagine that it will be troublesome to obtain the potent hypers that you need to produce a high-end mech. That caused a lot of students to look thoughtful or concerned. They thought that obtaining hypers would be easy because so many of them were being formed in the environment. That was true, but only up to an extent. E-energy radiation could only do so much. It took a much higher concentration of E-energy in order to induce the transformation of higher tiers of hyper materials. Vase and the T-Institute had already experimented in this area. The most important finding that they had made was that it was troublesome to raise the upper limit of the concentration of E-energy radiation. The only reliable method that they could employ was to expose materials to the strong and active glows of various design spirits, but multiple living mechs or totems could not effectively stack this property. What this meant was that the highest tiers of hyper materials that the T-Institute could produce in-house was solely dependent on the strength of the design spirit. More powerful design spirits such as Gaia could induce the transformation of high-tier hyper materials with much greater ease. Less developed design spirits such as Kalo were much weaker. His glow could not produce any hypers that were strong enough to make them practical in first-class mech design. Oh well, the students continued to ask different questions. Most of them were rather basic, but Vase patiently answered them anyway. His favorite student eventually received an opportunity to ask the question that was burning on his mind. Since you have already started to work on hyper-technology, can you tell us how hyper-technology relates to your specialization? Are there any strong synergies between hypers and living mechs? Vase grinned back. That is an excellent question, Mr. Rabar Fulton. I cannot divulge everything, but I can tell you that living mechs can leverage hyper materials in multiple ways. I truly want to reveal the strongest and most useful interactions between the two, but this is strategic knowledge that is related to the success of my armed forces, so I will stay mum on that. One benefit that I can share with you is that exposure to different attributes of hypers can steer the growth trajectory of a living mech. That caused Klaus and numerous other students to perk up. They all developed an interest in living mechs, though most of them had not signed up for his Introduction to Living Mech Design course in this semester. They could only try their luck next time. Can you give us a concrete example? There are many different attributes that can imbue special properties to various mech parts and mech systems. Many of them are rather basic and common, but there are also weird ones that can be particularly useful. For example, a hyper material that has an aggressive quality can make a living mech fiercer in battle. Another hyper material that is related to accuracy can help to increase the hit rate when firing a ranged weapon. The effects grow stronger with better hypers. They tend to attract greater concentrations of E-energies of the same attributes. Vase did not explain much more because the students needed to complete their courses on both living mechs and hyper technology to understand the full picture. Sir, how will hyper-technology affect the balance between ranged mechs and melee mechs? Every mech designer has formed their own opinion on this subject. Vase replied with a smile. I do not have any strong preference for one or the other, so my judgment is not as biased. As far as I am concerned, ranged mechs have not suddenly become a lot less valuable. They are still as useful as before. What is different is that melee mechs have caught up to them, which is good news for many professionals who have decided to earn a living by working with them. It is rather good that the hyper generation rolled out so soon. If the facewater generation persisted for another decade, the piloting community would become much more skewed towards ranged combat. In the past few years, mech pilots who worried a lot about their future had decided to specialize in ranged combat. None of them wanted to turn into cannon fodder and be forced to make suicidal charges against warships that could resist their melee attacks with ease. The hyper generation restored the romance of melee mechs. What about first-class multipurpose mechs, Professor? I do not have any personal experience in designing first-class multipurpose mechs, but I think that there will be a trend of shifting their focus back onto melee combat. Vase replied after a bit of thought. No multipurpose mech is evenly balanced. Most designs are skewed towards ranged combat. Oh, that is not entirely the case in Terran space. I almost forgot about your destroyer weapons. You Terrans are really lucky, you know. You can already equip your melee mechs with the strongest offensive technology. Once you are able to combine it with hyper technology, your advantages in melee combat will only become more pronounced. That caused all of the Terran students to smile with pride. While the more valuable destroyer weapons were harder to obtain, they were more than worth the price. Vase suspected that destroyer weapons happened to synergize better with hyper technology than other weapon types. He had already learned that destroyer weapons were mystical in nature. Though Vase had little understanding of the nature of destroyer particles, he speculated that they could become a lot more potent if they were exposed to E-energy of the right attributes. If such a major change took place, then Terran melee mechs would become significantly deadlier than the melee mechs developed by others. Vase started to feel greedy about this tech. He wanted to get his hands on a few destroyer weapons so that he could pair them up with a few of his expert mechs. It was not impossible for this to happen. His secret cooperation with the Strian ancient clan could help in this regard, and he could turn to the Devas ancient clan for help if he wanted to act more openly. However, the supply of higher tiers of destroyer weapons was not high. Each of them demanded progressively greater quantities of destroyer particles to build. Only god pilots could produce these special particles. That was only a moderate hurdle in the past, but the problem now was that the Terran Alliance only had access to a single god pilot. There was no way that the Light of Sol would agree to pump out destroyer particles day and night. Destroyer weapons were destined to become even rarer than before, which meant that the cost of obtaining them would become a lot greater than in the past. Vase put these powerful weapons out of his mind. His clan did not have to obtain a destroyer weapon in order to field a strong melee mech. Kedis had already been working on more cost-effective ways to increase the offensive power of her swords. She could even imbue her weapons with qualities that no destroyer weapon could replicate. Chapter 5379 Extending an Invitation. Vase enjoyed the little impromptu Q&A session. He formed a lot of new thoughts and became exposed to different viewpoints in the process of satisfying the curiosity of his students. Still, his class had to go on, so he urged his students to set aside what questions they had left and practice their skills with the superfabs. It was satisfying to see how far his students had come. All 100 of them had already received enough guidance and practice to pass his course. The study load was not light, but the students did not dare to slack off and skip their homework in a course taught by a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vase already knew that the less talented students such as Klaus Rabar Fulton had shortened their sleeping hours in order to squeeze additional hours of practice time in their schedule. Their devotion to their studies was admirable, but it was not healthy for them to work at such a high intensity for a sustained amount of time. Regardless, Vase had become so satisfied with all of his students that he thought about inviting them to join his clan. This was not a simple matter, though. Even if the students were willing, most of them had already accepted obligations to work for a clan or another organization. Alexa had already told him how troublesome it was to cancel or transfer these obligations. It was much easier if Vase started with the kids who failed to obtain sufficient backing. Their overall learning abilities were not as good, but that also meant that they appreciated the opportunity to join the Larkinson clan a lot more. Vase chose to invite the student that he had been laying his eyes on since the start. The young man visibly looked apprehensive as he entered his professor's office. Klaus Rabar Fulton was not stupid, so he already had an inkling on what this meeting was all about. That just made him more nervous, though. Sit down. Vase gently spoke as he leaned back against his luxurious chair. You're not in trouble or anything. On the contrary, you have done well enough in all of the 3 courses that I am teaching. I can still do better, Professor. My grades are not the highest. That is because you are being limited by your augmentations and other factors that are outside of your control. You have done the best you could under the circumstances, and that is already good enough in my book. The two talked for a little bit. Vase gave his feedback on Klaus, which caused the student to feel flattered. Let us get down to business. Vase eventually said, you are in your 4th year of studying mech design, correct? Klaus nodded. That is the case. I see potential in you. Once you have finished your studies and graduated from the Eden Institute, I would like you to join my clan and assist in my work. If you show enough compatibility with my design philosophy, then I would be happy to pass on my core teachings to you. No matter whether you have decided to specialize in living mechs or not, my clan welcomes any mech designer who is both smart and sincere in his work. Silence ensued as Klaus took in the invitation. It was one thing to anticipate it. It was another thing to hear it being offered by the professor he admired a lot. Admirably enough, Klaus did not immediately jump at this opportunity, but showed enough rationality by asking for clarification. Can I ask what you see in me aside from the traits that you have already mentioned? To be honest, Professor, I do not entirely understand why you have chosen me over the other students. Vase smirked. That is easy to explain. My clan has a preference for recruiting particular kinds of people. We seek those who possess sufficient competence but do not entirely feel at home in their current societies. We welcome professionals who have enough ability but cannot gain enough opportunities due to heavy competition. You have also taken my Frontier Wisdom classes, so you are also a lot more prepared for the more active lifestyle that we Larkinsons pursue. If you are ambitious and not afraid of taking risks, then I believe you will fit in nicely. The Terran student gained a bit more confidence in himself. The professor did not select him on a whim, but genuinely wanted him to join the Larkinson clan. I would love to work for you and join your clan. I have been fantasizing about it for weeks. Your invitation is a dream come true as far as I am concerned. Klaus eventually responded. This is not a decision that you can make lightly, Klaus. While everyone assumes that my clan has a bright future, it is too new and its foundation is much poorer than many Terran organizations. It is also largely comprised of second-raters and will remain so for a long time. I may even ask you to assist in the design of second-class mechs. Will that be a problem? No, absolutely not. Well, I do not have experience in designing such mechs, but I can be a quick study. Let me assure you that I do not look down on second-class mechs at all. If they have been responsible for making you so good, then it would be stupid if I dismiss their value. Vase smiled. That is nice to hear. Don't worry, our clan will still have plenty of second-class mech designers who will continue to work on such mechs. I am not in the habit of wasting resources, and a first-class mech designer such as yourself should be working on first-class mech designs. They talked a bit more. Vase wanted to make sure that Klaus did not regret his decision to commit to the Larkinson clan. There was one topic in particular that needed to be mentioned. I am sure that you have already heard that you will need to sever your ties with the Terran Alliance in order to join the Larkinson clan. We do not want to bring in any people with conflicted loyalties. Once you become a Larkinson, you have accepted the identity of one. We have found that it is difficult for most Terrans to make this step. Will this be a problem for you, or are you confident that you can let go when the time has come? No Terran could give a certain answer to this question, and Klaus was no exception. I do not know what it takes to pass your loyalty test. I can only promise you that I will try my best. Klaus replied in a measured tone. That is good enough for me. You can consult with Miss Alexa Strian on this particular topic. She has gone through the same ordeal. There was not much more for them to talk about. As much as Vase valued Klaus due to his notable spiritual potential, that did not necessarily mean that the student could realize it. There were far too many people who failed to develop their potential to the fullest and eventually settled into mediocrity. Nonetheless, that was not a reason for Vase to ignore young talents. His clan needed to recruit a lot of capable mech designers in order to remain active in the mech industry. Klaus may be the first of many first-class mech designers to enrich the premier branch of the Larkinson clan. After Vase finally dismissed the young student, Alexa Strian entered his office a moment later. Is he to your liking? The new Larkinson asked as she sat down on the same seat that Klaus had just vacated. That remains to be seen. He won't be the only Terran who I will extend an invitation to. Whether he or any of the others will be able to inherit my design philosophy is not certain. You have given me Maya. I think that it should not be a problem for you to bestow similar boons to your other students. I am not going to extend the same courtesy to other recruits. Vase shook his head. You are different because you bring much greater value to our clan. Besides, you are only a small step away from becoming a journeyman. Before you have met me, you have already spent years on trying to search for a way to design a living mech like the Ouroboros. Your circumstances are far superior to that of a newly minted novice mech designer. If Klaus and the other young talents want to receive a companion spirit from me, then they will have to earn it, either by making steady contributions or by demonstrating shocking talent. Vase knew he could make it easier for mech designers to get started with living mechs by bestowing them with related companion spirits, but doing so robbed them of a necessary journey. Mech design was all about innovating and figuring out ways to mechs that were different from what was available. People who entered the industry needed to develop the right work approach from the start if they wanted to make great achievements in the future. Vase was willing to ease their journey and give them a shortcut in order to increase their success rate, but he did not want to give them a cheat sheet and allow them to gain all of the answers without expending any actual effort. The two did not linger over this topic for a long time. They had much more interesting topics to talk about instead. Have you witnessed the majesty of God mechs? Alexa asked. Of course. Vase chuckled. I do not think that any red human has missed the show. I am truly impressed by God mechs. Their power exceeds that of ace mechs to such an extent that they do not even bear a strong relation to each other anymore. I understand even more why your grandfather yearns to become a god pilot so much. The total fusion between an exquisite grand work and the willpower of a god is beyond anything I have witnessed. The former member of the Strian ancient clan released a sigh. That is true. The current god mechs are even stronger than they were back in the age of mechs due to the addition of new variables such as E-energy radiation and hyper-technology. Some of the god mechs wouldn't have been able to defeat those ancient phase whales so comfortably without the recent changes. Tell me honestly, sir, how much progress do you think my grandfather needs to make in order to attain the same level of strength? Too much, Vase honestly replied. While he carries the label of a peak ace pilot, his shortcomings are still too great. It is no wonder that he has no confidence in his ability to survive the mech-body merger process. Now that I have witnessed several god pilots in action, I can better appreciate the extent of the gap. I am being frank, your grandfather is still too ordinary of a pilot. He still needs to do a lot of work before he is qualified enough to make the jump. The younger woman did not look too surprised after hearing this answer. The birth of every god pilot is an aberration of nature. Humans aren't meant to be able to transcend this far. That it has happened at all is a miracle in the truest sense. Miracles aren't known for being common or easy to replicate. My grandfather has always known that it takes superhuman effort in order to catch up to the likes of the Light of Sol. How many ace pilots remained stuck at the final threshold? How many of them had died in their unrelenting journey to shed their mortality and become an ascended being in full? Vase cared a lot about the Ouroboros. He deeply wanted it to evolve, but now that he had witnessed multiple modern god mechs in action, he realized that his living mech still had far too many shortcomings that were holding it back. Fortunately, Vase had given the Ace Hero mech a long overdue update. It shouldn't take much longer for the Ouroboros to finally grow past its previous limit and evolve into a more proper third-order living mech. The changes that should happen to the famous Terran mech should be a lot more drastic given its monstrous accumulation. Chapter 5380 Awakening the Beasts. The conclusion of Operation Night Jazz and the introduction of the hyper-generation still generated massive shockwaves throughout human and alien society. Vase corresponded with a lot of people from different parts of society. His expansive network provided him with many advantages as he was able to solicit many different opinions. Although his contacts in the middle parts of human society were plentiful, he did not have a sufficient amount of contacts in the upper parts. He had years to build up his network in various second-class states such as the Hex Federation and the Colonial Federation of Davut. His penetration of first-class society was much less comprehensive. Vase tried to compensate for this shortcoming as much as possible. One of the main reasons why he chose to settle in New Constantinople VHI for a time was because he wanted to foster deeper contacts with the Terrans. The Eden Institute served as an excellent place for Vase to measure the pulse of the Terran Alliance. Its students and professors came from various different clans and backgrounds. Visitors regularly came from other places in order to take supplementary courses or to collaborate on various research projects. Every Terran had a story to tell. Though Vase knew that a lot of people only agreed to talk to him because of his perceived usefulness, he didn't mind. What mattered was that he could gain the information he wanted to hear. Through all of these talks, Vase vaguely sensed several undercurrents running through Terran society. The Strian ancient clan kept itself mum for the time being, but it was already making moves that were hard to obfuscate. The Strians had stepped up their efforts to procure supplies and war materiel, so much so that the price levels of these goods rose faster than before. No one had any clue that General Axelar Strian was planning the heist of the century. Perhaps the only other sign that hinted at this great undertaking was the gradual spread of Gaia worship. The Terrans possessed a strong affection towards Old Earth. Humanity's ancestral home planet was the totem of their culture, and their permanent separation from this sacred symbol had traumatized these people. It did not surprise Vase at all that cults centered around Gaia or Old Earth emerged as a result. They were still small time for the most part. No official institution expressed any concern that these wacky groups of people would get up to mischief. The Terrans had endured the rise and fall of so many different faiths that they formed a well-established set of routines against their potential threat. If these upstart cults ever stepped over the line, the ancient clans could easily squash them with only the slightest amount of effort. Interesting. Vase had a feeling that these strange new cults had the shadow of a true god behind them. That made them a lot more significant than the ones founded by cheap charlatans. The gradually unfolding oddities of the Age of Dawn had sparked a resurgence of the mystical side of reality. Although only a small proportion of people had become initiated to this profound secret, Vase noticed many signs that a lot of states and organizations were gradually inoculating the masses to sites that defied common sense. Broadcasting the battles of Operation Night Jazz was just one of many steps. The deliberate portrayal of god pilots as war deities did much to expand people's tolerance for unexplainable phenomena. Vase only managed to gain a deeper insight in these changes after he met with Jovi again. When he teleported back up to the Tarask and met with Jovi in his mech workshop, the two immediately engaged in a substantive discussion. "The god pilots are on their way home, right?" Vase asked. Jovi nodded even as he directed most of his attention towards the design of a virtual first-class multipurpose mech. Operation Night Jazz yielded a lot of results. Our highest priority is not to cause any further trouble in the core of alien space, but to return in safety and digest all of the gains that we have attained from raiding the 4 Tide stations. It is also Important for us to recall the god pilots as quickly as possible in order to defend against the inevitable counterattack. The mention of that last word put Vase on edge. Anyone could see that the aliens suffered a heavy blow. Their tide station network had been rendered inoperable and a lot of highly respected ancient phase whales died at the hands of human gods. The surprise attacks had shaken the confidence of the local alien community. The Red Cabal, which previously held an undeniable position of authority over the other alien races, suddenly suffered a major decapitation strike that betrayed a lot of weakness. The implications were many. The surviving leaders of the Red Cabal needed to make a big move in order to stop this event from collapsing their prestige even further. Are the aliens planning to initiate a counterattack? Vase guessed. They are already attacking our border regions, my friend. That said, the aliens were not in a hurry. The Red Cabal was previously content to grind our forces down by throwing a large amount of cannon fodder fleets at us. The thought process behind this is that it takes time to mobilize all of the more powerful alien warfleets and transfer them to the front lines. Their arrival may also be delayed by several more years if they have chosen to upgrade their existing warships with stolen human technology. The native aliens are aware of the disparity in technology, so the longer they delay, the more time they have to close this gap. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. This strategy only makes sense if the aliens believe that time is on their side. The native aliens control the vast majority of the Red Ocean. Their population base and access to resources are far greater than our own. They are not wrong to hold this assumption. We are fine with this for the time being, as we need more time to mobilize the strength of our territories. We do not want the frontline battles to escalate until we have completed the transformation of the Greater Beander Gate. The Deep Strike plan could not truly start until Red humanity gained a means to rapidly teleport a Deep Strike force behind enemy lines. Perhaps this was one of the other reasons why the Red 2 urgently wanted to attack the tide stations. Not only would they be able to destroy a powerful tool that could potentially interfere with the operation of the Greater Beander Gate, but they could also steal a huge amount of high-level knowledge on teleportation, spatial displacement and many other relevant subjects. While the gains were massive, many more native aliens had become fully alerted to the threat posed by the invaders who came from another galaxy. Jovi sighed as he turned away from his incomplete mech design. Attacking the native aliens in such a high-profile manner has its downsides, you know. We have slain a handful of the greatest and most respected gods of this dwarf galaxy. This has shocked the entire alien community. Even the more complacent sentient individuals who think the war is too far away from their home planets have become a lot more serious about the threat we pose. We alerted them all. We showed that despite our limited numbers, we can make them bleed. I bet the phase whales have become so outraged with the deaths of so many of their eldest leaders that they are gunning for our blood. The serious expression on Hovi's face showed that he held the same thoughts. We could have laid low and let the aliens think that we were fish on the chopping block. We did not do so in the end because the chance to take out the tide station network as well as many ancient phase whales is too precious to us. While we are more than satisfied with the gains, the greatest consequence is that we have fully awoken the beast that is called the phase whale race. Vase understood what Jovi meant. The phase whales were individually powerful, but they were highly reclusive and isolationist in nature. They bred slowly and spent centuries engaging in their private experiments. Relatively few phase whales actively participated in the greater alien community. The Red Cabal was an exception rather than the rule. Now that this powerful race had suffered massive and unprecedented losses, many of the isolated phase whales that previously ignored what took place outside had become fully alarmed. It was conceivable that many of these phase whales would soon choose to end their isolation and take active part in the counterattack against the human invaders. It is not just the phase whales that will be out for blood, but also the other major alien races. Jovi elaborated. While we regularly belittle the inferior capabilities of the native aliens, their ability to gather intelligence is quite decent. The hidden archships that are secretly operating in our space are gathering large amounts of signals on a constant basis. The Deep Strike plan is not a secret to our adversaries. They know that in 5 or so years from now, we will gain the capability to directly launch attacks on their core star systems. What do you think they will do in response? It was not difficult to game out this scenario. It is not tenable to defend all of those star systems. Vase spoke. There are way too many of them that any defensive forces will only spread themselves thin. In this case, the best defense is offense. It is best to cut off the Deep Strike raids from the source by attacking human space. If they can push far enough to destroy our Greater Beander Gate, the threat of unblockable raids will automatically disappear. You have a good grasp on strategy. Your assessment matches our own. Now that we have woken the beasts, our adversaries will quickly move to intensify their attacks on our border regions in the short term. We will not only see an increase in the quantity of alien raiding fleets, but also a substantial rise in the quality and power of attacking starships. On top of that, the phase whales will begin to participate more actively in these attacks as well. That sounded incredibly concerning, but Red Humanity wasn't completely hopeless in this fight. The hyper generation came at a good time, then. All of those Azure energy shields, hyper weapons and space suppressors will come in really handy. The incentives of the new Elites program will also encourage a lot of human forces to volunteer as linefighters. As long as we can withstand the upcoming counterattack, our chances of winning should improve. The Mechers had thoroughly considered every aspect of this conflict. They had made deliberate moves and already anticipated what the aliens would do in response. Still, for all of their analysis and foresight, the aliens could still prevail so long as they mustered up enough hard power. Fortunately, Red Humanity still had a powerful batch of protectors. The losses will be great in the coming years, but so long as our god pilots are anchoring the front lines, we have a fair amount of confidence that they will hold. Are you sure about that, Jovi? What if 50 or so phase whales decide to gang up on one of our god pilots? As powerful as our greatest champions may be, I do not think it is easy for them to fend off so many angry whales. The Ra Senior shrugged his shoulders. This is why we cannot pin all of our hopes on the god pilots of the present. Their quantity is too low. Our association is in the process of investing massive resources into raising many more mech pilots. The more god pilots we can produce in the coming 50 years, the greater the likelihood that we can save our civilization. We cannot conquer the entire Red Ocean with only 8 god pilots. Chapter 5381 Strategic Value of Mech Designs. Vase appreciated the heads up from Jovi. Being able to gain crucial information about the big picture enabled Vase to gain a proper understanding of the current trends of the Red Ocean. He became quite alarmed by the news that the aliens would soon be hitting Red Humanity harder than before. The Red Cabal had plenty of reasons to take revenge on the humans. Many of the native aliens understood that they could not allow the foreign invaders to accumulate their strength over time. All of this and more indicated that the front lines would become even more dangerous than before. Vase had plenty of reasons to be concerned about these changes. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance and the Warborn Mech Division under the leadership of General Ark Larkinson soon had to face greater dangers. The Davutans and the Hexers would also suffer a lot more losses if the alien onslaught grew too fierce. Various border regions such as the Torald Middle Zone and maybe even the Agamemnon Upper Zone might fall due to the rapid escalation of alien offensives. Suffice to say, Vase was not happy with these developments. His plan for the upcoming years relied heavily on a certain degree of stability in human space. If Red Humanity already started to crumble before the Deep Strike plan could take effect, he wasn't sure whether he would be in a position to meet all of his short to medium-term goals. At the very least, the massive disruptions in the mech market and human society as a whole would make it much harder for Vase to operate. Right now, Vase needed to focus on what he could do to affect the course of the coming campaigns. Different from many other people, a Tier 3 galactic citizen like Vase managed to gain enough power and agency to materially influence the direction of the war. Even if his ability to strengthen Red Humanity was still too limited for liking, it was better than nothing. His current situation reminded Vase a lot of his time in the Sand War. Back then, a few clever mech designs significantly strengthened humanity's ability to resist the invasion of the Sandman race. Could he replicate this old feat and save Red Humanity on a far greater scale than before? Though Vase was not conceited enough to assume that he could single-handedly win the war, he could at least do his part to tip the scales in the human race's favor. The revelations from Jovi urged Vase to help with the coming crisis by designing the appropriate mechs. Of the handful of projects in development, there were 2 mech designs in particular that had the potential to exert an outsized influence on the war. The Fae project and the Supremo project can significantly affect the battles involving second-class forces. He told his wife and his new disciple Alexa when they gathered in the design lab. We need to rethink their configurations and make sure to load up as much hyper-technology on them as possible in order to maximize their ability to impact the war going forward. They will be the mech designs that will put the LMC back into prominence. The 2 female mech designers did not appear entirely convinced by his argument. Even though I am still an apprentice mech designer, I am fully capable of designing a low or mid-tier first-class multi-purpose mech. These products are rarely used by frontline military units, but they are still widely employed by smaller independent outfits. So long as we combine your living mech traits with my technical design, we should be able to publish a relatively basic first-class mech design that is enriched by our unique value proposition. It is too soon for us to intervene in first-class battles. Vase flatly noted, if we want to introduce the Living Mech Corporation in the first-class mech market, we need to start with a strong opening. A mech that is mostly designed by an apprentice will produce the opposite effect. It is much better for us to wait until both my wife and I have been promoted to first-class mech designers. I agree. Gloriana backed him up. Failing to take advantage of the current timing means that we will completely abandon our chance of staking our place in the new mech market, but I do not want us to humiliate ourselves by releasing a subpar product. There are benefits to biding our time. We can wait for the mech industry to develop more refined and mature applications of hyper-technology. We can also continue to experiment with new technologies while we are still working on second-class mech design projects. We should only move on when we are thoroughly able to design a revolutionary first-class mech. They no longer talked about first-class mech designs and turned back on what they could do with second-class mech designs. How is the Supremo project going along? Gloriana asked. This mech design is restricted to the armed forces of Davut, so is it worthwhile for you to put additional effort into turning it into a fully fledged hyper-mech? It is worth it, Vase spoke. Think about what the Hex Federation has accomplished with its own set of living Hexer mech models. I want to do the same for Davut. So long as its people grow dependent on my products, I will hold power over them. While the Krakatoa Middle Zone is not right next to the border, I am sure the Davutans are feeling a lot more nervous and desperate now. They need stronger mechs, and we can take advantage of that to gain more power over their state. I thought you didn't care about states, especially second-class ones. You are not necessarily wrong, but your thinking is too simple. Vase steadily responded. The right mechs can conquer an entire state. In an age where the current order is set to crumble, it is not a bad idea to build multiple power bases. His wife let out a breath in exasperation. I am unable to follow your train of thought. I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but I hope that you will prove to me that your investment is not in vain. Don't worry about that. Don't forget that the Supremo project is not my solo project. I am still collaborating with Master Decimus Horst, who has access to a large support network in Davut. My collaboration partner can do most of the work of replacing outdated parts with newly developed versions that incorporate hyper-tech. One of the advantages of having the backing of a state is that there should be plentiful hyper materials available to produce this new artillery mech in large numbers. The Supremo project might just be a commissioned mech, but Vase wanted to use it to trial several useful innovations. He could use the data generated by its usage to refine the Transcendent Punisher Mark III project. His ambition was to turn it into one of the most effective quasi-first-class artillery mechs in service. As Vase and Gloriana discussed a few other details about the Supreme project, Alexa Strian quietly listened and learned. The former Terran grew quite surprised by some of the hopes and ambitions of her new mentor. Vase had already improved to the point where he actively sought to employ his mech designs as strategic tools. If you are determined to play this game, then at least promise me that you work on updating our Hexer mech lines as well. Gloriana insisted. You do not need to worry about spending too much of your precious time. The Hex Federation has its own master mech designers and development companies. They are more than capable of developing the right hyper mech parts for the Valkyrie. Redeemer and Maiden of Adversity. Vase had no objections to that. He wanted those older works to remain relevant and up to date in order to maintain his strong influence over the Hex Federation. If the Hexers were forced to phase out those mech models in order to keep up with the evolving battlefield, then he would lose his leverage over this state. They soon turned their attention to the Fae project. While Gloriana had little involvement in the design, the Fae project had made a lot of gains over the last month. Vase may have left the expeditionary fleet, but he was still able to collaborate with the other lead designers of the design department by remote. Cormont Hempkamp, Miles Tovar and most notably Beatrice Hendricks had contributed significantly to the design. The Fae project was shaping up to become a beautiful and innovative product, though its price would certainly not be cheap. If nothing unusual happened, Vase predicted that it would only take a couple of months to complete the design. The recent unveiling of the Hyper Generation ruined the original schedule. There was no way that he would release a last-gen product at this time. It will take longer to bring the Fae project up to standard because we aren't collaborating with a state this time. Vase explained to the two women. We will need to work with various different third parties to develop the right hyper parts for our drone mech design. The spurs will especially require a lot of attention. His wife knew him well enough that he had another interesting idea in mind. What are you planning to do this time, Vase? Vase waved his hand, summoning a projection of the Fae project. He pointed at the 4 spurs or Fae that defined this mech design. The Red 2's previous broadcast strongly emphasized the importance of employing space suppressors. They are Red humanity's most effective tool in countering the heavy use of phase water technology by the aliens. However, it is rather risky to dispatch a lot of melee mechs to an enemy warship. Every attack run will exact a serious toll on the mechs because the aliens will desperately try to shoot them down in order to weaken the space suppression effect. If we can let cheaper and more disposable Fae take their place, we can drastically reduce the casualties of such an attack. At the very least, the Fae could act as decoys if they were dispatched alongside melee mechs. Both Gloriana and Alexa looked intrigued at this proposal. There is one caveat to this plan. Gloriana said, will the Fae remain affordable enough to withstand this usage? Do not forget that space suppressors are not exactly cheap. The ones built with phase water have the best effect. The ones without phase water are much weaker. Do not forget about their power supply. Space suppressors have a moderate to high demand for energy. From what I can see, these Fae of yours do not have much capacity to begin with. If you want to turn them into space suppression tools, then you will have to dismount any weapon systems that you wanted to pair with them. They can only fulfill one function at a time. Alexa was more optimistic about this design. The space suppression effect of these Fae will not be adequate if a mech can only deploy one of them at the same time, but the combination of several overlapping fields will produce a stronger result. The crucial variable is how many Fae your mech can control. Vase grinned. That number is not fixed. We are currently aiming for a target of 4 Fae, which is admittedly a bit ambitious, but that is what makes the Fae project so special. It is a living mech, so it can partially take over the burden of controlling and coordinating the Fae. When the living mech grows stronger and evolves in a third-order living mech one day, this capacity will drastically expand. I think it will easily be able to control 8 Fae with a satisfactory degree of control. Just think about what that means. From what I can see, the mech frame cannot support so many Fae. Who says that all of the Fae needs to be attached to the mech frame when they are no longer in use? You can dump them in any cargo hold or free space if you want to stow them somewhere. You can also bring lots of spare Fae and have them take the place of the ones that have perished in battle. Space won't be a problem. What we need to pay attention to is to increase the utility and combat effectiveness of the Fae as much as possible. Even a slight improvement will have a substantial effect on the total package. Chapter 5382 The first months of the hypergeneration. As much as many people got caught up by all of the excitement of Operation Nightjazz and the hypergeneration, no further drastic events took place that upended their plans. Vase and many other people had formed new plans and returned to their routines. Months went by as Vase and his fellow Larkinson mech designers reconfigured their incomplete mech designs. It was annoying to push back the completion of the mech designs he cared about a lot, such as the Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project, but the additional weight would pay off in spades. Since Vase and Gloriana already made early attainments in hyper-technology, they adapted to the new tech a lot faster than their peers. Vase possessed a lot more additional insights in the true nature of hyper-materials. This not only gave him strong advantages in the production of higher tiers of specific sympathetic materials, but also allowed him to employ clever tricks to leverage their properties even better. He had even begun to experiment with attribute combinations. By compounding the effects of different types of hypermaterials, he could generate strong synergies that made his mechs stronger. However, he soon discovered that there were a lot of limits to playing around with combinations of different attributes. Mixing up more and more attributes meant that the E-energy profile of a mech became a lot more muddled. For example, it became harder for a rifleman mech to fire a hotter laser beam if it became contaminated by unrelated attributes such as water or calm. The E-energy attracted by one part could adversely affect the performance of another part. Vase thought back on the situation where the guns of Armageddon leveraged both fire and water at the same time. The shipwrights and engineers who upgraded the starship hadn't been able to solve the incompatibility between these two opposing elements. This left the guns of Armageddon in a rather awkward position. If she relied heavily on her fire energy cannons, then the performance of her Azure energy shield would become adversely affected. Vase was sure that he could engineer a solution to this kind of problem, but he needed inspiration in order to make any serious progress. Solving this problem fell outside of the scope of his current projects. He just wanted to finish them in a decent timeframe so that he could meet his current obligations and free up his schedule. Vase gained a lot of renewed interest in the Fae project. It was already rather special due to the interesting challenge of turning its Fae alive. The recent addition of hyper-technology strengthened every aspect while also opening up a lot of new possibilities. What Vase was most interested in was to design a specific Fae model that maximized the use of space suppressors. Just as his wife had warned, it was truly too difficult to mount anything else on a Fae once it carried a space suppressor module. The most Vase could do was to strengthen its armor and tune up its small propulsion system in order to increase its survival rate. Vase made a lot of calculations on how effective it would be to employ 4 smaller space suppressors instead of 1 larger space suppressor. The model that was suitable for Fae was a lot smaller and weaker than a model fitted for full-sized mechs. It would not be worthwhile to go through all of this effort, only to produce a substantially weaker effect. Fortunately, Vase did not have to fear that the Fae had lost too much strength. As he stood in the control room of an underground testing chamber, he watched with interest as 4 prototype Fae buzzed around and converged onto different energy shields. They had no effect on standard energy shields, which Vase already expected. A single Fae could only slightly weaken a transphasic energy shield. 4 Fae sticking together induced a much greater effect, especially if they stayed in close proximity to the surface of the transphasic energy. While the combined effect of 4 Fae was not as strong as the effect of 4 mechs equipped with normal space suppressor modules, it was not drastically weaker either. Their effect became even stronger than average with the inclusion of the Fae's King. The design spirit was able to amplify the effect by a minor extent just by contributing his glow. All of this meant that it was worth it to deploy these space suppressor Fae against alien warships. Vase could already imagine the sight. 4 Fae won't be able to make a dent in any warship-grade transphasic energy shields, but what about 40? What about more? An entire mech company can dispatch at least 160 Fae, and that is when the Fae projects have not yet grown. 160 Fae was such a great quantity that their combined effect would undergo a qualitative transformation. Of course, deploying all of these Fae in fairly close proximity also made them vulnerable to certain area attacks such as large explosions or shrapnel blasts. The most Vase could do was to strengthen their defenses, but even that had its limits as there was simply not enough capacity. Vase rubbed his tired face with his palm. It is really annoying that I have to squeeze additional components inside this tiny Fae. This is why drone mechs are not that popular. It is much more convenient to keep all of the systems contained within a single mech frame. Gloriana commented, "Are you able to test whether the data linkages can be blocked?" "Not yet, honey. These Fae are handmade standalone prototypes. They have yet to be paired with a living mech. I can only conduct this test later on. I just wanted to get ahead and confirm whether my new space suppressor Fae is effective enough. I am pretty satisfied with the results." The Fae were not exactly cheap. Vase only tested the regular ones, but the transphasic versions that he had yet to try out were bound to be even more expensive. Given the diverging demands of different customers, Vase had made the impactful decision to design 2 different editions of the same mech at the same time. He mainly designed the transphasic edition of the Fae project to accommodate the Larkinson army. It was a top-of-the-line quasi-first-class powerhouse that incorporated a lot of higher-end mech systems. He was open to selling this edition to any private second-class forces with deep pockets so long as they could supply their own phase water, but he did not expect that it would sell like hotcakes. This was what the non-transphasic edition was for. It substituted expensive transphasic parts for much more economical alternatives. Their performance was substantially worse in every way, but the inclusion of hyper-technology partially compensated for this massive drop. It was difficult for Vase to properly judge the combat power of both editions. None of the simulation programs could accurately calculate the performance of either of them in any combat scenario because the relevant theoretical frameworks were still incomplete. The Red Association had already made a lot of strides into trying to construct a workable set of formulas and tables that could help with making predictions in performance, but it would probably take years to bring them up to standard. This was why it was so important for Vase to conduct physical tests. Seeing the prototype Fei in action with his own eyes was much more useful than trying to make a lot of baseless guesses in his mind. Alright, I have seen enough. Let us wrap up this testing session. I have gathered enough information to confirm my direction for the Fei project. What he had witnessed so far only revealed a glimpse of the potential of this mech design. Vase wanted to complete the design as fast as possible, but tried his best to rein himself in. He needed to do this right and make sure that both editions delivered a lot of value at their respective price points. Vase could already envision that his work on the Fei project would affect a lot of people's lives and careers in the future. The higher its performance, the more copies it would sell. The more copies it sold, the greater impact Vase would make on society. After he advanced to senior and learned the truth about the kingdom of mechs, he confirmed that societal impact definitely had a positive effect on his progression. It had been a long time since Vase last released a commercial mech model that went on to become a bestseller. The fairly recent second eye model had the potential to become a decent seller, but unfortunately the arrival of the Hyper generation ruined this trajectory. Who would be stupid enough to buy Alaskan mechs in the current climate? Real lives were at stake. The better the mech, the higher the chances of survival. It made a lot more sense for customers to withhold their purchases for half a year to a year so they could place orders on the first batch of Hyper mechs released on the market. Fortunately, Vase or any other Larkinson mech designer could just revisit the design of the second eye and straightforwardly replace all of the key parts with the corresponding Hyper-Tech versions. That was what a lot of mech designers were doing at the moment. The fastest mech designers had already completed this update cycle within the first month of the Hyper generation. Vase could have chosen to follow suit, but he looked down on this shallow integration of Hyper technology. None of the original mech designs were designed with the possibilities and performance boosts of Hyper technology in mind. The hasty application of Hyper tech also caused the updated mech models to utilize only a fraction of the potential of the Hyper materials added into their designs. Vase held his work to a higher standard. While he did not go as far as scrapping all of his ongoing design projects so that he could start again from the ground up, he sincerely sought to maximize the use of Hyper material. All of these extra demands increased his workload, but he did not complain about it at all. He enjoyed the process of working with new technologies. He gained a huge amount of satisfaction for solving a difficult puzzle and finding yet another way to squeeze more performance out of interesting combinations of different technologies. Under the concerted efforts of Vase and his fellow collaborators, the two editions of the Fei project gradually took shape. Even though Vase still had to split his time on designing other mechs such as the Jupiter project, there were other mech designers and development partners who made sure to bring them closer to completion. Every mech design project was a team effort. Vase gained a greater appreciation at how having numerous capable mech designers by his side could increase his productivity to another level. Of all of the mech designers working on the various projects, Alexa Strian's contribution was indispensable. She managed to surprise the entire design department by how much work she could shoulder by herself. Her excellent learning ability enabled her to master the basics of Hyper technology a lot faster than any second-class mech designer. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers gradually entrusted her with more and more work related to incorporating Hyper technology into existing mech systems. While Alexa's work was not sophisticated, she had gained such a strong grasp of the fundamentals that she never made mistakes and always finished her assignments in a short amount of time. Her productivity was so ridiculously high that Gloriana grew even more jealous at the former Terran's augmentations. Fortunately, the development of her own custom suite of first-class implants was nearing completion. Once the design department completed the Fei project, the Jupiter project and many of the other remaining mechs under development, Gloriana intended to go on a trip in order to complete her surgery. Chapter 5383 Little combat genius Andraste adopted a stern expression as she stood in front of a challenge course. The training ground possessed a standard feature that enabled its controller to dynamically arrange all kinds of interesting obstacles and adversaries. Usually, there was no need to arrange anything deliberate. The randomization function worked well enough, especially if the controller set the appropriate parameters and limitations. Given that Andraste was still a growing child, the challenge course had to make accommodations for her size and physical stature. "Are you ready?" Saintess Ulrika Vraken asked as she stood in her impeccable Hexer uniform. The young girl nodded. "Ready, then begin on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark." The cute red-haired girl in a training suit shot forward at a remarkable speed. The devious training course immediately presented Andraste with a puzzle. The way forward was split up by 3 branching routes, each of them separated by thick stone walls. There was no way of determining which one belonged to the most optimal route. It could be that 1 or 2 of them led to dead ends. Perhaps all of the 3 routes would enable her to move on to other challenges, but the length and difficulty would vary drastically depending on her choice. Instead of using regular means to determine her choice, Andraste made use of a rare capability that not every human possessed. A black translucent kitten dove out of her head and immediately started to explore one of the routines. Xianxia flew quickly and managed to make it all the way to the limit of how far she could travel away from Andraste. Once the cat had gained a quick impression of the first route, she phased through the wall and explored the second one. After that, she phased through the third wall and took another look at her surroundings. Andraste made a quick judgment and took the center route. The path happened to be the shortest of the 3, but it also demanded a bit of physical exertion to get through. She agilely dropped to the ground and squeezed through the low opening that trickily curved upwards. She jumped over a wide pit and just managed to catch the bar hovering in the center, using it as a fulcrum to acrobatically leap her way up to a higher floor. The girl started to breathe harder as she exercised her body, but her excited grin and her wicked eyes showed that she was enjoying herself. After Andraste demonstrated her acrobatics in several more ways, she finally entered the next section of the challenge course. With Xianxia scouting the way forward, Andraste already knew what to expect when she turned around the corner. A large square ground came into view. A dozen humanoid bots that exhibited the reaction speed of well-trained but unaugmented humans turned around to spot the new intruder. The few bots that were facing the entrance from the start raised their stun rifles first and started to pull the trigger without regard for Andraste's tender age. The girl's eyes narrowed, but showed no panic. From the moment Xianxia scouted the situation, she already formed an action plan. Now was the time for her to execute it. Her short legs sprinted across the ground with certain steps. She just managed to make it to the first humanoid bot and did not hesitate to leap and kick at the arms holding the rifle. The bot lost control over its posture, giving Andraste an opportunity to skillfully disarm her opponent and grab the rifle that looked oversized in her small arms. In the meantime, the other bots had turned around and taken aim by now. The bots showed no regard for their artificial brother and mercilessly opened fire, causing the weaponless bot to get hit by stun rays that quickly disabled its systems. Andraste used her small size to her advantage and deliberately propped up the back of the fallen bot so that its torso turned into an improvised form of cover. With Xianxia giving her a bird's-eye view of the terrain, the girl skillfully peeked out and opened fire at one of the bots that were moving to flank her position. Despite not spending any time to properly aim her weapon, her stun ray precisely struck the exposed neck area that functioned the bot's weak point. Andraste did not dare to take another break. The bots did not act like stupid dummies and were actively moving to flank her from both sides. She continued to alternate between making rapid snapshots and returning to cover before any retaliatory strikes could hit her back. With 2 different perspectives, she could already determine whether a muzzle was aimed at her body or her weapon. She could even tell when the bots were about to pull their triggers. So long as she paid enough attention to this information and made the corresponding movements, the young girl could eliminate her current adversaries with impunity. The dozen bots did not last more than a minute. Once the final ones had fallen, she discarded her current weapon and picked up 2 other ones from her first eliminated targets. She skillfully checked the state of the weapon and confirmed how many shots it could fire. Andraste knew that a lot of weapons came with heavy restrictions and were almost always locked to their designated users. However, there were still ways to hack or circumvent these locks as long as she possessed enough means. Andraste had yet to learn how to do that, so the weapons in the challenge course were unlocked by default. She attached one of the rifles on her back and held the remaining one in her hands. They were both sized for adults, so she couldn't carry them as well as real soldiers. Still, this was not the first time she handled such large weapons. She adjusted herself as best she could and moved forward with determination. As she entered the next tunnel, she continued to rely on Xianxia to scout the way forward, only to get surprised as a pair of turrets descended from the ceiling. Before they opened fire on her, Andraste displayed her lightning-fast reaction speed. She had already tilted up the barrel of her stun rifle and pulled the trigger 2 times, eliminating both turrets while firing from the hip. She proceeded in the next area, which appeared to be an obstacle course. She had to climb over walls, walk across a tightrope and leap over gaps while keeping hold of her weapons. Each time, she had to remain on alert and be ready. to fire her weapon whenever a bot or turret showed up from different angles. It was not until she reached the end that her weapons automatically locked themselves up, signifying that they could no longer be fired. Andraste tossed aside her almost spent weapon but did not get rid of her spare. Instead, she flipped it around and held it like a club. This proved to be a wise decision as the next chamber was filled with a group of bots armed with swords. The bots did not move to intercept Andraste when she appeared. They instead formed a half-circle formation that allowed them to threaten their adversary from multiple angles while still remaining close enough to cover each other. This was a tricky situation, and her earlier exertions tired her little body out to an extent. She could not afford to squander her stamina, nor leave herself open to attacks. Andraste did not delay too much and moved to the far left in order to pick off her first target. The swordsman bot responded to her approach by chopping down its weapon. Metal crashed upon metal as Andraste successfully slammed her rifle stock against the side of the blade, causing it to go off target and leaving its wielder open for a brief amount of time. The other bots were closing in on her position, so the young girl used her rifle to slam against the weak point of the bot, causing it to weaken so much that she successfully managed to hijack its sword. Despite the fact that it was disproportionately large and heavy for her size, Andraste demonstrated higher than usual strength and managed to slash her new prize across the bot's neck. A cruel smirk appeared on her face now that she managed to take hold of a proper weapon. She did not turn around but instead moved past her first victim just as 3 other swords attempted to strike her body. Now that she had moved past this dangerous hurdle, she briefly circled around before moving in to attack the bots. Her opponents were not slow. They turned around and moved to adjust their formation so that they could leave her with no way to defend from every direction. However, the adult sizes of the bots made it a little more awkward for them to strike at a shorter enemy. Andraste took advantage of her small stature and her agility to skillfully evade the first sword strikes. Once she managed to come close enough, she stabbed out her sword with both of her arms without hesitation. The sword flew past the armored chest and struck the bottom side of the robotic jaw. The tip of the sharp weapon easily penetrated the head from below. After that, she pulled out the blade and leapt away before the other bots could strike at her vulnerable body. What happened next was a thorough display of skill and power. Andraste effortlessly handled her dwindling adversaries by relying on skill and agility. She was able to read the sword techniques of her adversaries and find the most efficient ways to block, parry or evade the attacks. By the time she confronted her final opponent, her sword smoothly parried the incoming overhead chop and struck the bot in the neck. Andraste did not drop her vigilance and kept on scanning her environment with her eyes and the senses of her companion spirit. It was only after she passed through the exit of the course that she finally lowered her guard. She placed her stolen sword onto a nearby tray and cheerfully skipped her way to her father. "How did I do, Papa? I murdered those bots as fast as I could. Was I a good girl?" Vase responded with a proud but slightly uncomfortable smile. He caressed his second daughter by the head. "You have learned faster than one or anyone else has expected. You're a natural at combat." Andraste giggled and basked in the warmth and love of her father. "Hee, that is because I want to become the strongest mech pilot one day. Ever since I saw all of those god pilots thrash those giant whales, I knew that I would have to improve more than any other kid my age. I can already beat all of those other Terran kids at school, no matter whether we are sparring with swords or firearms. I'm so proud of you, my little pumpkin. However, there is no need to train yourself to death. You will only break yourself down if you keep this up. You need to maintain the right balance between work, leisure and rest." His daughter petulantly rolled her eyes. "God pilots aren't ordinary people. They are soldiers through and through. My goal is to become as strong as the Fist of Defiance or the Huntsman. I won't be able to get there if I spend too much time playing silly games. I am already working on honing my willpower in advance." Her words might sound inspiring if she was 10 or 20 years older, but she only made herself appear cuter when she expressed her ambition. Oh, dear, Vase felt rather conflicted about putting his daughter through all of this training. It appeared that she inherited the workaholic habits of her parents as well, because she hardly played with her toys nowadays. The main reason why Vase did not object to Andraste's demanding training regime was because the Red Ocean would soon become caught in the throes of war. Peace would become a luxury in the coming years and decades. Vase profoundly understood that weakness was the original sin in the frontier. Out of his 3 lovely children, Andraste had the highest hope of navigating her way through tougher times. Chapter 5384 Long-awaited upgrade plan. After Vase praised his daughter, Andraste merrily skipped away so that she could take a shower and change into a different outfit. The father watched the girl go with a decidedly mixed expression. It is impressive to see how much her marksmanship has improved. Vase spoke. She has only been at it for less than a year, correct? Saintess Ulrika Vraken nodded. I have never taught marksmanship to a child this young. I cannot say whether any young girl under 10 can become as effective in combat as her, but my intuition indicates that not even her Terran peers can keep up with her rate of improvement. If she can develop the aptitude to pilot a mech, then I can easily imagine her becoming a terror on the battlefield, and that is without taking account of the fact that she has earned Helena's favor. All of this sounded too good. Many parents would be filled with pride if one of their children demonstrated so much skill and talent for combat at a young age. Of course, it was absolutely luxurious for Andraste to receive the personal tutelage of both a swordmaster and an ace pilot who specialized in ranged combat. Not every child could improve so quickly under the same circumstances. The fact that Andraste managed to absorb much of their teachings and internalize them much faster than anyone could imagine signaled that she had a bright future as a soldier or a mech pilot. The age of mechs may have come to an end in the Red Ocean, but mechs still occupied the mainstream in current society. A part of Vase wished his daughter would be able to pursue the career that eluded him. Seeing his daughter succeed as a mech pilot would do much to make up for past regrets. It would be nice if she ends up developing a high enough genetic aptitude, but the odds are still too fickle to be certain. Vase sighed. The Hexer ace pilot nodded. She was one of the many hopeful people who lucked out in this regard. She knew a lot of other Hexers who had been forced to abandon their dreams of pursuing a glorious piloting career. It is not wise to place too much hope on a child. Andraste has developed so many expectations that she will crash harder than any other girl if she fails to obtain the qualifications to become a mech pilot. Vase grimly nodded. While this was not strictly an insurmountable problem anymore, it would still be devastating if his girl could not follow in the footsteps of her new idols. Just like any other child, Andraste had become enthralled by god pilots ever since she watched the broadcasts. She had made it her life's mission to become as powerful as those impressive god pilots one day. However, in order to do so, she first had to pass the first major test of her life. It would become much harder for her to fulfill her ambition without the support of the right genetic aptitude. Saintess Ulrika directed a pointed stare at Vase. I have noticed a gradual shift in mentality from your daughter. It started a few months ago. Is your daughter engaging in meditation? Sort of. Vase replied. I am not sure how much you know about this, but there are ways for the human mind to leverage the E-energy around us. It is much easier to do this if you have a companion spirit, but you can do this without one if you work really hard. I promise to give my girl a meditation method of sorts that will hopefully improve her chances of developing the right genetic aptitude. AI, the Hexer ace pilot grew speechless for a moment. If I am being frank with you, that sounds impossible. However, you are the Supreme Son. You are known for producing miracles. Since you are dealing with your own daughter, I assume that you understand the potential risks and dangers. A child as young as Andraste shouldn't be meditating at all in my opinion. It is not as dangerous as it sounds. Vase explained. I have developed multiple different methods, and the one that I have formulated for my own daughter is relatively simple. It is nothing more than a way to direct her wishful thinking in a more focused manner. Combined with the instruction that she should practice it in proximity to a mech, the worst that could happen is to reinforce her current obsession. He had promised to give his daughter a way that could increase her chances of becoming a potentate. He fulfilled her request, but did not put anything fancy in her mediation method. From what she learned from her mother, cultivation was a process of active self-evolution by absorbing energy and directing it to make focused changes in alignment with an artistic conception. The more basic methods were mostly harmless, but produced relatively weak results. So long as Vase did not add any excessive or convoluted steps in the method. He only added that part about spending time with mechs in order to reinforce Andraste's self-delusion. Vase was actually a bit hopeful about this meditation method. Its effects were bound to be weak, but he guessed that even a slight effect would produce an actual result. If ordinary children thoughtlessly practiced the same method, they were unlikely to produce any noticeable changes, but his daughter was different. Her active spirituality, her partial primordial human physique along with her companion spirit all gave her the ability to actively shape her interaction with the energy radiation. Even if she was a little weaker, she was still connected to the Larkinson network. If she really wanted to, she could borrow a bit of strength from Goldie. The same applied for Helena. The daughter of Death would never mistreat her niece and would certainly step in if Andraste inadvertently put herself into danger. All of these favorable conditions gave Vase a bit more hope that his daughter would have her wish come true during her 10th birthday. Nothing was certain, however. Vase did not dare to assume that his daughter was destined to become a talented mech pilot. Vase and Saintess Ulrika spoke a bit more about Andraste's rapid training progress. The degree of skill and control that your daughter has demonstrated at her age are all signs that she has the potential to become an excellent mech pilot. Ulrika did not hesitate to praise Andraste yet again. Even if her genetic aptitude ends up mediocre, she can still rely on her talent and learning ability to thoroughly master her fundamental fighting operations. So long as she is able to transcend her mortality, she can surpass any deficiencies relating to her genetic aptitude. Thank you for your vote of confidence. If her genetic aptitude is qualified but not high enough, you may consider starting her off with second-class mechs. Ulrika advised. There is nothing wrong with second-class mechs. The Destroyer of Worlds even went on to become a god pilot despite her humble background. It may be more comfortable for your daughter to grow up without needing to compete with the monsters who are capable of piloting first-class multipurpose mechs. The demands that first-class states impose on them are too excessive in my opinion. She made a good point. Though Vase wanted to provide her daughter with the best possible education, first-class mech academies only paid attention to the rare talents with A and B grade genetic aptitudes. Any potentates that scored lower than that never gained access to the best learning environment. Their teachers were worse, the training facilities were cheaper and their classmates weren't brilliant either. Vase shook his head. He was worrying way too much about stuff that might never become relevant. He needed to rein in his concerns about Andraste's future and just wait until she grew a few years older. Vase and the ace pilot continued to wander around the challenge course as they finally moved on and talked about other topics. Our design department is almost about to complete our remaining ongoing mech design projects. He explained to her. We have made a lot of advancements and mastered a lot of new tech. While I am obligated to design a lot of other mechs after this, I should have enough time to upgrade your ace mech. I have not seriously worked on your Macharia xianxia, but I have been thinking about what I want to do with it for many months. That finally made Saintess Ulrika smile. One of the reasons why she agreed to accompany Vase to New Constantinople and tutor his daughter was to transform her lifeless ace mech into a living mech. The master mech designers of the Hex Federation have already designed a technical update for my ace mech. The powerful woman stated, I know, I have already corresponded with the designers of your ace mech. My work won't conflict with theirs. I will do what it takes to turn your ace mech into a living mech, with all of the benefits that come with it. I will also apply limited physical upgrades with the support of your machine's original design team. In particular, I want to replace your old Hexfire rifle with an extremely powerful 4th-generation Luminaire crystal weapon. Once I am done, you can bring your half-upgraded ace mech back to the Hex Federation where the masters over there can finish the job. This suited both sides just fine. Vase would be able to put his mark on the ace mech without excessively encroaching on the territory of its other mech designers. He would also save himself a lot of time on upgrading the remainder of the powerful machine. Although it was an incredible privilege to work on an ace mech that was one step closer to a god mech than other machines, Vase knew his limits. He may have gained the qualifications to design an expert mech by himself, but he needed to become a master mech designer before he could confidently take charge in the design of an ace mech. Besides, the Macharia xianxia was never his work to begin with, so it would be a lot harder for him to make deep structural changes because he did not fully understand how it worked. It would be a lot easier for Vase and Gloriana to upgrade the Jupiter project into an ace mech because of how much they invested in its original design. Can you provide me with a description of the direction of your upgrade plan? Why certainly. Vase grinned. I have been entertaining a lot of ideas ever since we were all able to witness Operation Night Jazz as it unfolded. Being able to see those 8 cutting-edge god mechs display their individual strengths is a priceless opportunity for any mech designer. Ever since I watched the likes of the Jenniforger and the Heartpiercer display their unparalleled technological progress as well as their fantastic synergies with their god pilots, I have been thinking on how to replicate a part of their impressive power in a lesser form. His words caught the Saintess off guard. Are you claiming that you can bestow my ace mech with the power of a god mech? That is impossible. I am aware that you have a track record for producing miracles, but what makes a god mech is not just its tech, but also the willpower of a god. While I am confident in my own strength, there is still an enormous gap between my saint kingdom and a genuine god kingdom. I am well aware of that, Ulrika. I am not deluded enough to think that you can reproduce even a fraction of the strength of a god kingdom. However, I have been wondering whether it is possible to close the gap through unconventional means. I have come up with 2 possible ideas that can make this happen. The first is to enhance your existing saint kingdom with additional factors. The second is to upgrade your ace mech in a way that allows it to leverage your willpower significantly better than before. Chapter 5385 Mechs as Artifacts. The most precious resource of a mech designer was time. The second most precious resource of a mech designer was inspiration. When the Red 2 broadcasted all 4 battles of Operation Night Jazz in full, the mech designers were among the people who gained the most from this public service. Vase, along with every other mech designer in the Red Ocean, harvested a huge amount of inspiration from witnessing the performance of so many powerful and cutting-edge combat assets. The mechs and warships presented lots of new possibilities, especially in combination with hyper-technology. Yet of all of the amazing human-built products on display, none of them inspired mech designers more than the 8 god mechs that represented the best of what their profession had produced up to this point. There were many mysteries about god mechs that vastly exceeded the scope of most mech designers, but there were still a lot of other properties that could spark a billion new ideas. Practically every mech designer rewatched the footage of all of the god mechs at least 10 times. Vase was no exception to this. He watched it again and again, paying particular attention to the interaction between the god kingdom and the physical mech frame. He managed to harvest a lot of useful insights from his detailed examinations of all of those impressive god mechs, but that did not necessarily mean he could translate that into immediate results. Many of the ideas he generated so far could only be shelved until he gained the strength, knowledge, resources and access to realize them all. He would have to advance to the rank of master mech designer at the very least to work on his more outlandish ideas. Vase was just a senior for the time being, so he needed to remain more grounded and work within his means. As Saintess Ulrika asked for further clarification, Vase took a moment to figure out how he could best convey his vision and ideas. For the Macharia xianxia, there are enormous differences between ace mechs and god mechs. He began after a period of silence. They differ in many ways, which I am sure you are more familiar with, but when it comes down to it, the key factor that separates one from the other is energy. The Hexer ace pilot raised her eyebrow. What do you mean by that? While this approach is simplistic, the strength of a unit can mostly be determined by looking at how much energy it has at its disposal. An ace mech derives much of its strength from a saint kingdom, but a god mech has access to a god kingdom. The latter is far superior in terms of quality and quantity. These are the factors that enable god mechs to break reality and impose a different one within the confines of this monstrous domain. The saintess crossed her arms. I am aware of that, but understanding this does not mean that my saint kingdom can narrow the gap to a genuine god kingdom. I am still a junior ace pilot, and a relatively new one at that. My resonance strength is still only over 200 lavares, and it needs to approach 1545 lavares before I can work towards attaining the power of a god. It is too premature to dream about acquiring this power in advance. Vase grinned. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Remember the first idea that I mentioned earlier? One of the strategies that I think will definitely allow you to fight more effectively is to work together with another powerful entity. You already have a taste of that with the upgrades that I have applied to your Hexfire rifle and your plasma sword. You can significantly enhance the power of your transphasic weapons by calling upon the assistance of the Phase King. The female ace pilot had been practicing with those weapons long enough to understand how stronger her attacks had become if she activated their new functions. How do you propose to make them stronger aside from applying hyper-technology to them? Saintess Ulrika asked. You have already mentioned it. Vase smiled back. Hyper-technology will be the key to greatly increase their damage potential. To be more precise, it is a combination of hyper-technology and e-technology that will strengthen your mech. Have you ever heard about prime mechs? I have heard that phrase before from the expert pilots of your clan. Ulrika answered. I do not have a clear understanding of what that is supposed to represent. It is basically a more thorough way of binding the power of a design spirit to one of my living mechs. All of my early expert mechs are made this way. They take advantage of a special alloy that I found in the Nixian Gap to bestow them with properties comparable to modern hyper-materials. I used to call it a prime material back then, because I have developed an application for it that can lead to the creation of a prime mech. Vase began to explain what made prime mechs so special. For her part, Saintess Ulrika expressed a notable amount of surprise when she heard that he had essentially discovered a new form of resonance. "Let me summarize your proposal," she eventually said. "You want to rely on a certain hyper-material to bless my ace mech with the power of the superior mother. The purpose of doing so is to allow her to lend more strength to me whenever I need to summon more power in a fight." Vase nodded. "You can think of it as teamwork. The most basic ace mech derives all of its extraordinary power from the pilot alone. Once I have made your mech alive and assigned a design spirit to it, a new cooperation model is formed. The ace pilot, the living ace mech and the design spirit can all leverage their own energies to produce stronger results that are unattainable through regular means. This is especially the case if I can turn your wuxia xianxia into a prime mech. All of these changes will result in a massive increase in the total amount of energy that you can leverage on the battlefield." There was another factor that he did not mention. The strength of the design spirit had a large influence on the effectiveness of a prime mech. The superior mother was undergoing a rapid evolution that would eventually lead her to catch up to her principal. Once she had fully completed her evolution, she would become a genuine true god-level incarnation, which meant that the quality and quantity of her power would become unsurpassed by all other design spirits except for Gaia. Vase couldn't wait to produce more prime mechs for the Hexers. The more they could draw their power from the superior mother, the more they could channel the power of a true god. Of course, there were limits to how far he could go. A standard mech could only borrow a fraction of the power of a true god. Moving beyond the limit could easily cause the fragile mind of a standard mech pilot to crumble. What made ace mechs more attractive to Vase was that the strong willpower of an ace pilot could tolerate a lot more pressure. In fact, even though Saintess Ulrika was just a junior ace pilot, she could already resist the overpowering aura of a true god and maintain control over herself. An ambivalent expression appeared on Saintess Ulrika's face. She thought about her past interactions with her fairly recent blessed weapons. Did she want to take this to the next level? No, the woman eventually said. "No more. I admire your work, Larkinson, but that does not mean I like it. My conviction compels me to rely on myself for strength. Excessive help from other powerful beings violates my own principles. I do not want to become stronger by begging for handouts from others. Even if the superior mother herself descends in front of me, I would rather defeat my enemies on my own than to rely on the Supreme." Vase looked disappointed, but not too surprised. He knew her pretty well and understood that she was never the most faithful of Hexers. The Vrakens were the most pragmatic and secularist among the Hexer people. A conviction that did not have room for divine assistance fit the character of a member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. "I understand," Vase gently responded. "It is just an option. Prime mechs are one of my more interesting works, and according to my own theories, they become a lot stronger when harnessed by an ace pilot. The power boost that you can gain from harnessing prime resonance at this level is massive. Are you sure you want to forego all of this extra power while you are doing your duty to your state and people?" Ulrika's willpower pressed harder onto Vase. "My decision is final. Please do not say anything further about this. My goal is to become a god pilot like the ones that we have seen on the broadcast. I can tolerate all of the difficulties and challenges that I have to overcome by relying on my own power. This is a tempering process, and it would not do for me to avoid so many hardships by borrowing the power of the superior mother." Vase could respect that decision. He might even make the same decision if he was in her place. "All right, I will not press you again about this," he conceded. "While we cannot proceed with turning your wuxia xianxia into a prime mech, I can still take its model and swap the undesirable variables with less objectionable ones to make it more palatable. I am lost. Can you explain this alternative solution in a clearer manner?" Vase summoned a simple wireframe version of a mech. "This is your ace mech. Assume that I have already turned it into a living mech. Okay." He then proceeded to fill parts of the projected mech with red gas. "This is E-energy based on the erosion, a tribute that aligns best with your domain. I can use hypermaterials to fill up your mech with lots of this specific energy." That caused Saintess Ulrika to become a lot more interested in this idea. "I can follow you so far. Good. Now, it is not enough to fill your mech with this E-energy. After all, you already have access to E-energy by using your Saint Kingdom to harness the radiation in the environment. What truly enables you to resonate with all of this extra E-energy is to bind it to your living mech." Saintess Ulrika understood what Vase was going with this idea. You are claiming that you can make my ace mech stronger by giving it a larger reservoir of E-energy. Vase nodded with a smile. It is kind of similar to fostering a companion spirit. It is a pity that you have grown too strong for me to bestow you with one, but boosting the power of your living mech beyond the norm is a good alternative. It is sort of like turning your Macharia Excelsia into a prime mech, but instead of borrowing the power of the superior mother, you instead rely on the basic relationship between a mech pilot and a living mech. It is an inferior or simplified version of a prime mech. You can call it a subprime mech. The word subprime did not exactly carry a lot of positive connotations, but it was a fitting addition to his theoretical framework. What mattered was that this was one of the methods he recently came up with to empower his living mechs with the use of hyper materials. The greatest advantage of using hypers in this manner was that they could supercharge a living mech. By merging them with a much larger pool of E-energy, he could effectively amplify their power. From the perspective of cultivation science, this was a relatively simple and direct way of using better materials to upgrade an artifact. Chapter 5386 Visiting Relatives. Papa, 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 when are they coming? Soon, Andraste. Vase bent down to pick up his overly energetic daughter. Space travel is never completely stable. Even the Ra's own starships are vulnerable to the gravitic tides that happen every now and then. They will come when their ship has finally arrived. Until then, be patient and wait. Boring. The girl squirmed her way out of her father's embrace and began to tease Lucky instead. Come on Lucky, I want to play basketball. You will be my ball, okay. Mayoo. Vase chuckled as he sat down on a chair and relaxed. Today was a special day. He and his wife had taken the unusual decision to put down all of their work and take a break. They deserved it after they had worked harder than ever to complete a bunch of mech design projects. After several months of revision and technological exploration, he and his wife had finally designed their first proper hyper mechs. Unlike the more rudimentary applications of hyper technology in the designs of the Green Axe and the Bloodripper, the Jupiter Project and the Blood Star Mark II both conform to most of the technological standards and specifications set by the Red Association. While there was no obligation for any mech designer to conform their work to the directives of the mechers, it was a good idea to do so most of the time. Sticking to a common standard as opposed to clinging to a proprietary standard promoted standardization, mutual understanding and a more rational allocation of resources. What this meant for the two recently completed expert mech designs was that they had been thoroughly future-proofed. It would be much easier for them to keep up with the pace of technological advancement for the remainder of the hyper generation. This was even more relevant for the two projects because they both centered around high-tier expert mechs. Both of their intended recipients happened to be ace pilot candidates. They possessed a wealth of combat experience and mental precipitation. If not for their lack of good mechs and a few major shortcomings, they would have been able to undergo their second apotheosis without any special assistance. As it was, Vase was glad that he could finally give his two blood relatives the catalyst they needed to distance themselves from their past and take a bold step into their new future. Meow, hee hee hee, your ears are so fluffy, click see. Marvane rolled around in the grass of the country estate as he chased after the Rubarthan sentinel cat. Meanwhile, Aurelia allowed her mother to braid her hair yet again a short distance away. Mother and daughter appeared to be in complete harmony as they talked about all kinds of feminine subjects. This was family. Vase needed moments like these to ground himself to his original reality. Though it was nice to spend a lot of time in the Eden Institute of Business and Technology, the Terrans had a way of thinking that diverged too much from the values of the Larkinson clan. Vase didn't know what he would turn into if he spent time among the Terrans by himself. It was too easy for him to get assimilated by the people around him. He noticed this happening with the Mechers, and now he needed to remain on guard against the Terrans every day. Half an hour went by before a change finally took place. His lips curled into a smile when he received a notification from Gavin. Minutes later, a pair of highly familiar relatives teleported in the middle of the back garden of the country estate. All three children completely stopped what they were doing and instantly laid eyes on the new arrivals. Great-grandpa, grand-uncle, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all ran up to the two older Larkinson and began to hug their legs. Ha ha ha, I missed you so much. Oof, you have grown even heavier than last time. Vase and Gloriana stood up from their seats and approached at a more sedate pace. Welcome to New Constantinople. Vase greeted Ark and Benjamin. I hope that you will enjoy your stay here. Is it troublesome for you to leave your posts at this time? I do not have any obligations, so I am glad that I can reunite with you and your family again. Venerable Benjamin spoke. I am finally looking forward to the day that I am no longer a burden to your clan. You are never a burden to us, grandfather. You are already at the age where you can retire without any complaints. Perhaps that was true in the past, but ever since you gave me a second chance, my fight is far from over. What about you, Ark? I have already made the appropriate arrangements far in advance. General Ark Larkinson spoke. The federal military of Davut fully understands the need for me to go on this pilgrimage in order to obtain the mech that can truly unlock my strength. The need to fight on the front lines has become more pressing over the last month. The stronger I can become, the more advantages that I can win for the state and its citizens. Naturally, Ark and the Larkinsons in his Warborn Mech division would also benefit a lot in the process. After they completed their meet and greet, they retreated to a picnic table where the chefs had already prepared a sumptuous meal for the Larkinsons. Vase nodded in understanding. How long can you stay? It shouldn't be too problematic for me to stay with you for 2 or 3 weeks. I can postpone my departure for an additional few weeks if it is worthwhile, but it is best for me to return. My mech division is still too new and raw to go without my direct leadership for too long. I do not have any capable deputies who can fully take over my duties. Does that include Patriarch Reginald Cross? Ark did not hide his contempt for the only ace pilot in the Warborn. Reginald is a fantastic warrior, but it takes more than that to lead a professional military mech division. I have spent years fighting alongside the warlords of the Garland Empire. My powerful friend may sound as if he hates his former state, but he is cut from the exact same mold. The longer I leave him alone, the greater the chance that he will lead my subordinates astray. The two talked a bit more about the current circumstances of the Warborn. Even though General Ark could not talk about overly confidential matters, Vase was not exactly an outsider, so he was able to receive plenty of insider details. President Unames Clive actually promised to allocate territory to the Davut branch if your Warborn does well. Vase raised his eyebrow. Ark nodded. I have no doubt that your rapid rise in status has a lot to do with it, but I think this is a fantastic opportunity for our clan to gain control over our own planets and star systems. I know you do not care too much about it, but holding territory will make others take us a lot more seriously. Our clan won't be known as a rootless and mercenary organization anymore. By holding territory, we signal our intent to play by the rules and to commit to the common safety and prosperity of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The high-tier expert pilot sounded optimistic about the future. Not only would he be able to fulfill one of the old family's long-standing dreams of gaining rulership over an entire planet, but he would soon be able to pilot a mech that could at least stand equal to the Mars. Hearing Ark speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Passionately and willfully about his plans caused Vase to feel a bit alienated. A decade ago, Vase would have probably been just as excited as Ark. The prospect of claiming one or more star systems without going through the trouble of founding colonies from scratch would have delighted him beyond measure. However, he was different from his past self. He had grown too much. His vision was higher now. As far as he was concerned, gaining control over a bunch of star systems in a middle zone was no longer a game changer for him and his clan. It was almost just as dispensable as taking control over a near-worthless third-rate colonial state. Vase quietly lamented the fact that Ark's vision remained so low all of this time. Clearly, the premier branch was slowly shaping up to become the central focus of the Larkinson clan, but Ark's old values had become so deeply rooted that he would probably refuse to transfer to a bigger stage. Venerable Ark looked around and took note of the luxurious garden and the first-class multipurpose mechs standing guard in the distance. Each of the impressive mechs of the Blue Jay fleet could easily squash his Travan Exene. They might not have any powerful metaphysics to amplify their performance, but these first-class multipurpose mechs possessed such potent power reactors that their base parameters alone could overpower any second-class expert mech. You have it so good here. Ark sighed. The Terrans and the other first-raters enjoy the best resources and the greatest opportunities. None of them have to live in fear and uncertainty. Even if the aliens press into their territories, the wealthy states and organizations can always dispatch enough starships to evacuate all of the colonists in time. What is the point that you are trying to make? The Terrans do not need my protection. The Rubarthans do not need my protection. The Red 2 most certainly do not need my protection. They have everything they need to defend their own states. The God Pilots most certainly will not stand by and let the best of our society suffer too much damage. I do not feel as if I have anything to add to all of that, would rather remain in the Service of Davut and protect all of the colonists that are not important enough to merit the protection of the top powers. I hope that clarifies why I am not eager to join you in your premier branch. It is not solely because I am set in my ways. The Larkinsons around the table gained a better impression of Ark. He sounded both noble and sincere when he expressed his conviction to his family. Venerable Benjamin smiled at his proud son. You are a free man, Ark. There is nothing wrong with doing what you think is right. However, you should not disregard the goals of our family or the burden that your decisions impose on us all. Your new mech is anything but cheap. It has taken a large amount of time and money to design your upcoming high-tier expert mech. Even if Vase hasn't demanded a price from you, that does not mean you should take his charity for granted. So long as you are in charge of the Davut branch, you should do whatever you can to offer support to our clan as a whole. Uncle Ark seriously listened to his father. I have not forgotten about the clan. I just think that there is no contradiction between serving the Davutans and serving our fellow Larkinsons. It will be just like old times. It was exactly because the Larkinsons clung too much to their old traditions that Vase felt the need to break away from the original Larkinson family. He did not want to spoil the mood by arguing this point, though. Ark had his opinion, and Vase had his own opinion. There was no need for them to debate about every disagreement that existed between them. Family was more important than winning meaningless arguments. As the Larkinsons gradually finished their meals, they spent the evening as a single harmonious family. Both Ark and Benjamin enjoyed playing board games with the children. A part of Vase wished that times like these could go on forever, but he knew that it was not to be. He predicted that moments like these would become more and more precious in the future. Chapter 5387 The New Common Standard. It wasn't until the next day that Vase and Gloriana presented the fruits of their labor to their visiting relatives. They waited until they sent their playful children off to another day at the Joan de Vos Elementary School before they brought Ark and Benjamin to the design lab. The two older Larkinsons had been waiting for a long time to get introduced to their new high-tier expert mechs. Ever since Vase demonstrated his exceptional talent and abilities as a mech designer, every other Larkinson believed that he was capable of developing the most wondrous mechs. Though Vase did not feel as if he could live up to the unreasonably high expectations of his relatives, he hoped that his work on the two expert mech design projects presented enough surprises to delight his uncle and grandfather. Alexa. Vase greeted the young woman when he entered the design lab. Ah, you must be his latest protege. Venerable Benjamin spoke as he laid eyes on the former Terran. I have heard that you have played an indispensable role in completing my grandson's mech designs. I have my strengths. The woman politely replied. I have heard much about you as well. You have always served as the compassionate elder and the moral compass of the Larkinsons. It is rather amazing how you have been able to recover your strength after suffering a serious injury all of this time. Brain damage is hard to recover from even for first-raters. They chatted for a bit before they all gathered around a projection of the two completed expert mech designs. As the pilots who placed so much of their hopes on their new machines, they instantly fell silent and became engrossed by the sights. Even though the projection was only able to convey a fraction of the charm of these two amazing high-tier expert mechs, they had remained in contact with the mech designers often enough to understand the broad strokes of their upcoming machines. The Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project are both high-tier expert mechs that are completely adapted to the hyper generation. Vase began to explain. They share many of the same features that I will explain soon enough, but they also differ substantially from each other due to your individual preferences and conditions. Both Ark and Benjamin nodded in understanding. When they glanced at the design that they weren't as familiar with, they could sense a lot of similarities and differences. The oldest among them smirked for a moment as he laid eyes on the latest iteration of the Jupiter project. You always wanted to be at the center of attention. With this bright and shiny lion-headed mech, you will definitely be able to attract everyone's eyes without a doubt. I am afraid that you will go too far with this. It is not always good to present yourself as the highest priority threat on the battlefield. I can take it, father. Ark retorted. I am never truly alone when I fight. The hopes and expectations of my troops always bestow me with the courage to challenge stronger opponents. I will truly be able to lift off with my new mech once I advance to ace pilot. I am much more concerned about your own mech. What is wrong with my Blood Star Mark II? It is a powerful machine in its own right as far as I can tell. I do not doubt the design abilities of my nephew. Ark shook his head. What I am questioning is the theme of your expert mech. You have always presented yourself as a hero and protector of our people back when you were in your prime. You were my hero, you know. I always tried to pick up where you left off. What made you agree to turn your expert mech into a machine that looks like it is piloted by a vampire? The contrast between the Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II was strong. The former looked like a mech that a hero from an action drama would proudly pilot. The latter was coated in red and possessed an aggressive and not all that benevolent vibe. Venerable Benjamin let out a sigh. I am no longer the man I was before, Ark. You have never suffered a setback as enormous as mine. My experiences as a powerless cripple has changed me. I no longer care too much about the values that I once held dear before. I agree with my grandson that family is more important than any other duty and obligation. If we want our clan and its people to remain alive, it is not enough to have the right intentions. The Blood Star Mark II is an excellent reflection of my new self. Both living expert mechs were supposed to align with their respective pilots. While General Ark Larkinson still remained an idealist at heart, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson's much richer and more diverse life experiences had caused him to transition into a realist. This was why Vase got along a lot better with his grandfather than his uncle these days. Gloriana clapped her hands. Ahem, the two of you can discuss family matters at a later date. Let us introduce the full features of your respective expert mechs to you. It is important that you gain a thorough understanding of what we hope to accomplish with these designs. It will allow us to be more in sync when we finally begin the fabrication runs. She waved her hand and set the projection of the Blood Star Mark II aside. As you can see, the Jupiter project is designed as an unusual command mech with enhanced direct combat power. We have tried our best to outfit it with the usual command and control modules that are expected for this mech archetype. Many of them are miniaturized, so they take up less space and impose a lower burden on your machine. You can still command your units in comfort, but the sensor and communication system won't be able to penetrate through heavy jamming unless you direct a lot more power to them. This shouldn't be necessary if you make good use of our new mech ecosystem. Mech ecosystem? Ark questioned. I haven't explained much about it because I have been working to complete it in the last few months. Vase explained. It is a mech ecosystem that is supposed to be exclusive to our clan, though I do not mind extending it to your Warborn as well. It is a product that deeply combines the properties of living mechs and e-technology. While I cannot rule out less than possibility that other brilliant mech designers can imitate this ecosystem one day, I am pretty confident that it will remain unrivaled for quite a while. He was very proud of coming up with such a useful and promising mech ecosystem. That does not give me much information. General Ark frowned. Can you explain the difference this mech ecosystem of yours can make? Why certainly, Uncle. First, you should already be familiar with all of the strange and mystical networks that I have created. Kinship networks and battle networks have always served as the trump cards of our clan. When I started to think about tying the mechs of the Larkinson army more closely together, I took inspiration from these networks to devise a means to increase the collective power of our Larkinson mechs. Both Ark and Benjamin were familiar with the dynamics of a mech ecosystem. They were particularly prominent in mech militaries as the adoption of one or several ecosystems could massively reduce the logistical burden of large forces. What was strange was that Vase did not utilize the same mold. Conventional mech ecosystems are mostly technical in nature. Vase explained. What makes mine different is that while they impose a certain degree of standardization and the use of common parts and measurements, it is not the focus this time. As I have mentioned before, e-technology plays a major role, so my mech ecosystem is mainly concerned with binding and collectively empowering my mechs through the medium of e-energy. That sounds similar to what you have done with a battle network. Ark remarked. That is an astute remark. I have taken a lot of inspiration from my battle networks when I devised my mech ecosystem. You can think of the latter as an attempt to make the power of a battle network available to every Larkinson mech pilot. The basic requirements necessary for a Larkinson mech to conform to my ecosystem is that it must incorporate a plentiful amount of hyper-materials. It is not enough for it to be a hyper-mech. It has to be a prime mech or a subprime mech. TCH. Gloriana made an ugly sound. I told you to stop using that ugly word, Vase. Subprime makes your work sound worse than it actually ought to be. Who would feel proud for piloting a mech that sounds subpar? Anything that is preceded by the word sub is always regarded as flawed and imperfect. Dwarves are subhumans, cheap handbags are substandard, mechs that are designed in tournaments perform suboptimally. Do you truly want to put your so-called subprime mechs in the same group? Now that you mention it, Perhaps it is better if I come with an alternative label. Vase conceded. Let me think. Seeing as subprime mechs are pretty much an exploration into their nature as living artifacts, perhaps it is better to call them artifact mechs. His wife's expression softened after she heard the new name. That is a sound name for this new classification of mechs. None of your living mechs will feel ashamed for carrying this label. With that little incident dealt with, Vase resumed his original explanation. In any case, one of the common traits that every modern Larkinson mech will share is that they will have a lot of E-energy at their disposal. Whether it belongs to a design spirit or a living mech is not a big deal. What matters is that every living mech has access to a notable reserve of E-energy. The problem is that unless the machine has gone through a lot of growth, it cannot effectively leverage it. This is why I want my works to join forces and pool their energies together. Once enough Larkinson mechs group up with each other, they should be able to produce fairly powerful effects that enable them to punch far above their weight. The greater the number of living mechs gathering together, the more power they can exert as a collective. What makes this different from a battle network? General Ark frowned in confusion. The full explanation is too complicated. Vase replied, I won't give you the full story because you will just get lost. In short, a battle network is different because it attempts to tap into the power of a strong entity that is normally out of reach. My new mech ecosystem doesn't try to do that under normal circumstances. It tries to leverage the E-energy that is already embedded into the Larkinson mechs. The threshold and difficulty of harnessing all of this power are a lot lower as a result. Any Larkinson mech pilot can make use of the power of our new mech ecosystem. Previously, only certain highly cohesive and homogeneous mech legions such as the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters could utilize the power of their own battle networks. This was way too restrictive for Vase, so he sought to develop an alternative that could allow his troops to effectively make use of a weakened but more accessible variation of a battle network. He succeeded in his endeavors. The new Larkinson exclusive mech ecosystem was his greatest hope of boosting the power of the Larkinson army, thereby giving them a much better chance of survival in the years to come. What is the name of this new mech ecosystem of yours? Ark asked as he had already begun to visualize what he could do with this promising new feature. I call it the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. Vase answered with a grin. The possibilities are endless. Anyone who is strong and capable enough can take charge of a collective and shape much of the combined energies into different expressions. From forming an energy manifestation of a design spirit to channeling all spare power into a single mech, our forces will change forever after my new ecosystem is applied to all of Larkinson mechs. This was the power of Ves's spiritual engineering, or rather E-technology. Chapter 5388 The Warrior of Light. Both Ark and Benjamin Larkinson reacted with shock after they learned about the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. It sounded like no other mech ecosystem they had ever heard before. It was so typically Vase that they had little doubts that it would turn out to be as effective as he described. None of our mechs has yet to acquire this mech ecosystem of yours, correct? General Ark asked. Vase nodded. Your expert mechs will be the first to receive this particular benefit. We want to test it out with the two of you first. This will allow us to verify its performance and make quick adjustments. Once we have done that, we can apply the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem to every Larkinson mech going forward. Every time we bestow a new mech mode or update an existing one, we will make sure that it conforms to the standards of our mech ecosystem. My goal is to unite all of our Larkinson mechs this way within 4 years. 4 years is not much. Venerable Benjamin observed. You will have to update a lot of existing mech models. Will you be able to handle the workload? Do not worry about it. Gloriana confidently replied. My husband has become a lot more effective at his work in recent months. I will soon undergo a massive upgrade as well. Once I have obtained my new augmentations, I can help him upgrade all of our older mech designs at a much faster rate than before. Ark asked another question. You have mentioned that you intend to apply your new ecosystem to Larkinson mechs. Does that mean that you will withhold it from your commercial and commissioned products? That is right. The Energy Weaver mech ecosystem has amazing potential, but it is also rather complicated. It is an experimental product, so it is not proper for me to attach it on any mech intended for use by my customers. It is also one of the benefits that our people should rely on to earn more war merits in the coming years. Vase made it clear that he considered his new mech ecosystem to be an exclusive advantage of the Larkinsons. Unless it benefited his clan directly, he did not want to spread it out further. Neither Ark nor Benjamin had a big problem with this, but Gloriana did not share the same opinion. She pressed her elbow against her husband's side. You shouldn't be so selfish, Vase. The least you can do is to extend this benefit to the Hex army as well. The Hexers can grow much stronger if they can pilot millions of energy weaver mechs. Just imagine it, tens of thousands Valkyrie Redeemers flying in unison, each of them working together to summon Helena. Once she appears, she will have so much energy at her disposal that she can single-handedly wipe out all life in an alien warfleet. I don't think it will be that easy to make that happen. Vase skeptically replied, while my energy weaver mech ecosystem imitates the functions of a battle network, it does not mean to replace it. Aside from that, once the Hexers show off the capabilities of my work on a massive scale, a lot of different parties will demand that I share my work with them all. I don't want to be forced to give away yet another trump card. So long as we keep this particular advantage to ourselves, we can make use of it to beat our competitors and accelerate our progress. This was the main reason why he put so much effort into coming up with this mech ecosystem. His status had risen quickly, but his clan failed to keep up with his growth. If he wanted to lift his clan up, then he needed to bestow them with a powerful advantage. The Energy Weaver mech ecosystem could only be applied to prime mechs or the recently renamed artifact mechs. It was one of his proudest works in recent times. Its usefulness was limited when it came to individual living mechs. There was no way that the Jupiter Project or the Blood Star Mark II could boost their combat power if they were by themselves. Energy Weaver mechs thrived when they fought together. They were the embodiment of the strength of the family that characterized the Larkinson clan. The greater the number of Energy Weaver mechs, the grander they became. If the Larkinson mechs happened to be led by powerful units such as an expert mech, then it would be easy to channel all of that collective energy to these capable champions. Although Vase did not emphasize it, he secretly hoped that his work would enable the high-ranking mechs of his clan to punch above their weight. He especially kept Phase Lords and Phase Whales in mind when he developed his new mech ecosystem. If the expeditionary fleet or the Warborn ever became ambushed by a powerful Phase Lord, General Ark or Venerable Benjamin could always draw upon the power of all of the friendly units on the battlefield to defeat a native god. While Vase did not think that his Energy Weaver mech ecosystem could bestow the power of a god pilot to anyone less than that, it was at least a step in the right direction. He answered a few more questions about his promising innovation, though he could not offer as much clarity as he wanted because it had yet to be tested in reality. They soon moved on to more familiar ground. Let us get back to explaining the configuration of your Jupiter project. Vase said, as you can see, the dominant theme of your expert mech is light. It literally and figuratively weaponizes the power of light. The brighter it shines, the more powerful it becomes. This will especially be the case once it is upgraded to an ace mech, but it is already strong enough in its current iteration. As Vase continued to explain his vision, General Ark felt drawn by the finished design. The way it embodied light made him feel as if this machine was part of his destiny. There was no future for him as a mech pilot if he was not able to fight with an artifact that was precisely tailored to his needs. It is so majestic and beautiful. He couldn't help but comment. Vase grinned. I am a bit of an artist as well, you know. I have done my best to raise its appearance. The more impressive it looks, the easier it will be for you to command the respect and adoration of your troops. He had made express use of Vulcan's rapidly growing expertise in designing the appearance of the Jupiter project. Their combined efforts made the expert mech look like a humanoid white lion king. This is not a regular living mech, correct? You have made sure that it doesn't have an independent personality like many of your other living mechs. That is correct, Vase replied with a frown. I do not entirely agree with this decision of yours, but I have done what I can to accommodate your request. The current iteration of the Jupiter project is a second skin mech. It should fit you like a glove once you interface with the completed mech. Can I ask what made you issue this request? I have seen what Patriarch Reginald can do with his Mars. I know what your other living mechs are like. I regularly exercise with Venerable Rosa Orphan and so on. The riot is quaint, but I do not think it will fit my style if I treat my new expert mech like a living horse. What I want is a much stronger version of the mechs that I am accustomed to piloting in the past. I have won many battles and attained great success by piloting mechs that bear no life at all. I think it is better to stick to my familiar piloting style and fight without too many excessive distractions. If Patriarch Reginald can make it work, then so can I. The Jupiter project shall become the vessel for me to project my power. As Vase listened to Ark's words, he felt a bit regretful that he couldn't turn the Jupiter project into a classical living mech. It could have become incredibly powerful on its own if it started out as a third-order living mech. Still, he understood that a second-skin mech fit Ark's style better. Though Ark liked to paint himself as a protector and a servant of the people, he could be incredibly self-centered at times. Vase eventually moved on to explaining another key feature of the Jupiter project. One of the most essential characteristics of an expert mech is that it contains a resonating exotic that enables you to amplify its performance by exerting your extraordinary willpower. Aside from the generic resonating exotics that are responsible for producing a resonating shield and so on, we have looked long and hard to find an excellent key material that can better amplify your strengths. The key resonating exotic that we have settled upon is lumosium. A new projection showed up that depicted a shiny and luminescent exotic material. Lumosium is not a newly discovered resonating exotic. Our civilization discovered it a long time ago, but regarded it as useless for a long time. Normally, it doesn't do anything but shine. A light by itself. It is only after the age of mechs that mech designers discovered that it can actually function as a resonating exotic. Even then, its only useful application is to amplify the power of laser beam weapons. It would have been more useful if it amplified the power of every variety of electromagnetic radiation, but it mostly acts on light in the visible spectrum, which severely limits its usefulness. All of this sounded a bit too complicated for Ark. What role does it play in my Jupiter project? Well, aside from making your mech shine a lot brighter, I have also discovered that it actually synergizes well with luminaire crystal weapons. To be more precise, lumosium can allow you to massively empower the quasi-first-class transphasic 4th-generation integrated luminaire crystal cannon system with your true resonance. Ark's eyes practically grew dizzy as he heard the overly long sequence of words. Even though he considered himself to be smarter and more learned than his fellow peers, that word salad was so excessively long that he couldn't keep up with Vase anymore. Can you use normal words to explain this to me? General Ark requested. Vase let out a sigh in exasperation. Look at your Jupiter project. It has weapon hardpoints onto its mech frame. Just like the Mars. Correct. The integrated luminaire crystal cannons can fire really powerful light beams. They are powerful because the weapons are not only transphasic, but also hyper-tech. Do you understand? I do. Many high-end mechs combine phase water technology and hyper-technology these days. I am glad that my Jupiter project can take advantage of this combination as well. AR smiled. Well, that is not enough in my book. I have made it so that the ranged attack power of your Jupiter project has become a lot stronger by adding lumosium to its design. This resonating exotic can amplify every energy attack that consists of light, and the 4th-generation light beam attack phase crystal happens to fall into this category. The consequence of this is that your expert mech has become really powerful at defeating other high-ranking mechs, but is also very threatening towards other targets such as phase lords and alien warships. As a Larkinson, Ark was familiar with the strange light beam luminaire crystal weapons. They were among the most mysterious of the energy beams fired by these alien-derived weapons. He didn't know what to make of it. Light beams sounded powerful, but Ark was afraid that he might not be able to grow comfortable with them. Perhaps he could request Vase to swap them with regular laser beams if he ended up disliking light beam weapons for whatever reason. Chapter 5389 Cleansing Light. Vase continued to explain the configuration of the Jupiter project to its intended beneficiary. The more details he conveyed, the more General Ark Larkinson fell in love with the machine that would determine his future for the coming decades. If possible, the Jupiter project may become the machine that would accompany him throughout his life and define his career as a mech pilot and mech commander. Ark was fully aware that not every mech pilot enjoyed this privilege. He had grown a lot more jaded and depressed ever since he left the Bright Republic and tried to build a new future in the Garlean Empire. Though the powerful Garleaners respected his combat prowess and his ability to command a lot of troops on a chaotic battlefield, their callousness, warlust and endless pursuit of vainglory had thoroughly alienated him from the powerful second-rate state. This was one of the reasons why he cherished the opportunity to serve the Colonial Federation of Davut. The people of Davut came from many different parts of human civilization, but they had all become earnest and upright colonists after settling into their new homes. Ark wanted to protect the honest lives and livelihoods of all of these people. He could do his job quite well with a decent expert mech like the Travan Exene, but in a cosmos where the power of the fist determined everything, a much more amazing machine like the Jupiter project would definitely help him realize many of his ambitions. His heart stirred with hope and expectation as he beheld the bright and glowing projection of the Jupiter project in all of its glory. Even though he could not fully comprehend the more technical explanations, it was enough for him to know that his nephew had done the utmost to make his new machine as powerful and fitting as possible. After Vase had explained the properties of the armor system, flight system and combat drive of the Jupiter project, he finally moved on to highlight the weapon loadout of the Jupiter project. We have equipped your upcoming expert mech with 3 weapon systems as its initial configuration. This is based on your past usage of weapons as well as your preferences. However, there is always room for more. Once you get used to your new mech and begin to employ it against challenging alien opponents, you may feel that your arsenal is not enough to fight against particularly troublesome opponents. If you need a strong cannon that can overcome the defenses of an alien battleship through brute force or a shield that can help you resist the heat that comes with being the bright presence on the battlefield, you only need to ask. Ark responded with an appreciative look. Thank you, Vase. I will keep your words in mind. I will try not to strain your resources. 3 weapons should be more than enough to deal with most enemies. I am not like those first-class mech pilots who cannot adequately fight unless their mechs come with at least 20 different weapon systems that are only useful in very particular combat scenarios. That provoked a reaction from the only first-class mech designer in the design lab. You do not understand the benefits of carrying a diverse array of weapons into a fight. Alexa said, there are good reasons why all of the first-raters have embraced the multi-purpose mech as the ultimate form. That is not to say that other mech archetypes are completely useless. My own grandfather has always adhered to his hero mech and achieved great success despite all of the limitations. However, carrying many more weapons can grant mech pilots unparalleled flexibility on the battlefield, ensuring that they can never be truly countered. Gloriana cleared her throat. Let us not get into this discussion. Neither of the 2 expert mech designs are multi-purpose in nature, so let us focus on what is in front of us. Aside from the integrated Luminaire crystal cannon system that we have already mentioned before, the Jupiter project comes with 2 melee weapons. The spear is suitable for charging and for sustained combat, while the plasma sword is a high-intensity weapon that is suitable for breaking through hard defenses and finishing off difficult opponents. A new projection appeared that highlighted the 2 weapons. Both of them displayed a sense of weight and majesty. Vase had put a lot of effort into turning these white-coated weapons into artworks in their own right. The female mech designer pointed to the spear. This is a quasi-first-class transphasic hyper spear that is partially designed by Dulo Voikin. It is relatively simple and plain, but that also makes it solid and reliable. It is suitable for both charging attacks and more direct forms of combat. In order to ensure that it can withstand the rigors of high-level combat, we have decided against making it extendable. We do not want the weapon to break because you have attempted to block a powerful attack. Ark showed no objections to this design choice. I am well versed in all manner of spears. I can handle a single length. That is good to hear, General. The only special trait about this spear is that it is incorporated with a hyper material that is attributed towards water. This will amplify the armor-breaking properties of your spear, making it exceptionally suitable to pierce through hard obstacles. It performs decently well against transphasic energy shields, but it is not the most efficient weapon to deal with these sorts of defenses. Vase grinned as he took over the explanation of the second melee weapon. That is what the cleansing light is for. This is a special plasma sword that is designed in cooperation with Kedis as well as a Terran development company. While the Terrans are known for their excellent destroyer weapons, their plasma swords have not fallen behind. It is easy for them to customize a version that is specifically tailored to your circumstances. The projection zoomed in on the plasma sword. When Vase tipped his finger, the weapon became active, extending a powerful blade of white-hot plasma that looked dangerous enough to burn through anything. The energy consumption of the cleansing light is massive, but the Jupiter project should be able to handle its demands for a decent period of time. It is not a transphasic weapon, but it is a hyper-weapon that is attributed towards light. This has multiple implications. First, the cleansing light will glow brighter than other plasma weapons. Second, it will deal more damage if it is filled in an environment that is filled with light. This means that the cleansing light synergizes extremely well with the dominant theme of your mech. Ark nodded in understanding. The brighter his mech, the stronger the plasma sword. That was easy enough to understand. Vase grinned as he triggered a special function that caused the plasma sword to extend and thicken by multiple times, making it look as if it had entered a turbocharged mode. What is interesting about this Terran tech is that the plasma sword can also be overloaded to briefly increase the damage and reach of this weapon. It will also shine brighter, which means that the hyper weapon will become even more potent as a result. We specifically requested to add this function to give you a means to break through the most intractable defenses and allow you to deal an effective killing blow against monstrous enemies such as phase lords and phase whales. The consequence of activating this giant slayer mode is that the weapon's internals will almost certainly sustain heavy damage, causing it to shut down shortly afterwards. Do not use it unless you have no other choice. The general's expression looked serious. He fully understood the value of this powerful weapon mode. He did not think it was inappropriate that it could only last for a short amount of time. If you have advanced to an ace pilot, then the giant slayer mode should impose a significantly lower burden on the structure of the weapon. Gloriana helpfully added, a powerful Saint Kingdom can reinforce the internals to a much greater extent, thereby allowing the plasma sword to withstand more abuse without breaking down. In other words, the plasma sword was too powerful of a weapon for an expert pilot. Just like the Scarlet Ember of the Everchanger, the cleansing light could only truly showcase its potential when wielded by an ace pilot. It was up to Ark to work towards earning the qualifications to unlock the true power of this mighty plasma sword. So long as he advanced to ace pilot, the Jupiter project would definitely be able to pose a threat against the Mars right away. After Vase explained a few more ins and outs concerning this powerful plasma weapon, he completed his explanation by briefly touching upon another subject of importance. One of the common features of a powerful living mech are ascension runes. While your Jupiter project is not a classical living mech, as long as it becomes comparable to a third-order living mech, it can bear ascension runes. Considering the dominant themes of your Jupiter project, it only needs to develop along a single trajectory. The path of the Illuminator is the most suitable one as it strengthens the foundation that your machine depends upon the most to display greater strength in battle. Both Ark and Benjamin were familiar with the overall concepts of ascension runes and ascension paths. Many other Larkinson expert mechs already make use of them to great effect. I have heard descriptions about the path of the Illuminator from Venerable Davia Stark. Ark spoke, as far as I know, this ascension path is only responsible for increasing the damage output of the Amaranto's energy weapons. The path of the Illuminator can certainly do that, but it encompasses more than making your energy beams more potent. This ascension path encapsulates the wide range of powers of the illustrious one. Depending on how you develop along this branching path, you can amplify the brightness of every light source, increase the conversion of light into heat, or even make your light more blinding and disruptive to both organic sight and artificial sensor systems. That interested Ark a lot. His Jupiter project may come armed with integrated ranged weapons, but he believed that they were only suitable for wiping out cannon fodder. It did not make too much sense to strengthen them if they could only pressure stronger opponents at most. What he needed was to shape the power of light in a way that granted him greater advantages when he squared off against phase lords or particularly strong alien battleships. He definitely liked what he heard. If the path of the Illuminator can do all of that, then it is enough. I will make excellent use of its properties. Vase smiled. That leaves me with the final element that is important to the growth of your expert mech. Aside from the second-generation God Body method that my wife has mentioned earlier, your living mech also comes with the lesser and greater Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra. This is basically a means for your Jupiter project to absorb the ambient E-energy attributed towards light in order to make it stronger. Since your mech has no independent personality, it cannot cultivate at full efficiency. Whenever you are away from the cockpit, it will automatically cultivate the lesser version of the mantra. When you are actively piloting it, you can manually command it to cultivate the greater version, which is not only a lot more effective, but can even grant you certain advantages when you use it in battle. His uncle did not fully understand the significance of this cultivation method for mechs, but that was okay. He would understand its value soon enough once he piloted his new expert mech. Ark asked another question. Once I receive this mech, what will happen if I advance to ace pilot? Can I pilot it right away, or do I need to bring it back so that you can upgrade it again? The latter. Gloriana said, we have already designed the Jupiter project as a half-step ace mech of sorts, so you can still make use of it if there is no other choice. However, there are still major differences between ace mechs and expert mechs, so it is best to properly adjust and upgrade your machine as soon as possible. If you cannot bring it to us for whatever reason, then you can bring it to Master Benedict Cortez. He should be able to apply the necessary upgrades in our stead. Understood. Chapter 5390 All. In the blood, once Vase and Gloriana had exhaustively explained all of the complicated functions of the Jupiter project, they finally turned their attention to the other expert mech design project. The Blood Star Mark II is different from the Jupiter project, Vase emphasized to his grandfather. While it shares a lot of common tech and principles, the overall purpose, vision and design direction all diverge significantly from the earlier design. His grandfather nodded. I can feel it. This mech of mine is not only more alive than what I have experienced before, but it also contains a lot of hidden potential. It may take a long time for me to explore and tap into its latent power. Vase smiled. Another aspect of what makes this design different is that it is an upgrade of your existing Karman mech. Since we cannot construct a brand new mech for you, we are somewhat restricted in how extensively we can replace and substitute the existing parts of your machine. In particular, it is troublesome to comprehensively upgrade the organic parts of your Karman system. In order to upgrade it to the second generation that I have recently come up with, I have to implant new organs and inject viruses that can rewrite its DNA. This is a rather troublesome and time-consuming procedure under normal circumstances, but with the help of the advanced instruments from the Terran Alliance, we can speed up the transformation so that the biological modifications will be done after we fabricate the Jupiter project. His grandfather frowned for a bit. You have alluded to the second-generation Karman system to me before, but you have never fully explained what it is all about. That is because many of the details of the Karman system must remain confidential for the time being. Now that you are here in person, I can reveal a bit more about what I have been working on to you in person. There are secrets about the Karman system that I cannot easily divulge to you all, but what I am about to tell you falls outside of that scope. Vase swept his gaze across the design lab. Gloriana, Ark, Benjamin and Alexa all understood the significance of this reminder. Even though not everyone understood the reasons why the Karman system was so sensitive, they knew that Vase had a habit of coming up with strange but useful inventions. Each of you should already understand the basic working principles of the Karman system. The second generation differs from this by tapping into the power of blood. Instead of using regular human-derived blood, I came up with the idea to use more powerful blood derived from powerful beings. The idea is that the stronger blood can bestow a part of their extraordinary properties to the pilot and Karman mech. Alexa reacted with shock most of all. Vase had yet to teach her about the Karman system, so she only understood the basics up to this point. That should not work at all. Even if there is a basis in truth to it, injecting alien blood into your body will only result in blood poisoning. Vase smiled. I am aware of that, but the Karman system will make sure to alter and filter this foreign blood so that it will not poison anymore. The source of power does not lie in the blood cells, but in the hidden energies contained within. The blood of a strong, extraordinary organism contains a lot of remarkable traits. According to certain esoteric theories, it is possible to tap into them or extract them directly. The second-generation Karman system is a relatively crude attempt to derive more power from a small quantity of extraordinary blood. The description disgusted General Ark. He looked at his father with concern. Even though Benjamin's physical condition had recovered at a remarkable rate, his old body was still marked by time. How could the old man withstand so much strain on his relatively weak physique? Is it necessary for you to conduct this experiment on your grandfather? Ark skeptically asked. Vase shook his head. I admit that Grandpa will be more than fine with the original incarnation of the Karman version, but we can't stop progress just because we are afraid of the consequences. Besides, I have made a lot of precautions to prevent my latest changes from overwhelming his body. The second-generation Karman system won't flood my grandfather with foreign blood from the start, but will only gradually trickle in so that his body can gradually get used to the new variables. Over time, Grandpa will be able to tolerate more and more of this foreign element. Just like how phase lords get stronger when their phase water concentration has risen, a similar process should also occur in this case. That led to the next obvious question. What sort of blood have you chosen to bless me with? Venerable Benjamin plainly asked. There are many possible choices. Vase replied. There are numerous powerful mutated beasts aboard the Dragon's Den that have all developed strange abilities that have become noticeably stronger in the Age of Dawn. However, fit and compatibility are also important. I do not think that you have the sort of young and adventurous mindset to embrace these exotic powers. The old man gruffly nodded. I was just about to say that. I appreciate the value of power more than most people, but that does not mean that I am eager to pursue it unconditionally. Don't worry, Grandpa. After an extensive selection process, I have settled on a source of blood that might not be the strongest, but contains enough extraordinary factors to make it useful. The blood comes from myself. 1111, 1111, really. Ark eventually broke the silence. Benjamin did not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up, but his expression made it clear that he looked rather disturbed. My blood is quite abnormal, to say the least. Vase defended his choice. I think both of you have enough senses to tell that I am anything but an average human. Biologically speaking, I have ascended to a higher life level. There are numerous different powers that have seeped into my body and blood. For example, there is a tiny amount of phase water running through my body. This actually makes me a phase lord, if only barely. Isn't phase water toxic to humans? Ark grew alarmed. Even if your body can tolerate this exotic for a strange reason, that does not mean that others can cope with it as well. What if it ends up killing my father? Benjamin raised his hand. Calm down, my son. Vase here must have good reasons to make this decision. As I have said before, the second-generation Karman system will come with many safety features that will prevent my blood from risking my grandfather's health. Vase confidently explained. As a high-tier expert pilot, his body has already surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. It might be a bit too reluctant for him to get exposed to phase water, but once he advances to an ace pilot, his body will quickly change and grow even stronger. I think this may be a means for him to gradually acquire at least some of the traits of a phase lord through gradual exposure therapy. This was basically an adaptation of one of his earlier ideas. Vase had theorized that it was possible for him to advance his phase lord cultivation by piloting a Karman mech that circulated a greater concentration of phase water in its artificial bloodstream. Since it could theoretically work for him, then it could work for other people as well. Although Vase was aware that it was extremely reckless for him to experiment on his own grandfather, he was confident that it would work out the way he envisioned. Not only were the two blood relatives, but they also shared a strong family bond. He believed that these relationships would exert a large influence on the blood pact and turn the impossible into the possible. After all, one of the defining traits of high-ranking mech pilots was their ability to distort reality. In order for this experiment to produce a successful result, Venerable Benjamin had to exert his force of will to make his body more compatible and tame the donated blood. All of this sounded a bit too esoteric and mystical to everyone else. None of them had a background in cultivation science, so they did not understand why Vase was so unreasonably confident in this matter. Fortunately, every member of the Larkinson clan had developed the habit of giving Vase the benefit of the doubt. If he was convinced that a wacky new invention would work, then they were willing to give him a chance to prove his claims. All right, Benjamin finally spoke. If you truly think it is beneficial for me to get exposed to your strange blood, then I will try and make it work. Don't worry, it won't happen all at once. This is a process that may take many years. We can only truly ramp up your exposure to my blood once you become a saint. I will try my best to keep your weight to a minimum. After they had dealt with this heavy topic, Vase and Gloriana proceeded to explain the remaining features of the cyborg expert mech. The configuration of the Blood Star Mark II is much less complex than the Jupiter project. Gloriana took over for a time. According to your preferences and track record, we have shaped it into an offensive knight. Its defenses are considerably stronger, but they are not as formidable as that of a defensive knight. The Blood Star Mark II could take quite a beating. It could form a resonance shield like other expert mechs, but it could also resist a lot of damage with its transphasic Azure Energy Shield generator. Azure Energy Shield generators are a luxury to most mech pilots because they require phase water in order to construct them. Aside from that, they also require high-grade water hypers, which are much more scarce due to their high demand. Our clan is able to supply both of these strategic materials, so we do not suffer from this problem. The Azure Energy Shield generator of the Jupiter project is relatively small due to its limited capacity. The Blood Star Mark II has more room for defensive systems, so its Azure Energy Shield generator is substantially larger and more effective. Vase was not entirely comfortable with letting his grandfather enter the battlefield once again. He made sure that the Blood Star Mark II was robust enough to withstand plenty of unexpected setbacks. As far as Vase was concerned, the main goal of the Blood Star Mark II was not to annihilate the enemies of the Larkinson clan, but to preserve and enrich his grandfather's life. This was also a motivating factor for adding his own blood to the expert mech's second-generation Karman system. Vase hoped that his powerful vitality would seep into his grandfather, thereby causing Benjamin to rejuvenate his aged body and allow him to live longer. Of course, Vase did not let this secret goal detract from the fundamental purposes of a mech. The Blood Star Mark H's initial weapon loadout is relatively simple, but we have tried to make their parameters as strong as possible. He explained. The quasi-first-class transphasic hyper sword and physical shield are relatively unassuming aside from one factor. The hyper material that we have integrated into both of them are attributed towards water. This means that the Blood Star Mark II is almost entirely based on the water element. This may also include the shoulder-mounted weapon hardpoints. For now, we intend to occupy them with a pair of quasi-first-class transphasic hyper shoulder-mounted laser cannons that are also aligned with water. They can be useful in breaching weaker transphasic energy shields with remarkable efficiency, but suffer a bit if the defenses are too strong. Water was not the best choice for a pair of laser weapons, but Vase did not want to add any conflicts that could weaken the performance of the other systems of the Blood Star Mark II. Whether that was the right choice remained to be seen. Chapter 5391 Mystery Box Mech Ark and Benjamin gained a thorough enough understanding of the Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project. They became amazed at all of the amazing tech and dazzling promises. The two new designs possessed so many features that they exceeded the scope of a typical high-tier expert mech. This was an expression of Ves's love and affection towards his family. He wanted to equip Ark and Benjamin with the best possible mechs that the Larkinson clan could supply at this point. All of the additional months and all of the resources committed to these two expert mech design projects would eventually pay off in spades. A part of him couldn't wait to realize these two fantastic machines and enable his two older relatives to truly take off in their respective careers as mech pilots. After so many years, Vase would finally be able to complete one of his long-held aspirations as a mech designer. His father already made use of the Devil Tiger. Once his uncle and his grandfather received their own powerful living mechs, Vase would gain a lot of satisfaction knowing that his work would be responsible for protecting and realizing the dreams of his older blood relatives. The sense of satisfaction that he could gain from this was far greater than selling millions of mechs to random customers. As much as he derived a sense of accomplishment from becoming a commercially successful mech designer, nothing could beat the happiness of meeting the needs of his own family members. He understood a lot better now why Kedis cared so much about designing mechs for the Sword Maidens. As the lengthy explanation session came to a close, General Ark asked a seemingly simple question that actually touched upon a surprisingly convoluted subject. Which of these expert mechs are stronger? Both Vase and Gloriana exchanged glances with each other. It is not easy for us to answer this question. Gloriana replied first. Our approach for the Jupiter project is based on a solid idea and vision. We have access to a large amount of current information about your piloting style and so on. You also have strong and well-defined ideas on what you seek from your expert mech and what you expect to do with it. Based on your role as a command-oriented expert pilot that prefers to lead from the front, we developed the Jupiter project to maximize your well-known strengths to the greatest extent possible. It is a design that has relatively few mysteries. We have a high degree of confidence in the predictions that we have made about its performance. Much of this had to do with the fact that Gloriana was in charge of this project from beginning to end. Though Vase contributed substantially to this expert mech design, he respected the voice of his wife and deferred to her whenever they disagreed on a contentious design choice. The Blood Star Mark II is the opposite in this regard. Vase spoke next. Grandpa, you have retired from the battlefield for more than half a century. While we can still listen to your old war stories and access old archival footage of some of your battles, so much time has gone by that it is not a good idea to put so much weight on all of this old stuff. You have gained a fresh start, so your expert mech should take that into account and present you with a blank platform where you can formulate a new fighting style that fits your present circumstances a lot better. Venerable Benjamin adopted an understanding expression. Is that why my expert mech is lacking in explosive equipment? Yes, we could have supplied your Blood Star Mark II with more powerful weapons like a plasma sword. I could have attempted to add more key resonating exotics to your Blood Star Mark II as well, but I think it is best to start with a strong foundation and leave a lot more room for growth and exploration. This is why Denisium Maximum is the only powerful resonating exotic that we have added to your machine. Venerable Zimro Belson has good experiences with the ability for the Phobos to charge and amplify his weapon. It should be enough to give your expert mech a chance to inflict a strong attack without limiting the options of your mech. You can employ this resonating ability on any weapon, no matter whether it is a sword, a spear or even a shield. Venerable Benjamin was compatible with many different resonating exotics, but Vase chose to settle for one that he had already added to the only expert stealth mech of the Larkinson clan. The performance of an offensive Space Knight was relatively balanced, with a moderate emphasis on defense. This meant that its attack power was not exceptional if it was unable to build up momentum. The charged weapon resonating ability should be enough to give the Blood Star Mark II to unleash particularly powerful blows whenever it was truly necessary. The downside was that every attempt would impose a significant burden on his grandfather, but this was not as big of a problem in this case. Unlike Venerable Zimro Belson, who was still a low-tier expert pilot at this time, his grandfather's resonance strength had recovered to the level of a high-tier expert pilot. There was a massive gulf in strength between the two tiers. So long as Benjamin did not suffer from any notable problems, it shouldn't be a problem for him to unleash a dozen or so charged weapon attacks at a significantly greater magnitude. The power boost would become even more exaggerated if Benjamin broke through and became an ace pilot. I truly cannot say with any confidence how the Blood Star Mark II will turn out. Vase admitted to his relatives. It is practically a mystery box to me. While I have attempted to make various predictions, there are just too many points of uncertainty for me to narrow down the range of numbers. First, there is the second-generation Karman system that is doped with my own blood. Second, there is all of the new and untested hyper-technology. Third, there are the added possibilities of the Energy Weaver system. Fourth, there is Grandpa's own reaction to piloting his first actual expert mech in decades. No one can predict how these variables will play out in isolation. When you combine all of these uncertain factors together, you will end up with a giant question mark. It is pointless to try to simulate or predict the holistic performance of this expert mech. The cyborg expert mech was too innovative and experimental for its own good. Vase did not hold back in his attempts to integrate new technologies and features into the expert mech of his grandfather. This was one of the other reasons why he did not overload the Blood Star Mark II with any fancy weapons or modules. He had already exceeded his risk tolerance for the expert mech design project. My new mech can be as weak or as powerful as I want to be. Is that a good description of what you have been trying to do? Benjamin queried. It is more fitting to say that the Blood Star Mark II is designed to accommodate your own needs and conditions. Gloriana replied. The design hides a large amount of potential that can be tapped in many different ways. Depending on how you think about it and how you fight with it, the living expert mech will change and grow that will reinforce your contemporary approach towards combat. A lot could go wrong with the Blood Star Mark II. As confident as Vase may be in his various improvements and innovations, he could never determine with complete certainty that his work would live up to its promise. This was why the new expert mech needed to be handled with great caution at first. The Blood Star Mark II was an experimental creation that implemented a lot of ideas on where Vase should take his work going forward. Seeing that no one had any further questions, the explanation session finally came to an end. All that was left was to wait until they commenced the fabrication runs. As we have mentioned before, we will fabricate the Jupiter project first. Vase briefly said. Gloriana and I will construct it with Alexa playing the role of an assistant. We are working with less people this time, but the first-class production machines here are quite impressive, so we believe we can finish this powerful expert mech in 5 to 6 days depending on whether any complications occur. Is there anything that we should take note of? General Ark asked as he frowned in worry. Not that much aside from one matter. I am sure that you have heard that we have adopted an unusual approach towards our fabrication runs. We like to form a design network and keep it up on a continuous basis so that everyone involved in the production of a mech can share their relevant work processes and feelings directly with each other. You will have to become a part of this network as well in order to produce the strongest effect. Is this what you rely on to create so many masterworks? Gloriana ruefully shook her head. A design network can contribute to the formation of a masterwork mech, but it is not a silver bullet. My husband and I are confident in the Jupiter project. Its quality, complexity and performance is unsurpassed by any other high-ranking mech that we have designed up to this point. Even if we cannot fulfill your wish right away, the second-generation God Body method that I have applied to your design will enable it to evolve into a masterwork mech in a relatively short amount of time. While that may be the case, Gloriana was worried that the Red Association would refuse to grant her another masterwork certificate. She took great pride in enriching her record with tangible accomplishments. She would definitely become upset if all of her hard work in this expert mech design project did not bestow her the payoff she desired. Don't worry too much about whether it will become a masterwork mech or not. Vase told his uncle. The Jupiter project already possesses a lot of advantages. It will become an unparalleled machine in your hands. Masterwork is icing on the cake as far as I am concerned. It would still be better if my new mech does not fall behind to the Mars. It was not surprising that Ark frequently compared the Jupiter project to Reginald's powerful Ace mech. The Mars was the strongest mech of the Warborn mech division and made a profound impact on all of the soldiers. Not even an experienced and mature high-tier expert pilot such as General Ark Larkinson was immune to envy. Patriarch Reginald Cross proudly showed off the might and strength of his Mars so often that Ark's patience had reached a limit. If his Jupiter project ended up as a disappointment, then his heart would definitely break. Fortunately, Vase and Gloriana had done their best to ensure that would never happen. Several hours passed by as the Larkinson mech designers thoroughly set up the upcoming fabrication runs. They made sure that the superfabs and the other workshop machines were fully calibrated and ready to go. They inspected the stock of raw materials that they had prepared a long time ago. They also inspected their schedules and made sure that they had no pressing obligations for the next week. One of the reasons why it took a little longer to set up for the fabrication run was because Vase had to dismantle the original Karman mech that he had hastily built for his grandfather. The Karman system that was responsible for forming a permanent and lifelong blood pact between man and machine had to undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Vase had to be extremely careful with treating the organic parts that made up the Karman system. He could not afford to make any mistake that would cause all of this artificial tissue to perish. Chapter 5392 Third Wheel Gloriana along with her children knelt before a small altar that depicted the 6 different facets of the Superior Mother. Please bless my hand and grant me inspiration to create another masterwork. As the woman continued to pray, her children looked a bit bemused at the situation. Marvane scratched his head. Mama, why do we have to pray to grandmother? She is family, right? Mama is just doing this to make herself feel better. Aurelia whispered to her younger brother. The mother in question grew annoyed and firmly patted her children on the head. The Superior Mother is more than family. She is a supreme, an all-powerful deity who has transcended death and all other boundaries. You should respect her divinity rather than make light of it. She is the ultimate woman and the ideal we must always strive for. We should revere her not because she is powerful, but because she embodies the ultimate form of femininity that every hexer aspires to master. Both Aurelia and Andraste looked impressed. Their opinions of their grandmother grew considerably as Gloriana extolled the greatness of the Superior Mother. However, the only boy among them felt a bit out of place. What about me, Mama? Oh, sweetie. Gloriana smiled and leaned over to embrace her youngest child in a hug. Your journey to womanhood will be longer than most. You can just listen for now. What you will learn from me shall be useful to you sooner or later. Okay. As Gloriana and the kids continued to engage in Hexer cultural traditions, Vase and Alexa stood further away as they went over the timetable of the fabrication run. Alexa Strian had joined the Larkinson clan just after the miracle couple fabricated the Green Axe and the Bloodripper. This meant that this would be the first fabrication session where she would play an integral part in the creation of a proper living expert mech. Given her lack of experience, Vase had to make sure that his assistant became aware of how the Larkinsons approached their most important jobs. The unique and quirky methods that he developed over the course of his career deviated significantly from the norm. One of our most remarkable abilities is to form a design network that can unite the thoughts of every participating mech designer together. Vase explained as Blinky dove out of his head and began to project a few glowing threads. We employ it in times when we design a mech, but it can make an even greater difference when we fabricate a machine. Words cannot describe how beneficial and magical it is to form a collective of minds that all approach the same work from multiple perspectives. Alexa had already heard about the design network before. Will I be able to participate in it as well? Her mentor hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. No, it is not good for your development if you become exposed to too many strong influences when you are still in the early exploration stage of your career. As an apprentice mech designer, you should be allowed to find your own way, instead of letting us cram our own design philosophies down your throat. In the past, every mech designer that participated in our fabrication runs was at least a journeyman mech designer. There is little harm in sharing our perspectives and design approaches with them because they already formed their own way of working with mechs. Yours is still malleable. It would be a great shame if you lose your spark of originality for no good reason. The young Terran mech designer frowned. She had become aware that the design network was an amazing tool that granted the Larkinson Mech designers a lot of advantages. It felt like a missed opportunity for her to remain closed to this seemingly magical network. Did you not take me on as your direct disciple? I think it would not do much harm if I became exposed to your deeper insights and thoughts towards your work. Vase sighed. Maybe it is the way that Master Carmen Olsen barely spent any time on me, but I do not want to turn you into my clone. I value ingenuity, and I know firsthand that this is a skill that can only be developed through practice and struggle. Excessive guidance might help you form your design philosophy faster, but it will mostly end up as an extension of my own rather than a spark generated by your own imagination. While you can still branch out and develop your vision into a more unique direction, the starting point still matters a lot. This decision is better for your overall development. As a well-educated Terran mech designer, Alexa knew that he was right. She just found it a bit frustrating to come so close to attaining one of her goals, but needed to make the final steps the hard way. Will I be able to observe you when you are working? Alexa requested next as Maya appeared from her own head. Even if I am busy with my own assignments, my companion spirit can still watch and learn on my behalf. Maya. The spiritual ragdoll cat floated over to Blinky and rubbed her cheek against the star cat. Moreau Tilda, Blinky gave the younger companion spirit a few playful licks. He considered her proposal for a moment. Fine. Try and control yourself, though. A lot will happen during the fabrication run. With all of the E-energy flying around, your young companion spirit may easily get overwhelmed. Alexa grinned. Even though she had been a part of much more impressive mech-related jobs, working with the Larkinsons was a much more unique experience than anything else she came across in her relatively short career. Oh, I also need to mention two other peculiar details. First off, Blinky here will release a large amount of E-energy into the workshop. He might not look like it, but he has accumulated an immense amount of it. Once he starts to bathe this entire chamber with our energies, you will feel as if my presence is everywhere. It won't be as intimate as connecting to our design network, but you will definitely enter a state of mind that is more conducive to understanding living mechs. This is also one of the reasons why it is not necessary for you to participate too actively in our fabrication run. The young woman looked intrigued. She took a closer look at Blinky's. His purple fur openly projected his growing internal universe. You are full of surprises. Your tone suggests that the cost of doing this is not small. Are you willing to tell me why you are willing to release so much E-energy? Are you trying to engulf the workshop with a glow? Oh, it is not as expensive as you think. Don't forget that my companion spirit can devour a lot of ambient E-energy in the immediate environment. I actually have a glow already, but it isn't strong in my opinion. I need Blinky's help to saturate this workshop with life energy because it will subtly bestow additional properties to all of the workshop equipment. This will make it easier to infuse life into every part one make. All of this will imbue the Jupiter project with stronger extraordinary traits. The differences will become even more noticeable once we work on the Blood Star Mark II. It was not easy to explain this all. Alexa would just have to witness it all happening with her own eyes. Before he was ready to start, he just remembered that he would be employing one more method to enhance the craftsmanship of his work. I almost forgot to mention that I will be borrowing the help of one of my design spirits for this fabrication run. Vulcan has recently matured to the point where I can borrow his insights and skill in craftsmanship more extensively than before. I will be trying this out for the first time, so do not be surprised if I appear a bit different than usual. Okay, I shall take that into account, sir. 10 minutes later, the Larkinsons involved in the fabrication run all gathered together. General Ark Larkinson looked more excited than anyone else. This was his mech that was about to be made. He was more than willing to stick around for the entire duration of the fabrication run in order to witness the birth of his future mechanical vessel every step of the way. Grandpa Benjamin had taken the children under his wing. He and the nannies would take over the responsibility of caring for and watching over the brats while their parents were occupied for the next 6 days. Are you ready? Let us begin. Moreau. Blinky took action first. He began to devour a lot of E-energy in the immediate environment, producing an invisible vortex that most people could only observe through their companion spirits. Soon enough, he began to expel a large amount of spiritual energy that intrinsically belonged to Vase. The Star Cat could not convert enough of E-energy radiation to output so much life energy, so he was forced to tap into the immense reserve that was locked in his growing Blinky verse. Vase meanwhile removed the hammer of brilliance from his tool belt and lifted it over his head in a dramatic fashion. It was as if he was attempting to call down lightning from the heavens. Vulcan, lend me your craftsmanship. The roar of volcano seemed to echo throughout the life-saturated workshop as a distinctly different metal presence descended onto Vase. The only senior in the workshop seemed to swell in ways that the people around him could not explain. He still carried himself as Vase, but had also gained a powerful add-on that made it seem as if there were two strong personalities occupying the same body. Somehow, Vase and Vulcan did not conflict with each other at all. They perfectly merged with each other and formed a harmonious balance where neither of them detracted from the other. This was a perfect union of a mech designer and a more traditional craftsman. Once Vase got the hang of this strange form of possession, he turned towards his wife and signaled that she could proceed. Alexandria, Mao. The Queen Cat did not want to let Blinky steal the show, and began to expand her own presence as she extended a powerful and intimate bond with Vase and Ark. Vase and Gloriana already made use of a design network many times. This time was different because Vulcan added an entire net dimension to a design network that was normally composed of two active participants. Vulcan may be modeled after a humanoid, but he was a pure design spirit who operated in a completely different way than corporeal life forms. Mao. Tell Vulcan that he needs to rein himself in. Gloriana gritted her teeth. His thoughts are too overwhelming. He is already working on it. He is not accustomed to restraining himself in this way. Vulcan was a design spirit that was keeping track of thousands of different happenings at the same time. A lot of craftsmen and dwarves looked up to him every day that the design spirit would have gotten overwhelmed a long time ago if he did not possess the ability to split his mind into many parallel tracks. It was completely excessive to expose the design network to all of those irrelevant thought processes. Vulcan just needed to isolate them all so that they would not get in the way of their current work. Both Gloriana and her companion spirit looked relieved. That is better. Let us start our work and see how this goes. I hope that involving Vulcan in our fabrication run is worth all of the additional complications. You don't have to worry about that, honey. He might not be a mech designer, but his insights on materials and traditional craftsmanship are impressive. He brings a whole new perspective to our production processes that will definitely add more value to our work. Chapter 5393 The Wonders of Traditional Craftsmanship. The fabrication run began in full swing. As the first proper attempt to produce a mech of the hyper generation, every participant embarked on a new experience. Though Vase and Gloriana employed many of the same methods and approaches that they utilized before, a lot of variables were different this time. This made it so that the pair had to get accustomed to a much different situation from before. They only used the well-equipped workshop machines of D&D base a few times in the past. All of the production equipment were built to Terran standards and offered superior results so long as they were skillfully used. The materials used to fabricate the Jupiter project were a lot different from the ones used to make their older works. Much of the resources were sourced from the Terran Alliance and offered better performance at an even greater cost. Unlike the Green Axe and Bloodripper that Vase and Gloriana fabricated a few months earlier, the Jupiter project made heavy use of hyper materials from top to bottom. It was a true hyper mech, which meant that its parts needed to be fabricated in a different way. Fortunately, the two Larkinson mech designers were skilled and knowledgeable enough in both old and new methods to adequately handle the new processes. Their earlier projects had already given them enough experience with working with hyper materials. Vase and Vulcan also possessed a strong feel and affinity for these materials. It was not until this strange pairing started to handle hyper materials in reality as opposed to manipulating them in a projected design interface that they began to understand them on a deeper level. Armed with all of these subtle new insights, they chose to deviate from the design schematics and apply minor changes on the fly because they instinctively judged that these alterations would lead to slightly better results. The frequent adjustments could have led to greater friction and conflicts down the line if not for the design network keeping Gloriana up to date on all of these spontaneous decisions. Though Gloriana did not entirely like it that their mech design apparently had a lot of room for improvement, she accepted the changes because it would ultimately elevate their work further. As Blinky continued to flood the entire workshop with the energy of life and creation, the effects became more prominent than in the past. Hyper materials naturally interacted with the energy. Even if all of the exotics integrated into the Jupiter project consisted of sympathetic materials that were only responsive towards the light attribute, that did not mean that they completely ignored other influences. Vase noticed that it had become noticeably easier to imbue more life into the parts fabricated in a living workshop environment. If all of the materials consisted of hypers, then that could make a much greater difference. He had a hunch that this might be a possible way for him to fabricate a fourth-order living mech in the future. Such an exceptional living mech would be the equivalent of a primordial human in the form of a mech. Vase had to shove this interesting idea aside before it distracted him any further. He could think about future projects later. As Vase continued to fabricate the more complicated but interesting hyper components of the high-tier expert mech, his cooperation with Vulcan became more smooth. As an external incarnation, Vulcan did not represent another side of his personality like Blinky, but represented a more independent existence. This meant that Vase did not and could not know what was going through Vulcan's mind unless he actively reached out. Even then, the mind of a design spirit was so overwhelming that it was impossible for Vase to internalize everything that Vulcan knew. Just the huge amounts of knowledge related to so many different crafts would cause his brain to explode despite its continuous evolution. All of this meant that Vulcan had accumulated a lot of useful skills, some related to mech design, that Vase could not master himself unless he took the effort to learn them by himself. This was a waste of time as learning all of these unrelated skills took away far too much from his core profession. He was fine letting Vulcan assist him whenever his breadth and depth of craftsmanship could play a useful role. This was exactly the kind of situation where the design spirit could add a lot of value to his current work. Ever since Vulcan reached the second stage of the Metal God method, he had begun to get in touch with the methods and traditions of a divine blacksmith. While the Metal God method did not incorporate the full inheritance of this extraordinary profession, just fragments of it was already enough to expand Ves's perspective on hyper-technology. Compared to mech designers who were still starting to get accustomed to hypers, traditional blacksmiths had learned to work with them for a much longer span of time. Even if most of their work and heritage had been buried under the relentless march of time, the reintroduction of E-energy to humanity finally made all of this forgotten knowledge useful again. From what Vase could glean from Vulcan, true artifacts were almost entirely made out of so-called heavenly materials. Each one was a work of art, and it became a lot easier to create high-quality works because of their exceptional and complicated reactivity to E-energy. What separated an extraordinary artisan from a more mundane one was the ability to imbue their work with their own thoughts, emotions, ideals and more into the works that they fashioned with their own hands. This was one of the fundamental processes of traditional craftsmanship and was common to every ancient profession at the time. Unless they were dealing with disposable trash, ancient creation cultivators never engaged in any form of mass production. Proper artifacts could only be made through excellence and individual expression. Each of them gained powerful properties depending on the skill and the mentality of their makers. The highly reactive properties of hyper-materials provided traditional blacksmiths and other ancient craftsmen with an expanded canvas for them to express their own skill at creation. Vase grew more and more enamored with the theories, methods and advantages of these old traditions. He even learned that one of methods used by traditional artisans to create high-quality works was to imbue them with life. Many of them actually shared some of the same values and goals as Vase. The biggest difference was that they did not have the ability to create life forms from scratch as far as he was aware of. A divine blacksmith may be a maestro when it came to forging swords and armor, but he was not able to make them, alive, by himself. This was quite problematic as practically all of their most powerful works had to possess an autonomous consciousness for multiple reasons. A high-grade artifact actually consisted of at least dozens of different hyper-materials, each of which possessed different attributes. If these materials were just hammered together in a single product, the finished work would perform way below its actual potential as it wouldn't be able to harness the power of heaven as well as it should. It was like producing a mechanical cat, only to forget about uploading an AI. This AI was necessary to intelligently control all of its components in an effective and cohesive manner. If a traditional blacksmith could not bestow life to their high-end works, then they could only stick to producing cheaper and more generic products. It just so happened that ancient creation cultivators figured out various different ways to make up for this shortcoming. The most common solution was to use existing lives as resources. A traditional blacksmith could use a soul extracted from a powerful organism and stuff it into his incomplete work. So long as the soul properly merged with a sword or a suit of armor, it would evolve and maybe even sublimate into a much more impressive artifact. Vase was both horrified and fascinated by these ancient practices. Although most ancient crafting traditions mostly advocated for the use of souls extracted from alien beasts, it was also possible to merge an artifact with the souls of human beings. Regardless of whether they came from humans or aliens, every soul that successfully merged with an artifact turned into a so-called artifact spirit. The benefits brought by artifact spirits sounded incredibly familiar to Vase. Not only did they make artifacts a lot more intelligent and responsive to their users, but they also increased the efficiency of every process, enabling these amazing works to unleash much greater power with much less effort. So that is why the Heavensward is so amazing. Vulcan's knowledge caused him to look at this ancient relic weapon from a completely different perspective. In the eyes of a traditional blacksmith, the Heavensward was not just a grand work that brilliantly combined a large variety of exceptional hyper-materials, but also transcended the limits of lesser swords because it was driven by an exceptional artifact spirit. In fact, given its known functions and its strong obsessions in preserving the heritage of traditional swordsmanship, Vulcan speculated that the Heavensward was actually governed by the transformed soul of a sword saint. The sacrifice had to be voluntary in order to imbue the Heavensward with so much power and harmony. The way in which the ancient relic perfectly bestowed its wielders with the Heavensward style meant that the artifact spirit must have mastered it during his lifetime. It was so amazing for Vase to be able to peel back the hidden truth of the Heavensward. This old relic was one of the few powerful works that had managed to survive the unknown cataclysm that broke the Milky Way galaxy. The absence of the power of heaven had devastating effects on most artifacts that existed at the time. Heavenly materials were intricately related to heavenly energy. When the latter disappeared, the former lost much of the support that made them so extraordinary. Slowly but surely, a lot of powerful artifacts started to crumble as the long-term drought of E-energy started to take its toll. Their artifact spirits must have died out first as they were most dependent on heavenly energy to sustain themselves. The heavenly materials started to degrade next. Once the formerly powerful works completely degenerated into a mundane product, their deaths were complete. The Heavensward managed to avoid this fate because it possessed an internal pocket space that contained a small but complete slice of heaven. Its ancient artifact spirit existed in a time period that preceded the rise of modern humanity, yet managed to outlast almost all of its peers due to its rare advantages. As Vase continued to focus on his own work, he couldn't help but think how that related to his own products, how similar were his living mechs to the artifacts of the past. When Vase put serious thought into this question, he found that there were a lot of similarities. He could see strong relations between traditional craftsmanship and modern mech design. The former had definitely served as a predecessor to the latter. There were just too many parallels to reject this obvious connection. The absence of artifact spirits was rather conspicuous, though. Somehow, the progenitors of mechs managed to make modern mech design work without relying on this macabre requirement. How? Vase suddenly thought about his design flame and why it existed. He thought of all of the mechs that became more than the sum of their parts due to his design philosophy. He thought of the kingdom of mechs that secretly supported the entire mech community in many different ways. One or more of these factors played an integral part in making mechs stronger. Creation cultivation had evolved. While the old ways weren't necessarily weaker, it was clear that modern mech design was much more suitable for modern times. Chapter 5394 Fusion between modernity and tradition, Mao. Gloriana briefly turned her head so that she could throw a pointed glare at Vase. Though she did not verbalize her opinions, she clearly grew annoyed at the fact that her husband became distracted yet again. Vase was not stupid enough to ignore his current work assignments. His attention span had grown quite expansive, so he was always able to retain enough focus on his essential tasks. The reason why Gloriana grew irked at him was because he was putting less than 2% of himself into his job at the moment. While he knew that his wife wanted him to get back on track, Vase had grown far too enamored with the secrets of traditional craftsmanship to put them out of his mind. The reason why he refused to set Vulcan's unique insights aside was because he was convinced he could apply some of them to his current work. Of course, he did not intend to do anything crazy like kill a random person and transfer his soul to the Jupiter project. Vase was able to make his mechs alive by himself just fine. Vulcan did not master any detailed knowledge related to the methods of creation of high-end artifacts anyway. What actually interested Vase was the more basic theories and approaches towards creating an artifact. Every traditional blacksmith with dreams of becoming more started their careers by developing a strong familiarity and affinity with a small variety of hyper-materials. They first started out with working with a couple of weaker hypers that they had on hand. It was best if they shared the same attributes, as the lessons they learned from one of them could also be used to figure out other similar hyper materials. There were many different ways for traditional blacksmiths to develop a strong familiarity with a specific hyper. These secret methods and techniques were highly prized in ancient times. The most effective ones had taken shape over many generations by excellent masters of their respective crafts. As such, these secret inheritances happened to be the most prized as they granted creation cultivators a much easier path to becoming a true god. The scattered records of a divine blacksmith that Vase had exchanged during the survivalist conference contained bits and pieces of these obscure methods. His mother had contributed a handful of foundational tricks as well when she composed the metal god method. It was a pity that Vulcan did not have access to a full and comprehensive inheritance. If he did, then he could quickly and efficiently master the use of hyper materials from low grade to high grade all the way until his craftsmanship approached the level of a divine blacksmith. Vase yearned even more for the divine blacksmith record's enlightenment fruit. A part of him wished that he had disregarded his other needs and plucked it from the tree of possibilities. With the knowledge that he possessed today, he knew it was worth as much if not more than the 975 ascension points charged by the Mech designer system. Another part of him regretted the decision to transfer the iron resonant crucifix crown to Vulcan. Although his incarnation could clearly make much better use of it, Vase still missed the short period of time where the symbol of authority consistently supplied 1 AP to him every standard day. Perhaps he should have waited a year or two before he allowed Vulcan to practice his new cultivation method. He shook his head. There was no point in crying over spilled milk. If Vulcan did not practice his dearest mother's cultivation method so quickly, Vase wouldn't have been able to gain all of these insights in the dawn of the new age. As Gloriana kept transmitting ominous warning messages to him through the design network, Vase did not dare to let his thoughts go off on so many interesting tangents. What mattered the most at this junction was how to translate Vulcan's insights into his current work. The dominant theme of the Jupiter project was light. The entire mech was centered around turning it into the brightest mech on the battlefield. The brighter it became, the more power Uncle Ark could exert on the battlefield. It was not difficult for Vase to pay more attention to the attribute of light, but he would rather focus more on life. Fortunately, that was what Vulcan was for. As the design spirit continued to work with Vase, he began to employ simple methods to deepen his familiarity with the hyper materials that were sensitive towards the light attribute. The gains were small but not negligible. Every time Vulcan learned a new trick or insight, he seamlessly transferred his gains to Vase, who subsequently improved the quality of his work. Gloriana benefited as well. The design network ensured that if one of them learned anything useful, the other participants could benefit as well. While there were still limits to transferring information over the design network, it was easy enough for Gloriana to comprehend the same insights so long as they weren't complicated. Occasionally, Vase and Vulcan developed an opinion that conflicted with Gloriana's own perspective towards her work. She simply chose to stick to her own opinions in those cases. Days went by as the two mech designers continued to work in harmony. Though Gloriana occasionally took lengthy breaks in order to refresh her mind and to care for her children, Vase almost worked non-stop. He was on a roll. Not only was he bringing one of his most powerful mechs to date into existence, he was also doing so at the same time he was starting to get immersed in the world of traditional blacksmithing. While the process of fabricating a modern mech was completely different from forging a traditional artifact weapon, craftsmen possessed similar mentalities no matter what they specialized in making. While Vase frequently got distracted by many whimsical ideas anyway, it did not affect his productivity nor the quality of his work. He was the sort of mech designer who thrived when he got to play with fancy new toys, and right now the insights related to traditional blacksmithing stoked his passion like nothing else. In the meantime, Vulcan was gradually growing more familiar with the hyper materials that all possessed a special relationship with light. The design spirit not only learned how to preserve their properties better when they were integrated into different components, but also figured out how to optimize their interaction with E-energy so that they produced less waste and conflict. All of these improvements enabled Vulcan and by extension Vase to subtly increase the Jupiter project's ability to harness the power of light once it was complete. Meanwhile, Alexa and Ark entertained many different thoughts as they witnessed the expert mech being made one step at a time. Ark had always been a soldier. He never witnessed a mech being made in front of his eyes in his life. This was a completely new experience for him, and it was a lot more special because of his strong connection to his current work. It was incredibly wondrous for him to get a peek of all of the thoughts and ideas that Vase and Gloriana entertained about the Jupiter project. No spoken or written words could convey the full depth, understanding and affection that the two Mech held towards the impressive high-tier expert Mech. Even though Ark did not understand much of the complicated science and jargon that the Mech designers used to shape their understanding of the Jupiter project, he could still get an overall sense of the strengths and weaknesses of many different parts. For example, he learned that activating the Giant Slayer mode of his plasma sword had a small chance of causing it to explode in a catastrophic fashion, particularly if the weapon got damaged beforehand. Only by advancing to the rank of ace pilot would Ark be able to mitigate or remove this potential danger. At the very least, his strengthened intuition would be able to warn him about the threat before he made the wrong move. Ark also learned that Vase already had an idea in mind of who they wanted to collaborate with if they needed to upgrade the Jupiter project into an ace mech. His nephew would most likely want to cooperate with Master Benedict Cortez of the Cross clan. Even though the Master did not have a lot of qualifications compared to others who had managed to realize their own design philosophies, Benedict had successfully upgraded the Mars into a powerful ace mech. If Vase could not turn to Master Benedict, then he would try and invite one of the Terran Master Mech designers employed by the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. As the hours and days passed by, Ark began to feel as if he was already forming a growing connection to his mech. The assembly phase had yet to start, but Ark felt as if parts of him started to bleed into the components as they were being made. The design network practically granted him a first-hand feel for every single work process. His willpower spread through the invisible bonds and caused the others to constantly know what he felt and what he desired from his upcoming machine. Ark wanted a mech that was fit for a hero and a guardian. The choice of orienting his expert mech around light turned out to be a fitting decision. Ark fully embraced the vision and the ideal set forth by this particular design. The only issue he had with his mech design was that he did not think it was fitting to associate it with Jupiter. Its final name needed to be different in order to encapsulate his special feelings for his perfect vessel. As the fabrication phase finally came to an end, Vase and Gloriana took a short break before they moved on to assembling all of the new and complicated parts. Many of the components contained hyper-materials, which meant that they had already been imbued with E-energy. This made the assembly process a little more complex as the parts all affected each other in mysterious ways whenever they came into close proximity with each other. Fortunately, the hyper-tech used in the Jupiter project was not that complicated. There was almost no chance that any accidents might occur because the mech design did not combine a lot of different elements. Vase mostly had to pay attention to preventing anything weird from happening when several different attributes mixed up with each other. As the powerful expert command mech slowly started to take on its final shape, E-energies attributed towards light, metal, life and water already started to swirl through the incomplete mech frame. The artifact mech was slowly coming to life. Though Vase had made sure that it did not birth an independent personality, he was sure that the empty shell would become so strong at the start that Ark would immediately be able to channel more power through his new machine. Impressive. Alexa Strian couldn't help but voice her appreciation as she assisted on the side. She was mainly tasked with inspecting the parts for any defects or other deviations. She regretted the fact that she could not play a more integral role in the creation of an expert mech that was obviously shaping to become a lot more exceptional than any other mech she had made in her life. By the time Vase entered the cockpit of the nearly completed mech, he added the final touch to the Jupiter project. Vase smiled as he floated out the cockpit. The energy silhouette of a large dwarf-like form surrounded his form, giving off the impression as if he had been possessed by a god all this time. After a few moments of staring, Vase slowly withdrew a tiny and delicate hammer from his toolbelt. He floated closer to the chest of his newly completed machine and struck his tiny hammer against the surface of his completed work. Ting, a single, clear melodious tone harmonized throughout the entire mech frame. As the sound mysteriously resonated throughout the complicated mechanical structure of the powerful machine, the mech frame gradually acquired more depth and charm. Gloriana broke out in smiles as she recognized that she had managed to meet her goal for this exhausting design project. Masterwork. Chapter 5395 Mundane accomplishment. The Jupiter project was done. The long-awaited high-tier expert mech had finally taken on a concrete form. Not only that, but it had become so magnificent that it had become a masterwork mech in an organic fashion. Vase did not even have to draw out his pouch of gems from his inner pocket. His mood had remained so high during the fabrication run that he knew that he had become inspired. Coming into touch with the theoretical framework of traditional craftsmanship and applying a part of its extraordinary methods onto the Jupiter project had proven to be a fruitful exercise. He learned so much by combining aspects of this ancient legacy to a completely modern craft. Vase managed to derive so many useful insights from Vulcan's knowledge reserve. He could spot the parallels between the old and new. He could also discern a lot of differences and formulate well-reasoned theories why the progenitors of mechs had deliberately discarded old traditions. He also became enlightened to how the environment shaped the dominant professions. Traditional blacksmithing reached its peak during a time when humanity lived in an environment that was rich with the power of heaven. Many cultivators sought to become a true god, and one of the most effective shortcuts to becoming one was to acquire the best and most exquisite artifacts possible. Artifact cultivation became so desirable that divine blacksmiths commanded a huge amount of respect. They were true gods that could not only empower their peers, but elevate others to immortality with their transcendent works. In order to make stronger and more transcendent works, traditional artisans constantly sought to delve into the secrets of heavenly materials and derive higher truths from their associated elements. Just as chi cultivators sought to attain godhood by developing their artistic conceptions beyond a limit, creation cultivators sought to attain godhood by exploring the properties of powerful energies through the act of creation. Vase made a profound realization as he fabricated the Jupiter project not just as a mech, but also as an artifact. All roads led to the same destination. Mech design rose up in an age where the Milky Way had long turned into an energy desert. The profession made many compromises in order to survive and thrive in an environment where the only available source of energy were sentient lives. Even though the rules and methods had changed considerably from the past, mech design still remained a form of creation cultivation as its practitioners sought to transcend into modern godhood through similar methods. The difficulty of becoming a star designer was undoubtedly greater than any of the creation professions of the past. The absence of the power of heaven compelled mech designers to derive the energies they needed to fuel their cultivation by making an impact on human society. The more human lives they influenced through their works, the more feedback mech designers harvested through their mysterious design seeds. Vase was pretty sure that mech designers could not become traditional blacksmiths and vice versa. Although they shared a lot of overlapping concepts, their mentalities and approaches diverged too much from each other. That said, the knowledge and methods of traditional blacksmiths were not useless to mech designers, especially in the Age of Dawn. The reintroduction of E-energy radiation and hypermaterials to human society had caused the secrets of traditional craftsmanship to become relevant again. It was a pity that much of it remained out of reach to most mech designers. Those without access to ancient legacies could only explore the possibilities of hyper-technology from scratch. While this was not necessarily bad as all of these brilliant minds could study the new phenomena from a fresher and less biased perspective, their progress would definitely be slow. Vase on the other hand happened to have access to an incarnation that was partially following the path of a traditional craftsman. This rare circumstance effectively enabled Vase to understand and even practice some of the methods of an ancient blacksmith with the help of Vulcan. When Vase fabricated the Jupiter project, he not only treated it as a mech design, but also an artifact that gained extraordinary power by harnessing extraordinary energies. Although he did not do a perfect job in either areas, he managed to do a good enough job as both a mech designer and a traditional blacksmith to turn his new expert mech into a machine of greater value. It did not surprise Vase nor Vulcan at all that the Jupiter project turned into a masterwork mech. Even as Gloriana continued to express her surprise and delight at the masterwork transformation taking place in front of her eyes, her husband studied their latest work with a more measured expression. Now that Vulcan had engaged in a form of creation cultivation, Vase had become more capable and versatile than ever. Teaming up with Vulcan produced such a strong synergy that it would have been a travesty if Vase hadn't been able to improve his work up to this point. Combined with the fact that Vase had earnestly invested a lot of time and effort into the expert mech design project that was meant to empower his uncle, the probability that it would become a masterwork mech was too high this time. Vase had a powerful feeling that he had finally managed to pass the threshold where he was truly beginning to master the art of fabricating masterwork mechs. Even without Vulcan, just the methods and insights he gained from his external incarnation expanded his knowledge base and his toolbox to such an extent that he had managed to establish a firm grip on the second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. While this did not mean he could fabricate a masterwork mech in every fabrication run, he knew that as long as he could exert enough control over a sufficient amount of variables, the chances of making another masterwork mech would be close to 2%. Unfortunately, this did not quite apply to the Blood Star Mark II project. There was so much chaos and uncertainty in its design that Vase could not exert sufficient control over its variables. However, so long as Vase designed a more proper mech that possessed enough novelty and artistry to stoke his passion, he was bound to add another masterwork certificate to his name. Vase should have felt incredibly pleased at the fact that he had improved his craftsmanship to this extent, but he did not feel as accomplished as he should. Part of it was because he had only managed to gain all of his latest insights by borrowing the help of Vulcan. Even if Vulcan was ultimately connected to himself, Vase did not quite feel that he worked for all of these gains. It came too easily because he took advantage of certain loopholes. Another part of it was because he already made so many masterwork mechs that he hardly derived any particular satisfaction from them anymore. His sights had already shifted to a greater state of creation. The third rung of the ladder of craftsmanship beckoned to him. The sight of all of those god mechs demonstrating their transcendent performance in front of red humanity had been seared into Ves's mind. Those grand works represented far more than excellent craftsmanship. Their exquisite design and construction produced an extraordinary result that caused the god mechs to more easily surpass their physical limits and amplify the reality-defying willpower of their god pilots. Vase no longer felt as arrogant as before. His sense of accomplishment dimmed by a large extent when he compared his recently completed machine to the likes of the Genneforger and the Ragnarok. Those god mechs embodied the true pinnacle of mech design up to this point. No better mech had been brought to life as far as Vase aware of. He would not be able to feel satisfied with his current level of craftsmanship so long as he was still too far away from fabricating mechs at this level. Still, even if Vase no longer felt that the Jupiter project deserved so much emphasis, it was still one of his best works to date. The powerful high-tier expert mech was certainly his most powerful one given that it incorporated the latest technologies of the Hyper generation. The white-coated mech with the head of a lion already exuded a soft glow of light as if it was a machine carved by a divinity. The prominent third eye surrounded by a hexagon on the forehead made it clear that the Jupiter project was yet another brilliant collaboration work of the miracle couple. As the masterwork expert mech continued to show off its magnificence in quiet solitude, Vase already began to look forward to seeing it activate for the first time. The Jupiter project would definitely look a lot more impressive once its lights turned on and its projected cape extended from its back. Amazing. A new voice gently broke the relative silence in the mech workshop. You have outdone yourselves, Larkinsons. It did not surprise Vase at all that Jovi Armelon had somehow managed to enter the locked underground hall without warning. The fact that the Raw Senior easily overcame the active space suppressors and anti-teleportation field did not generate any surprise. All Vase thought was that since Jovi got here so quickly, it wouldn't take much time for the Red Association to complete the evaluation and award another set of masterwork certificates. Vase even bet that the mechers aboard the Blue Jay fleet had been monitoring the entire fabrication run from the beginning. Fortunately, Vase did not expose any of his truly unreasonable secrets such as Lucky's gems. As Gloriana gradually withdrew from her obsessively focused state, she regained her composure and turned to her husband. Though she was convinced that she had made an extensive contribution to the Jupiter project's transformation into a masterwork mech, she acknowledged that Vase had done much of the heavy lifting this time. Vulcan. Vase quickly raised his hand. We talk later, honey. Let us focus on wrapping up this project first. Ark. Why yes. For the first time in a long time, General Ark Larkinson had almost lost his strong and majestic voice. The sight of seeing his beautiful mech take shape had taken his breath away. He felt a strong yearning to hop into the cockpit and interface with his new machine. Every fiber of being told him to ignore everything else and take possession of his powerful new mechanical body that he had been dreaming about for so many years. It took a huge amount of willpower for Ark to maintain his discipline and suppress his overwhelming desires. No matter what, Ark was a soldier, not a beast. There was a time and place for everything, and it shouldn't take much time for him to pilot his supreme new expert mech. He could wait a few hours. Vase could sense the inner turmoil radiating from his uncle. Relax. You will get your chance soon enough. Before we clean up this workshop and transfer your new expert mech to a testing site, we should settle on a name that befits this great machine. Do you have any suggestions? General Ark looked up at his tall, white machine that faintly looked as if it was made out of light that had taken on a physical form. His gaze rose up until it settled on the majestic lion's head that looked as if it was exquisitely carved out of the most sublime piece of marble in the cosmos. Ark briefly had the illusion that his destined expert mech was calling at him. It uttered a loud and guttural lion's roar that completely engulfed his body to the point where it was on the verge of getting shook apart. A name escaped from his throat. The Lionheart. The name was like the final piece of the puzzle. It completed the expert mech and finalized its identity as Ark's perfect vessel. Chapter 5396 Smooth Activation. The Red Association sure worked efficiently. With Jovi Armelon taking charge of the evaluation process, he guaranteed that the Red Association would award Vase and Gloriana their latest masterwork certificates before the end of the day. As one of the first masterwork versions of a hyper-mech, your Lionheart is of slightly greater interest to our researchers than before. Jovi explained to Vase as a team of researchers diligently scanned the expert mech from top to bottom. We are especially impressed by how well your new expert mech is able to combine a large quantity of hyper-materials in a favorable arrangement. The fact that it can passively attract and sustain a larger concentration of light-attributed E-energy is rare and slightly novel. You have certainly taught me a few lessons on how to better utilize the properties of hyper-materials. Vase smiled at Jovi. I am glad to be of service. How many MTA merits can we expect this time? Well, given the slightly high research value of an early masterwork mech of the hyper generation, I can award you and your wife with 500,000 MTA merits each. Miss Alexa Strian-Larkinson has not significantly contributed to this effort, so she is ineligible for any reward. These are the rules. The former Terran mech designer did not look upset at all. I accept this verdict. I have already gained far more out of this than I could have hoped for by witnessing the birth of a masterwork mech with my own eyes. Earning 500,000 MTA merits was pocket change to Vase. He was already accustomed to earning hundreds of millions of MTA merits after defeating powerful alien fleets. His wife could probably exchange for a nice product with her own share, though. Once Jovi and his team had completed all of the necessary steps, they bid the Larkinsons goodbye and teleported back to their fleet in orbit. This was just a small interlude as far as Vase was concerned. He was much more interested in seeing the newly completed Lionheart in action. Even though he had been up for 6 whole days, Vase still felt as energized as ever. There was no way he was willing to take a break when he could be observing the Lionheart in action for the first time. Let us prepare for the inaugural testing session. Vase commanded. Alexa, please head over to the testing grounds first. Check whether it is fully stocked and prepared to test the various functions of the Lionheart according to our predetermined plan. The young woman obediently nodded. Acknowledged. Oh, you should also send a reminder to Saintess Ulrika Vraken to be present at the appointed time. I think it should be safe enough to give the Lionheart an opportunity to exercise its brand new capabilities against an excellent sparring partner. Will do, sir. Another hour went by until everyone had moved to the testing facility. Since the Lionheart was a machine designed to act as a public symbol of power and hope, there was no compelling need to keep its performance confidential. General Ark would be employing this powerful new expert mech against the native aliens soon enough. It was much more important to understand its basic performance and determine if anything was out of place. Of course, the chance that the Lionheart needed any adjustments was low. It would not have turned into a masterwork mech if it was riddled with serious flaws. At this time, Vase and the others were about to enter a control tower. Before he moved inside, he turned around and called out his children. Come on, kids, leave the Lionheart alone so that Ark can finally explore its capabilities. Okay, Papa. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane had been circling around the new expert mech ever since they caught sight of the machine. In their childish eyes, the Lionheart looked and felt as impressive as the mechs piloted by the protagonists of popular action dramas. The expert mech looked so valiant and heroic that they grew delighted at the thought that their clan had gained a powerful hero. The children did not want to leave the side of this attractive mech so soon. Eventually, Lucky and Clixie had to nudge them away from the Lionheart. Meow meow, meow. When everyone entered the top floor of the control tower, the 3 Larkinson mech designers had already set up their control stations. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson watched on with great anticipation even as he kept the children company. Will your mech be as strong as the Lionheart? I do not know, Andraste. I do not particularly care if my mech ends up weaker. My time to shine on the battlefield has passed. It is up to the younger generations to lead red humanity in the current day and age. I am content to dedicate my remaining service to protecting our family. That includes cute little munchkins like yourself. Hee 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 hee. A few minutes passed. Once the final preparations fell into place, Vase transmitted a long-awaited instruction to the cockpit of the Lionheart. You can start now, Ark. I have one more piece of advice for you. Your Lionheart may be a powerful living mech, but because it is a second skin mech, it has a large void. I expressly designed your machine in a way that enables you to employ your companion spirit to good effect. You should make use of Noah to strengthen your control over your mech. I shall take that into account. Ark had been holding himself back long enough. Now that he received the permission he had been waiting for, he activated his Lionheart and began to interface with his surprisingly deep machine. From the outside, the Lionheart started to glow brighter as various different sources of light came online. Not only did the Lionheart begin to activate the various light fixtures spread across the surface of its powerful frame, but the expert mech also started to resonate with Ark's strong willpower. As a high-tier expert pilot who had hit a bottleneck a long time ago, General Ark's force of will was not as weak and trivial as the last few Larkinson expert pilots that recently received their mechs. A bright and strong resonance shield surrounded the Lionheart right away. Even though this was his first time interfacing with the Lionheart, his extensive skill and experience enabled him to master his own machine fairly quickly. Of course, it helped a lot that General Ark had already spent months on reading the constantly expanding manual for his future expert mech. He possessed a good grasp of the many different functions and controls that could help him dominate the battlefield in the coming years. When the bright and shining expert mech finally completed its first and most important startup sequence, all of the parameters remained in good condition. The Lionheart's systems are all green. No major errors or anomalies have been detected up to this point. Alexa reported from her own station. Vase nodded. He did not pay too much attention to his own console. He was much more interested in observing the Lionheart directly with his own senses. What is Ark's current resonance strength? His resonance strength has already increased to 65.2 lavares. That is close to the ceiling of 67 lavares. Vase already expected that Ark would experience an exhilarating boost of strength now that he was piloting the mech of his dreams. How much volatility is the resonance meter showing? General Ark's resonance strength has remained fairly stable up until this point. That meant that Ark was excited, but not to the point of breaking through on the spot. This was an expected outcome. Not everyone could be like Patriarch Reginald Cross, who was so driven by his strong emotions that he managed to break through with ease once he became satisfied. Let us proceed with the basic movement tests. Let us verify how maneuverable, agile and precise your expert mech can be under your control. The Lionheart began to walk and move its arms in many different ways. As an expert command mech, the new machine did not display too much excellence in these aspects. Vase grew mildly impressed at his uncle's excellent control. The highly experienced expert pilot not only performed powerful movements, but also controlled the mech frames so precisely that he could stop a punch just a few centimeters before they struck a wall. Alright, now that we have gotten the basic mobility and defense tests out of the way, let us proceed with exploring the offensive capabilities of your new machine. We shall start with the integrated luminaire crystal weapons. We will soon deploy swarms of disposable bots. Try and shoot them at the lowest settings first and gradually ramp up their power. Roger that. My weapon systems are armed and ready. Numerous small ports slid open, revealing small but still fairly powerful integrated luminaire crystal cannons. They soon fired white beams of light that were not quite lasers, but more exotic and mysterious. Regardless, each of these beams unflinchingly burned through the relatively weak bots with excellent precision. Even the more resilient and expensive bots got felled with ease as the casual firepower of the Lionheart proved too much for their ordinary defenses. Vase mildly grinned at the sight. The fourth-generation luminaire crystal cannons were not only transphasic, but also equipped with newly developed bright light beam attack phase crystals. These attack phase crystals were all blended with light-attributed hypermaterials, causing them to convert electrical energy into considerably more potent energy beams that possessed numerous advantages. General Ark already discovered one of the benefits to the fourth-generation luminaire crystal weapons when he resonated with the brand-new weapon system. His eyes lit up as he discovered that he could resonate with them a lot more extensively than he anticipated. Noah, let us see what you can do with these interesting energy weapons. Ruor, an impressive-looking spiritual white lion emerged from his head. The majestic animal phased through the mech and began to occupy one of the cutting-edge luminaire crystal cannons. Now that Ark established a more direct connection with this particular weapon, its damage output instantly skyrocketed. Salvo after salvo, the damage dealt by the weapon system that Arc resonated with the most exceeded all of the others. Even when Arc resonated with all of the luminaire crystal cannons at his disposal, they could only penetrate strong armor up to a certain depth. Just like his nephew had said, No's presence seemed to fill up a certain amount of empty space in his Lionheart that enabled him to draw upon the untapped potential of his expert mech. The Lionheart glowed brighter and brighter as Arc became more fascinated by the enormous power at his disposal. More expensive targets appeared on the grounds. These targets were not only protected by energy shields, but also consisted of strong and thick alloys that equated to several meters of alien battleship hull plating. Without the support of true resonance, the Lionheart's ranged output struggled to penetrate through all of this protection. However, once General Arc seriously resonated with luminaire crystal cannons, the bright light beams glowed a lot brighter and penetrated the defenses with much greater effectiveness. Though the strongest attacks still failed to delight Vase or Arc, they both knew that the current conditions were not ideal. General Arc and his Lionheart derived a lot of power from leading a large troop. By themselves, the expert pilot and his expert mech could not make use of this advantage, so it was not surprising that its fantastic fourth-generation luminaire crystal cannons could not melt through the targets with ease. Vase was still satisfied with the base performance of his latest tech. The bright light beam attack phase crystal exhibited a noticeably greater amplification effect when empowered by true resonance. As long as Arc grew stronger, his luminaire crystal weapons would become a lot more threatening. It was not impossible for this high-end weapon suite to breach through the defenses of formidable alien battleships in a single salvo. Chapter 5397 Shining Light. After the Lionheart exercised its integrated luminaire crystal cannons for the first time, it proceeded to hack and stab at the resilient bots with its melee weapons. It spent the most time exploring the power of its transphasic hyper spear. Due to the fact that the expensive spear was largely integrated with water hypers, Arc quickly discovered that it had become remarkably more effective at overcoming transphasic defenses. The tip of the spear easily penetrated through a transphasic energy shield as if the latter was a water curtain. The spear also managed to cut through transphasic armor plating with greater ease. While it did not penetrate all of the phase water-reinforced matter like a hot knife through butter, the spear's performance exceeded that of a non-hyper weapon. Naturally, the new weapon performed a lot more effectively when Arc resonated with his weapon. When Noah temporarily merged with the spear, every thrust of this empowered weapon struck like the lunges of a predator beast. Roar! Noah's roars regularly spread from the grounds as the vigorous white expert mech deftly maneuvered around the battlefield while spearing through one bot after another. Okay, we have seen enough. Vase transmitted to Arc, you can stow away your spear for the time being. Before we move on to the true exercise, let us briefly test the performance of your cleansing light. Just activate it at its lowest combat setting and strike a few bots with it. Make sure to resonate with it to prevent it from breaking down too quickly. Roger. Arc grinned as his expert mech did as instructed. Once the Lionheart held the hilt of its most powerful weapon, a bright and powerful plasma blade extended from the emitters. The temperature rapidly rose up as the highly potent energy blade generated a huge amount of heat. Empowered by resonance, the cleaning light not only burned hotter, but also emitted a lot of light, so much so that it could actually blind ordinary people up close. The power of this high-tech plasma sword was clearly on another level. General Arc clearly felt that he could not fully control its immense potency. If he ever tried to push the limits of this overpowering weapon, there was a realistic chance that it might blow up all at once. Don't get distracted, Arc. Test it out quickly before the heat begins to melt its most vulnerable components. The Lionheart resumed its movements and quickly swung its white-hot energy blade onto a handful of resilient targets. The plasma blade uttered powerful roaring noises as its potent resonance-empowered energies melted through transphasic energy shields and first-class alloys with surprising ease. General Arc grew ecstatic when he observed how the cleansing light easily cut through defenses that had posed a greater hindrance to the other weapons of his Lionheart. Finishing weapon, indeed. It was a pity that he could only test this weapon in an isolated facility. He could not draw out the greater potential of the Lionheart at all because there were troops for him to command at this time. The only way he could perform at his absolute best was when he returned to the Warborn and led them in a battle against a serious alien warfleet. Until that happened, General Arc would not be able to discover how strong he had become now that he had obtained the mech of his dreams. Once the Lionheart shut off the cleansing light and gave its heated components a chance to cool down, a second mech appeared in the distance. As promised, You can spar against the Macharia Excelsia for the remainder of the session. Vase transmitted to his uncle. It is best to conduct this test at a more distant field where nothing important is around for you to accidentally destroy. Ark had been waiting for this moment. All of the basic tests had given him a better grasp of his new expert mech, but now was the time for him to integrate it all into a new and cohesive approach towards combat. I am moving out, he spoke. The Lionheart began to blast away. The air roared around the high-tier expert mech as its powerful flight system propelled it forward with great momentum. While the Lionheart failed to match the speed of a genuine ace mech, its mobility under atmospheric conditions was quite respectable. Once both machines reached the designated area, the two machines hovered in front of each other as if they had entered a classic standoff. Before the two exchanged blows with each other, their pilots tested each other's mettle with their willpower. The Saint Kingdom extending from the Macharia Excelsia tried to envelop the Lionheart and suppress its light, but the new expert mech stubbornly held its own with the help of its powerful resonance shield. Your will is solid, but you are still plagued by lingering doubts. Saintess Ulrika Vraken remarked. Ark smiled back as he issued his response. The only doubts on my mind are related to how much more powerful I have become now that I have obtained my new mech. I probably won't be able to put all of my doubts to rest today, but I hope you can help me clear at least a few of them today. The Hexer Ace pilot responded by retracting and reducing her Saint Kingdom until it emulated a more primitive resonance shield. There were only a few circumstances where a high-tier expert mech could actually put up a good fight against an ace mech. This was not one of them. The Macharia Excelsia and its pilot needed to restrain themselves by a large extent in order to serve as a fruitful sparring partner. Ark did not feel ashamed or diminished by this. There were plenty of people who were stronger and weaker than him. What mattered the most to him was that he was able to maintain his progress to the end. The two pilots did not exchange any unnecessary words. The Lionheart began to shine brighter as Ark noticeably became more excited now that he was able to fight against an actual opponent. The maw of the lion head opened up and began to release a loud and thundering roar that could burst the eardrums of any baseline human in the vicinity. Here I come. The Lionheart started off the practice duel by firing a full salvo of bright light beams at the Macharia Excelsia. Though the ace mech had jerked to the side in order to evade the attack, Saintess Ulrika Vraken tried her best to simulate the performance of a high-tier expert pilot, so she was not able to react fast enough to evade all of the attacks. Her eyes briefly widened when she felt her simulated resonance shield taking more substantial hits than she anticipated. Those strange energy beams countered her true resonance in a way that she never experienced from any other expert mechs. The Lionheart continued to unleash beam after beam as it attempted to circle around the Macharia Excelsia. However, the Hexer-developed machine was primarily a rifleman mech, so it was easily capable of retaliating against the much newer mech. The Macharia Excelsia drew out its Hexfire rifle and began to wear down the Lionheart's resonance shield with rapid positron beam attacks. While none of the attacks inflicted heavy damage due to Ulrika's deliberate attempts to tone down her performance, the pressure they exerted was not light. Not only was incredibly enervating to get attacked by constant and unrelenting positron beams, but each attack carried the power of erosion. This was Saintess Ulrika Vraken's favored strategy. Her threat was not acute, but so long as she continued to launch her attacks, she could fell any target with enough time. General Ark understood quite well that he stood no chance in a contest of firepower. He still persisted, because he wanted to know how much he could close the gap with his modern machine. I am the Lightbringer. RWUR. The Lionheart began to shine brighter and brighter as all sources of lights became amplified. Not only was Ark resonating with the integrated luminaire crystal cannons to an even greater extent with the help of his companion spirit, but he was also resonating with the only key resonating material of his expert mech. The lumosium that Vase had expertly applied throughout the structure of the Lionheart caused the powerful machine to become a greater source of light. It was as if the high-tier expert mech turned into a star. Not only that, but resonating with lumosium also caused the properties of all of these bright lights to take on more mysterious properties. Somehow, all of the strong lights caused the Lionheart's various parts and systems to perform at even higher levels than before. That was not all. The light-attributed hypers integrated into the mech frame surged with greater power as well, causing the Lionheart to put up an even better fight against its current adversary. The momentum of the Lionheart surged as the mech moved faster in the air while continuously striking the Macharia Excelsia with blinding beams of empowered light. If the Macharia Excelsia was a real high-tier expert mech, then its resonance shield would have started to drain at a concerning rate at this moment. That was not enough for the Lionheart. The mech continued to fire its integrated luminaire crystal cannons, but also began to charge forward with its spear. For a brief moment of time, it looked as if a meteorite was about to crash onto the Macharia Excelsia. While the ace mech could have withstood this attack without moving, Saintess Ulrika chose to evade while at the same time triggering the extension of a sharp bayonet from the muzzle of her hexfire rifle. The Macharia Excelsia's primary means of fighting up close was by drawing out its plasma blade, but that was far too excessive for the current situation. Despite sticking to its rifle, the ace mech still managed to deflect the incoming spear charge just enough to prevent any further damage. Ark did not take this failure to heart. His expert mech circled around and approached the Macharia Excelsia at a more controlled pace so that it could engage in a more intensive spar. For a time, loud collision noises thundered across the empty terrain as the spear and the bayoneted rifle frequently collided against each other. The Lionheart started to gain ground. General Ark was highly skilled in the use of many common weapons. He had a special affection for the spear and was able to express his combat ability to a much greater extent. The new expert mech completely blew the old Traven Exine out of the water. As decent as the expert mech developed by the Garliners may be, it had not been designed with anything close to the love, passion or funding that Vase and Gloriana invested in the Lionheart. Ark could feel the difference on a much more intimate level because he was able to interface with his new machine on a surprisingly deep level. As a second skin mech, the boundaries between Ark and the Lionheart had already blurred. The highly satisfied pilot took more and more comfort with the massively improved features of his powerful new machine. Crack! The simulated resonance shield of his opponent started to crack as it endured one empowered spear strike too many. Although the transphasic hyper spear was not the best tool to wear down a resonance shield, the Lionheart was largely configured as a hybrid mech. This meant that while Lionheart was able to strike with its spear, its integrated luminaire crystal cannons continued to put a lot of pressure against the Hexer mech whenever they had a clear line of fire. The Lionheart had drained a fair amount of energy and accumulated a substantial amount of heat, but the modern expert mech was so powerful that it was not yet close to reaching its limits. It is quite impressive that the Lionheart is able to overwhelm a high-tier expert mech to this extent. Vase remarked. This is not even its strongest form. Gloriana did not take this result too seriously. This is only valid in the case where the Lionheart duels against an expert ranged mech of the Facewater generation. If Saintess Ulrika is able to simulate an expert mech that is equipped with more up-to-date technologies, then your uncle would have taken more minutes to wear down his opponent to this extent. That did not diminish Vess's excitement too much. At this point, the Lionheart unleashed a powerful roar whenever its spear struck the rifle or the armor of its adversary. While none of the powerful blows could overcome the much more effective willpower reinforcement of an ace pilot, General Ark still gained a lot of satisfaction from experiencing all of the physical feedback of his successful attacks. He was confident that the Lionheart in its current state could easily outfight several Larkinson expert mechs at the same time. Once Ark had his fill of thrusting his expert mech spear, the Lionheart retreated for a bit and slowly set aside its spear. The bright and shining expert mech took out its plasma sword and activated it yet again. Be careful, Saintess Ulrika. It is not my turn to be concerned. The Hexer ace pilot retorted. Just to be sure, Saintess Ulrika brought back her Saint Kingdom and made sure it adequately surrounded her Macharia Excelsia. Once both sides were ready, the Lionheart blazed forward like a comet and attempted to slash towards the Macharia Excelsia. A bright flash of light struck the ace mech's restrained Saint Kingdom and actually caused it to endure a lot of strain due to the potency of the attack. Not only had the Lionheart employed its most powerful weapon, but the massive amount of light generated by the active plasma blades synergized with the active Lightbringer effect. This additional synergy amplified the Lionheart's performance even further. The bright star that was hovering low to the ground continued to circle around the defending ace mech. Every second or so, the Lionheart struck forward with another plasma sword attack. With every attack, the Macharia Excelsia's Saint Kingdom continually experienced great strain. Although it was difficult for Vase and Gloriana to measure how much damage was being dealt, Vase loosely estimated that every sword attack in the Lionheart's current state was significantly greater than a full-powered discharge from the Amaranto's Instrument of Doom. The comparison did not entirely make sense as the cleansing light did not possess any transphasic properties. Despite these incongruities, Vase could easily imagine the cleansing light overpowering much more powerful defenses in the field, especially when Ark was leading his Warborn. Once he advanced to the rank of ace pilot and waited until his Lionheart had been upgraded to the standards of an ace mech, Vase could not imagine how much more powerful he would become. The Lionheart at that point would easily be able to crush the Mars in its current iteration. We need to finish these tests as soon as possible. Vase spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Ark will only be able to unleash his true might on an actual battlefield. Let us hurry up and send him back with his new machine. This practice bout is not enough to give me an impression of our latest masterwork's true potential. Chapter 5398 Organic Quality. General Ark Larkinson looked incredibly satisfied when he finally emerged from the cockpit of his new expert mech. Compared to the brilliant light show that the Lionheart had produced before, the brand new expert command mech had finally entered a state of rest. Even though Ark had withdrawn his mind and will from his fantastic new machine, the Lionheart still exhibited a few signs of activity. As a living hyper-mech that had been programmed to automatically cultivate the lesser Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra, the Lionheart should always be in a state of permanent cultivation. The constant attraction of light-attributed E-energy caused the surface of the Lionheart to exude a soft white glow. It made for a good light source if nothing else. Ark looked back at his new expert mech with clear yearning and affection. He and his Lionheart still had a lot of fight left in them. The relatively brief spar against Saintess Ulrika Vraken and her Macharia Excelsia provided a good amount of exercise, but ended far too quickly for his tastes. He wanted to fight all day if possible. The more practice he got in, the more extensively he would be able to master his new expert mech's strengths and weaknesses. Ark clearly comprehended that he needed a lot more intensive practice if he wanted to get accustomed to a much better expert mech. He needed to build up the mech-specific skills and muscle memory that enabled him to employ all manner of powerful moves and techniques in the heat of battle. Ark might be able to bully weaker opponents at his current state, but he knew in his heart that he would quickly fall into a disadvantage against a stronger and more experienced enemy. The differences in fluency and proficiency may be subtle, but they could make a substantial difference in a high-level confrontation. As Ark thought about how much training he could squeeze into his schedule for the next half-year, he finally met up with Vase and the rest. "Your new expert mech is so cool," Andraste squealed as she held Lucky in her arms. "It is so strong and it looks so heroic whenever it launches a big attack. Your mech is like a roaring lion that never lets up once it goes into action. The Lionheart is definitely the most awesome mech on this planet." Ark directed a proud and indulgent smile at the little girl. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. There are lots of powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs on this planet that can overpower my Lionheart. Granted, it will become a lot harder for them to do so if I break through yet again, but it is taboo for mech pilots to assume that they are already the best. There are always stronger rivals and enemies in the cosmos." "Oh," Vase smiled and ruffled his second daughter's hair. "Your uncle is right. Once a mech pilot thinks that he is the strongest, there is much less pressure to seek further improvement. I have observed many mech pilots throughout my life, and it is always the ones that believe that they are too inadequate that demonstrate more progress. This is why the proportion of high-ranking mech pilots is actually the lowest among first-raters." The situation was a lot more complex than that. The first-raters made up for this inadequacy by concentrating on training the most talented potentates that are blessed with A and B grade genetic aptitudes. However, it was quite remarkable how third-rate and second-rate mech pilots were able to rise from mediocrity with just a fraction of the resources enjoyed by their more superior counterparts. In any case, the previous testing session confirmed that the Lionheart precisely met all of Ark's demands. Aside from a few shortcomings that were difficult to remedy, the new Masterwork Expert Mech was fully capable of accompanying Ark in the foreseeable future. Ark and the mech designers exchanged a few words about the Lionheart's performance. Even though the Lionheart was a fantastic mech, there were still areas that could use a few tweaks in order to complement its pilot to a greater extent. "The cleansing lights emitters have sustained serious damage," Gloriana pointedly noted to Ark. "You became so engrossed in your spar against Saintess Ulrika that you failed to control the heat output of your plasma sword. We will have to replace the damaged components with fresher ones in order to restore the condition of your weapon again. My apologies. I let my joy get the better of me. I have repressed my desires for a new mech for such a long time that I could not hold back anymore." Vase did not think it was a big deal. "It is okay. We managed to gather more comprehensive data on the performance of your plasma sword. Whenever you are locked in a challenging situation, don't hold back. I would rather see you coming back with your cleansing light in a mess than see you harmed in any way. There is no cause for concern." I know my way around a battlefield. The first expert mech design project of the new generation had formally come to an end after this day. Once the mech designers handled all of the remaining affairs, they took a well-deserved break for a time. With Ark and Benjamin visiting D&D base, there were plenty of opportunities to enjoy a bit of quality family time. Once the Larkinsons had recovered from their previous exertions, they gathered together at the mech workshop a few days later. One of the reasons why Vase and Gloriana decided not to start their next fabrication run so quickly was because they wanted to digest the gains from making their latest masterwork mech. Both of them had gained a huge amount of insights during the last fabrication run. Whether it was all of the hands-on experience with handling hyper-materials or exposure to the ancient methods related to making better artifacts, the miracle couple had definitely improved substantially compared to before. This was why they gained significantly greater confidence in their ability to complete the next fabrication run. The Blood Star Mark II project was not as easy and straightforward as the last project. Not only was it partially organic in nature, it was also based on an existing Karman mech. Vase could disassemble the Blood Star Mark II to an extent, but he could not destroy it in its totality. In fact, upgrading the organic parts of the Karman system was a huge ordeal, as these fleshy bits still had to remain connected to the rest of the mech frame in a fashion. It was incredibly troublesome to upgrade this kind of mech, but Vase did so without hesitation because his grandfather maintained an active blood pact with this humble machine. Gloriana went off to pray to the Superior Mother yet again at this time. Vase did not even know why his wife bothered with it. He was pretty sure that his mother did not get involved from beginning to end. The only benefit Gloriana received from this ritual was that she self-hypnotized herself into thinking that she carried the blessing of a supreme. Oh well, it was fine as long as she could produce a better result. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson stared wistfully at the partially disassembled Karman mech that he had been piloting in the last few months. Due to the need to open up the mech frame so that Vase could upgrade the Karman system in advance, the Blood Star looked like the carcass of a cyborg that had been desecrated in order to perform an occult ritual. It was not a pleasant sight. Do you think you can turn my Blood Star into a masterwork mech like the Lionheart? Benjamin asked his grandson. Vase shrugged. Normally, I would say yes, but your expert mech is a special case, as I am sure you already know. My craftsmanship has made a lot of strides during the last week. But the Blood Star Mark II project is such a mystery box that I cannot make any predictions about the outcome. I can only say that my wife and I shall do our best. It is not a disaster if your expert mech falls a little short in the end. The second-generation God Body solution will gradually improve its quality over time. You will also be able to spend more time rebuilding your foundation and set yourself up for success. I suppose that will have to do. Benjamin agreed. As an old man that had spent decades as a crippled and retired soldier, his patience was a lot more considerable than that of his descendants. He understood the value of taking it slow and steady. A few minutes passed by before Gloriana returned from her latest praying session. Her mood betrayed her enthusiasm. I am ready to begin. Before we start, my grandfather here has a question about your work. Vase spoke. The old man turned to his grandson's wife. I just wanted to ask whether your God Body method can also take effect on the Karman system. Will my Blood Star still be able to evolve into a masterwork mech if this is not the case? That caused Gloriana to frown. I have been puzzling over this scenario for months. My honest answer is that my second-generation God Body method has yet to be applied to biomechs or any sort of organic tissue. Unlike my husband, I do not minor in biotechnology and biomech design. In order for my God Body method to be effective, I need to have at least a solid idea on how these organic parts can be perfected. Suffice to say, I am unable to visualize a more perfect version of a Karman system. I cannot apply my solution without direction. The most probable outcome is that nothing will happen, but there is a serious chance that my inappropriate actions will produce dangerous mutations. We cannot afford to make this gamble. Though Vase liked to take a gamble every now and then, the Blood Star Mark II project was already riddled with bets. He could not justify another action that would only raise the risk profile of this fabrication run even more. It will be fine. Vase tried to reassure his grandfather. The Blood Star Mark II will be able to cultivate on its own, especially once it becomes a third-order living mech. I have tweaked its cultivation method so that it will consciously try to improve the power of its blood and flesh. I think this may be a way for a cyborg mech to increase its overall quality over time. What if you are wrong? Then I will figure out another solution. One of the downsides of biomechs is that it is much harder to turn them into masterwork mechs. Their production method contributes a lot to that. It is hard for production based on organic growth to maintain consistency at a high level. However, it is possible to turn biomechs into masterwork mechs after the fact by purposefully modifying and correcting the mature products. I can try to do this in the future once I have developed the third-generation Karman system. Vase had already begun to think on how to improve the latest iteration of the Karman system. Even though Vase still needed to explore the expanded possibilities of the second-generation Karman system, all of this work would only refine its applications at best. If Vase wanted to fulfill one of his ultimate ambitions, then he needed to refine the Karman system even further. He not only had to expand its power and capabilities, but also work towards making it cheaper, smaller and less dangerous. Only when he was able to transform the Karman system into a module that was suitable for mass production and mass adoption would he have a chance to realize his design philosophy. This was his main goal as a senior mech designer, so he would never stop working on the Karman system in one capacity or another. Chapter 5399 Soulbound. The fabrication run started under similar conditions as before. Alexandria appeared and formed a design network. The minds of Gloriana, Vase and Benjamin temporarily became connected to each other, causing each of them to be able to understand the others on a more intimate level. Though a part of Vase found it a little awkward to become so intimately close with his grandfather all of a sudden, it was not a big deal. The effectiveness of the design network largely relied on trust. Vase could hardly think of any people he trusted more. Benjamin was definitely a lot more trustworthy than his own mother. Once the design network took shape, Vase and Blinky moved next. Vase unveiled his glow and supercharged it with the help of Blinky's impressive ability to supply a lot of life-attributed energy. He then proceeded to reach out to Vulcan, who partially possessed Ves's body yet again. It was only at that point that the miracle couple had entered the best state that they could attain under their own power. Though a part of Vase wanted to try and see if he could fabricate a strong enough mech without resorting to these tricks, he did not want to take the risk when it came to this important project. The outcome of this fabrication run directly affected his grandfather's life and future. Vase needed to take this project as seriously as possible and focus on delivering the best possible product. He also sought to take advantage of the current circumstances to verify a few theories related to the Karman system. Work began right away. Vase and Gloriana immediately began to operate the superfabs and other instruments in order to fabricate the new parts. Alexa proceeded to disassemble the old blood star even further in order to prep it for a gradual replacement process. The need to keep the blood star alive imposed a considerable burden to the mech designers, but this was not the first time they worked around this limitation. Venerable Benjamin in the meantime sat back and watched the younger generation at work. Just like Ark, Benjamin came in touch with all kinds of amazing and complicated technical knowledge about his expert mech. He was admittedly not as smart or learned as his proudest son, so Benjamin did not obsess too much over trying to understand the complicated science behind his mech. It was enough for him to know that his grandson had done the very best he could to turn his expert mech into a suitable combat platform. Vase and Gloriana initially did not encounter too many issues when they engaged in their work. Unlike the Lionheart, the Blood Star Mark II was primarily designed as an offensive space knight. Any mech that was designed with thick armor and a larger mech frame was inherently easier to design and construct. The fault tolerance of such a mech was considerably greater and there were not as many sensitive components that could produce additional complications. There were only two different elements that the mech designers needed to be careful about. First, the Karman system needed to remain healthy, undamaged and connected to the mech frame. Second, the shoulder-mounted hardpoints imposed additional requirements onto the product. Neither of these issues were insurmountable. Vase paid constant attention to the state of the recently upgraded Karman system. As long as it exhibited any abnormal activity, he would receive an alert and be able to respond if necessary. His wife mainly chose to deal with the other delicate internal systems. This included the additional energy transmission lines and other structural elements related to the shoulder-mounted weapon systems. As they worked, Vase did not try to focus entirely on the work in front of him. He let a part of his thoughts wander in an attempt to find further inspiration. The last fabrication run taught Vase that it was not necessary to rely on serendipity and random factors to obtain inspiration. There were multiple ways for a mech designer to raise his mood and stoke his passion. Vase speculated that one of the tricks that mech designers could employ to improve the quality of their output was to think about ideas that could make them excited. There were many possible subjects that Vase could choose from that were related to the Blood Star Mark II. For example, he could think about how the second-generation Karman system might improve the Blood Pact. It was too difficult for Vase to make a prediction about this. Even if he formed a possible answer, there was little he could do to apply it to his current work. What truly interested Vase at this time was the effect of his active living workshop on the Blood Star Mark II. All of the new parts that were meant to replace the old ones became imbued with life. Combined with the fact that Vase intended to turn the Blood Star Mark II into a powerful prime mech, the upgrade machine was bound to become a lot more alive than before. This was a substantial leap. How would all of these changes and improvements affect the transformed living mech? Would there be a mismatch between the Karman system and all of the replacement parts? While Vase tried to come up with answers to these interesting questions, he also made sure to keep an eye on the overall state of the current condition of the living mech. Given how the cyborg mech had already undergone a period of growth while it had formed a permanent blood pact with Benjamin, Vase could not treat the machine as a collection of discrete but interconnected parts. Instead, Vase began to see the original Blood Star as an upsized version of a human body. Vase had the illusion that he was not trying to upgrade an old mech into a better form. He felt as if he was operating on a genuine organic body. Every organ he removed inflicted extensive damage to the rest of the organism. If he did not hurry up and compensate for all of the removed flesh and organs, the Blood Star might actually die. Although the actual situation did not possess this dynamic, Vase couldn't help but hurry up a bit and try to prevent his grandfather's mech from suffering too many ills. Be patient, Blood Star. It will only be a few days. We will make sure that you will gain the power that you were always meant to wield. From the perspective of Vase, the Blood Star was never meant to be brought to life in this fashion. It was the equivalent of a baby that was born way too prematurely. The reason why Vase had no choice in the matter was because he did not have much time to design a Karman mech for his grandfather who was dying at the time. If Vase had followed the normal design process and spent up to a year to design a proper expert mech, the only way he would have been able to interact with Benjamin was by visiting his grave. Although Vase was not proud at his rush job, he possessed a lot of gratitude towards this humble Karman mech. While it may be lacking in power, sophistication and refinement, it was the mech that literally gave his grandfather a second chance at life. When Vase thought about how his grandfather had lived his life before he formed a blood pact, he always found it tragic that Benjamin had lost his original passion and drive. As a service provider, Vase felt an undeniable obligation to fulfill Benjamin's needs. Successfully doing so by supplying him with the original Blood Star was a lot more satisfying than selling millions of ordinary mechs. The original Blood Star had saved Benjamin's life. The next version of this Karman mech would revive his career as a high-ranking mech pilot. This was the only way for his grandfather to safeguard his life over the long term. So long as he managed to attain the breakthrough that he did not dare to dream about, he would be able to strengthen his body further and fight against the ravages that time left on his aging physique. Come on, Blood Star, let us work together and preserve my grandfather's vitality as much as possible. The precarious state of his grandfather was a persistent cause for concern for Vase. It was one of the reasons why Vase had yet to bestow a companion spirit to his grandfather. The older man's willpower had only recovered relatively recently. Who knew how much all of that progress would get lost if his spirit got operated by Blinky? Time was running out, though. Vase did not have the strength to bestow a companion spirit to an ace pilot. If Vase wanted to grant his grandfather the same advantages as other Larkinson expert pilots, he would have to take action while Benjamin was still a high-tier expert pilot. It would be too late to augment his strength further once he broke through. As Vase continued to think about the various ailments of his grandfather, he began to place more hopes on the Blood Star Mark II. The deep integration between pilot and living mech had produced many wondrous effects that benefited them both, but most particularly venerable Benjamin. How extensively would the mutual exchange of blood and the magical blood pact be able to strengthen Benjamin even further? The second-generation blood pact was a modest attempt to promote these beneficial interactions, but it did not go far enough if Vase was being honest. There had to be a lot more ways for the Blood Star Mark II to boost Benjamin's health and other aspects. Vase just hadn't discovered and implemented them yet. While he did not have any ideas in mind, what about Vulcan? As a design spirit who had gotten started in a more traditional form of creation cultivation, Vulcan was not unfamiliar with the concepts of bonds between user and product. In ancient times, it was possible for artifact cultivators to form a bond between their souls and the souls of high-level artifacts. What was interesting was that it was usually possible for a cultivator to form a soul bond by dripping a drop of blood onto the artifact in question. As long as all of the conditions were met, the artifact cultivator would become permanently bound with a weapon or another object that possessed an artifact spirit. The benefits of these soul bonds were myriad. The cultivator would be able to control the artifact a lot more proficiently. The artifact would become inoperable when used by other people. The cultivator would be able to communicate with and observe the surroundings of the artifact if the two had been separated. Of course, soul bonds also came with downsides. The two parties could restrict each other's growth if any of them failed to improve as quickly. If the artifact broke or the soul bond got severed for any reason, then the artifact cultivator in question would suffer severe damage. The stronger the artifact, the greater the harm. The sequelae of breaking a stronger and deeper soul bond were also more severe. The most optimistic outcome was for the cultivator to suffer serious damage to the soul. The worst outcome was for the artifact cultivator to die outright. When Vase briefly examined the strong and intimate blood pact between his grandfather and the blood star, it did not seem likely that this was a fairly shallow and weak bond. The blood pact in its most primitive form already possessed the properties of a fairly deep and intimate soul bond. Though the benefits of an active bond were undoubtedly greater, Vase could not get rid of the heavy consequences if anything ever happened. Though Vase was not happy with this, he already accepted this danger as a necessary price to bestow greater power to his grandfather. What mattered now was what Vase could do with this additional insight. Was there a way for him to upgrade the blood pact further based on Vulcan's knowledge? Chapter 5400 Room for improvement. Messing with people's souls was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could easily cause them to suffer permanent personality disorders. More serious damage could easily cause people to forget their original selves and turn into completely different people. Vase had experimented on the spiritualities of enough test subjects to understand that he could never take this lightly. The main reason why he dared to cut into people's spirits and bestow them with companion spirits was because his operations were relatively shallow. Vase did not possess any further insights or understanding in the nature of the spirituality of a human being. If he wanted to make any further progress into this highly mystical and esoteric field, then Vase would have to conduct a lot more dangerous experiments. His most conservative estimate was that he needed to experiment on tens of thousands of individuals. The good news was that they did not have to be humans. Vase could use the large number of prisoners of war that the Larkinson clan currently kept in captivity on the Dragon's Den. If that was not enough to satisfy his demand, he could always make a deal with the Terrans to supply him with more alien prisoners. After all, the Terrans were definitely taking active part in the fighting at the front lines. Their forces were probably able to capture large amounts of alien prisoners every day. There was no chance that they suffered a shortage in this area. The only issue was that the Terrans must have already reserved these alien captives for their own secret experiments. It was vital for Red humanity to learn more about their alien adversaries. Vase, stop thinking about experimenting on aliens. Gloriana yelled from the other side of the workshop. You are polluting the design network with your crazy ideas again. Restrain your focus and get back to work. Ah, sorry, honey. Vase responded with an embarrassed look. Vase pointedly ignored the scandalized look on his grandfather's face. In any case, Gloriana was right in that Vase needed to focus on his work rather than unrelated experiments. The subject that caused him to hold all of these thoughts was the blood pact that existed between his grandfather and the original blood star. He did not have a clear idea of what it represented in the past, but now that Vulcan had become a proper creation cultivator, Vase figured out that the blood pact was a variation of a soul bond. If this is the case, then my grandfather has turned into a serious artifact cultivator. This was an important distinction. Every mech pilot could be defined as an artifact cultivator. A pilot borrowed the strength of a mech in order to put up a better fight. The pilot was also about to cultivate his willpower and progress as he continued to make use of a mech. However, Vase found it surprising that the concept of a soul bond never really became widespread in the mech industry. Despite its serious disadvantages, the benefits often made it worth it. Any mech pilot would be able to grow faster and break past their limits so long as they bonded with a strong enough mech. Oh, I forgot about the artifact spirit. Modern mechs did not possess any life. The only way to bestow them with an artifact spirit was to transfer the souls of powerful life forms, but the latter did not exactly grow on trees in an energy-poor environment. The concept of artifact spirits had become completely buried in the modern age. A lot of mech designers just made do without them, which did not affect the effectiveness of their mass-production mechs, but severely constrained their ability to develop high-level mechs. It was harder to promote the growth of expert pilots and ace pilots if their machines lacked the benefits of handy artifact spirits. Of course, these mechs were already amazingly strong without this invisible element. The neural interface and the man-machine connection partially compensated for this shortcoming. So what if there was no artifact spirit? The combination between the operating system of a machine and the mind of a human mech pilot ensured that the mech would always be expertly controlled. The higher the rank of the pilot, the more capable he was able to assert control over the many complicated functions and systems of a mech. A god mech did not strictly need an artifact spirit because its total merger with a god pilot meant that the latter had completely taken over this role. If this was the case, then the mech industry had already come up with adequate substitutes for artifact spirits. There was no need for senior mech designers or master mech designers to engage in a demonic ritual that extracted the soul of a powerful prisoner and transferred it to their own works. However, just because the mech industry made artifact spirits redundant did not mean they had become useless. The power and utility of his living mechs made that clear. Vase believed so much in the value of making his mechs alive that he could not accept any notion that they were better off if they were lifeless. The Ouroboros, which was the oldest living mech in existence, was much of the reason why General Axelar Strian had become so strong among the Terrans. This renowned first-class hero mech could even fight and control its own systems on an independent basis, and that was when it was still a second-order living mech. Vase could not wait to see how extensively it had evolved once it finally evolved into a proper third-order living mech. The real issue right now was how the concept and the existence of an artifact spirit could help Vase make the Blood Star Mark II stronger. It was not necessary for him to do anything special in this regard. Vase knew that as long as he did his work as expected, he and his wife would be able to assemble a good enough expert mech that would serve Venerable Benjamin well for the coming years. However, Vase felt that this ordinary attitude would not give him the means to upgrade the Blood Star Mark II into a masterwork mech. He did not have a clear idea of this beforehand, but now that he had begun this upgrade effort, he understood more clearly that he would probably miss this chance of fulfilling this small goal. The main reason why he did not feel as confident was because of the limitations related to the Karman system. The inability to perfect the organic components of the Karman system would cause a small but significant aspect of the Blood Star Mark II to fall behind. It was like working under a handicap. Vase and Gloriana would have to raise the quality of the remaining mechanical parts a lot more if they wanted to overcome this unchangeable deficiency. Is it truly unchangeable, though? Vase did not have the time or the expertise to perfect the organic structure of the Karman system. However, he could work on other aspects of this crucial element. What if he could upgrade the spiritual foundation or the blood pact of the Blood Star Mark II? Previous fabrication runs had proven that substantial improvements in the spiritual design of a mech could substantially boost its overall quality. It was not easy for Vase to improve the spiritual foundation of a mech. He had already done what he could during the design phase. This caused Vase to focus on the blood pact itself. While Vase had designed the Karman system to work in specific ways, he did not directly design or create the blood pact. The intimate soul bond only came to life after a mech pilot successfully interfaced with a Karman mech. He had done his best to specify the parameters of the blood pact, but it was ultimately the mech and mech pilot that created one that suited their own conditions. If this is the case, then there should be room for improvement. The problem was that Vase did not exactly excel in this field. Permanent soul bonds were not related to any of his core fields. That did not stop him from trying, though. Hours passed by as he and his wife continued to produce part after part. Alexa diligently collected the newly fabricated components and scanned them to make sure they passed the quality standards. Venerable Benjamin remained engrossed by the effort put into upgrading his Karman mech. Though Vase made sure to allocate a sufficient amount of attention to his fabrication work, he and Vulcan continued to brainstorm about ways to upgrade the blood pact. None of their ideas were viable, but that did not stop Vase from growing more excited. He knew that even if he wasn't able to figure out a practical solution during this fabrication session, he had gained a firm direction for future research. Perhaps this goal was the seed that might lead Vase into developing the third generation of his Karman system. That already made all of this effort worth it. Vase did not intend to give up that easily, though. There is still enough time for me to come up with a good idea. Multiple days went by as Vase and Gloriana continued their work. Due to the fact that this was an upgrade project on an existing living mech, they occasionally had to bring the parts that they had made and assemble them into the partially stripped down frame of the Blood Star. Piece by piece, the inadequate standard mech slowly acquired much better and more comprehensive parts. The additions of transphasic components, hyper components and resonating exotics massively boosted the value of the Blood Star over time. Its theoretical performance and its potential increased so much that the living mech was undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. The gulf between a relatively poor and shabby second-class standard mech and an excellent quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-expert mech was so vast that the Blood Star Mark II essentially went through a rebirth. Both Benjamin and his battle partner rejoiced in this massive upgrade. In fact, given how closely the Blood Star Mark II was so closely bound to venerable Benjamin in spirit, the massive upgrades to the Karman mech partially became mirrored by the old man's body. Vase couldn't help but stop his work for a moment and focus on his grandfather. Benjamin, yes, grandson, you are looking awfully spry for an old man. Due to Alexandria's design network, Benjamin knew exactly what Vase had in mind when he issued this remark. I do not have a good grasp on the condition of my body, but I think I have recovered enough to run an additional lap around the walls of D&D base. That was a serious improvement in Benjamin's fitness. What was important was that the upgrade process was not even over yet. The Blood Star was about to become a lot stronger once its armor system became complete. Vase shifted his gaze from his grandfather and the Blood Star Mark II several times. He gained a greater understanding of what it meant for an artifact cultivator to form a soul bond with a fairly strong artifact. He also gained more crucial insight on the nature of the mech-body merger process. With the understanding that he possessed today, the first phase and possibly second phase of the mech-body merger process attempted to produce similar results. The existence of Karman mechs granted mech pilots the option to experience these dangerous and consequential phases far in advance. If a blood pact is able to replicate at least part of the traits of an operation union and maybe a domain field union, then what if I can make it go all the way? Who said that mech pilots could only start the mech-body merger process when they had evolved into peak ace pilots? Who said that the 4 phases of the mech-body merger process had to be completed in a limited timespan in order to stave off death? Who said that there were no alternative ways to complete an operation union and a domain field union? Vase became overtaken by excitement as he questioned all of these assumptions. He strongly suspected that he could break these rules and make his grandfather a lot stronger so long as he managed to improve the blood pact. I just need to figure out a solution. Chapter 5401 The Limits of Inspiration. Vase became filled with thoughts on how to realize this latest idea. It was incredibly daring to set a goal related to bringing the mech-body merger progress forward. His idea did not conform to the well-established patterns set by the mech community. The mechers and a lot of other smart people methodically refined and optimized the cultivation trajectory of the mech piloting profession over the course of the age of mechs. Vase did not want to sound arrogant and claim that he possessed the capability to subvert all of these proven laws and replace it with a completely new theoretical framework. There were good reasons why every mech pilot could only wait until they had reached the very limit of what they could accomplish in their normal cultivation before embarking on the infamous road to no return. However, it was exactly because the mech-body merger process produced so many fatalities that Vase felt compelled to figure out a substitute. A cultivation process that tries to cram so many radical life-changing transformations in a single sequence is a mark of poor design. Vase frowned for a moment. The results speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for themselves. The excessively high failure rate shows that this is one of the most awful breakthrough methods imaginable. The mechers certainly knew this, but they were helpless about this outcome. The only other way for a peak ace pilot to advance successfully was to complete all of the 4 transformations at the same time. The success rate of that reckless and highly risky method was even worse, so the mech community settled on the mech-body merger progress because it was the least bad option available. This illustrated the enormous difficulty of a mech pilot trying to ascend to a true god without the assistance of the kingdom of mechs. The huge jump in difficulty was simply too much for mech pilots who relied on automatic cultivation for the entirety of their careers. There was no way the mechers were content with this outcome. They must have worked incredibly hard to improve the mech-body merger process or develop alternatives with higher success rates. None of them succeeded apparently, or else the mechers would have popularized them a long time ago. Their need to produce more god pilots was too high for them to keep a better method for themselves. What this meant was that the demand for a better way to help mech pilots ascend to godhood was insanely high. Even if Vase could only produce a minor improvement, such a solution would already offer incredible value to the mech community at large. Vase knew that Jovi and the survivalists had already recognized that his Karman system had the potential to make one of their most difficult dreams come true. However, potential was not enough. There were plenty of other brilliant and crazy mech designers out there that came up with promising ideas. Unless Vase was able to come up with a systematic theory and a practical solution, his idea would only remain a fanciful daydream to the mech community. It was even worse if the solution could not be replicated without his design philosophy. Vase was still a senior, which meant that his work and philosophy had yet to prove their value and permanence to the mech industry. Only master mech designers had the capital to make permanent contributions to the development of mechs. This was because they had already contributed their design philosophies to the kingdom of mechs, or rather the Red Kingdom. Even if they perished, their extraordinary design principles would live on, thereby permanently enriching the strength of mechs in future generations. Vase understood that it was a bit too premature for him to single-handedly solve one of the major problems related to the mech-body merger progress when he was still a relatively inexperienced senior mech designer. I can still try, though. He had already discovered numerous parallels between the Blood Pact and the early phases of the mech-body merger process. There was no hope of relying on the Karman system to attain corporeal union and total union. The last two phases of the mech-body merger process were among the most extreme and deadly. Only the strongest, luckiest and daring of ace pilots could successfully overcome these insanely difficult hurdles. A means to complete the first two steps of the mech-body merger process in advance was not that valuable in comparison. While it would certainly help peak ace pilots improve their chances of success, Vase did not expect the success rate to improve by more than 10% at most. That is already enough to produce one or two more god pilots per mech generation. Vase made a conservative estimate. There were far too many variables that affected the emergence of god pilots. Population was the most important factor by far, and red humanity was far too short of human bodies. The best way to increase the rate of breakthroughs was by boosting the population. There were good reasons why the polymath insisted on producing human clones en masse. Vase shook his head. He was letting his mind wander yet again. When he turned his focus back onto his work, he recalled that the fabrication run had already persisted for 4 standard days. There was not much time left before the Blood Star completed its radical metamorphosis. Even now, its mech frame already integrated enough high-end parts that the fundamental character had already changed. Its transformation to a quasi-first-class expert mech massively strengthened its spiritual foundation. Vase became impressed by how extensively this fed back to Venerable Benjamin. Whenever the Blood Star grew stronger, so did his grandfather. Benjamin literally looked as if he had undergone a round of life-prolonging treatment. The lingering traces of his physical frailty had disappeared entirely and he was visibly gaining a bit more body mass. While it wouldn't surprise Vase too much if these improvements took place over months or years, to see it happen in the span of just a few days was too shocking. The visible proof of a deep relationship between a Karman mech and a mech pilot validated much of Ves's hopes and expectations towards the Blood Pact. This soul bond was absolutely extraordinary. So long as Vase managed to improve it, Karman mechs such as the Blood Star could turn any of their pilots into powerhouses. It is not that easy to improve it, though. Vase frowned. His theoretical frameworks were not comprehensive enough to direct him towards a viable solution. Vulcan also did not have access to a complete enough inheritance from a divine blacksmith to contribute to this effort either. From the perspective of artifact cultivation, the Blood Star was most definitely a soulbond artifact. Radical upgrades to its material performance might strengthen its intangible properties as well, but these were merely secondary reactions that took place without the direct involvement of a mech designer. What Vase wanted to do was to figure out a safe and effective way to directly improve the Blood Pact. He needed to do this in a direct and targeted fashion in order to produce the most effective result. However, any thought related to tampering with the Blood Pact in any way caused his intuition to buzz. Vase grimaced and narrowed his eyes. It was not a good idea to experiment on an active Blood Pact without thought. This was because this extraordinary bond was strong and resistant to tampering. The only way for vase to directly alter its properties was by using force. It went without saying that if vase tried to hammer at the soul bond with the spiritual equivalent of a sledgehammer, the most probable outcome was that he would break it entirely. This was a disastrous outcome for both Benjamin and the Blood Star. How can I change the blood pact then if I cannot take any direct action? He could only resort to softer and more indirect methods. He was already trying to improve the current blood pact by upgrading the physical and spiritual design of the Blood Star, but he had already reached the limit of what he could do after he completed this project. That left Vase with the slowest and most time-consuming method of improvement. Growth. Growth was a powerful force. As the central concept of his design philosophy, Vase was highly familiar with its strengths and weaknesses. One of the greatest advantages of relying on growth was that it was usually the gentlest and least harmful way to strengthen a living mech. Growth could complete the most radical transformations that would have ended up in disaster if they happened under any other circumstance. By dragging out the changes over the span of years or decades, it became far more manageable to control for the negative consequences. All good things take time to come into fruition, Vase whispered to himself. Though Vase did not prefer to rely on such a slow and relatively uncertain method of improvement, he could not come up with any other ideas for the time being. All he could do was create a new blueprint and embed it into the spiritual design of the Blood Star Mark II. As long as the Karman Mech continues to cultivate, it will gradually be able to strengthen itself in a targeted manner. Vase thought back on the cultivation method that he had attached to this mech. He had only made a few superficial changes to the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra. It primarily focused on strengthening its metal aspect, but also sought to improve the qualities related to blood to a minor degree. Vase did not feel satisfied with this shallow solution. This is not the best fit for a Karman mech. A Karman mech was a lot different from an ordinary living mech. A cultivation method that mainly focused on improving the non-organic qualities of a mech would not be able to realize the full potential of the Blood Star. It needs a different cultivation method, one that not only focuses on improving its biotech components, but also reinforces its blood pact. Vase concluded, as much as he got caught up in the latest wave of inspiration, he was unable to solve such a deep and complicated problem. It took a lot of time and research to develop a comprehensive new cultivation method for his living mechs. Doing so in the middle of a fabrication run was impossible to Vase. He could only come up with minor alterations to the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra at most, but that was far from enough to satisfy his demands. As the upgrade process slowly came to an end, Vase still hadn't managed to produce any further breakthroughs. His latest ambition may be great, but reality was too cruel. Vase could only shake his head and shelve this interesting idea for the time being. He had plenty of time to explore this interesting new research direction once he was done with his remaining mech design projects. Besides, developing an effective and comprehensive cultivation method for Karman mechs was such a massive leap in progress that it could single-handedly form the basis of the third-generation Karman system. Vase had yet to complete a single second-generation Karman system. The Blood Star Mark II was supposed to be the first living mech of its kind to showcase the improvements that he had been working on over the last half-year. Vase needed to spend way more time on testing, verifying, refining and optimizing the implementation of the second-generation Karman system. It was not proper for him to get ahead of himself and skip past these necessary procedures. The Karman system was too important for him to compromise his research. By the end of the 6th day, the Blood Star Mark II finally reached completion. Gloriana looked disappointed as the upgraded Karman mech failed to become a masterwork mech. You were right, Vase. The metallic components were all excellently made. Their overall quality was no worse than the quality of the Lionheart. Just as Vase predicted, what ultimately held the Blood Star Mark II back from undergoing a masterwork transformation was the Karman system. If this complication did not exist, then Vase and Gloriana would have been able to receive another masterwork certificate by this time.